The year is 2624. At the Second Academy of Lijiang City, a class change ceremony is underway. This is a crucial event for all students, but it's especially vital for one young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Zhou Yi. Before he could even adjust to his new identity, his mother passed away. Shortly after, his younger sister, Zhou Yun, came down with a mysterious illness. The medical bills kept piling up, and his part-time job earnings weren't nearly enough. That's why, in this class change ceremony, Zhou Yi absolutely has to get a combat class to make money in dungeons, so he can afford to take his sister to a higher-level priest. As fate would have it, during the ceremony, Zhou Yi actually activated a system. With it came a Newbie Gift Pack containing a hidden class, a super OP class in this world. After receiving the goddess's blessing, Zhou Yi was given 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a pure damage dealer. It has incredible offensive power, but very few defensive skills. In a world ruled by hostile races, you'd get killed in a heartbeat. The Holy Priest has more defensive skills, and even has the broken ability to resurrect. Unfortunately, its combat power is too weak, and it's too reliant on others. Not a good fit for me. The Holy Knight, on the other hand, is a well-rounded class. It's an absolute powerhouse that can tank hits, and also dish out damage. While it doesn't have any flashy skills, I have my divine light and my talent. It's actually the perfect fit for me. With that thought, Zhou Yi chose the Holy Knight class. Congratulations, you have become a level 10 Holy Knight. As soon as Zhou Yi finished the ceremony, his classmates swarmed him, trying to suck up. Class rep, that's amazing. Can you add me to your team for the university entrance exams? I want you to carry me. I'm a summoner. Our team will definitely get a high score. I'm a mage. Take me with you. Don't crowd around here. Disperse. An upperclassman pushed the students aside, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Zhou Yi. Not bad, kid. Go home and get a good night's sleep. Report to the principal's office tomorrow. Back in his room, Zhou Yi finally had a moment to take a closer look at his personal stats. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Unallocated attribute points, 10. Not only did my stats get a huge boost, but I also got these unallocated points. I'll prioritize strength, then constitution for attack power. I need enough damage to kill magic beasts more efficiently. Thinking this, Zhou Yi started allocating his points on the system panel. He put 6 points into strength, and 2 points each into constitution and agility. He could feel a surge of power coursing through his body, the direct result of allocating his attribute points. Detecting first-time attribute point allocation by user. Activating Holy Knight quest. Daily quest. Choose 2 of the following rewards. Reward 1, plus 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Accept divided by decline, such tempting rewards. Of course, Zhou Yi accepted. Matching with a random trial ground suitable for your level. Match successful. Objective, exterminate the E-Rank magic beast Gulabi. Warning, please take this trial seriously. Death within the trial means death in reality. After the notification, Zhou Yi was teleported to another dimension. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. A mine? Makes sense. The textbook did say that Gulabi magic beasts primarily inhabit mines, even though they aren't carnivores, like other magic beasts. They become violent and bloodthirsty at the sight of humans. He suddenly sensed danger from behind. Zhou Yi quickly leaped into the air, easily dodging the Gulabi's surprise attack. Since this was his first time facing a magic beast, Zhou Yi decided not to use any skills, wanting to see if he could handle it with just basic attacks and take down the beast. My body feels so much more agile, and my jumping power has increased too. It must be because my main stats have increased. Just as Zhou Yi was getting cocky from dodging the Gulabi's attacks, he was suddenly impaled through the stomach by its razor-sharp tail. That snapped Zhou Yi out of his cockiness. He immediately used the skill Slow Heal, level 1, C rank, for 30 seconds within a certain radius. Restores a certain amount of health for up to 2 party members. I can't underestimate even a low-level magic beast. As the magic beast charged again, Zhou Yi counterattacked with 2 skills, Sacred Blade and Tiger Pounce. Sacred Blade. Leave 1. C rank. Condense power into both arms to form a cross-shaped blade and attack surrounding enemies. Enemies hit by the attack will take light attribute magic damage and be stunned. Tiger Pounce LV 4 D rank. Grab an enemy in front of you, charge forward a certain distance, and then throw them. Deals additional collision damage to any enemies hit during the charge. Finally, after a barrage of punches from Zhou Yi, the Gulabi magic beast was finally defeated. Gulabi magic beast exterminated. Trial complete. Rank A. Please select your rewards. Reward 1, plus 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the foundation of a user's strength. I don't need to level up my skills just yet, so the free attribute points are the best choice. A decent weapon would also be a massive help for my future trials. It's a good thing the system gives out weapons. Otherwise, with my current financial situation, I'd never be able to afford one. I'll take the attribute points and the random equipment. You have received the reward, 10 free attribute points. You have received the reward, Crude Longsword, exiting trial ground. Zhou Yi found himself back in his familiar room. Just then, his phone alarm went off. The screen displayed a preset reminder, 5 p.m., go to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun was sitting on her hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly shut off. The head nurse, remote in hand, held up a bill and loudly demanded, "It's time to pay up." "T 10,000? Zhou Yun took the bill with trembling hands. "Why is it so much? Wasn't it always 5,000 before?" "There must be some mistake. My brother works 3 jobs just to make 5,000 a month. Where are we supposed to get the other half?" The head nurse snapped back. "You used more medicine this month. Inhibitors, stabilizers. We had to call in a priest, and you had 3 episodes mid-month that had all the nurses running ragged in the middle of the night to take care of you. For a little girl, you've got some nerve. If you think there's a problem, check the itemized list yourself." Zhou Yun quickly tried to explain. "That's not what I meant. You misunderstood. Listen here." The nurse cut in. "If you can't afford to be sick, then don't get sick. Poor people should just accept their fate. If you can't afford it, then you shouldn't." Before the head nurse could finish, a hand clamped down hard on her shoulder. It made her jump and spin around. "Excuse me, nurse. Did I just hear you verbally abusing a patient? I wonder if that sharp tongue of yours will still be working when you're called into the director's office," a middle-aged man said with a cold smile. Beside him stood a tall, hulking bodyguard, making the nurse instinctively cautious. Asterisk. These guys look like trouble. Asterisk, she thought. Smart enough to know when to back down, she started to leave, but not before giving Zhou Yun one last warning. "This bill has to be paid by today." Who are you?" Zhou Yun asked cautiously. Asterisk. "Are they debt collectors?" Asterisk, she wondered. The man pulled out a business card and said with a smile, "You must be Miss Zhou Yun, correct? I am a friend of your brother's." A little later, Zhou Yi pushed open the door, holding a payment receipt in his hand. "Xiao Yun, I just went to pay the bill, and the hospital system shows you have a balance of 100,000. Do you know anything about this?" Zhou Yi looked up from the receipt at his sister, noticing the 2 strange men. He asked cautiously, "And you are?" The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin, and I'm the mayor's secretary. I was hoping to have a word with you," he said, extending his hand. Asterisk. The mayor is the most powerful person in Guangxi City, and his secretary, asterisk, can sometimes even act on the mayor's behalf. Why would someone of his status come looking for me? Asterisk, Zhou Yi thought as he politely shook Zhao Wenbin's hand. "This isn't the best place to talk. Shall we move elsewhere?" Zhao Wenbin readily agreed. Before they left, he carefully instructed his bodyguard to stay and watch over Zhou Yun. The news of Zhou Yi obtaining a hidden class was all over the news, so it was no surprise that people everywhere were talking about him. For instance, 3 high school girls sitting at a nearby table in the cafe were gossiping. "Have you seen what's trending? Someone at the second academy got a hidden class. I think his name is Zhou Yi. Look, their school released a photo. Whoa, he's actually pretty handsome." Hearing them, Zhao Wenbin chuckled and turned to Zhou Yi. "Mr. Zhou, congratulations on acquiring an S-rank talent. Getting the Divine Angel's protection and changing your class to a Holy Knight is just pure luck during a normal class advancement ceremony. But obtaining an S-rank talent isn't something that can be dismissed as mere luck. The mayor values you extremely highly. He specifically instructed the media not to bother you." As he said this, he took out a box. Inside was a key, he continued. "He has also arranged for some training resources for you to use in preparation for the university entrance exams. The resources are in a safe deposit box at the city bank. This is the only key. If you have any other requests, just say the word." Looks like the mayor sees my potential to become a major player. That's why he's investing so heavily in me. It's all upside with no risk, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. The mayor is clearly hoping I'll repay him one day. Seeing Zhou Yi's silence, Zhao Wenbin played his trump card. "Starting today, a professional medical team will be at Miss Zhou Yun's service 24/7. Furthermore, the mayor has already contacted a level 36, second advancement priest. In 1 month, he will make a special trip to Guangxi City to treat Miss Zhou Yun." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately accepted the mayor's assistance. After his conversation with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun's side and told her everything. Zhou Yun was amazed when she heard the news. "Does this mean you've hit the jackpot? Can I just hang onto your leg for the ride?" Zhou Yi poked her forehead. "Stop talking nonsense. Your job right now is to rest and get better." At that moment, Zhou Yun asked curiously, "Every class has its own exclusive skills. What are yours?" Her question reminded Zhou Yi of something. After his class change, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skills had appeared. They were White Blade, an offensive skill, Slow Heal, a healing skill, and Weapon Blessing, a support skill. Slow Heal restores health. I can try it on my sister. Zhou Yi placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head. He then activated the skill. "It feels so nice. I feels like I'm in a hot spring," followed by a full body massage. "Xiao Yun, do you feel any better?" Zhou Yun, who had been lost in the relaxing sensation, was suddenly snapped back to reality. With an excited look on her face, she told her brother, "It doesn't hurt anymore. My hands are getting warm too. You're amazing." Zhou Yi looked at his sister with affection, inwardly pleased. Aside from its raw power, part of the reason I chose the Holy Knight class was because of Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, the Holy Knight is a support class. Even if I can't cure her completely, it's worth it if I can just ease some of her suffering. The next day, teacher Luo Heng himself, the school's principal, led Zhou Yi to his office. Along the way, he cheerfully explained, "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me about early admissions for you. My phone was blowing up. And this morning alone, I've already gotten calls from 4 recruiters from top 10 universities. Make a good impression and try to secure the best resources you can. These recruiters are all second advancement, awakeners, level 35 and up. If you can get a direct offer from one of them, your future will be guaranteed with top-tier training. Principal, which universities are here? Zhou Yi asked. Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hancheng University. The top 3 universities didn't call? The top 3 universities have always based their admissions solely on the entrance exam scores, not on talent or class. That's why they don't offer early admission. As they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard the sound of arguing. Old Zhao, Sichuan is over 2,500 miles from Guangxi City. Don't tell me you flew here in a private fighter jet. A fighter jet? Please, I used a long-distance teleportation array. Every time one of those things is activated, it consumes a level 30 magic core. You were actually willing to part with one? For a true genius, no price is too high. Zhou Yi is as good as enrolled in Chuanan University. Then may the best offer win. At that moment, Luo Heng pushed the door open. With a proud look on his face, he announced, "Esteemed recruiters, the genius student Zhou Yi has arrived." He then turned to introduce them to Zhou Yi. This is Professor Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University and Professor Li Bing from Chuanan University, Professor Zhu Yu from Hancheng University, and Professor Yu Yuan from Anji University. Zhou Yi immediately bowed to greet them. His respectful gesture pleased them. He wasn't arrogant, despite having awakened a hidden class. Not arrogant or rash, he's a good kid. At that moment, Zhao Tianfu cut right to the chase. Let me state Rongyang University's offer. If you enroll with us, you'll receive 2 million Zhongsha dollars and 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books. Zhou Yi was taken aback. A typical family only makes about 6,000 a month. Rongyang University was offering 2 million upfront, plus exclusive Holy Knight skill books that were completely out of reach for ordinary people. Even the mayor hadn't given him resources of this caliber. Haha, is that all? Rongyang University is as stingy as ever, Li Bing scoffed, then made his own offer. Student Zhou Yi, enroll at Chuanan University, and you'll get 3 million a year, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books, and personal tutelage from a level 56, 3rd advancement Holy Knight, level 56. That's a being who stands near the very pinnacle of power on Blue Star. If he could become his disciple, his future would be limitless. Luo Heng was in awe, but he was even more shocked when he heard Professor Zhu Yu speak. You men still lack sincerity. Enroll at Hancheng University. The money isn't as much, only 2 million, but the moment you're enrolled, I will immediately gift you a set of B-rank training resources. B-rank training resources? Luo Heng couldn't help but shout. He then turned to stare intently at Zhou Yi, his eyes screaming, "Say yes, quickly! B-rank training resources. Can't be bought with money." With those kinds of priceless treasures, you could turn a pig into a powerful magical beast. Faced with such tempting early admission offers from the 4 universities, Zhou Yi actually refused. Because he wanted to get into one of the top 3 universities. The status of the top 3 Suhang University, Qingjing University, and Madu University was on another level. Known as the 3 great universities of the Zhongxia nation, they only accept 1,000 freshmen each year, and those slots aren't limited to humans. Other races, like elves and giants, can also compete for spots at the top 3. The inherent strength of these demi-humans already surpasses that of ordinary people. Combine that with the fact that the vast and resource-rich Zhongsha nation produces countless geniuses, and getting into the top 3 universities is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. So, when Zhao Tianfu heard Zhou Yi's reason for refusal, he erupted with power. He raged, "I thought you were a promising candidate, but you're just an arrogant fool who overestimates himself. I've seen your file. For the past 18 years, your development has been severely stunted, and you've had no quality resources to compensate. Your strength is poor, and your stats are low. With your current abilities, it's already a long shot to get into the top 3. Even if you managed to get in, you'd be nothing but a bottom feeder. Without powerful, specialized training, this is all you'll ever amount to." Zhou Yi struggled to stand his ground. He thought to himself, "This pressure is immense. If this was me before, I'd already be on my knees." At that moment, Luo Heng stepped in front of Zhou Yi, releasing his own power to counter Zhao Tianfu's overwhelming aura. "Professor Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to bully my student on my own turf?" Meanwhile, Zhu Yu observed Zhou Yi from the sidelines. She thought to herself, he withstood Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This kid really is something special. Realizing he had been too rash, Zhao Tianfu withdrew his aura and turned to leave. Admissions aren't just about potential, but also character. With a personality like that, it's doubtful he'll ever succeed, even with a direct offer. "I'll be going now. Farewell, Principal Luo." "Student Zhou Yi, since you have such grand ambitions, I won't impose any longer." The other 2 professors also left, following Zhao Tianfu. Luo Heng quickly chased after them, trying to put in a good word for Zhou Yi. Suddenly, only he and Professor Zhu Yu remained in the room. "You're very brave, but Professor Zhao wasn't wrong. The Zhongxia nation has countless geniuses, and that's not even including the other races. They're born with greater strength than humans. Trying to get into one of the top 3 universities is practically impossible." Zhou Yi replied confidently, "I will let my exam scores prove my strength. The entrance exams are still a month away. With the system's help, I can definitely increase my power to an unbelievable level. By then, I'll have my pick of any of the top 3 universities. It's been so long since I've seen eyes, so full of unwavering determination. It takes me back to my days fighting on the front lines. I've been in a peaceful place for too long, and my thinking has grown complacent. I suppose that's the generation gap talking. Zhou Yu stared at Zhou Yi for a long time, then he turned, walked to the door, and said with a smile, "All right then. I'll be waiting to see your performance on the college entrance exam." "See you later, student Zhou Yi." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The college entrance exam had arrived. In the assembly hall, students were chattering non-stop. "The one who wrote this year's exam is Demon Lord Yang. We're screwed. A few years ago, he was the one who wrote the test, and our province's average score dropped. The lowest in history. Hey, have you guys heard?" Zhou Yi turned down direct admission. "He wants to test into one of the top 3 universities. Seriously? He's way too arrogant. Even the provincial and city-level geniuses wouldn't dare say they're guaranteed to pass. What's he relying on? He's just cocky because he has a rare hidden class. He's gonna fall flat on his face this time. The enrollment fee is over $1 million. If it were me, I would have accepted it in a heartbeat. What a waste." Just then Zhou Yi appeared. The young man, who had just been eagerly bad-mouthing Zhou Yi, suddenly froze, staring at him. Then, he spoke in a slightly strange tone. "Why do I get the feeling Zhou Yi is different from before? He has the aura of a powerful dungeon clearer." After a loud announcement, the dungeon information appeared. Secret Realm Dungeon, deep in the gloomy dark forest. Level 10 to 13. Difficulty, easy, hard, and nightmare. Required party size, 1 to 5 people. Note, the deep dark forest is filled with ghost cats and ox-head monsters. They are vicious by nature and enjoy eating human flesh. Damn it, it's the gloomy dark forest? Don't tell me there's swamp terrain inside too. Ghost cats are agile, and ox-head monsters are tough as hell. Demon Lord Yang doesn't want any of us to make it out alive. The maximum party size for the dungeon corresponds to its difficulty. In previous years' exams, the maximum was 3 people. But this time, it's up to 5. As the candidates were complaining, Li Xiangyang walked up to them and reminded them in a loud voice, "Remember to act within your limits. If you encounter life-threatening danger in the dungeon, use your return scroll immediately. Dying in the dungeon means you die for real. It's better to fail the exam than to lose your life. It's time! All candidates, prepare to enter the dungeon." As soon as Li Xiangyang finished speaking, the candidates here turned into beams of light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, large screens began broadcasting the candidates' progress inside, allowing everyone to watch the live feed. Class 1, Sun Qiang, Class Warrior, Challenge Level, Hard, Party Size, 1. Class 1, Mu Qin, Class, Assassin, Challenge Level, Hard, Party Size, 1. Class 1, Long Fei, Wang Fang, Sun Jian, Classes, Elementalist, Marksman, Nether Mage, Challenge Level, Hard, Party Size, 3. Class 5, Zhou Yi, Class, Holy Knight, Challenge Level Nightmare, Party Size, 1. Class 2, Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tianhong, Yong Erlong, Classes, Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman, Apothecary, Challenge Level, Hard, Party Size, 4. As expected of the Rocket class. Aside from the 2-person teams, almost all of them are soloing the dungeon. If you solo, you get to keep all the experience points. Higher score, higher risk of death. Only the seniors from the Rocket class would dare to do something like this. As everyone was buzzing with discussion, a girl excitedly pointed at Zhou Yi's screen and shouted, "Everyone, look! It's Zhou Yi. He's soloing the Nightmare difficulty dungeon." At that moment, in the VIP seating area, the director of the Education Bureau, Jia Dao, was staring at the screen with his jaw dropped. This! He slammed his hand on the table, turned to Luo Hang sitting beside him, and roared furiously, "A Holy Knight's support abilities are incredibly powerful. No matter what team he joins, they would dominate. So why is Zhou Yi soloing the dungeon? And he even chose Nightmare difficulty, which has a death rate of over 40%. Principal Luo, this past month, the city has poured a ton of resources into Zhou Yi so he could achieve the best possible results. If he dies in that dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely damaged. For him to do this, it's a complete disregard for the government's investment." Luo Hang quickly put on a placating smile and tried to reassure him. "Director Jia, don't worry. Zhou Yi isn't a reckless person. He must have a few aces up his sleeve." Back with Zhou Yi, he was moving through the forest when he suddenly spotted a high-speed shadow darting across the high branches. With a serious expression, Zhou Yi took out his weapon and assumed a ready stance, bronze single-bladed axe. Upon equipping the long-handled axe, strength +7, agility -2. Very quickly, a monster leaped down from a high branch, extending its claws towards Zhou Yi. Right on time. "Now die!" With a loud shout, Zhou Yi swung his axe down, splitting the monster into 2 halves. Strength, 45. Constitution, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Satisfied, Zhou Yi closed his personal status window and thought to himself, "In just 1 month, even though I'm only level 10, my average stat value has already reached 47 points, which is equivalent to a level 13 professional. Across the entire Suhang province, I should rank among the top candidates." Then, Zhou Yi smiled and called out, "Not daring to come out? Fine, then I'll bring the fight to you." He took the initiative and charged towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now covered in a golden aura. Weapon Blessing, Level 4, C rank, condenses holy light to increase the strength physical attack power. and critical hit rate of weapons for allies within a certain range. Zhou Yi was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Every swing of his axe took down a monster. No exceptions. Under the effect of his S-rank talent, Protection of the Divine Angel, the effect of Weapon Blessing, a Holy Knight's exclusive skill, was also enhanced. The strength of his single-bladed axe increased by an additional 21 points. If the other candidates knew about such a powerful buff, they would definitely be green with envy. After all, the college entrance exam dungeon restricts weapon usage to 3-star bronze and below, but the single-bladed axe in my hand, after being buffed, is now as effective as a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college exam, every single stat point is incredibly precious. This is enough to create a huge gap between me and the others. At that moment, another group of monsters launched a surprise attack from behind Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi recalled his weapon, turned around, and softly chanted, "Pure white blade." From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light shot towards the monsters, slicing them into pieces that fell to the ground. I've already leveled Pure White Blade to level 5. It already has strong light attribute damage, and with the buff from Protection of the Divine Angel, it can directly annihilate low-level monsters. Thinking this, Zhou Yi casually grabbed a severed monster limb, still covered in claws, and threw it with great force towards a monster in the distance. It was the one monster that had luckily survived his skill. The severed limb with its sharp claws whistled through the air toward it, piercing its abdomen and pinning it to a tree trunk behind it. At the same time, outside the dungeon, the audience watching Zhou's performance on the big screens erupted in excited cheers. Whoa, that was close. Senior Zhou's timing with that skill was perfect. It's like he launched Pure White Blade the very instant he was attacked. That's insane. That's what you call getting completely crushed in one hit. So satisfying to watch. Senior Zhou is so powerful and domineering. I've seen that axe in the shopping center before. It's really heavy. How is Senior Zhou swinging it around like it's a toy? Did he put all of his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his powers of observation were better than these students, so he could see much more. That's not right. Everyone, look closely. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the Ghost Cat's. Not only that, but his skill casting speed is also extremely fast. The power of his magic is immense, so among his free attributes, his intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of his axe swing, his control over his attack range, the force of his strikes, it's all perfectly controlled. He's truly a combat genius. After speaking, Tang Tianjun even shot an envious glance at Li Xiangyang, thinking to himself, such a promising seedling. Why was he placed in class 5 inches the first place? Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a grave expression. Zhou Yi has strong combat awareness, but what he's doing is not wise. Dealing with the first wave of ghost cats is just a waste of stamina. A nightmare dungeon doesn't just have strong monsters, the number of monsters is also incredibly high. Even the best mages can fail due to mana exhaustion. The weight of that battle axe is a huge burden on the user. If a professional only swings it once or twice, they might not feel it. But after swinging it continuously for hundreds of strikes, he won't even have the strength left to hold his battle axe. In the end, he'll be torn to shreds by those ghost cats. At this moment, on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters, pouncing towards Zhou Yi, and an uproar immediately followed. So soon, the next wave of ghost cats is already here. Not even a moment to breathe. This is too cruel. There must be at least 100 demon cats. Can Senior Zhou Yi handle this? The entire audience was focused, eagerly anticipating Zhou Yi's performance in the dungeon. And Zhou Yi did not disappoint. He skillfully combined his weapon and skills, swiftly dealing with the monsters. As the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared in front of Zhou Yi and gradually expanded. This is the entrance to the next stage, Zhou Yi murmured, decisively stepping into the vortex. Emerging from the portal, Zhou Yi found himself facing a massive horde of monsters waiting for him. Outside the dungeon, the host, KAKA, pointed at Zhou Yi's screen, reporting live to the viewers. Welcome to Ava's live broadcast. I'm KAKA, your favorite MC. Right now, we're watching the performance of the most famous top student from the Second Academy, the one with the S+ talent, the most brilliant Holy Knight, Zhou Yi. He has completed the first stage with astonishing efficiency. The first stage of a nightmare-level dungeon in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, do you have any idea what that means? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's a full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Overly enthusiastic, KAKA practically glued his face to the camera, forcing his exasperated cameraman to say, "Please, sir, stop blocking the lens." Nearby, a female fan spoke with adoration. He just ran and slashed his way through, only taking a slight breath after the very last one. Just how high are Senior Zhou Yi's stamina stats? Jiang Feifei wagged her finger and added, Director Jia said it's unwise to expend too much stamina on the first wave of magical beasts. Well, looking at it now, you can't be so sure, Li Xiangyang reminded her from the front row. Just watch the competition, Jiang Feifei. Maybe Director Jia was wrong. Jiang Feifei covered her mouth, teasing Teacher Li. I see you're smiling pretty happily yourself, sir. Don't talk nonsense. Although he said that, Li Xiangyang was a bit unsure, pinching his own face and thinking, is the smile on my face really that obvious? Senior Zhou is entering the gate, someone shouted, and everyone stopped their discussions to focus on the large screen. Inside the dungeon, thanks to his appraisal skill, information about the monster horde appeared clearly in Zhou Yi's eyes. Minotaur vertical bar level, 14 vertical bar quality, silver vertical bar skills, berserk, savage charge, war stomp, super armor. Luminous Demon Cat, vertical bar, level 12, vertical bar, quality, bronze vertical bar, skills, light element mastery, healing spell. Flame Demon Cat, level Tredici, quality bronze, skills, fire element mastery, fireball, fire breath. Cursed Demon Cat, vertical bar level, 11 vertical bar, quality, bronze vertical bar, skills, dark element mastery, curse spell. Zhou Yi mused. The regular demon cats are the warriors, the luminous demon cats are the priests, the flame and cursed demon cats are the mages, and there's even a high-damage silver-grade minotaur, a classic five-man party of warrior, priest, and mages. If the first stage was facing scattered soldiers, then the second stage is facing a well-trained army. The threat of death instantly skyrocketed by hundreds of times. Without giving Zhou Yi much time to think, the monsters began their organized attack. The melee units immediately charged forward while the mages began casting from their positions. Suddenly, from the ground, black hands emerged, grabbing onto Zhou Yi, immobilizing him and forcing him to face the charging monsters head-on, along with the incoming fireballs. Outside, a spectator cried out in alarm at this scene. Senior Zhou Yi has been cursed by the demon cat! Oh my god, that's dangerous! Inside the dungeon, facing this perilous situation, Zhou Yi actually smiled. Warriors charging, priests buffing, mages casting support. Quite the coordinated effort. Zhou Yi waited until the claws of the leading monster were just a short distance away from him. Only then did he raise both hands and shout, Holy Cross! Instantly a massive cross of light appeared. It radiated a golden glow, engulfing the entire horde of monsters. Holy Cross, vertical bar, level 4, vertical bar, B rank. Summons holy light that condenses into a holy cross behind the caster, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by the light attribute for several seconds. Piercing shrieks echoed through the air. When the golden light faded, what stood before Zhou Yi was no longer a horde of snarling, clawing monsters, but a forest of corpses lying on the ground. Outside, Jia Tao's jaw dropped. So strong, all the low-level monsters were killed instantly. Who the hell told me Holy Knight was a support class? That was a B-rank divine AoE attack skill. Just like talents, skills are also divided into ranks, from low to high, with 7 tiers in total. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect and the rarer the skill. Besides that, Jia Tao was a bit suspicious. The best skill the government provides is C rank. So how did he get a B rank skill? This Zhou Yi kid is not simple at all. Back to the situation inside the dungeon. All the monsters were dead, leaving only a single minotaur standing. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at the monster. He opened his mouth to taunt it. Only you left. Come on. Immediately after, everyone saw the Minotaur instantly cast 2 skills on itself, Berserk and Super Armor. Then, it used War Stomp, slamming its foot hard on the ground. A fissure shot straight towards where Zhou Yi was standing. Zhou Yi reacted quickly, leaping high into the air to dodge, while Zhou Yi was airborne and unable to evade. The Minotaur used Savage Charge, rushing towards him. Because it was in a state of Super Armor, no amount of damage could break its charging state, but Zhou Yi had no intention of dodging. He used an aerial slash, meeting the Minotaur head-on and successfully knocking it backward. Next, Zhou Yi crossed his hands and used the skill Gleaming Cross Slash, creating a cross-shaped slash of light towards the Minotaur. At the same time, he dashed forward. The Gleaming Cross Slash cut into the Minotaur, making it roar in pain. Its massive body fell backward. In the next instant, Zhou Yi appeared before it, raising his weapon high. Tough hide, thick flesh, Zhou Yi murmured, then brought his weapon down without hesitation, splitting the Minotaur's body in 2. The Minotaur wasn't dead yet. It lay in a pool of its own blood, its eyes wide open, staring at Zhou Yi. With a cold expression, Zhou Yi walked over and stomped his foot straight down on its head. This time, Zhou Yi could be certain the Minotaur was toast, because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Looking at the vortex, Zhou Yi thought to himself, the next stage is the boss stage. Outside the dungeon, the audience was in an uproar. Many couldn't contain their excitement and stood up, shouting, Holy shit! He blew away a 3-foot-tall Minotaur with one strike. That's insane. Don't forget that Minotaur was in a berserk state. That strength is unbelievable. That combo was so cool. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you. MCKATA looked at the timer and exclaimed, the second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Tao had to stand up and applaud. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Precise skill targeting, absolute control over his power. It's hard to believe this is just a student who only changed his class a month ago. Then, Jia Tao turned to Luo Heng with a smile. Principal, Luo, congratulations. It seems the second academy is about to produce a prodigy. Luo Heng replied happily. Every dog has its day. It's about time the second academy had its turn to produce a talent. In his heart, he was full of anticipation, thinking, since the school was founded, the best our academy student has ever placed in the provincial college entrance exam was 72nd. Perhaps Zhou Yi can take the second academy to new heights this time. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, Senior Zhou Yi. Why didn't he rest for a bit? He went straight into the boss stage. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. Seeing that Zhou Yi had indeed entered the vortex without resting, Jia Tao cursed angrily. Foolish. If he hasn't recovered to his peak condition and ends up at a disadvantage against the boss, it'll be a huge loss. Luo Heng quickly spoke up to placate him. Zhou Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just wait patiently. In his mind, Luo Heng was speculating. Suheng province is densely populated and full of geniuses. To rank in the top 100, students basically have to solo clear nightmare-level dungeons. At the same difficulty level, to become the champion, you have to clear it in the shortest time possible. Back in the dungeon, as soon as Zhou Yi entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting, not far away. He used his appraisal skill on the boss. Minotaur King vertical bar level 16. Quality, gold vertical bar skills, unknown. Level difference too great to inspect. Note, the king of the Minotaur race. Human, you who dare set foot in my palace, prepare to die. As it spoke, the Minotaur King charged forward, bringing its weapon down on Zhou Yi's position. Blessing of Dawn, Blessing of Courage, Divine Blessing. Blessing of Protection. A series of skills were used simultaneously by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, in full armor, appeared behind the boss, waving his hand. Hey, ugly, I'm over here! With all the buffs from his beginner Holy Knight form active, the enraged boss turned around just as Zhou Yi charged in to attack. Against Zhou Yi's attack, the Minotaur King simply raised its hand to block, empowered by 4 additional buff skills. He still couldn't even scratch its physical body. In disbelief, Zhou Yi dodged to its front. He struck the Minotaur King's body again, but it felt like hitting a metal plate, sending sparks flying. The Minotaur King roared in fury, swinging its weapon down on Zhou Yi's position, creating a tremor that sent dust and debris flying high. Zhou Yi barely managed to dodge the attack. Just as he emerged from the cloud of dust, he saw a flash of purple light. A second later, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yi and swung its weapon. Zhou Yi couldn't dodge in time. His body was sent flying, crashing through 5 large pillars before stopping. Thank goodness for the Holy Knight's defensive armor. Otherwise, all my bones would have been shattered. Good. This first exchange taught me what I need to do. Getting hit just now wasn't a waste. Muttering to himself, Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand and shouted, Spear of Victory! In an instant, numerous small golden portals appeared around Zhou Yi, followed by sharp, golden spearheads. They shot out from within the portals, flying straight towards the Minotaur King in the distance. Spear of Victory, level 3, C rank. Fires a spear condensed from holy power at the enemy. Enemies hit will suffer immense damage. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swung its weapon to block. No matter how many spears Zhou Yi launched, he couldn't even scratch it. After a while, a notification appeared before Zhou Yi. Warning, mana is running low. Please replenish. Zhou Yi just glanced at it and ignored it. He continued to maintain the skill while rapidly thinking of a strategy. This Minotaur King is really strong. Its constitution and strength are both higher than mine. Overpowering it with brute force is impossible. Normally, people would choose to kite it to death, but that won't guarantee a win. Considering the test creator's purpose, they definitely wouldn't put students in mortal danger. So, there must be other ways to beat it. While I was fighting the Minotaur King, I sensed its agility is very low. If I attack continuously from multiple angles, it'll have a hard time blocking. With that thought, Zhou Yi directed the spears to attack from various directions. The effect was immediate. A few spears successfully pierced the Minotaur King's knees. Warning. Mana is running low. Please, replenish. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, detonating those spears. It forced the Minotaur to kneel on one knee. Besides its poor agility, the Minotaur King has another weakness, its resistance. The Minotaur King has high stamina and HP, but it's susceptible to negative effects and takes severe damage when attacked. Therefore, I have to continuously use high damage skills in a short period. But to do that, I need to time the skill activation and the number of releases perfectly. Otherwise, I'll run out of mana before killing the Minotaur King and be disqualified from the exam. With his calculations complete, Zhou Yi knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the fact that the Minotaur was still kneeling, controlling the spears with all his might. He launched them at it from all directions and immediately detonated them. Warning, mana is running low. Please replenish. Wanted to use my ultimate skill, but unfortunately, there's no time, Zhou Yi muttered, charging directly at the Minotaur King. He drew his weapon and delivered the finishing blow, splitting its body in 2. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty Udong Secret Realm, Forest Pass Dungeon. Clear time, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your test time has been recorded. Your clear rank is SSS. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top ranker for this dungeon clear. Hearing this notification, Zhou Yi was a bit stunned and whispered, Top ranker, does this mean I'm confirmed as the top scorer for this Suhang County exam? But Zhou Yi quickly snapped out of it, clenching his fists in joy and whispering, Yes, I did it, Zhou Yi thought to himself. In the 1 year since I transmigrated here, my mother died of illness, my little sister became gravely ill, and I was drowning in crippling foreign debt from Xiao Yun's medical expenses. It all crushed me to the point I could barely breathe, but even in those harsh circumstances, I didn't choose to give up. I couldn't raise my stats, so I trained my combat skills to the brink of death, forging my will to fight. The appearance of the system gave me a second chance to change my life, but my destiny is in my own hands. I have to seize this opportunity and work harder than anyone else. My determination cannot be shaken. Time to go back. With that, Zhou Yi composed himself, dispelled his armor, and walked towards the portal. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points and 20 free attribute points. 20 skill points. Level up to 11. Level up to 12. Level up to 13. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Rainforest Belt. Katra attributes. Constitution plus D. Strength plus Sept. Level requirement. D. Set effect. During combat in a jungle, receive a continuous buff based on your constitution, HP regeneration. X3, Stamina Recovery X3, Mana Recovery X3. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Rainforest Ring. Level requirement 10, set effect, during combat in a jungle. Receive a continuous buff based on your constitution. HP regeneration x3, stamina recovery x3, mana recovery x3. Item, night strawberry x10. Note, restores a certain amount of mana upon use. Item, Minotaur King card x1 gold tier. Note, enchanting material. After a successful enchantment, the equipped item's strength can be increased by +20. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out of the portal, he was met with a barrage of cheers. Senior Zhou is back! I love you! Senior Zhou, you're my god! Senior Zhou is amazing! Big bro is too strong! Zhou God, Zhou God, Zhou God. Zhou Yi jumped in surprise, not yet having a chance to process everything. Then, he heard a series of click, click, click sounds next to his ear. He turned his head to see a crowd of reporters pointing their camera lenses at him, flashes going off non-stop. Nearby, two people were walking towards him, Principal Luo Heng and the director of the Education Bureau, Jia Tao. Luo Heng led the way, smiling as he spoke, clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon solo in under 10 minutes. That's something the two academies haven't seen in 100 years. With such a glorious achievement, and based on my many years of experience with this exam, Zhou Yi, you are more than capable of becoming the top scorer for Suhang County. Your future is limitless. Zhou Yi smiled and replied, "You flatter me, sir." Just then, a car drove up, causing a stir in the crowd. Whose car is that? Why is it driving directly onto the exam grounds? Isn't that an S400 magical vehicle? The one that can convert to flight mode? Huh? That's the one. The S400 that's worth a house in the capital? Yeah, that's it. The car stopped not far from Zhou Yi. Jia Tao personally opened the car door and said to him, "The results will be out in 3 days at the earliest. We will notify you immediately then." "Thank you, Director Jia," Zhou Yi said. Then, under Luo Heng's guidance, he walked towards the S400. Luo Heng also spoke up, "Go home and rest. Wait for our good news." Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. After their last conversation, Zhao Wenbin had quickly fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yun was placed in the hospital's most luxurious medical suite, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition 24/7. Zhou Yi had just stepped into the elevator when a nurse greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, you're here." Zhou Yi nodded. "Yes, I'm here to see Xiao Yun. I have some good news for her. I heard you had your exam today. Your results must have been great, right?" As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator ascended, the two people inside suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse shivered a little and said, "That's strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the AC turned down too low?" That's when Zhou Yi noticed streams of cold air seeping in from the crack in the door. His expression turned serious. When they reached the 26th floor, the elevator doors opened. The scene before them made the nurse scream in terror. "Wow, what's going on?" The entire long hallway was covered in a layer of ice. Even the people here were no exception, frozen into ice statues. Their faces were frozen in expressions of pure terror. "Xiao Yun," Zhou Yi shouted internally, anxiously rushing towards Xiao Yun's room. He left the nurse behind. "Mr. Zhou." The nurse tried to call out to him, but before she could finish her words, she too was frozen into an ice statue by the cold. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi shattered the wall of ice blocking Xiao Yun's room. He burst in, yelling, "Xiao Yun!" A second later, he was stunned speechless by the sight before him. Xiao Yun was lying on the hospital bed in agony. A chilling aura was continuously emanating from her body, condensing into a massive ice dragon in the air above her. And next to the bed, someone was maintaining a spell, seemingly healing Xiao Yun. Seeing Zhou Yi about to attack the ice dragon, the girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Xiao Yi, stop! Don't attack!" Hearing this, Zhou Yi gave up on attacking the ice dragon. He walked over to the girl and said, "Sister Qing, can you explain? If you carelessly injure it, Xiao Yun's life force might be shaken and shatter." Zhou Yi asked, "Why is there a dragon here?" Sister Qing replied, "Xiao Yun's cold-like illness suddenly erupted. The frigid qi will freeze everyone into pillars of ice. Right now, I can only suppress the frigid qi on this floor. You should leave quickly." Zhou Yi anxiously cried out. "Then what about Xiao Yun?" Sister Qing cut him off. "Xiao Yi, without a high-level priest, what I can do is extremely limited." Zhou Yi, calm down a bit. "I understand." With that, Zhou Yi silently commanded the system. "All skill points, upgrade slow heal. Slow heal level 4, enhance slow heal to level 10. Slow heal gradually restores the HP of party members within a certain range, while also increasing their stamina and mana. The effect lasts for a set period. Immediately after, Zhou Yi used the slow heal skill on Xiao Yun. Sister Qing exclaimed in shock. "The mana contained in a Holy Knight's healing skill is this powerful? It even surpasses me, a level 23 priest." While maintaining the skill, Zhou Yi told Sister Qing, "I'll hold things down here. Hurry and inform Secretary Zhao. Tell him he must invite a high-level priest." Sister Qing replied, "The high-level priest schedules are already full. Secretary Zhao already scheduled an appointment with one for next week. Even if we rush over now, it'll be too late." Zhou Yi turned his head. With a serious expression, he said, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as he can get a high-level priest here, I, Zhou Yi, will unconditionally grant him one favor in the future. I swear on it." Sister Qing looked at Zhou Yi silently for a moment, then agreed. She turned and ran to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi turned back to continue healing Xiao Yun. This eruption of frigid qi is something Xiao Yun has had to endure every night for the past year, under the influence of the yin-cold energy. Her whole body is in excruciating pain, a fate worse than death. Recently, the yin cold has grown more and more severe, but I never expected that the frigid qi could affect the outside world, he thought. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even as his hands began to show signs of being invaded by the frigid qi. Time passed, and night fell. Just as Zhou Yi's mana was about to run out, a green orb suddenly flew into the room. Like a rubber ball, it bounced around repeatedly, striking the ice dragon and causing its body to crack slightly. Noticing Zhou Yun's pained expression, Zhou Yi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green orb slammed into Zhou Yi. It sent him flying backward. Then, a girl appeared in the room, carrying a brush as large as a staff. She beckoned tauntingly at the ice dragon. "Come on!" The ice dragon roared and charged at the girl. She swung the brush like a staff, slamming it into the ice dragon's head, then used the brush tip to continuously draw special characters on its body. Then, the girl's eyes flashed with a green light. She swung the brush down hard on the ice dragon, and a magic formation appeared. The ice dragon was knocked towards Zhou Yun, its body shrinking until it finally turned into an ice orb. It then merged into her body, seeing that Zhou Yun's expression had relaxed and she was no longer in pain. Zhou Yi thought doubtfully, "It's stable?" At that moment, the healer girl turned to look at Zhou Yi and spoke. "You must be Zhou Yi, right? I've heard about your reputation for a while now. I'm Kui Liena, a level 35, second advancement priest from Qingyun City." Zhou Yi greeted her. "Hello, Miss Kui." Kui Liena said, "Director Jia pleaded with me to come and treat your sister first." Observing Zhou Yi, Kui Liena thought to herself, "If Director Jia hadn't told me this guy could be the provincial top scorer, I wouldn't have bent the rules." To be able to withstand the frigid qi for so long, Director Jia wasn't lying to me. Zhou Yi opened his mouth to ask, "Miss Kui, what exactly is wrong with my sister? Can she be cured?" Kui Liena replied, "The frigid qi overflowing and taking form. This is a sign of a bloodline awakening," Zhou Yi exclaimed in shock. "A bloodline awakening?" He knew that when the game Eternal first appeared, many players chose non-human races like the elves, the giants, and the demons. After the game and reality merged, players of these non-human races also began to exhibit the corresponding traits of their bloodlines. For example, those with elven blood had their eyes turn green and their ears grow long and pointed. Those with giant blood could grow to be 10 to 13 feet tall. Over 200 years, these non-human players intermarried with humans. Generation after generation, their bloodlines were diluted, and the distinct appearances and abilities of the non-human races gradually faded. Except for one special circumstance, a bloodline awakening. At this point, Kui Liena explained, "A bloodline awakening is both a blessing and a curse. If the awakening is successful, they will wield the power of a non-human race, making skill upgrades and learning much easier. But if it fails, the light outcome is paralysis, the severe one is death. Your sister is being tormented by the frigid qi, precisely because she is too weak to withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she is awakening the frost bloodline, a very rare type. To withstand this rare bloodline, her physical constitution must be changed. As far as I know, only one type of heavenly treasure, the extreme frost ice lotus, can alter a human's constitution. However, this item is extremely rare. The last time one appeared was at an auction 35 years ago. It was bought by a mysterious person for 1.3 billion. 3 months from now, the frigid qi in your sister's body will completely erupt, becoming uncontrollable. The other option is to use the Great Sealing technique, to directly seal her non-human bloodline. Once you've made your decision, use this token to contact me. However, the price is that your sister will never be able to level up again." After Kui Liena left, Zhou Yi held the token, lost in thought. 5 days later, just as Zhou Yi finished his daily quest, a system panel appeared. Squats, 200 over 200 vertical bar. Push-ups, 200 over 200 vertical bar. Sit-ups, 200 over 200 vertical bar. Weapon swings, 200 over 200 daily quest completed. Please select your reward. Zhou Yi said, "Stat points. For most of my daily quest rewards, I choose free attribute points. For a holy knight, constitution and intelligence are extremely important, but the other stats can't be neglected either. I usually allocate my points in a 2 to 3 or 3 to 2 split. Only with balanced growth can I minimize my weaknesses." As he was deep in thought, another system panel appeared before him. Ding! Exam results have been announced. Achievement quest completed. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer of Suhang province in this exam. Distributing rewards based on your performance. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-rank Divine skill, Divine Bestowal. Congratulations! You have obtained the S-rank Divine item, 10 Resurrection Chapters. Congratulations! You have obtained the one-time use S-rank Divine Art, God's Descent. Congratulations! You have obtained the rare skill, A-rank, Domain of Light. Congratulations! You have obtained 30 free attribute points. Congratulations! You have obtained 30 free attribute points. Ever since the university entrance exam ended, news about Zhou Yi had been all over the papers and media. When Zhou Yi changed his class to Holy Knight, I knew he had a bright future. That's why I proposed to the city government that we should increase our investment in cultivating Zhou Yi's talent. "It's all thanks to my keen eye," a group of students heard Director Jia say. Answering an interview on TV, they couldn't help but be shocked. The provincial top scorer is actually a Holy Knight? Isn't that a heavy armor support class? I'm not an idiot, don't try to fool me. Holy Knights are slow at clearing dungeons. Clearing a nightmare dungeon at level 10? Are you kidding me? Did he cheat or something? Hearing this, a female student immediately pulled out her phone to defend Zhou Yi. I have a recording from back then. Seeing is believing. Now, even the students who were skeptical of Zhou Yi's strength had to exclaim in admiration. Damn, that's some insane power. A holy cross? Why does it feel even stronger then? A high-tier fire mage's spell? Weapon blessing? God's grace? Courage blessing? Can someone count for me how many buffs the top scorer has in total? Elsewhere, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment. He was intently watching a recording of Zhou Yi's exam run, then commented, "Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. That's 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou Yi is interesting." As he said this, the red-haired man pointed a finger at a spot, not far away, causing it to explode. Then, a sinister smile spread across his face. "Anyone who dares to steal my glory deserves only death." The next morning, while Zhou Yi was on his way to visit his sister, he suddenly received a text message on his phone. It was a notification that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the city's education bureau. Zhou Yi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received an answer. "Mr. Zhou, due to your outstanding performance in the exam, the government is rewarding you with 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Is there any particular neighborhood you like, or should we pick one out for you?" They also received the news that he was the provincial top scorer and thought to themselves, "Zhou Yi, you helped me pick the right one. I heard the recruiters from the 3 top universities are about to arrive. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up?" "No need, they're already here," Zhou Yi replied, then looked at the man in front of him, who was smiling amicably. He handed over a business card and introduced himself. "I am the recruiter for Vin Duong University." "Vin Duong University?" Just as Zhou Yi was a bit surprised, an unfamiliar voice spoke up. "I recall Vin Duong University initially said that student Zhou Yi was too arrogant and even criticized him for not knowing his place. So why are you here now?" The Vin Duong University admissions teacher looked up at the burly man, standing on the rope ladder of a helicopter. Zhao Tianfu said, "That guy truly had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. He's already been dismissed and expelled from the university." After saying that, the flustered Vin Duong teacher looked at Zhou Yi. "Student Zhou Yi, if you're willing to come to our school, Vin Duong University is willing to offer 4 million. Whatever conditions you at Vin Duong University are willing to offer, Modu University will double. I, from Modu University, will definitely secure Zhou Yi. Everyone, you should head back while it's still early," the burly man said with a confident tone as he landed. This made the teacher from Vin Duong so angry he wanted to slam a table. Just then, a girl's voice rang in Zhou Yi's ear. "Have you asked Qingjing University yet?" Immediately after, the girl with purple hair and angel wings hugged Zhou Yi and flew into the sky before the buff teacher could grab him. After getting Zhou Yi all to herself, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, "Student Zhou, Qingjing University may not have other things, but we have more than enough cultivation resources for all 4 years of university. Each academic year, we will provide A-rank cultivation resources." Just as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, she was suddenly hit by a magic formation that appeared behind her and sucked in. Now a female teacher dressed entirely in black stood before Zhou Yi and the other woman. She slowly threatened, "To snatch the top scorer, you have to compete with resources, finances, and reputation. Whatever Qingjing University can offer, my Suhang University can offer too. What's the point of just snatching him? If you don't put him down, don't blame me for not being courteous." The buff teacher had also flown up to join the fun. "That's right, you can't force things. Zhou Yi, my Beidou University will not only provide A-rank resources once a year, but also a full set of gold rank equipment for you." "You people!" Although the purple-haired teacher was livid, she knew when to back down and slowly lowered Zhou Yi, then smiled amicably. "I wasn't kidnapping him, you know. I just wanted to have a friendly private chat with student Zhou Yi for a moment. Student Zhou Yi, you choose." "Student Zhou, I am Su Miney, the recruiter for Suhang University. Suhang University believes that strength is king. As long as you can get on the school's Earth and Heaven rankings, forget A-rank resources, even S-rank resources are available. Furthermore, Suhang University has held the #1 spot in the exchange competition for new students for the last 4 years. This shows that Suhang University's ability to train students is also #1. The purple-haired teacher said with dissatisfaction, "Su Miney, what do you mean? You're getting arrogant just from winning a few competitions. Suhang University's victory is an irrefutable fact. Miss Sun, you should probably push the teachers and students at Qingjing University to work harder." While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Zhou Yi was seriously thinking about which school to choose. The special admission packages offered by the 3 universities were all quite similar. Choosing any one of them would already guarantee a limitless future. However, I want to gain stronger practical combat abilities in university. The university most suitable for me is. After some consideration, Zhou Yi finally chose to attend Suhang University. Upon hearing this, Su Miney immediately took out a scroll and said, "This is Suhang University's special admission contract. Take a look. If there are no problems, sign it." The buff teacher couldn't help but feel regretful for losing such a talent. Snatched by Suhang University again, Miss Sun still didn't give up, saying, "If you don't find Suhang University suitable, you're welcome to transfer to Qingjing University." Miss Sumaini immediately shot a death glare toward Miss Sun, that schemer who still hadn't given up. Staffless casting. That's a skill only high-level mages possess. Zhou Yi, who was reading the contract, exclaimed in surprise. Then he asked Sumaini in confusion, "If I may be so bold, Miss Su, what is your class and level?" "Second advancement." Level 42 mage. Zhou Yi was even more confused. But you don't even look 30. The world outside is vast. Once you enter Suhang University, you'll see even more young powerhouses. That's great, Zhou Yi replied excitedly. After all, he hadn't had any rivals his age lately. Once he got to Suhang University, if he could meet people to spar with, he would be able to improve much faster. After the contract was signed, Su Miney took back the contract and instructed, "All right, I'll give you 1 week to pack your things. I'll come pick you up for enrollment in a week." Huh? Is Suhang University's registration date this early? Su Miney winked and replied, "Of course. Specially recruited students need to arrive early to receive higher-level training. Your strength will also increase faster. Only then can you perform even better in the National Freshman Exchange Competition." A week went by. After Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun moved into their new villa, it was time for Zhou Yi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister while he was away. Then, he nagged Zhou Yun about everything under the sun before finally getting into Su Miney's car. Seeing Zhou Yi repeatedly looking back at his sister, Su Miney smiled and asked, "Is this your first time leaving home?" "Yes, it is." "Then you'd better prepare yourself." Before Zhou Yi could understand what Su Miney meant, the car drove through a portal. The university security city immediately appeared before his eyes. "We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use a teleportation magic circle." As he spoke, Zhou Yi looked around and saw cars flying out of magic circles everywhere, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Teleportation magic circles are normally controlled by the military. Just like the small-scale teleportation magic circle that Pastor Kui used, it required an application to the city government. Suhang University cooperates with the military district, so we've built a large-scale teleportation circle near the campus. "It's extremely convenient and safe," Su Miney explained, then jutted her chin forward. "We're here." Zhou Yi looked at everything unfolding before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is way too extravagant. Let's go. I'll take you to register," Su Miney said. While Zhou Yi was still looking around, he suddenly felt an object flash past him. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl's eyes were now blazing as she warned the young man, "I told you. I don't want to get to know you. That last kick was a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't go easy on you again." With that, the white-haired girl left. The crowd gathered around to look at the young man who had just gotten his ass kicked, then burst into laughter and taunts. "Young Master Deng, you've run into a she-devil this time. He tries to hit on the new female students every year when school starts." He finally met his match. The heavens have eyes. Zhou Yi followed the white-haired girl with his eyes and thought to himself, "Those demonic markings. She has a demon tribe bloodline." Su Miney remembered Zhou Yi's background and, seeing his expression, kindly reminded him, "There are quite a few students and faculty in the university city with non-human bloodlines. If you encounter them in the future, you must not show any unusual expression. Don't worry, even if they were all non-humans, as long as they stand with humanity, I won't hate them. I'm not so irrational as to hate the entire demon tribe because of my father's death. That's good. This is your student ID." Su Miney materialized a card and handed it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi glanced over the information on the card. Ranking, credits. I'll briefly go over the school regulations. First is the ranking regulation. Each academic year has a corresponding ranking level. The higher your strength, the higher your rank. The ranking of new students is based on the results of the college entrance exam. You are ranked first, which means you're the strongest new student. But that's just a temporary ranking. In 1 month, there will be a competition among the new students, and the leaderboard will be rearranged based on those results. From today on, you will become a target. Everyone will want to snatch your position. Since I'm the top scorer now, I won't let this position slip away, Zhou Yi replied arrogantly. Su Miney smiled and continued to lead Zhou Yi on a tour, explaining as they went. Next is the credit regulation. New students will receive a base number of credits based on their serial number. Credits can be used for meals, purchasing equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including S-rank skills and resources. Besides the rankings, there are 2 other ways to get credits. One is through credit missions. You can use your student ID to register and search for suitable missions on the website. Completing missions will earn you corresponding credits. The second way is to receive a fixed number of credits each month based on your ranking on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards. This entire university has about 1,000 students, and the number of people who want to get into the Earth and Heaven rankings is massive. You can't be arrogant. Besides, this university also has 3 secret instance dungeons. The first is the Underground Goblin City, with a level requirement of 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest, with a level requirement of 23 to 26. The third dungeon is Purgatory, with a level requirement of 28 to 31. In addition to meeting the level requirements, you also have to spend a certain amount of credits to enter the dungeons. Before you reach the required level, you can practice in the training area. Your training partners can be real people, or you can fight against robots. The strong possess the absolute right to speak and the most resources. This is the way of survival here. A group of students was walking in the opposite direction of Zhou Yi and Su Miney. The young man leading the group saw Su Miney and greeted her before continuing to lead his group on. As they passed by Zhou Yi, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is that guy? Why is a teacher giving him a personal tour?" "Yeah, we're all being led by upperclassmen, in groups of 10. Could he have gotten in through connections?" Wang Li, a young man in the group, acted like he knew it all. "You guys don't know, do you? The top scorer of the entrance exam always gets special treatment from a supervising teacher for their admission procedures. 1. It's so they can quickly get familiar with the school environment. 2. It's to attract future top scorers when they're choosing a school. So you're saying, he's the top scorer of this year's entrance exam, Mr. Know-It-All? What's his background? Tell us the details. The group of freshmen, including the white-haired girl, eagerly awaited the answer from Mr. Know-It-All, Zhou Yi, the top scorer from Suhang Province, a level 13 Holy Knight. Just like everyone else who first heard about Zhou Yi's class, they couldn't help but be astonished. You're not mistaken, are you? A Holy Knight is just a support class. I remember you said the one in second place is Shen Ling Feng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support class like him beat a berserker? Hey, what are you guys talking about? You don't believe me? My reputation as Mr. Know-It-All isn't for nothing, you know. A female student, unable to contain her admiration for his looks, gushed, "He's so handsome, he could totally be a celebrity." Hearing Zhou Yi's impressive profile, the white-haired girl couldn't help but size him up, so he's the top scorer among the new students. Liu Jing happened to see his white-haired crush staring intently at Zhou Yi, and a sense of jealousy arose within him. He deliberately raised his voice to mock him. "I think that first-place ranking is all bark and no bite." As expected, Zhou Yi heard him and immediately turned his head toward the source of the voice. Liu Jing stepped out from the crowd of students and issued a challenge to Zhou Yi. "Liu Jing, level 13 Punishment Knight, ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to be ranked first. I want to challenge you. Classmate, challenges are a private matter. Don't waste everyone's time." The upperclassman leading the tour clapped Liu Jing on the shoulder, reminding him while silently cursing, "Idiot! I get 1 credit for guiding these freshmen. What are you doing causing trouble here?" Liu Jing swatted his hand away and replied, "Sorry, senior. I'll keep it brief." The upperclassman leading the tour got even angrier. This moron. The rankings were decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the 5 major academies. There's no way they're wrong. Hearing Liu Jing's challenge, the new students started buzzing, waiting for the show to start. "There's a good show to watch. Let's wait a bit before we move on, senior." Liu Jing wants to use a challenge against the top-ranked student as a stepping stone to build his reputation. Well, a Holy Knight isn't a strong class. It's not surprising someone wants to take his spot. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, a nonchalant look on his face as he spoke to Liu Jing. "And why should I accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, they're yours. If you lose, you don't lose anything." Zhou Yi looked at Liu Jing's smug face, then at the crowd of freshmen, thinking to himself, "For the sake of peace and quiet later, I have to accept this challenge, but I want to make an example of him, so the price he'll pay will be even heavier. That's the only way they'll remember." So, Zhou Yi made a counteroffer. 300 credits. "And I'll fight you." Liu Jing's face changed instantly upon hearing this. The students began to whisper again. "I'm ranked 40th and only have 400 credits. Liu Jing is 38th, so he probably doesn't have much more. Losing that many credits would be a disaster. He's already causing trouble on the first day of school. He's not one of those brain-dead side characters from a comic, is he?" Liu Jing was getting cold feet, but as soon as he saw his crush still looking at Zhou Yi intently, jealousy clouded his judgment. He finally accepted the price Zhou Yi had set. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You've got some guts. But we don't need to go to the arena. Within 3 moves, if you're not on your knees, I lose. In the end, the whole crowd still made their way to the arena. Sumaini personally acted as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately charged forward to attack, calculating in his mind, Punishment Knight and Holy Knight are both hidden classes. The Punishment Knight focuses on burst damage, while the Holy Knight focuses on support. As long as I take him down quickly before he can use his buffs, I can easily win. At that moment, Liu Jing unconsciously glanced at the white-haired girl standing below the stage. She will be looking at me. Regaining his focus, Liu Jing swung his sword, using the skill Vitality Slash to bring it down on Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi easily dodged it. Then, he kicked him once in the stomach, instantly sending him to the floor. "Boring," Zhou Yi said, feeling a little let down. "I thought he had some cool tricks up his sleeve, but he went down in 1 move." The upperclassman went over to check Liu Jing's injuries, and reported to Su Miney, "Ma'am, Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs and internal bleeding. He's unconscious. Get a priest to heal him." As Su Miney spoke, she used Liu Jing's and Zhou Yi's student cards to operate the system. After a moment, she returned the card to Zhou Yi. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. The swift battle was an eye-opener for the new students. A Punishment Knight's Vitality Slash is very hard to block, and yet he broke through it with just 1 kick? Is this the power of the number 1 ranked student? He's on a completely different level. The difference in their strength attributes must be at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still. She stood up and proposed a match with Zhou Yi. When I saw her at the gate, I realized she not only has a demon bloodline, but also legacy equipment. It's the first time I've seen legacy equipment, and I want to see how powerful it is. Zhou Yi used appraisal to check his opponent's information. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, 3-star legacy. Race requirement, human. Class requirement, swordsman. Effect, unknown. After a moment, Zhou Yi replied, "All right." Another match was about to begin. Seeing that his opponent was no pushover, Zhou Yi decided to use his Mystic Light War halberd to deal with the white-haired girl. Weapon, Mystic Light War halberd. Quality, 3-star gold. Attributes, Constitution plus 18. Intelligence plus 24. Effect, increases the level of all light element skills of B rank and below by 1. Source, System Gacha. This time even 2nd and 3rd year students came over to watch. Look, the freshmen are already fighting on the first day of school. It's just chickens pecking at each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the ministers of the Aurora Society and a level 29 archer, happened to be passing by. Seeing Su Miney, he came over to greet her, then decided to stay and watch the match. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the signal was given, the two of them rushed at each other. While the white-haired girl used the skill Ultimate Shadow Slash, lunging to strike her enemy with lightning speed, Zhou Yi used the skill Violent Pursuit Strike, lifting his giant halberd and slamming it down on the ground, creating wide-area damage that pushed the enemy back. The moment the two skills made contact, they created a massive explosion. Afterwards, both were pushed back by the force of the other's attack. So strong. He's a monster. Thinking this, the white-haired girl increased her intensity, using demonic chi slash to imbue her weapon with the dark attribute, simultaneously creating a powerful dark slash towards her opponent. Seeing his opponent's move, Zhou Yi wasn't scared at all. He even shouted in excitement, "Awesome! Finally, someone who can face me head-on. Bring it on!" Launch. An upward attack from below that launches the enemy. Enhanced combo thrust. During a forward attack, an additional second attack is delivered. Rending Wave Slash. A powerful slash forward that releases a rending wave. The rending wave will inflict multiple hits on the enemy, sending them flying. Ice Mountain Strike. Jumps a short distance forward and smashes the weapon onto the ground. It has multiple attack frames. The final hit can knock the enemy down. The two of them continued to skillfully use their own abilities to attack each other, with no clear winner yet. The audience below the stage followed the two figures who were moving at the speed of light across the arena, but they were all left gaping in shock. Are these really two students fighting? After a moment of contemplation, Li Dongsheng spoke up. The Spirit Swordmaster will lose quickly if she doesn't have a trump card. The male student leading the tour group sounded a bit skeptical. Really? They look pretty evenly matched to me, Li Dongsheng analyzed. Reinforced block. It absorbs all of the enemy's attacks. At first, she only needed to block one of the Holy Knight's 3 strikes. Now, the Holy Knight is swinging twice, and she's forced to use a sword formation. It's about defense and offense when using a large weapon. Usually, you'd only swing your weapon to a certain degree to conserve stamina. Once he finds an opening, Zhou Yi will suddenly strike and overwhelm her. Besides, he has no intention of conserving stamina. He's either an idiot or has absolute faith in his own power. From the very beginning, his Warhammer has been restricting the Spirit Swordmaster's movements, forcing her to use her sword to block the Warhammer's attacks. Seeing Zhou Yi's powerful blows, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He shows no mercy to such a great beauty. This Holy Knight is ruthless. Initiate. Terminate." With those words, Zhou Yi activated Grace of God, Grace of Courage, Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, and Guardian's Grace. Instantly, a massive aura of light enveloped him. This pressure, it's so strong! Is this his true power? While the white-haired girl was on guard, Zhou Yi used the Spear of Victory and pointed a finger at her. The white-haired girl took the opportunity, thinking he needed time to cast his skill, and used Phantom Slash to close the distance and strike him down. She was aiming for a one-hit takedown on Zhou Yi. Who would have thought Zhou Yi would just smirk smugly and say, "I knew you'd use that move." As he spoke, he swung his mace down towards the white-haired girl. At this point, she could only helplessly close her eyes and brace for the impact. But unexpectedly, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Want to keep going? The white-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. She saw that Zhou Yi had canceled his skill and was standing there, leaning on his mace and looking at her. "I'm not fighting anymore. Your offense was almost overwhelming. The result would be the same if we continued." "You weren't using your full strength," Zhou Yi exposed her. He knew that in this battle, she hadn't used any of her powerful swordsman skills or the dark attribute power within her body. The white-haired girl smiled radiantly. "You found me out? I was just testing my limits. I wasn't going to use my trump card. Besides, you weren't going all out either. I saw the video of your entrance exam. Let's add each other. We can spar again later." After the two exchanged their WeChat info, Su Miney continued to lead Zhou Yi on the school tour, feeling a bit of anticipation in her heart. On the first day of school, he not only earned 600 points, but also made all the specially admitted elite students wary of him. This year's freshman class is about to get heated. The freshman dorms were located on Little Mountain Peak. The regular student dorms were at the foot and midway up the mountain. The dorms for the specially admitted students were at the very peak. Furthermore, the dorms for the specially admitted students were all private villas. Depending on your ranking, the level of luxury and the amenities provided differed slightly. "You'll be living here from now on." Su Miney gestured with her chin towards the massive mansion in front of them. As she swiped the card and they walked inside, Su Miney suddenly remembered something and said to Zhou Yi, "Oh right, I heard you're looking for the Extreme Cold Lotus. A team once saw it in the Gale Mountain Range, but it was guarded by a high-level demonic beast at the time, so they gave up on picking it. That was 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee the information is still accurate." Based on the information Su Miney provided, in the following days, Zhou Yi dived into researching information related to the Gale Mountain Range. He learned it was a large mountain range that appeared after the Eternal Game and Blue Star merged. It covered a vast area and contained countless heavenly treasures, exotic herbs, demonic beasts, and monsters. Even someone with a third-class advancement wouldn't dare to venture deep inside. With Zhou Yi's current strength, if he encountered a high-level demonic beast, his only option would be to turn tail and run for his life. But luckily, after completing the college entrance exam achievement, the system had rewarded him with a life-saving trick. He could survive even death. There was nothing to hesitate about. I'll just buy some more skills and equipment, then head out. Zhou Yi browsed his computer, searching for suitable skills. At the same time, he received a notification. It has been detected that you are the #1 ranked student of the special admission program. All Holy Knight skills below A rank are free to learn. Full immunity to physical damage, high efficiency, I'll take it. Long range holy damage, I'll take that too. Free stuff is the best. Accordingly, Zhou Yi snapped up all the amazing free skills. Unfortunately, there was one thing he still had to use the points from his college entrance exam reward to buy, and that was a jungle exploration suit. With his preparations complete, Zhou Yi immediately set off for the Gale Mountain Range to find the extreme cold lotus to cure his little sister. While he was wandering through the Gale Mountain Range, searching for the extreme cold lotus, he saw a world-shaking explosion not far away. Driven by curiosity, he immediately rushed over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, after Jiang Churan added Zhou Yi on WeChat, she took the initiative to message him and get to know him. But ever since Zhou Yi said he was going to the Gale Mountain Range, he had gone completely silent, leaving Jiang Churan bored. She called her best friend to vent. I met a really special guy. I challenged him to a duel yesterday. During the fight, I released a bit of my succubus power, but he was completely unaffected. He didn't even give me a single look of infatuation. Her friend was amazed. In that case, his willpower must be terrifyingly strong. Jiang Churan replied non-committally. Then, she decided that she would also make a trip to the Gale Mountain Range, just like her crush. In a certain area of the Gale Mountain Range, a fierce battle was taking place between a group of demons on one side and a team of 4 on the other, consisting of machine engineer Zhu Yao, summoner Wen Tianrun, gunnery master Zhu Dan, and swordmaster Su Qinglian. First, Zhu Yao, while driving a tank, threw out several small discs rigged with bombs towards the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on the discs, they automatically exploded. A few who survived continued their crazed charge towards the tank. Wen Tianrun used her skill, summon Ice Spirit, to create an ice wall, blocking the demons' advance. But she didn't notice another one leaping at high speed through the broken trees, approaching their tank from behind. 9 o'clock. At Zhu Yao's command, Zhu Dan immediately opened fire with her gun, wasting the monster behind them. After that, she continued to sweep the area with her machine gun, shouting, "Now's the time!" Instantly, Su Qinglian unleashed her masterful swordsmanship, finishing off the remaining demons. "We did it!" Zhu Yao laughed happily. Wen Tianrun turned to look at Zhu Yao, about to celebrate with her, when her face suddenly turned pale. She then shoved Zhu Yao aside and quickly cast a spell, creating an ice shield by Zhu Yao's driver's side window. But the fire spell flying from the forest was too powerful. Wen Tianrun's ice shield was instantly shattered, and the tank was flipped over. "Are you guys okay?" Su Qinglian ran over worriedly to check on them, but Wen Tianrun shouted a warning. "Behind you, be careful!" The other 3 simultaneously looked behind Su Qinglian, only to see another group of demons charging at them like ferocious hellspawn. They were preparing to roast them alive with fire magic. Our team used all our trump cards, just to kill 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today? Just as the team of 4 girls had given up and resigned themselves to their fate, Zhou Yi charged out of the forest on a white wolf, using Divine Storm to suck the demons into a single point. Light converges, the storm descends. As Zhou Yi finished his chant, a giant sword fell from the sky, stabbing directly into the center of the cyclone, instantly annihilating the demons. The entire area was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire. At that moment, Zhou Yi gently patted his pet's back. The white wolf understood and immediately opened its mouth. With a single breath, it extinguished the flames. Only then did Zhou Yi approach the group of 4 girls, who were still in a daze. He used magic to heal them. Su Qinglian, holding the still unconscious Wen Tianrun, looked up and smiled. "Thank you, Junior Zhou. I'm surprised you know me. The Azure Phoenix Squad is the 2nd-ranked team in the entire school. Of course I know you. That makes me even more ashamed," Su Qinglian replied with an embarrassed smile. Then her expression turned serious as she suggested, "Junior Zhou, although your light attribute skills are effective against demons, these demons are extremely dangerous. Why don't you return to the base with us? I've spent a month scouting the entire outer region, but there's still no sign of the extreme cold ice lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days. I'll have to wait until the competition is over, and then come back to continue my search for the extreme cold ice lotus." Thinking this, Zhou Yi replied, "All right." Su Qinglian turned to look at Zhu Yao. Zhou Yao nodded in understanding, then began to chant, "Screaming metal, soul speed, monstrous roar, ferocious mechanical spider, shine." As soon as the spell ended, a giant spider-like mech emerged from the magic circle Zhou Yao had created. It appeared before the admiring eyes of Zhou Yi and White Wolf. "No time to explain, get on," Zhou Yao urged. Su Qinglian saw her teammate putting on a show and said nothing, thinking to herself, "She's a hell of an actress." On the way back, Zhou Yi asked Senior Su a question. "Was the Gale Mountain Range always a place where demons lived?" Su Qinglian replied honestly, "Our squad has been in the Gale Mountain Range for over 2 months now, and this is the first time we've encountered them." Hearing this, Zhou Yi started to speculate. That means these demons either came from the depths of the Gale Mountain Range, or there's a dimensional rift nearby, and the demons escaped through it. Exactly. We have to get back to the base and inform the military command. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was a bit surprised. Doesn't the military command have mages monitoring the whole area? The Gale Mountain Range is full of magical beasts. To prevent them from launching a surprise attack on the city at the entrance of the Gale Mountain Range, There's a military-built supply base. Moreover, mages from the base are always monitoring the movements of the magical beasts within the range. Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Su Qinglian frowned and replied, "They do, but these magical beasts are too low level." Zhou Yi was even more confused after hearing this. A level 30 silver demon beast isn't exactly low level. As if reading Zhou Yi's mind, Su Qinglian explained, "The mages mainly monitor the deepest parts of the Gale mountain range. They monitor the movements of high-level, epic, and legendary grade magical beasts and the otherworldly aura they carry. Their auras are below the concentration threshold set by the mages, so they probably went undetected." At this point, a few questions also popped into Su Qinglian's mind. But if it's a dimensional rift, why would they send low-level demons through? The base's troops would immediately wipe them out upon discovery, and a dimensional rift that can accommodate a level 30 magical beast could also let a level 51 through. For the otherworld to do this isn't just sending them to their deaths. It also reveals the location of the rift. Forget it, this isn't something for us to worry about. We just need to bring the news back. Just then, the group suddenly heard many demons shouting, "Food! Food!" At the same time, a beam of light appeared in the sky and shot straight to the ground, causing an explosion not far from Zhou Yi's vehicle. Demons. Over there. Someone is surrounded by demons. This aura is... Zhou Yi thought to himself, then urgently said, "You guys go on ahead. I'll go check it out and be right back." Then, ignoring everyone's objections, he spurred his mount and rushed toward the explosion alone. This aura, I could never forget it. Why is Times here? It wasn't just Zhou Yi's group. Another squad was also aware that someone was in trouble. At this moment, one of them spoke hesitantly. "Level 20 silver magical beasts. That girl won't last long. Should we help?" Everyone remained silent. After a while, someone spoke up. "Better not. We're trapped here ourselves. We can't even save our own skins. If she can break out on her own and kill those demons, she's destined to be a great talent in the future. But what a pity." They all turned their worried gazes toward the site of the explosion. Jiang Churan, covered in injuries, was struggling against the mob of beasts as she fought them off. Jiang Churan gritted her teeth and thought, "Looks like they've figured out my transformation has a time limit. They're just surrounding me, not attacking. They're trying to wear me down." These demons, in groups of 10, were scattered across the plain. "Even if I kill the 8 in front of me, the others will just move in. There's no chance to break through and get back to the base. If my phantom power disappears before I can break through." At this thought, Jiang Churan's eyes turned ice cold. Just as she was about to use a skill, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the silver magical beasts surrounding her. It instantly vaporized them. Jiang Churan whipped her head around toward the sound of approaching footsteps. Zhou Yi, riding a white horse. Oh wait, a white wolf charged in like a god, yelling at the still stunned Jiang Churan. "Jiang Churan, move!" The demon behind her opened its maw and let out a roar. It created a deafening sound that forced Jiang Churan to immediately cover her ears with both hands. The evil demons used the skill Berserk Flame, then screamed and charged at Jiang Churan all at once. She shouted a warning to Zhou Yi. "Get out of here! That's the demon clan's Berserk state!" she thought worriedly. "The demon's power will be multiplied!" Zhou Yi is no match for it. If I self-destruct, there's a 90% chance I can kill it and protect Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Zhou Yi appeared behind Jiang Churan on his white wolf, wrapped an arm around her waist, and lifted her onto its back. Startled, Jiang Churan cried out, "Zhou Yi!" Just then, a demon lunged forward with a punch. The white wolf instinctively leaped forward to dodge. Sitting on the white wolf, Zhou Yi turned back, extended his hand, and shouted, "Punishment of light!" In an instant, a massive volley of lightning rained down from the sky, devastating the area in front of him. Zhou Yi smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to class change into a mage. The feeling of wiping out monsters from a distance is amazing." However, the commotion from Zhou Yi's last move was too big, and it attracted all the evil demons on the plains. They quickly formed a large circle, surrounding the two of them. A total of 180 demons. I could use an AoE skill to deal with them. But they're too scattered right now, Zhou Yi thought, then placed 2 fingers on Jiang Churan's forehead. "Jiang Churan, you go and draw the demons to the left. Don't get caught up in a fight," Jiang Churan asked doubtfully. Zhou Yi didn't say anything and started casting a series of buffs on Jiang Churan. Graceful Dance, Chorus of Dawn, Weapon Blessing, Divine Blessing, God's Grace. Jiang Churan was startled, thinking, these are the Paladin's Legion-wide buffs. She quickly opened her personal status window to check. Level 16, Class, Swordsman. Status, Demonic Body. Looking at her stats, Strength, Agility, Constitution, and Intelligence had all increased by 25%, making Jiang Churan's jaw drop in astonishment. Zhou Yi didn't have time to notice her reaction. Before she could say a word, he had already leaped off the wolf's back. He took out his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged, smashing his hammer down and causing the whole area to explode. Behind him, Jiang Churan also dismounted the wolf. She looked at Zhou Yi and marveled inwardly. Incredible. A 25% increase to all stats. That's like doubling my overall power. From what I know, no level 16 hell, not even a level 20 paladin can do this. At that moment, a group of monsters had already approached Jiang Churan's position, without needing any command. The white wolf lunged at a monster, its jaws wide open. Now is not the time to think about this. I have to do what he asked. Reminding herself of this, Jiang Churan's expression turned serious. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Zhou Yi, he was moving at high speed, each swing of his hammer capable of destroying one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak up behind Zhou Yi and raised its weapon, aiming for his head. Just as the strike was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, sending its weapon flying and neutralizing the threat to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turned his head and saw Jiang Churan controlling the purple whip, attacking the monsters. Phantom Lash gathers demonic energy in your hand to form a whip to lash enemies, inflicting heavy damage and adding shadow damage. A Holy Light class user really is a magnet for demons. Countless demons from the plains have gathered here. Time to use that move, Zhou Yi thought. He casually cast the Aegis of Holy Light skill towards Jiang Churan and the White Wolf, forming a protective barrier around them. Then he instructed Jiang Churan, wait inside here. Aegis of Holy Light B+, places party members within a certain range inside a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage. The effect lasts for a set period. Next, Zhou Yi shouted, Holy Cross! Holy Cross summons a Holy Cross that continuously inflicts light attribute fire damage per second on enemies within a certain area. Level 7. Range to 650 feet. A massive cross summoned by Zhou Yi appeared. It suddenly emitted a golden light that shone upon the monsters. The next second, a golden flame erupted, engulfing them. It burned them continuously, making them scream in agony. Jiang Churan's eyes sparkled as she stared blankly at the scene. When the wave of attacks passed, most of the monsters had been wiped out. Only the larger monsters with high resistance were left standing. All darkness shall vanish under the radiance of the holy light. Converging storm's advent, divine light storm, summon a tempest, condenses a tempest of holy light at a designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain area. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, numerous giant blades of holy light materialized in the air and then rained down to the ground, forming a large circle that trapped the monsters. A second later, a vortex rapidly formed in the center, sucking in the horde of monsters and tearing them to shreds. In some nearby bushes, a group of people watched with their jaws dropped. That's insane. Who the hell is that? Is he even human? Boss, should we go say hello? A team member asked. The leader pondered for a moment. In our squad, besides me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Forget 1-on-1, even 6-on-1, we'd get wrecked. This guy is just too terrifying. And he's so young. In the end, the team leader decided to lead his group out to meet Zhou Yi, thinking to himself that he absolutely had to get on his good side. But before his group could move, they saw a mechanical vehicle speeding towards Zhou Yi's position from the distance. When the machine stopped, Zhu Dan and 3 others, Zhu Yao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglian appeared on its back. Zhu Dan waved and called out, Junior Zhou, we're here to help. But when the group of 4 got a clear look at the scene, they froze, stunned, for a full 5 seconds. Zhou Yi glanced back at them, then took out a recovery potion and downed it. System, congratulations. You have reached level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations. You have reached level 18. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Name, Zhou Yi. Level, Etanet. 300 of fire octave. Tokfir. Null. Strength. 100 of treads. Constitution. 100 of toktreds. Intelligence. 100 of toghalfjerds. Zhou Yi thought to himself, 180 demons. 60,000 experience points. Too bad there's a limit to the EXP a class holder can gain. If there wasn't a level penalty, I could have gotten even more from this fight. He glanced at the empty recovery potion in his hand. Zhou Yi mused, my mana pool has grown a lot, but with so many high-tier skills, it's still not enough. I'll have to ask my instructor when I get back to the academy. She'll probably know what to do. At that moment, Zhu Dan and the others finally snapped out of it and jumped off the spider mech. Walking over to Zhou Yi, Su Qinglian asked, Zhou Yi, did you do all of this? Zhu Dan added, Zhou Yi, you're even stronger than I imagined. Before Zhou Yi could reply, Jiang Churan suddenly collapsed. The other girls rushed to her side in concern. What's wrong with her? Zhou Yi answered, I'm guessing she overexerted herself and entered a weakened state. The girls went to help Jiang Churan up, while Su Qinglian stared intently at Zhou Yi. She asked, when you were killing the demons, did you encounter any that were particularly hard to deal with? Zhou Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before answering, the demons. The highest level one I killed was a level 23 gold rank. None of them were especially tough. Why do you ask? Su Qinglian frowned and explained, demon armies, just like human ones, have commanders leading them. If there was no commander here, it means the main demon force isn't present. It's not safe to linger here. We have to get back to the base, now, Zhou Yi immediately agreed. Got it. Meanwhile, in the bushes behind them, seeing Zhou Yi's group preparing to leave, one of the members asked, Boss, looks like they're taking off. So, should we go out now? The captain hesitated. Let's. But before he could finish, they suddenly felt their bodies weighed down by an immense, invisible pressure, and a sense of dread washed over them. Boss, what's happening? The boss looked out, his face pale with terror, and exclaimed, such dense demonic energy. It's a demon. They saw the sky had turned a deep blood red. A massive membrane had enveloped the entire area. Shortly after, from within the membrane above, a portal opened up and a dragon emerged. Riding on its back was a humanoid figure, radiating a massive amount of demonic energy. Using an appraisal skill, everyone saw the two creatures' basic information. Monster. Demon vertical bar level. 34 vertical bar. Grade. Legendary vertical bar skills. Vertical bar notes. Monster. Fire dragon vertical bar level. 24 vertical bar. Grade. Gold vertical bar. Skill. Blazing flame strike. Simultaneously, at the military base, all monitoring screens flashed red. Warning, 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 state of emergency. Otherworldly energy concentration has exceeded the threshold. Analyzing data, analysis complete. Threat level, level 4, otherworldly invasion. Location locked, east of the Raging Wind Mountain Range. Coordinates, 111.454E, 15.305 newtons. Seeing this, the monitoring officer immediately grabbed the radio and announced, all military sectors, confirming a level 4 otherworldly invasion. All Legion members are to assemble immediately and prepare for combat, confirming a level 4 otherworldly invasion. All members of the Legion, assemble for combat immediately. Knight Division of the Snow Dragon Legion, cease all training exercises and move to the Assembly Plaza. Priest Division of the Snow Dragon Legion, prepare for healing and support duties. Ensure your mana reserves are at maximum. Logistics Division of the Snow Dragon Legion, begin distributing resources, mana cores and mana crystals. Mage Division of the Snow Dragon Legion, lock onto coordinates 111.454E and 15.305 newtons. Construct a large-scale teleportation array. Very quickly, the Legion's members were assembled in neat formations, lined up within massive golden magic circles on the ground. A soldier ascended the platform, reporting to Shu Wuzhou, commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Commander, all personnel have assembled. Awaiting your orders! Shu Wuzhou drew his sword, pointed it forward and roared, like a sword that pierces all obstacles, like a shield that defends our lands. The soldiers below roared in unison, like a sword that pierces all obstacles, like a shield that defends our lands. Satisfied, Shu Wuzhou commanded, deploy. A few minutes earlier, at the demon's lair, the demon commander sat upon his throne, gazing down at the massive horde as he spoke. Every demon in this legion is a kinsman I personally selected and refined. In the half year since arriving on this blue star, we have not lost more than 10 of our brethren. Yet, in our final hours of celebration before our return to the Holy Realm, 100 of our kinsmen were hunted down and killed. In half a day, we return to the Holy Realm. Before we depart, we shall put on an audacious display. The demons below roared with excitement. We thank your highness for this blessing. We thank your highness. Back in the present, the demon commander rode atop the fire dragon, looking down on Zhou Yi and his party. He declared, I will grant you no forgiveness. I shall rip out your souls and burn them in the fires of hell. The demon commander then began to summon his legion. Olympus, son of the devil. Using skill, demon summoning. Silver rank demons have been summoned. Gold rank demons have been summoned. Su Qinglian immediately used her appraisal skill, scanning the demon horde. A legendary rank demon, gold rank demon knights, and silver rank demon sorcerers. Her expression grew grim. She drew her weapon and moved to stand in front of Zhou Yi. She turned back to him and said, Zhou Yi, the Azure Phoenix squad will cover you. When you see an opening, you must break through the encirclement and escape. That's right, Zhou Yi, you have to live, Zhu Dan added, as she and the other two girls moved to stand in front of him. They all thought, Zhou Yi is the most monstrous genius we've ever met. His talent is worth protecting with our very lives. Just at that moment, in the sky above, a massive golden magic circle materialized, capturing everyone's attention. It's the Snow Dragon Legion. Everyone in the Snow Dragon Legion is a class holder at level 30 or above. Their commander is a level 51 warrior. We're saved. But contrary to the joyous cries of Zhu Dan's group, Zhou Yi frowned, a flicker of doubt in his mind. If they were teleporting, why not lock onto our position and appear right here? Zhou Yi's question was answered in the very next moment. The demon commander across from them suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't get your hopes up, humans. Your legion can't get through the magic barrier covering us, Su Qinglian cried out in shock. What? Impossible. She looked up at the sky and realized that a vast number of soldiers stood upon the golden magic circles, but they were being blocked from the outside by a crimson barrier. Outside the red membrane, Shu Wuzhou turned to Wang Liang and asked, What's happening? Why is the teleportation point so far off? Wang Liang placed his hand on the crimson barrier. After feeling it for a moment, he answered gravely, This is a forbidden curse-level spell of the demon race, the Dark Flame Wall. Once it's deployed, the space within the area is sealed off from teleportation, and all external attacks are blocked. We would need the combined power of at least 2 more legions to have a chance of breaking it. Otherwise, our only option is to wait for it to expire on its own. Shu Wuzhou frowned. How long will that take? Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Shu Wuzhou closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Then, he gave a grave command, pull up all available information on those trapped inside, and keep a record. After the battle is over, notify their families to come and claim the bodies. Wang Liang replied, Yes, sir. At the same time, inside the Dark Flame Barrier Formation system, a legendary grade demon has been detected. A new quest has been issued. Achievement quest. Please eliminate the demon. Failure. Penalty. None. Reward. S-rank talent plus Fuling potion. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yi smiled and thought to himself, a new achievement quest. It's finally here. Then, Zhou Yi's entire body glowed with a golden light as he slipped past Zhu Dan's group to the front. Su Qinglian quickly grabbed his hand, crying out, Zhou Yi. Across from them, the demon commander focused on Zhou Yi, such a dense holy aura. It seems you're the one who harmed my people. To show you my respect, I'll personally chop you into 100 pieces and let you die in endless agony. With that, the demon commander rode his fire dragon forward. Zhou Yi shook Su Qinglian's hand off. He drew his weapon, preparing for battle. Just then, the fire dragon opened its mouth and spewed a stream of magic at Zhou Yi. Below, a worried Su Qinglian shouted, Zhou Yi. With a calm expression, Zhou Yi swung his axe, creating a golden arc of light that shot upwards. The two attacks instantly collided midair. Zhou Yi's attack tore right through the fire dragons. It then continued upward, completely severing one of the fire dragon's wings. The dragon lost its wing and could no longer fly, plummeting straight down. The demon commander free fell along with it as a loud crash echoed. The fire dragon's massive body slammed into the ground and lay motionless. The demon commander, however, landed safely, but he was still slightly affected. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi appeared behind the demon commander. He swung his axe. The demon commander sensed the danger and immediately swung his own weapon behind him, but it only struck Zhou Yi's shoulder pauldron, knocking it off. Right after, the demon commander saw a golden light about to get intimately acquainted with his face. He hurriedly raised his weapon to block and used the force to leap backward, watching as the spot where he'd just stood was obliterated by Zhou Yi's axe. The demon commander couldn't believe it, screaming internally, "What the hell? This human is only level 18. How can he have the power to fight me?" Zhou Yi didn't rush to attack again. He set his axe aside, cracked his knuckles, and looked at the demon commander. "You blocked that pretty well. Oh, right. You're the first legendary grade monster I've ever met, you damn human," the demon commander cursed, lunging forward. He thrust his sword at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi grabbed his weapon again, leaping high to dodge while simultaneously striking down in a large cross-shaped attack. It bore down on the demon commander below. Pure white blade. Stun status successfully inflicted, Zhou Yi thought to himself, raising his hand high and shouting, "Light's judgment." The stun didn't last long, and before the lightning could strike, the demon commander had already recovered, shouting, "Flame demon shield." A shield materialized in front of the demon commander. It blocked all of the lightning, Zhou Yi murmured. Not even Light's judgment could finish him? Looks like normal methods are useless against this. Thick-skinned, legendary-grade demon. I guess I'll have to use the skill the system gave me after the final exam. As for the demon commander, he turned to his legion and ordered, "My beloved warriors, kill him for me." Receiving their orders, the demons roared and charged at Zhou Yi, screaming, "Attack and kill." Zhou Yi paid them no mind. A powerful holy light began to emanate from him, and his body slowly started to levitate. He released waves of golden magical power. Everyone stared at Zhou Yi, unable to look away. Zhou Yi raised both hands high. A large vortex immediately appeared, and a giant hand emerged from within. Why do I feel like some terrifying entity is about to descend? As soon as the demon commander finished his thought, the entire space was bathed in golden light. The giant hand slammed down from above on him and his subordinates, causing the ground to shake and crack as a whirlwind swept through the area. Su Qinglian stared blankly and whispered, "Am I dreaming? That's Zhou Yi's skill?" Jiang Churan felt the succubus bloodline in her body tremble with fear. Outside the red barrier, Tu Vuchu spoke. "That power is on par with a magic crystal cannon. Have you identified the people trapped inside yet?" Wang Liang replied. "They're all students from Suheng University. The one who just used that skill is this year's top scorer, the Holy Knight, Zhou Yi." Tu Vuchu sighed with regret. "The top scorer, huh? A pity. The level gap between them is just too large. If we gave Zhou Yi a bit more time to grow, that one skill would have been enough to kill that demon." Indeed, Tu Vuchu was not wrong. After Zhou Yi's attack, the demon commander was still alive. His body now radiated a demonic aura even more terrifying than before. The demon commander roared in fury. "How dare you! You dare to insult the Great Olympus! Flame Demon Legion, charge! Flame Sorcerer Legion, cast your spells!" Immediately, the demons attacked Zhou Yi relentlessly from all directions. The demon commander turned to the demon healing him and said, "He's just a level 18 Holy Knight." The healing demon affirmed, "That's right. After all those battles, his mana must be completely drained. Without any mana, facing our 300-strong legion, our numbers alone will be enough to beat him half to death." Indeed, the demon commander spoke with satisfaction, looking again at Zhou Yi, who was at the center of the assault. Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged as he thought, "Hand of God used up almost all my mana, and the recovery rate from my equipment is too slow. I'll have to rely on myself." A skill panel appeared before Zhou Yi, Divine Saint Art S. Secret Art of the Holy Temple Knights. One-time use. Activating this art consumes no mana and is unaffected by silence skills. Upon use, the user receives a portion of the God of Light's power, proportional to their body's endurance. All 4 corresponding attributes will be increased, and the level of all holy and light-based skills will be temporarily increased by 5. Additionally, HP, stamina, and mana recovery rates will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a set duration. After the skill ends, the user will enter a weakened state. A second later, a pillar of light descended from the sky. It pierced the red barrier and shone down on Zhou Yi. "What the hell is going on now?" the commander wondered. The demon commander looked up to see Zhou Yi, inside the golden pillar of light, being embraced by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers rained down from above, incinerating any demon they touched into dust. Tu Vu Chu reached out and touched a feather, exclaiming, "It's actually a divine descent art." Wang Liang, the vice captain of the Snow Dragon Legion standing beside him, heard this and asked curiously, "Captain, what's a divine descent art?" It's a peak-level skill mastered by divine-type class holders. It allows them to channel the full power and faith of their god. I once saw a priest use a divine descent art with a single move and restore an entire legion to its peak condition. It was also thanks to a divine descent art that our army was able to hold out for reinforcements while surrounded by 3 demon legions. The divine power is as vast as the sea. Without us here, he could probably wipe out all the demons below by himself. Down below, the Demon Lord Commander's eyes went wide at the sight. He screamed in disbelief. "Impossible! That's clearly a peak-level secret art. He's only a level 18 Holy Knight. How can he possibly wield divine power?" The mage behind him quickly urged, "Your Highness, once a divine descent art is cast, it can only be countered with an equivalent divine power. If we let him complete the ritual, our entire legion will be annihilated. It's just one skill." "The tables have turned. Set up the return magic circle in the valley's dark miasma. How long will it take?" "1 minute," the mage replied. "I see. Now is the time for you all to show your loyalty." "Yes, Your Highness," the mage replied, then shouted out, "All demons, hear my command! Offer everything you have to the Demon Lord Olima." Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. "Great Demon Lord Olima, I, Roskin, willingly offer you my all. For the reverence I hold for you. Great Demon Lord Olima, I, Bacta, willingly offer you my all. For the reverence I hold for you." And so, hundreds of demons chanted the slogan and voluntarily sacrificed their souls. Their souls were all absorbed by the Demon Lord, and the dark power radiating from him grew stronger by the second. The goddess spoke with contempt. "Pathetic, ugly, lowly creatures. Holy Knight, I bestow my divine power upon you." As she spoke, the goddess raised Zhou Yi's hand and pointed it at the Demon Lord. Zhou Yi's eyes immediately began to glow. Then, a beam of light shot from his hand, straight toward the Demon Lord who was absorbing the sacrificed souls. The ground trembled as a world-shaking explosion erupted. A thick cloud of dust billowed out, but as it cleared, everyone saw that the Demon Lord had somehow managed to get back on his feet. He was even gathering a massive fireball. The power of the demon flame was his strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its absolute limit. Its surface temperature can reach 27 million degrees Fahrenheit. If it weren't for the sacrifices of my clansmen, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. With that thought, the Demon Lord roared, "Die, Holy Knight," and hurled the fireball straight at Zhou Yi. Unfortunately for him, he was in for a disappointment. As the dust settled, he saw Zhou Yi standing tall, completely unharmed. Only then did he realize that he and Zhou Yi were not on the same level. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately turned tail and ran for the magic circle to escape, but of course, Zhou Yi wouldn't give him that chance. "Heretic, in the name of a god, I sentence you to death." As he spoke, Zhou Yi waved his hand, and a beam of light descended from the heavens, instantly taking the Demon Lord's life. Returning. "I've completed my mission. My glory is returning to the sacred realm." The Demon Lord muttered deliriously before breathing his last. Witnessing this, the remaining demons were like a snake without a head, crying out in fear. "What do we do? The Demon Lord has fallen. The return magic circle was destroyed. How are we supposed to get back to the sacred realm? It's finally over." Zhou Yi uttered a single sentence before collapsing from exhaustion, losing consciousness. His body went into a freefall. "Zhou Yi." Jiang Churan and the Azure Phoenix squad ran over worriedly. The vice commander of the Snow Dragon Corps hurriedly commanded, "Healer, check Zhou Yi's condition immediately. Squad 1, Squad 2. Quickly search the mountain area for any surviving class users. The rest of the Corps, charge with me." So heavy. I can't breathe. Something's pressing on my chest. I can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I about to die? At that thought, Zhou Yi's eyes shot open. Only then did he realize he was in a hospital room, and he was indeed being crushed by a 110-pound shadow. Jiang Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Zhou Yi, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go tell everyone. Oh, and thank you for saving me." Jiang Churan suddenly kissed Zhou Yi on the cheek, then shyly turned and left. "This girl," Zhou Yi said with a helpless expression. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily quest, 200 push-ups incomplete, 200 squats incomplete, 200 sit-ups incomplete. I slept for 2 whole days. I missed out on 2 days worth of daily rewards. Let's see if the achievement rewards make up for it. Achievement quest, slay the Demon Lord. Completed. Corresponding rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent skill. S plus death resistance. Death resistance, your body can resist death and can rapidly recover from any damage received. Congratulations, you have received an S-rank magic potion, Felix Felicis. Effect, increases the drinker's luck for 12 hours. A talent that can heal injuries. Pretty much every class has something like that. But the effects are different, and since it's an S plus rank talent called death resistance, it must be incredibly special. Thinking this, Zhou Yi excitedly materialized a knife without hesitation. He stabbed himself lightly in the chest, then pulled the knife out and waited. He watched the wound heal at the speed of light. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be amazed. Healed in 2 seconds. Nice. With this, during a fight, I won't be affected by normal damage. My survivability has been greatly enhanced. What about a more serious injury? At this thought, Zhou Yi materialized an axe. However, after some consideration, he ultimately didn't dare to do something so reckless and made the axe disappear. He then moved on to examining the Felix Felicis, the luck-enhancing potion. Luck, huh? How much does it increase? Will I just find a legendary grade weapon lying on the street? Or will I randomly help an old lady cross the road? And she turns out to be a 3rd advancement class user? Or maybe I'll stumble upon a top-tier piece of equipment at a roadside stall. A single potion could open up infinite possibilities. I'll save it for later then. Just as Zhou Yi was about to close the system, a notification caught his eye. E-Rank, Holy Flame Aureole, condenses a Holy Flame Aureole around the user's body, granting the ability to control the fire element. Increases the fire and light type damage of the user and nearby allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a certain period of time. Holy Flame Aureole. What is this? A divine codex skill. Zhou Yi recalled the moment he fought the Demon Lord. It was from that moment. S plus Divine Angel's Protection. The Divine Angel is bound to the user. Your light type affinity is greatly increased. The effectiveness of all light type and divine type skills is multiplied. A rank, Holy Flame Aureole, condenses a Holy Flame Aureole around the user, granting the ability to control the fire element. Increases the fire and light type damage of the user and nearby allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a certain period of time. Holy Flame Aureole is a light type skill, so it can be boosted by the Divine Angel's Protection. Once I use Holy Flame Aureole, I can increase the damage of my light and fire type skills by another 40%. If I use Holy Flame Aureole and then use Punishment of Light, wouldn't I become a dual element lightning and fire mage? While Zhou Yi was lost in thought, a knock on the door brought him back to reality. A young man, a complete stranger to Zhou Yi, came to visit him. After taking a seat, he introduced himself. I am the Vice Commander of the Snow Dragon Corps, Mage Wang Liang, student Zhou Yi. This time, thanks to you eliminating the demon and destroying the teleportation circle in time, we were able to capture so many demon prisoners. Zhou Yi replied humbly, "You're too kind, sir. I was just doing what had to be done. Is there something you need from me?" The commander was supposed to come and thank you personally, but he's busy, so I came in his stead. That final blow of yours, student Zhou Yi. Although it destroyed half of the Blighted Valley, the traces of the demon's descent were perfectly preserved. The Corps has uncovered the demon's secret. The commander has already gone to report the matter to the higher-ups. As he spoke, he took out an orb. As soon as the orb was activated, the room transformed into a virtual space, with all sorts of items appearing before Zhou Yi's eyes. The resources of the Snow Dragon Corps have been accumulated here for hundreds of years. Don't be shy. Just tell me what you'd like, Wang Liang said generously. Zhou Yi scanned the items and couldn't help but be impressed. They even have high-grade S-rank earthen treasures. After searching for a while, Zhou Yi spoke up. Vice Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Corps' warehouse have an S-rank glacial ice lotus? Hold on, let me check. Wang Liang performed a few actions, then pointed to the screen. Is this it? That's the one! Zhou Yi exclaimed excitedly. All right then. Wang Liang tried to look calm on the outside, but inwardly, he was crying a river of tears. 100 million contribution points. That's my entire salary for 3 years. I'll have to get the commander to reimburse me for this. The glacial ice lotus is in the main headquarters warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few days. If you get bored, I can arrange for some people to accompany you to hunt magical beasts in the mountain range, Wang Liang said, feigning indifference as he walked toward the door. But in a corner where Zhou Yi couldn't see, he couldn't help but smile. Let the kids of the same age in the Corps go with Zhou Yi to kill some magical beasts and build some rapport. Then when Zhou Yi becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Corps can bask in his glory. My plan is flawless. Just as Wang Liang was feeling smug, Zhou Yi's next words were like a bucket of cold water dumped on him. Sorry, but I have to go back to school tomorrow for the freshman competition. You can just send the glacial ice lotus to my dorm. I forgot he's still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, The glacial ice lotus will be delivered to your university in 2 days. Suhang University, Dorm 01. In the future, if you run into any trouble you can't handle in the Kunfeng mountain range, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Corps. With that, he left. Zhou Yi flopped down on the sofa. He couldn't help but smile happily. Zhou Yun is saved. I should really thank that demon thing. If it weren't for him, I never would have had the chance to get the glacial ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Corps' warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Yi thought to himself, it's almost midnight. I need to finish today's daily quest first. Back at the Azure Phoenix Squad's quarters, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the bathroom when she was surrounded by her teammates. Captain, please, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Azure Phoenix Squad. What do you think? Su Qinglian said indifferently. I doubt he'd agree. With his strength, taking out demonic beasts alone is more efficient. Zhou Dan chuckled. How would we know without trying? Besides, isn't the captain the same as us? You want him to join us? When Tianrun chimed in. I've seen the captain secretly go visit Zhou Yi a few times. Su Qinglian didn't answer, silently recalling her visit to Zhou Yi. At that time, she had indeed offered him a spot on her team. But he had politely declined. Although Su Qinglian was disappointed, she couldn't press the matter. Just before leaving, she couldn't help but say, Oh right, to thank you for saving us at the Gale Wind mountain range, this is a special thank you gift for you. Saying that, Su Qinglian planted a kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek, then left with a radiant smile. Zhou Yi was involuntarily reminded of Jiang Shuran's similar action and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. A special reward. A special thank you. Girls these days are so bold. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhou Yuzhou was reporting to his superiors on the investigation's findings. Regarding the recent invasion of otherworldly demons, unlike 3 years ago, they have been appearing intermittently in the Gale Wind mountain range, the investigation shows. The demons have mastered travel through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure about this? Do you have any idea what this report implies? Zhou Yuzhou affirmed. Until now, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through large-scale spatial rifts. Because there aren't many large-scale rifts, the threat of an otherworldly invasion wasn't that great, but the number of medium-sized rifts on Blue Star is countless. If otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized spatial rifts, Blue Star will face an extinction-level crisis. For that reason, this finding has been re-verified multiple times. Fortunately, we discovered that only otherworldly creatures below level 30 can pass through the medium-sized rifts. The man with horns on his head heard this and immediately gave an order. If that's the case, we need to quickly devise a counter-strategy for this problem. Counselor Yang, quickly inform all the major army corps in the country to immediately investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their garrison territories. Counselor Zhang, attend the next International Assembly to report this discovery and gauge the reactions of the other nations. At that moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Suhang University, asked, Commander Xu, was this intelligence really obtained from an 8-year-old boy? That's right, Zhou Yuzhou projected an image of Zhou Yi on the screen. This young hero's name is Zhou Yi, a newly awakened holy knight, and the valedictorian of the Suhang Province College entrance exam. He's the top freshman at Suhang University. He used the Divine Advent spell to defeat the demons and also destroyed their teleportation circle. His actions have brought us immense benefits. The others couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. A holy knight becoming the provincial valedictorian. That's quite rare. In Suhang Province, no less. And his surname is Zhou. Could he be a descendant of the Frostbone Zhou family? At that moment, the high-ranking official turned to Wang Wei and said, Counselor Wang, when you return to the university, help me keep an eye on this Zhou Yi. If he's a promising talent, remember to let us know. Don't try to hide him for yourself, someone teased. Zhou Yuzhou silently admired Zhou Yi. Everyone here was one of the nation's top powerhouses. If he could win their favor, his future would surely be limitless. 2 days later, the freshman grand tournament officially began. A drone flew around Suhang University, making an announcement. Attention all students, the freshman grand tournament will begin promptly at 10 a.m. All participating students, please make your way to the gymnasium to assemble. As the time drew near, the Dean of the War Academy, representing the panel of judges, which included the deans from the Armament Academy and the Elemental Academy, as well as the Tactics Academy and the Logistics Academy, stood up to speak. I am Wu Mang, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome to Suhang University. This year's freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a Secret Realm Challenge dungeon. Rankings will be determined by the difficulty and clear time. The second stage is free for all challenges. Each person will have 3 opportunities to challenge those with higher rankings. Success means swapping ranks. While Wu Mang was speaking, Su Miney, standing nearby, was fidgeting nervously. Why haven't Zhou Yi and Zhang Shiran shown up yet? If they don't get to the venue soon, they'll be disqualified from the freshman competition. I really shouldn't have told him about the extreme cold ice lotus without confirmed news. Now we're screwed. Su Miney wasn't the only one who noticed Zhou Yi's absence. The other students couldn't find any sign of him either. They started to whisper amongst themselves. Have you guys seen Zhou Yi? Nope, haven't seen him. Did he forget about the freshman competition? It's possible. After all, he hasn't been back on campus for a month. Great news for us. One less competitor to worry about. Shen Lingfeng, standing in the crowd, smirked when he heard this. Zhou Yi, you didn't stay on campus to train, wasting a whole month. Now you don't even have the guts to show up for the freshman competition, to have an opportunity right in front of you and not seize it. Truly pathetic. Next, the first stage of the freshman competition, the Silver Tier Secret Realm Challenge Dungeon, opens. As Wu Meng finished speaking, the gate to the secret realm opened. A torrent of dark flames erupted, engulfing the vast space. This year's batch of freshmen is the strongest in history, to allow everyone to showcase their full potential. This secret realm dungeon, in addition to easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, will have a special abyss difficulty added. A student couldn't help but get excited hearing this. They actually opened abyss difficulty. No wonder. The gate to the secret realm was burning with such intense flames. It's insane. I remember that abyss difficulty is 10 times more terrifying than nightmare. This is going to be fun. This young master will definitely clear this abyss-level dungeon in a bit. As they spoke, the students began to prepare their gear. Everyone, grab your best equipment, potions, and weapons. Move out! As soon as Wu Meng spoke, information about the secret realm appeared. Secret realm dungeon, Furbon's lair level, 12 to 19. Selectable difficulties, easy, hard, nightmare, abyss. Party size, 1 to 6 players. Note, in the dark and gloomy forest lives a horde of ferocious furbons. It is said that a human body isn't even enough to fill the stomach of a small furbon. A moment later, all the freshmen were teleported inside. Wu Mang looked at the monitor, which showed everyone selecting either nightmare or abyss difficulty, and murmured in admiration. Not bad at all. They're all full of vigor, always pushing forward. Just then, Wu Meng noticed something unusual. Why can't I see numbers 001 and 003? Su Miney hesitated before answering. Reporting, Dean. Numbers 001 and 003 went to the Galewind mountain range to train and have not yet returned. Nonsense! Wu Meng shouted angrily. The freshman competition determines their future direction and cultivation resources. How can they be late for something so important? They're so young, yet they're already getting arrogant just because of their high rankings. So reckless. Dean, Zhou Yi isn't that kind of person. He's late because... Su Miney was trying to speak up for Zhou Yi, but before she could finish, Wu Meng cut her off with a wave of his hand. Students like that need to have their attitudes corrected. If they don't show up, they don't need to participate. Just rank them last. Just then, Zhou Yi, carrying Jiang Shuran, came running up breathlessly. So sorry, we're late, he said. He and Jiang Shuran immediately selected Abyss difficulty, and the two of them were quickly teleported into the secret realm dungeon. You have arrived at Furbon's lair. You have selected Abyss difficulty. Warning, the monsters in Abyss difficulty are extremely frenzied. Please be mindful of opportunities to use the return scroll. I hope it's as difficult as they say, Zhou Yi said as he activated a series of buffs, like Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, and God's Gift, and Guardian's Gift, while simultaneously drawing his weapon, ready for battle. Furbon Warrior, level 17, quality, silver. Skills, Guardian's Aura, Frenzied Attack. Furbon Bruta, level, Dichato, quality, silver. Skills, Aura of Tenacity, War Stomp. Zhou Yi glanced at the information of the monsters that were roaring and preparing to charge at him. I hope you guys can make me go all out, Zhou Yi said eagerly, then leaped high into the air and swung his hammer. Elsewhere, Jiang Shuran was using her B-rank skill, Phantom Break Slash, continuously brandishing her weapon. She relentlessly fired off sword chi, creating heavy blows that pierced the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng condensed fire energy throughout his body, unleashing an ultimate fire fist on a single target, dealing massive damage. To deal with the horde of monsters, another top student chose to use the C-rank skill, Cyclone Heart Shatter, spinning around and jumping up, to kick an enemy, sending it crashing to the ground, temporarily stunned. However, 16 Furbons were attacking at the same time, still managed to overwhelm the judges, who were monitoring the students' performance through the screen. They began to make their first comments. Overall, this year's batch of freshmen isn't bad. The Fobong Dungeon is the most difficult secret realm dungeon our school has. In the past, when freshmen entered, they would be beaten so badly they couldn't fight back and would be eliminated. Yet this year, they're all holding on. At that moment, Wu Meng ordered the technical team, show me window 001. I want to see just what level 001 has reached after wasting a month in the Kungfong mountain range. The screen immediately showed an image of Zhou Yi. He was surrounded by smoke and fire, and at the same time, a system notification appeared. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. 16 Fobongs defeated. Time, 5 seconds. The result was so absurd that the Dean of the Elemental Academy, Zhu Huayang, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 5 seconds to clear the stage? How did Zhou Yi manage to use a support skill, Holy Flame Light Wheel, to achieve the strongest flame effect and instantly kill the monsters? Song Qi, the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, speculated with some confusion, unless Zhou Yi's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Wu Meng, seeing this for the first time, didn't dare to jump to conclusions and analyzed cautiously. There are many reasons for high skill damage. The intelligence attribute, powerful buffs, heavenly treasures. We can't be sure from just one battle. Even with my years of combat experience, I can't figure out that strange light wheel, skill, or its effects. Zhou Yi hasn't wasted any time this past month. This kid is interesting. Zhou Yi had no idea he was causing such a stir among the judges. He was completely focused on the fight. Punishment of light. As Zhou Yi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts struck down, directly sending the horde of monsters to meet their ancestors. Following that, the notification panel appeared again. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. 200 Fobongs defeated. Time, 1 minute 23 seconds. Pressing his advantage, Zhou Yi used the skill Spear of Victory and successfully cleared the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Clear time, 4 minutes 57 seconds. SSS rank evaluation. You have been recognized as the first clear for this dungeon. Clear rewards. B-rank skill book. Penitent Hammer. 13,000. 212 EXP. 25 free attribute points. 25 skill points. Penitent Hammer swings a hammer with holy power at the enemy, inflicting immense damage. As the first clear, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Focus Aura A increases nerve reaction speed by 30%. When using a skill, there is a 30% chance it cannot be interrupted. Swift Movement A. After entering a combat state, movement speed will continuously increase up to a maximum of 50%. Steadfast Guardian A. When using a shield as a weapon, blocking power increases by 30%. The notification took Zhou Yi by surprise. You can get a new talent from clearing a dungeon. A professional's strength is heavily dependent on their talents. I was only able to activate the class change to Paladin during the class change ceremony because of my S+ rank talent. This must be a special reward for silver rank dungeons and above. After all, I set a new record in the bronze rank competition dungeon. But I didn't get any reward like this. The choose one of 3 option is pretty user-friendly too. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking this, Zhou Yi began to calculate. Steadfast Guardian suits a tank-build paladin, but I don't have much use for it. Swift movement isn't bad either, but it's slightly worse than focus aura. In a real fight, from the moment you see an enemy to when you launch a counterattack takes time. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attacks. Therefore, nerve reaction speed is a precious advantage. Combat is ever-changing, and focus aura can reduce the danger of a skill being interrupted, which can be a game changer. Just then, another gate, filled with a dark aura, opened. A notification appeared on it. Abyss-level dungeon cleared. Do you wish to activate the subgate card? A repulsive aura emanated from the portal. I hope this subgate can give me a little fun. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Yi stepped through the gate without hesitation. Outside, Zhou Yi's recent performance had once again left the judges in awe. Each of them offered their expert opinion. His fighting style is quite fierce. Perfect control over the elements, quick thinking, and strong adaptability. Opening the Abyss difficulty dungeon was worth it. Zhou Yi is incredibly versatile. Not only has he mastered extremely powerful attack magic, but he also has buffs, and even his close quarters combat is astonishing. But Zhou Yi's paladin skills are too comprehensive. Leveling them all up would have a huge cost, and his performance might end up mediocre. Wu Mang nodded in agreement after hearing Zhang Ling, the dean of the Tactics Academy. That is indeed a problem. After the freshman tournament ends, I'll talk to him personally. Song Qi and Zhu Huayang heard this and immediately chimed in. Dean Wu? Zhou Yi hasn't decided which academy to join yet. Shouldn't the dean of the academy he chooses be the one to talk to him? That's right, everything has to wait until Zhou Yi chooses an academy. He's very skilled with elemental magic, a perfect fit for the elemental academy. They're starting to fight over him already. The comment immediately drew everyone's attention. It seems everyone is very pleased with Zhou Yi. A shame I arrived late and didn't get to see him at his full strength, Wang Hui said with a smile. Back with Zhou Yi, as soon as he stepped into the subgate, a dark and deathly scene appeared before him. He looked at the mountain of dry bones not far away. Zhou Yi wondered, don't tell me an evil god ritual was held here? He stared at the skeleton on the throne atop the pile of bones. Then he answered his own question internally. This world has a god of light, so of course, there would be corresponding evil gods. Evil god isn't just a name for a dark god, but a general term for chaotic and insane deities. The two are very different. Worshipping the god of light or a dark god only requires loyal faith, but worshipping an evil god requires pure life and souls. The infamous Blood Abyss incident a few years ago was caused by a third advancement professional who worshipped an evil god. He secretly plotted to sacrifice a mid-sized city. Tens of millions of lives were lost in a single night, and in an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was eliminated by the army and the patrol envoys, the tens of millions of souls devoured by the evil god could not be brought back. Since then, the Zhongxia nation has strictly forbidden the worship of evil gods. Anyone discovered is to be executed immediately. However, the forces worshipping evil gods continue to grow, with many willingly taking the risk. Of course, it's not just the human race that worships evil gods. The beast, elf, and angel races are all capable of it, Zhou Yi thought to himself. As he stepped onto the red magic circle on the ground, a thick purple smoke immediately enveloped the skeleton on the throne. And then, the monster awakened. Phantom Phobong, level 19. Note, chieftain of the Phobong tribe. A spectral entity evolved from an evil god ritual, pure flesh and blood. It's been a long time since I've met a human. You smell delicious. Whoa, an undead creature immune to physical damage? If any warriors saw this final boss, they'd probably freeze up, Zhou Yi said to the boss with an amused tone, hoisting the hammer onto his shoulder. Sounds tasty. Come and get it. He then used the skill Divine Light Storm, summoning a tempest of condensed holy light at a designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain area, letting his actions speak for him. You're trying to smash a rock with an egg. No sooner had the boss spoken than it was sucked into the center of the vortex and crushed. However, just a moment later, the boss reformed, completely restored to its original state. It opened its mouth to praise him. Human, I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but before the immortal power that Lord Exia has bestowed upon me, everything you do is futile. Seeing the aura around Zhou Yi grow denser, the boss deduced, such a dense holy light, it seems you're planning to use your ultimate move. It won't work. Everything you do is just a pointless struggle. After using your ultimate, how much power will you have left? The next time I revive will be the moment of your demise. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi sneered, then raised his hand towards the boss. Instantly, a giant orb shot straight at the boss, making it scream in agony. But before it faded away, it defiantly said, I told you. You can't kill me, you piece of trash. With that, Zhou Yi stood his ground. He continuously hurled orbs at the boss, obliterating it for good. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Clear time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clear reward. Congratulations, you have received 7,113 EXP. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have received the gold-grade Ferocious Monster's Horn. So, the infinite revivals were just an illusion. It seems all I had to do was deplete its power to kill it. Before leaving the secret dungeon, Zhou Yi glanced back, a thoughtful look on his face. When I first entered this space, I immediately noticed a faint, berserk power. This power wasn't elemental, but when I used the god subjugation art, the feeling of the power was similar. That's why I guessed it was the remnant power of an evil god. And when the ghastly, ferocious monster first revived, that strange power diminished slightly. That's how I deduced that the number of times it could revive was limited. The correct way to clear the stage was to kill the ghastly, ferocious monster over and over, forcing it to continuously draw upon the evil god's energy in this space until that energy was completely depleted. While Zhou Yi had already completed his mission, the other students were still struggling to pass the test. Besides the students who were defeated by the boss, there were also some who managed to defeat it, Shen Lingfeng being one example. The bonus stage really is the hardest part of the dungeon. I had to kill the ghastly ferocious monster 10 times to finally put it down for good. Luckily, I leveled up twice not long ago, so I was able to keep my clear time under 8 minutes. Thinking this, Shen Lingfeng felt a surge of pride before quickly exiting the dungeon. The Hand of God. Zhou Yi can use an S-rank skill? Wu Kei, the dean of the Logistics Academy, couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled happily. The other instructors saw Zhou Yi emerge and started gossiping again. Did Zhou Yi just stumble his way into a shortcut? Haha, I'd like to see another freshman try to find a shortcut like that. That's true. It seems our holy knight has some secrets of his own. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a backwater region should have access to. Before the instructor could even finish his sentence, he heard the headmaster's pointed cough. He got the message and immediately fell silent, though he was bewildered. The headmaster was actually covering for a student? Just then, Su Miney, who was staring intently at Zhou Yi, let out an interested, "Oh, his level. Something's not right. Why is he level 19? Hearing this, the others started murmuring again. Level 19, really? When the exam rankings were announced, Zhou Yi was only level 13. Even in an abyss-level dungeon, there's no way he could have jumped 6 levels like that. This guy is a monster. I actually know a little something about this. Wang Hui spoke up to explain. After registering, Zhou Yi left the school to go monster hunting and level up. Thanks to his trip to the Gale Mountain Range, he gained quite a lot. He was already level 18 when he entered the dungeon. He even single-handedly wiped out the Flame Fiend Legion. For him, this freshman tournament is as easy as flipping his hand. If the tournament's results weren't used to determine resource allocation, I doubt he would have even bothered to show up. The moment Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the dungeon, he was stunned to see Zhou Yi already standing outside. Why is he here? Could it be he cleared the dungeon before me? As the thought crossed his mind, he immediately started deluding himself. Impossible. He must have failed the bonus stage challenge and retreated early. As someone carrying the glory of Jiangning's 8 great families, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the impoverished north, Shen Lingfeng told himself, then dispelled his skills and returned to his normal appearance. He shot a resentful glare at Zhou Yi as he walked past, without a word of greeting, leaving Zhou Yi confused. What's with the attitude? Did he fail the dungeon or something? Just then, he heard a scream from not too far away. Zhou Yi immediately looked toward the sound and saw Jiang Churan free-falling from the dungeon portal. Watch out, Zhou Yi shouted, then dashed over like a bolt of lightning to catch Jiang Churan. Brother Zhou Yi, I knew you'd clear the stage faster than me, Jiang Churan said as she very naturally hugged him. Brother Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi looked at her, puzzled. I'm a few months older than you, so shouldn't you call me brother? Jiang Churan replied casually. All right then. It was a small thing, so Zhou Yi decided to indulge her. At that exact moment, a whole bunch of students, just like Jiang Churan, came free-falling out of the dungeon portal. However, they weren't as lucky as her and didn't have a hot guy to catch them. Moreover, it seemed they didn't have an easy time inside the dungeon. The moment they returned to the real world, they started crying out in pain and begging for help. Healing team, hurry up and treat them, now! Su Mei ordered urgently as she ran to treat a heavily injured male student. An hour later, all the students were finally out safely. Wu Meng retrieved the entrance to the secret realm and declared that the first stage was officially over. Now, we will announce the rankings in clear times. They're finally announcing it. I can't wait any longer. Shen Lingfeng was smiling smugly, but when he read the results board, his face twisted. Rank 1, Zhou Yi. Dungeon clear time. 4 minutes, 57 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rank 2, Shen Lingfeng. Dungeon clear time, 13 minutes, 35 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 7 minutes, 42 seconds. Rank 3, Jiang Churan. Rank 4, Song Xiaolan. Rank 5, Qin Feng. He actually cleared the Abyss dungeon before me? And he was a full 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept this reality, Shen Lingfeng looked like he was going mad. He climbed onto a dragon-carved pillar, cursing inwardly. Zhou Yi, you stole my spot as the top scorer in the grand examination, and now you've stolen the title of top freshman. I don't care how you did it, but in the upcoming second stage, Shen Lingfeng shot daggers at Zhou Yi with his eyes. I will definitely crush you under my feet. Zhou Yi had no idea what Shen Lingfeng was thinking. He was just drawn in by his cringy behavior. Why is he climbing so high? Next, the free-for-all challenge round, stage 2, officially begins. Wu Meng clapped his hands once, and a series of floating arenas appeared. Each person has 3 chances to challenge someone. After each challenge, there is a 5-minute rest period. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't suited for fighting monsters, but it's perfect for dueling other people. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou Yi! Shen Lingfeng roared and leaped directly onto an arena, looking at Zhou Yi with defiant eyes. Let's go, Zhou Yi. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Churan quickly fed Zhou Yi some information. That's Shen Lingfeng, rank number 2. He's from the Shen family of Jiangning and possesses the extremely rare Flame Dragon bloodline. Because of you, his dream of becoming number 1 in Suhong was shattered, which is why he hates you so much. His strength is clearly miles below mine, yet he's so clueless. What an idiot, blinded by hatred. With that thought, Zhou Yi leaped onto the arena. I hope you'll give me your all. Come on, Zhou Yi, a holy knight versus a berserker. Let's see who is truly stronger. Shen Lingfeng said arrogantly. As soon as the referee shouted, "Begin," he instantly unleashed his power, using Crimson Flame Fist and Blood Frenzy to charge at Zhou Yi. Down below the stage, Wang Hui saw this and realized Shen Lingfeng's intention. The berserker's signature skills. Shen Lingfeng is going for a swift victory, Wu Mong agreed. He immediately activated Blood Rage and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack, trying to cut off Zhou Yi's ability to use his enhancement buffs. Zhou Huayang sighed in admiration. As expected of a scion of a great family, Shen Lingfeng's combat strategy is incredibly decisive. Although Shen Lingfeng's battle sense was good, he was still a step slower than Zhou Yi. When he realized his attack had no effect on Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy Light Protection, when did you cast that? Holy Light Protection is a B+ rank skill that can block a portion of physical damage. It's the one skill I didn't want him to use. In the end, I was still a step too slow. Shen Lingfeng lamented internally. A wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to cast Holy Light Protection, Zhou Yi said smugly, simultaneously taking out the Hammer of Repentance. I was hoping you could give me a real fight, so I intentionally didn't attack first. Sorry, but you can't even get me excited. With that, Zhou Yi raised his hammer high and smashed it straight into Shen Lingfeng's face, sending him crashing from the air and face-planting into the ground, shattering his flame shield in an instant. How can he have such powerful energy? Distracted, Shen Lingfeng suddenly realized Zhou Yi had already closed in on him, hammer raised and ready to swing. There's no time to dodge. I can't lose! As Zhou Yi's hammer slammed down, Shen Lingfeng was once again sent flying across the stage. But unlike last time, he activated his Flame Dragon armor, using one hand, to block Zhou Yi's hammer before lunging forward and unleashing a barrage of light-speed punches. Flame Dragon armor. So this is the power hidden in your bloodline, Zhou Yi said, moving like a gentle breeze. He effortlessly dodged Shen Lingfeng's high-speed attacks as a thought crossed his mind. First Jiang Churan, and now Shen Lingfeng. It seems all powerful job holders possess a potent trump card derived from their bloodline. I have to admit, I'm a little envious. But even with your bloodline power activated, you're no match for me. Zhou Yi grabbed Shen Lingfeng's frantically attacking arm and swung his hammer once more. However, unlike before, Shen Lingfeng actually managed to dodge this attack, which surprised even Zhou Yi. My Flame Dragon bloodline isn't limited to close-quarters combat. Today, I'll let you witness the might of the Flame Dragon. Dragon's Breath. As the words left his mouth, Shen Lingfeng spewed fire at Zhou Yi. Whoa, that's Dragon's Breath, a bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon. Shen Lingfeng was forced to use his bloodline's trump card, while Zhou Yi hasn't even used a special bloodline power. This could put him at a disadvantage. Zhou Yi is going to lose. Jiang Churan grew worried. Hearing the crowd's chatter only made her more anxious. On the stage, Zhou Yi had just activated his Ring of Holy Manifestation. It absorbed the entirety of Shen Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath, giving Shen Lingfeng a sudden, ominous feeling. The look in his eyes. Zhou Yi at this moment made him feel like a subject facing his sovereign. Impossible. Refusing to accept the reality before him, Shen Lingfeng stubbornly spat Dragon's Breath towards Zhou Yi. It's useless. The flames of yours cannot escape my control. Zhou Yi gathered all of Shen Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath with his hand, then swung his axe, sending the flames back towards Shen Lingfeng. The fight has come this far. It's time to end it. Using my own flames to defeat me? Dream on. Watch me take back control of the flames. Shen Lingfeng used a skill to dispel it, but unexpectedly, the flames continued on their path, heading straight for his face. It knocked him directly to the floor. Shen Lingfeng is unconscious. Zhou Yi wins. As soon as the referee announced the result, the medical team immediately rushed in to treat Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng, that arrogant and reckless berserker, was completely crushed throughout the entire process. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength. If he were to unleash all his power, how terrifying would that be? His level, combined with his incredible combat knowledge, allowed him to completely overwhelm Shen Lingfeng, which was perfectly normal, that's true. Who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just 1 month? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, Wu Mang gestured with his chin towards the arena and said with interest, "Look, another provincial champion is challenging him." It was a petite girl dressed as a Taoist priestess. "Zhou Yi, I am Song Xialan, a level 17 Spirit Taoist. I look forward to your guidance." Spirit Taoist is an advanced class, special to the Xia Kingdom and extremely rare. They specialize in using various types of talismans and sealing arts. After determining that Xiao Yun's strange illness was due to her bloodline, awakening, the priest suggested using a sealing art to control it. I didn't expect to have the good fortune of meeting one here. Zhou Yi silently sized up his opponent and replied, "Level 19 Holy Knight, Zhou Yi." Friend Zhou Yi, I'm sure you weren't using your full strength just now. When we start fighting, could you let me experience your full power state? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you while you're powering up or using buff skills. Down in the stands, Many students overheard and had a realization. Unbelievable. When did Zhou Yi reach level 19? No wonder my appraisal skill didn't work on him. Turns out he's 3 levels higher than me. That's right. When Zhou Yi fought Shen Lingfeng, he didn't use any buff skills at all. That's unbelievable. Isn't Song Xiaolan the young lady of the Great Song family of Guizhou province, the only family with external operations certification? Zhou Yi saw that Song Xiaolan said this, and he smiled with interest. No need to hold back. I'll grant your wish. Then it's settled, Song Xiaolan said with a smile, cupping her hands. The battle between them then officially began. Zhou Yi activated his skills one after another. Dawn's Blessing, Courage's Grace, and Protection's Grace, leaving Song Xiaolan gaping in astonishment. This is my peak state. Now let's enjoy our fight. With that, Zhou Yi waved his hand. A beam of light shot towards Song Xiaolan. Things being as they are, I have to fight with my full strength, Song Xiaolan thought, her expression turning serious. She began activating her talismans. Pursuit of Penance. A series of talismans flew into the air. They formed a circular barrier, blocking the beam of light shot by Zhou Yi. Then, she took out a talisman. She chanted an incantation, causing the beam of light to explode. Song Xiaolan used the cover of the thick dust to retreat, only to find that Zhou Yi was no longer in his original spot. Just as she was cautiously searching for him, she heard his voice from behind her. Did you think changing positions was enough to escape my pursuit? Zhou Yi said as he swung his axe. Song Xiaolan reacted quickly, instantly spinning around and using a talisman to create a shield, successfully blocking Zhou Yi's surprise attack. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, when did he get here? Damn it. Even with all my automatic defensive gear activated, I barely blocked that. I'll have to risk it all on this next move. Having made her decision, Song Xiaolan shot several fireballs at Zhou Yi to buy herself some time. She then chanted an incantation, summoning a legion of soldiers from scattered beans. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smiled in amusement. Interesting. I didn't expect the Taoist art of scattering beans to create soldiers. At Song Xiaolan's command, the bean soldiers charged forward all at once. Zhou Yi took down the legion of bean soldiers with just a few moves, but they quickly revived themselves and resumed their attack on Zhou Yi. These soldiers aren't difficult to handle on their own, but they have a regenerative ability, similar to that of the Phantom Bear Fiend. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the only way is to cut off their magical power supply, to truly destroy these soldiers. As Zhou Yi thought this, he continued to fight, much to Song Xiaolan's bewilderment. This is absurd! My soldier formation is strong enough to hold back a professional of level 30, yet Zhou Yi is handling it with ease. Just as Song Xiaolan was lost in thought, Zhou Yi once again appeared behind her like a gust of wind and swung his axe. Song Xiaolan immediately raised her hands. I surrender. Zhou Yi wins. Zhou Yi halted his attack and asked with a puzzled look, didn't you want to have a real fight? We're not on the same level at all. I accept my defeat, Song Xiaolan replied with a cheerful smile, adding inwardly, are you kidding me? This free-for-all isn't a single match. If I stubbornly continued, I would just end up like Shen Lingfeng. I'll ask for your guidance again when I get the chance. Saying this, Song Xiaolan leaped off the arena stage. Zhou Yi then spun the axe in his hand. He looked down at the crowd and asked coldly, anyone else not convinced? I'm right here, waiting for your challenge. Of course, no one wanted to get thrashed, so they came up with 1,000,001 excuses for not challenging Zhou Yi. Jiangchu Ran looked up at Zhou Yi and said with a wide grin, as expected of brother Zhou Yi. Sumair also looked up at Zhou Yi, finding him more impressive the more she looked. Physical strength that overpowers a warrior, agility and intellect surpassing a mage's. Zhou Yi's true strength is completely beyond my imagination. Just then, a teacher skeptically asked her male colleague, is he really from an ordinary family up north? Lacking resources, not from some prestigious noble family? He's at the top of the freshman rankings. The word genius isn't enough to describe him anymore. He's a monster. Meanwhile, Wu Meng observed the tense expressions on the faces of the other academy deans and thought to himself, the second round is almost over, which means it's time for the academies to recruit students. It goes without saying that Zhou Yi will undoubtedly become the target of a fierce bidding war among the academies. Su Mei realized this as well, so she turned to whisper to Wu Meng, Dean, should we? Don't worry, I've already made preparations. This Zhou Yi is someone I must have. Elsewhere, taking advantage of Shen Lingfeng's injuries from his fight with Zhou Yi, many students challenged him and successfully raised their rankings. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng's rank kept plummeting. Though furious, Shen Lingfeng could do nothing but curse inwardly. Just wait until I've recovered. I'll make you all regret this. Half an hour later, the second round, the free-for-all challenge, finally came to an end. The top rankings went to Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan, and Song Xiaolan. The entire freshman grand tournament has officially concluded. Now, all of you have been re-ranked. Following this, your housing and credit points will be reallocated accordingly. For those who ranked lower and have fewer points, don't worry, the school offers many ways to earn more. All you need to do is work hard. Next up is the academy introduction. First, the 5. One of us deans will briefly introduce the educational philosophies of our 5 academies, Wu Mang announced. He was the first to introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark era when otherworldly creatures invaded en masse is over, countless professionals still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield each year. The goal of the War Academy is to cultivate stronger practical combat abilities in our students to increase their survival rates on the battlefield. Brutal Extremes is our War Academy's motto. The Elemental Academy only accepts classes that focus on elemental magic. I will guide you in exploring the truths of elemental power. The Armament Academy, we are dedicated to enhancing the effective use of weapons. Rather than depending on a plethora of skills, come to our Armament Academy. With just your body and a weapon, you will possess the ultimate power. The Tactics Academy is designed to train students with the ability for effective command and combat operations, regardless of your class. Join our Tactics Academy. As everyone surely knows, in war, warriors. Top-tier tactics can significantly reduce the casualty rate of the entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of all operations. Hello, life class professionals. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we aren't famous for our combat abilities, you will learn specialized knowledge about life class professions. Once we've matured, it's no exaggeration to say that even warriors will have to beg us. Haha, the Dean of the Logistics Academy said this while laughing heartily and slapping his belly. This made the other deans want to pretend they didn't know him. Wu Meng coughed once and concluded. All information regarding the academies has been fully presented. Now, students may log into the system to choose your preferred academy. Zhou Yi, which academy do you want to choose? Jiang Churan inquired. Zhou Yi remained silent, staring intently at his phone screen instead of answering. At that moment, Wu Meng made an offer to Zhou Yi. Student Zhou Yi, if you come to the War Academy, I will become your personal tutor. A personal tutor? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Wu Meng explained, each tutor can recruit one outstanding student to personally instruct. The resources held by a personal tutor will also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some welcoming gifts for you, including 3 A-rank skill books and 1 A-rank resource exchange token. The other deans also started to join the race. To hunt the unicorn, Zhou Yi. Choosing a personal tutor is no small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a full set of legendary gear, said the Dean of the Elemental Academy. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy, who had been standing next to the Dean of the War Academy, suddenly used an instant movement technique to appear before Zhou Yi and made his offer. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, anything out there that can help improve your strength will be yours to freely choose and use. Hey, I was here first, Wu Meng shouted discontentedly from the upper floor. This isn't about who came first or last. The key is sincerity. Zhou Yi felt a bit awkward, scratching his chin as he thought to himself. Asterisk, I feel like this has happened before. Asterisk. The other students who witnessed this couldn't help but feel envious. 3 deans are personally fighting over Zhou Yi. Is this the special treatment reserved for the top scorer of the entrance exam? It's so enviable. The position of a personal tutor student is equivalent to being a direct disciple in a clan. They also get privileged, priority access to the tutor's resources, but the conditions the 3 deans are offering seem way too generous. A-rank skill books are already extremely rare, but the Dean of the Elemental Academy is even more generous, giving a full set of legendary gear. Old Zhu and Old Song are really going all out this time, and don't even get me started on the Weaponry Academy. But what is the Elemental Academy doing, trying to poach a holy knight? As Wu Meng was silently condemning his 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Zhou Yi, become my direct disciple. The principal. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Art on you once. What's the Bloodline Fusion Art? The Bloodline Fusion Art is a forbidden magic that requires combining the blood of another race to be cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physique. Every time you level up, you will receive more attribute points, free attribute points, and more skill points. The fact that Principal Wang wanted to take Zhou Yi as his student immediately caused the other students to gasp in admiration. Using a forbidden class spell right off the bat. Isn't that overkill? You have to know, Principal Wang's most senior disciple is the Guildmaster of the Sky Dance Guild, a top-tier guild in the Zhongxia Nation. If Zhou Yi becomes Principal Wang's disciple, he'll be able to leverage Principal Wang's connections and instantly rise to the top. Shen Lingfeng, who was standing at the front, felt even more jealous upon hearing this. Asterisk. That bastard is so damn lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would have been the top-ranked freshman. Asterisk. Asterisk. I would also have a powerful backer like Principal Wang Hui. Asterisk. Zhu Huayang knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui, so he could only smile bitterly and say, I never expected Zhou Yi's appeal to be so strong that even the principal couldn't resist making a move. There are still plenty of surprises when it comes to Zhou Yi, Wang Hui replied, then took something out and handed it to him. This is a reward from the Grand Marshal of the Snow Dragon Legion. He specifically sent me to deliver this to you. Shen Lingfeng recognized it at a glance. Asterisk. A gold medal? How is that possible? Even the Shen family, asterisk, one of the 8 great families of Ning'an, doesn't possess a gold medal. Asterisk. What has he done to deserve such a rare medal? Asterisk. Oh my god, am I seeing things? That's a medal of honor, Song Xiaolin exclaimed in shock. Jiang Churan said excitedly, and it's a gold contribution medal. My father has fought on the front lines for many years, and only managed to earn a silver contribution medal, in recognition of outstanding contributors who have overcome all obstacles, and pushed forward for the civilization of the Zhongxia nation. Zhou Yi read the medal's description and couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk, since when did I make such a great contribution to the Zhongxia nation? Asterisk, as if reading his thoughts. Wang Hui explained, I know all about your performance in the Qiongfeng mountain range. You deserve this gold contribution medal. Asterisk, the Qiongfeng mountain range? But even destroying the Demon Legion. Asterisk, shouldn't be enough to earn a contribution medal. Could there be more to this? Asterisk, despite his thoughts, Zhou Yi accepted the gift, not forgetting to say, thank you, Principal. Zhu Huayang laughed and teased, Zhou Yi, why so formal? Are you still calling him Principal? Zhou Yi immediately understood. He bowed his head to Wang Hui and said, Master, it is my great honor to become your student. We mustn't delay. I'll take you with me now. With that, Wang Hui used his spiritual power to teleport away with Zhou Yi. Wu Mang smiled and approached Jiang Churan, but before he could say a word, Song Qi cut in. Student Jiang Churan, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to give you the same treatment I just offered to Zhou Yi. Old Song, are you doing this on purpose? Since Zhou Yi has already been taken by the principal, then of course I can't let you have Jiang Churan. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was brought to Wang Hui's private villa, a place he mainly used to store extremely precious items. From now on, if you need anything, you can come here to find me. First, I'll take you to choose the necessary materials for the Bloodline fusion art. Zhou Yi thought to himself, asterisk, this villa must be Principal Wang's private warehouse. You have to teleport just to get in and out. Asterisk, it might be located outside Suhang province or even outside the Zhongxia nation entirely. Asterisk, at that moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Wang Hui condensed his elemental power and advised, after performing the Bloodline fusion art, it will fundamentally alter your bloodline. Furthermore, most people are attracted by the fact that it's a forbidden class spell, but they ignore the key component, the core essence blood for the transformation. The bloodline potential of ordinary humans is extremely limited. As one levels up, the benefits gained from each subsequent level gradually diminish. That's why many professionals, after finding it hopeless to level up further, have resorted to fusing with the blood of other races to enhance their strength. After hearing this, Zhou Yi was surprised. What? You mean even at your level, Master? You still worry about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After a professional undergoes their third job advancement, each level requires a massive amount of experience. I am currently level 64. Typically, an otherworldly creature of the same level is a Lord-rank warrior who is not easily defeated. I have prepared 3 types of essence blood for you, from the Angel race, the Titan race, and the Giant Dragon race. They are all god-descended races. The Bloodline fusion art can bestow upon you a type of bloodline, of a special grade. Therefore, you only need to choose one of these 3 essence bloods. This angel blood is an essence extracted from the remains of an angel. The angel race are the divine descendants of the god of light. If you fuse with the angel essence, you will gain a high-level affinity for the light attribute. The Titan race believes they are born from the god of thunder with the innate ability to master lightning. Fusing with it will greatly increase the power of any lightning skills you use. The Giant Dragon race are direct descendants of the dragon god, possessing the purest draconic bloodline. After fusing with it, you will gain the ability to suppress all beast-type races, asterisk angels, titans, giant dragons. These are all high-level races, at least level 60. Asterisk. Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world. I can't make a rash decision. Asterisk. With these thoughts, a hesitant Zhou Yi asked Wang Hui, Master, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which is most suitable for my current situation? Faced with these 3 extremely rare essence bloods, an ordinary young man might be swayed and just pick one based on intuition. To be able to maintain his composure and think to ask for advice at this crucial moment is enough to prove this kid's calmness and stability. Wang Hui silently praised him and then offered his advice. Titan blood essence and giant dragon blood essence are both very powerful, but after fusion, it will primarily enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close relationship with the god of light, angel blood essence would be the best choice. You might even achieve an upgrade beyond imagination. After some consideration, Zhou Yi finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and chose the angel blood essence. It seems the angel blood essence is a perfect match for you. You are my 5th student. You have 4 senior brothers and sisters before you. I'll introduce you to them when I get the chance. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that medal of outstanding contribution? Just eliminating the demonic legion certainly isn't enough to earn such a precious medal, Wang Hui replied with a serious expression. In that case, I won't hide it from you any longer. Your annihilation of the demonic legion in the Raging Winds mountain range exposed their plans. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized rifts. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately understood the gravity of the situation. In that case, doesn't that mean there are many otherworldly creatures hiding in the Zhongxia nation? That's right. The initial investigation across the entire Zhongxia nation has already uncovered hundreds of otherworldly creatures from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, those creatures are all low level, so the legions can handle them. Many legions across the country have already been ordered to eliminate these otherworldly creatures. In the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As my student, I hope you can become as strong as your seniors and contribute your strength to the nation. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, his expression determined as he replied, "Yes, teacher." Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a cube and instructed, "The bloodline fusion art still requires some preparation. Go home and rest for now. Take this transportation device. Use it to come to my place at 9 a.m. tomorrow." The next morning, Zhou Yi opened his system panel and looked over the rewards. Which one should I choose? Teacher mentioned before that the effectiveness of the bloodline fusion depends on one's physical constitution and personal fortune, which is basically luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi immediately chose the Felix Felicis potion. Item: S-rank Felix Felicis potion. Effect: after consumption, it grants the user good luck for 12 hours. I hope this S-rank divine potion I got after killing the monster will actually work. With that, Zhou Yi drank the divine potion. He then proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank heavenly treasure, Dragon Condensation Fruit. Dragon Condensation Fruit, a rare fruit grown from the corpse of a giant dragon. It can enhance one's physical constitution and increase magic damage after consumption. Zhou Yi jumped for joy. It's an S-rank heavenly treasure. All the random treasure chests I opened before were just full of junk. After drinking the divine potion, I really hit the jackpot. It's also time for my appointment with teacher Wang Hui. Zhou Yi quickly used the transportation device to go to his teacher's house as arranged. When he arrived, he happened to overhear Zhu Huayang saying to Wang Hui, "Principal, are you sure about this? The divine remains of the angel race are incredibly rare. Creating angel blood essence is nearly impossible. A single portion of it would have entire legions fighting over it if it were made public. I have been waiting for someone to whom I could willingly give this blood essence. Zhou Yi is the one I've chosen. I am very pleased with him, so there's absolutely no reluctance." Zhou Yi, pretending he hadn't heard anything, spoke up, "Teacher, Dinju." Wang Hui looked him over and said with a smile, "Excellent. It seems you've successfully brought your body to its peak condition. Come here. This is the bloodline fusion art I've prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle." Zhou Yi obediently complied. Then, Wang Hui said to Zhu Huayang, "Dinju, if you would please activate the formation. I will stand guard beside you." Understood. Zhu Huayang agreed and began to activate the magic circle. As the bloodline fusion process began, Zhou Yi's body was immediately enveloped by the light of the light element, but soon after, that golden light was suppressed by a blue, icy light. Witnessing this, Zhu Huayang couldn't help but be astonished. Such terrifying ice power. It turns out Zhou Yi's body has a special bloodline. Before long, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Looking at his own spellcasting arm, now frozen solid, Zhu Huayang exclaimed in even greater amazement, "If Zhou Yi changed his class to a mage, with this ice power, he could become a top-tier ice mage in the future with this terrifying power." I knew Zhou Yi's sister was awakening an ice bloodline, so I suspected Zhou Yi might have a similar one. The angel bloodline is one of the highest-tier bloodlines. During the fusion process, it should suppress any other bloodlines of lower quality. Therefore, I didn't pay it much attention. But right now, the angel bloodline and the ice bloodline are intertwined and mutually resisting each other. For the ice bloodline to possess such high quality, I fear Zhou Yi's background is anything but ordinary, Wang Hui said, frowning. He thought to himself, the alien bloodlines in humans all seem to originate from the earliest players of eternity. After eternity and reality merged, the higher a player's class level, the more complete their inherited bloodline, the ice bloodline power in. Zhou Yi is able to resist the angel bloodline. This means his ancestor must have been a high-level player who joined the world of eternity in its earliest days. Otherwise, as a descendant, he couldn't possibly have activated such a terrifying ice bloodline. If the ice bloodline weren't obstructing it, the angel bloodline would have completely fused with Zhou Yi's body. Now, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are resisting each other. Even if the ice bloodline is eventually suppressed, not much of the angel bloodline will remain. Losing so much of the angel blood essence might lead to a final result that's no better than using an A-rank heavenly treasure. Now, we can only leave it to fate. Forcibly interrupting the fusion ritual would only cause Zhou Yi to suffer chi deviation and die. Let's hope Zhou Yi is fortunate, Zhu Huayang said with a sigh. At that moment, Zhou Yi, after enduring the pain caused by the clash between the angel and ice bloodlines, experienced something unexpected. Gate of consciousness activated. Do you wish to enter the mental space? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi found himself in another dimension. In the distance, an angel smiled at him and said, "My son, you've finally arrived. Could this be my mental space?" While Zhou Yi was still doubtful, the angel continued to speak. "My son, congratulations on receiving the god's blessing. The god has sent me to bestow upon you true power. You will not be bound by morals or constrained by principles. You will only need to follow your own desires and will. Are you willing to accept this power?" Behind the hood was not the face an angel should have, but the malicious smile of a demon. Disgusting. Why did the sight of her make me want to summon the holy light scepter and annihilate her on the spot? "My son, do not be afraid. Accept this gracious gift with peace of mind. You will obtain a power you've never had before," the fake angel said, extending a hand toward Zhou Yi. But a split second later, she took a scepter to the face. Zhou Yi, resting the scepter on his shoulder, felt a sense of relief. Much better now. I guess I should always trust my instincts. At that moment, the real angel, Yao, who was watching Zhou Yi from somewhere, burst into laughter at the sight. Her maidservant gave her a judgmental look. "It's nothing. I just saw someone very interesting," she said, waving her hand while filled with anticipation. "Don't disappoint me, kiddo." Back to the main scene, after being physically struck by Zhou Yi, The fake angel screamed, "What are you doing? You dare offend a deity? The god will rain down punishment upon you, leaving you to die without a grave. Kneel at once and beg for the god's merciful forgiveness. I might consider pardoning you on the god's behalf." Unnecessary. Zhou Yi aimed his weapon at the fake angel, a clear declaration of war. "You ungrateful brat, you don't know what's good for you." The cruel smile reappeared on the fake angel's lips. Then, she extended her hand with its sharp nails and made a grasping motion. Instantly, thousands of chains erupted and restrained Zhou Yi. Countless crimson eyes appeared. The fake angel laughed in satisfaction. "Ah, what a pleasant sound. This is the consequence of disrespecting Lord Axia. Axia, you're a minion of the evil god." The moment Zhou Yi finished speaking, he was slapped. "Insolent whelp! Brat, you've succeeded in piquing the master's interest. The master has specially dispatched me to cleanse you of your sins. Rejoice, for Lord Axia will soon guide you onto the correct path." An evil force relentlessly corroded Zhou Yi's consciousness, while on the outside, a dark aura enveloped his body. Recognizing it as the evil god's power, Wang Hui immediately used his own strength to prevent the magic formation from shattering. At the same time, he wondered why the power of an evil god would appear within an angel's bloodline, unless that angel was slain by the evil god. He watched as the energy Wang Hui tried to add was repelled by the formation. Zhu Huayang's face turned pale. "This is bad! Zhou Yi is in danger! The evil god's power will stop at nothing!" To destroy the angelic power. At that moment, Wang Hui suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Wait a minute, it seems the angelic power in Zhou Yi isn't weakening. In fact, it's getting stronger. The frost and angelic bloodlines are gradually overwhelming that dark aura." Meanwhile, in Zhou Yi's subconscious, thanks to these two bloodlines, he broke free from the fake angel's shackles. This left her astonished. "I was clearly about to devour this brat's soul. How could such a powerful divine power appear so suddenly?" Zhou Yi had now transformed into a warrior of light with wings of frost. Drawing a weapon from behind his back, he stabbed directly at the fake angel. The fake angel vanished. In its place was the true form of the evil god's minion. He cackled, "Brat, are you just trying to scratch an itch? Your resistance is merely a minor complication in my plan." With that said, the evil god's minion hurled iron chains toward Zhou Yi, but they only shattered an ice wall. While the minion was still surprised and hadn't reacted, a magic formation appeared at his feet. Sharp ice spikes then shot up from the formation, piercing through his body. "Haha, I'll accept this grand gesture. What you humans call power is merely a tiny glimmer of light bestowed by the gods. As the most devout follower of Lord Axia, what I call power is something a mere mortal like you could never comprehend." The evil god's minion grew in size, and the thousands of eyes on its body shot beams of destructive light toward Zhou Yi. Yet, Zhou Yi effortlessly dodged all of its deadly beams. As expected of an insect, all you know is how to flee. After speaking, the evil god's minion bound Zhou Yi with chains, immobilizing him, then launched its ultimate attack. However, it never expected that Zhou Yi would shatter the chains and conjure a shield, successfully blocking its deadly attack. "What?" The evil god's minion was stunned, but it quickly regained its composure and resumed attacking Zhou Yi with beams from its thousands of eyes. Just like before, Zhou Yi gracefully dodged the attacks, even managing to close the distance to the minion's true body. Then, he successfully used his one yang finger, obliterating the evil god's minion. At that moment, an orb of light descended from the sky as Zhou Yi retracted his power. He reached out to accept the orb of light. Instantly, back in the real world, a pillar of light shot down onto Zhou Yi. This left Zhu Huayang and Wang Hui both shocked and excited. This is the angelic power, completely eradicating the evil. Energy. The angelic bloodline merging with the frost bloodline. It seems to be an exceptionally clever combination. An angelic figure appeared, embraced Zhou Yi from behind, and then gradually faded, marking the official conclusion of the fusion process. Zhu Huayang stroked his long beard, smiling. Zhou Yi's fortune is truly remarkable. To think that at such a critical moment, he received the blessing of the god of light, turning a perilous situation into a safe one. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride. He smiled and asked his prized student with concern, "Zhou Yi, how are you feeling now? It seems your power has increased by leaps and bounds." Zhou Yi replied. Just then, a series of notification panels appeared before his eyes. Special bloodline, six-winged angel, bloodline of the god of light, divine rune A. With the divine rune of light, you will have a very high affinity for the light and ice elements. With further evolution of the bloodline, your affinity for other elemental magics will also gradually increase. Bloodline talent, magic immunity B+, possesses a certain probability of being immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including dispel, cleanse, and other non-damaging abilities. The six-winged angel bloodline actually inherited 2 bloodline talents, Zhou Yi exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhu Huayang's eyes widened in astonishment. A six-winged angel, it seems your bloodlines. Fusion and evolution was a massive success, and it's the six-winged angel bloodline, the highest tier within the angelic race. Moreover, the talents you've inherited from the six-winged angel bloodline, as your rank increases, it can continue to evolve to the S+ rank. Teacher, an S+ rank secret bloodline art also appeared. It's called Angelic God Form, Zhou Yi stammered, reading the notification that had just appeared. Angelic Secret Bloodline Art. God Form S+ unleashes a portion of the bloodline power stored within the body, transforming the user into a Divine six-winged angel form. The higher your level, the more bloodline power can be unleashed. Note: before level 50, the angelic bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret art, you will enter a weakened state. Go ahead and try using the secret art now. Let me see. Let's see to what extent your power can rise. Following Wang Hui's instruction, Zhou Yi began to channel his power, activating the angelic god form secret bloodline art. An immense wave of angelic power erupted outwards, leaving Zhu Huayang speechless with astonishment. The elemental energy fluctuations are so powerful. Wang Hui activated his spiritual power, scanned Zhou Yi all over, and then gave his assessment. Good. After you activated the secret bloodline art, your power increased by at least fivefold. Zhou Yi, how do you feel? It's unbelievable. My entire body is overflowing with an unprecedented level of energy. The light and ice elements feel like my loyal companions. I can command and control them at will. The power was so overwhelming. It triggered the security system in Wang Hui's villa, which began to blare. Warning, warning, warning. High-grade elemental energy detected. Activating level trade defense state, Angel. A six-winged angel is truly a child of the elements. Quickly, deactivate the secret art. If you continue, the room's defense system will attack you. Zhou Yi quickly retracted his power. The villa's system immediately returned to normal. At that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill on himself. This made the nearby Zhu Huayang worry. What is it? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Although the secret art dramatically increases your power. For now, you've never been in a prolonged battle, yet you're already feeling aches all over your body. Wang Hui stepped in to explain. The secret bloodline art can indeed make your combat power soar. However, the power of the six-winged angel bloodline is too much for your current self to handle. The energy drain is immense. It should be saved as a last resort. Zhu Huayang watched Wang Hui and Zhou Yi converse, sighing to himself in admiration. A six-winged angel bloodline, 2 evolved talents, and an S+ rank secret bloodline art, angelic god form. For the other freshmen, catching up to Zhou Yi will probably remain a distant dream. Based on the signs from your bloodline awakening, I'd guess the frost bloodline within your sister is no weaker than yours. If you want her to have the best possible bloodline awakening, then you should have the Extreme Frost Lotus refined into an Extreme Frost pill for her. Su University has a department specializing in pill refinement. You can place an order directly through the school's system. Now, go back and get some good rest, Wang Hui said, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder. As soon as Zhou Yi left, Zhu Huayang's smile vanished. He asked with a grave expression, Headmaster, why was Zhou Yi targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything were to happen to him, it would be a huge loss, not just for our Suhang University, but for the entire Zhongsha nation. Zhou Yi was fortunate to survive, thanks to the blessing of the God of Light. I will conduct a thorough investigation. I won't rule out any possibility. Back in his dorm, Zhou Yi was preoccupied with his sister's condition. To refine the Extreme Frost Pill, besides the main ingredient, the Extreme Frost Lotus, I also need an A-rank heavenly treasure, Ice Wolf Grass. The Snow Dragon Core will send the Extreme Frost Lotus soon. As for the Ice Wolf Grass, Zhou Yi calculated mentally. A bronze medal is worth 500 credits, a silver medal is 1,000 credits, and the highest gold medal is worth 2,000 credits. I have enough credits for now. I could probably buy it easily at the school's department store. Just then, Su Miney, under the instruction of Dean Wu, came to deliver the resources the War Academy had promised to Zhou Yi. For some reason, after not seeing Zhou Yi for just one day, he had become much stronger. This oppressive feeling didn't come from a level increase, but from the nobility of his bloodline. Su Miney silently marveled. Hearing Su Miney's words, Zhou Yi was a bit surprised. Didn't you already choose teacher Wang Hui? Why is Dean Wu having you deliver the resources? Su Miney explained. Principal Wang Hui is my personal mentor, but I usually take my classes at our academy. Besides, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all top-ranking freshmen are entitled to them. I see. Wait, our War Academy? Miss Su, aren't you a mage? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Su Miney joked, then distributed the resources to Zhou Yi. A-grade heavenly and earthly treasure. Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root, A-grade Heavenly and Earthly Treasure, Iceling Grass, A-grade Weapon, Chaos Cluster Sword, B-grade Equipment, Marquise's White Chest Plate, B-grade Enchanting Material, Wind Chasing Secret Tendon, B-grade Enchanting Material, Earth Dragon's Fresh Blood, C-grade Skill Book, Frost Stockpile, C-grade Skill Book, Ice Beast Bodyguard, C-grade Skill Book, Blade of Light. Although there were many items, only one caught Zhou Yi's attention. It was the Iceling Grass. The Iceling Grass could be used with the Extreme Ice Lotus to concoct an extreme cold pill. This type of pill could significantly increase the chances of awakening the Frost bloodline. This is exactly what I wished for, as expected of the liquid luck. Once I get my hands on the Extreme Ice Lotus and buy a few more supplementary materials, I'll be able to concoct the extreme cold pill. After Zhou Yi signed for the items, Su Miney said, All right, official business is done. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson. Your strength has improved, so training in the Gale Mountain Range is no problem, but entering the inner region is just reckless. You should always ensure you can protect yourself before taking action. As she spoke, Miss Su's expression turned a little sad. Every year, many talented individuals graduate from Suhang University, but those who truly become shining gems are extremely rare. You must understand, many talented people encounter unforeseen circumstances and lose their lives out there. Don't think I'm nagging. It's always better to be more careful. I can't tell Miss Su that I have a system protecting me and that the danger level of entering the demon ravine was within a controllable range. Zhou Yi thought to himself and chose his words carefully. I understand your good intentions, Miss Su. I'll take it to heart. Also, there's something else I wanted to ask you. My strength has increased again. Could you recommend some safe places where I can get some practical combat training? You're truly a monster, Su Mani exclaimed, then led Zhou Yi to a place filled with robots. You can use the training robots to conduct practical combat exercises. At the same time, you can set different difficulty levels to challenge. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to 10, and their combat power increases exponentially with their numbers. In the level 10 combat stance, the robots can defeat a level 20 expert. Also, your entire challenge will be recorded, with detailed images captured by the surrounding telescopic robots. They can also track your various data points during the challenge, generating a detailed report after the challenge ends. Although you can pause at any time, I still advise you to start the challenge from a low difficulty level. I have to get to class. Take it one step at a time, know your limits, and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual orb to start the challenge. As soon as Su Mani left, Zhou Yi gave the command, Visual orb, let's begin. Have them warm up with Level 7 combat stance. Command received. Execution program responding. Combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots fully deployed. Please be advised, Level 7 combat mode is now engaged. The moment the visual orb finished its announcement, a storm of firepower rained down on Zhou Yi. However, for a master of evasion like him, this was child's play. After evading the robot's assault, Zhou Yi began his counterattack, using the frost power he'd just obtained from fusing with the frost bloodline. With one punch, he destroyed a giant robot. Looks like this frost power is quite usable, Zhou Yi thought smugly, then switched to using Frost Storm. A single move wiped out the entire robot army. User Zhou Yi, congratulations on successfully passing the Level 7 combat mode test. Training results statistics. A total of 50 Level 7 robots. Time elapsed, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All units defeated. Overall evaluation, excellent. The frost power is indeed effective. It works wonders for controlling enemies. If level 7 was this easy, I wonder if the highest difficulty it can make me go all out. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yi decided to try it. Visual orb. Start level 10 combat mode directly. Due to excessive damage to the training robots, level 10 combat mode will activate the contingency plan. Robots are now being retrofitted and upgraded. Level 10 combat mode. Transcendent grade training robot taking over. Its attributes are equivalent to a common level 25 professional, simultaneously activating supreme intelligence protocols. If the battle threatens your safety, please issue the ceasefire command immediately. Hearing this, Zhou Yi grew even more excited. This is exactly what I wanted. I can finally go all out. After a 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Zhou Yi with frost power, surprising him. But moments later, he leaped high into the air to dodge and used Ice Light Phantom Body, utilizing the properties of light and ice to create a clone of himself, an ice crystal clone that made it hard for the enemy to tell which was real. He then used Holy Light Pool, aiming to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied the move, counterattacked, and knocked the weapon from Zhou Yi's hand. How can it copy my skills? Could the visual orb have synchronized my combat data with it? Attack system synchronized. Combat effectiveness enhanced. Weapon module optimization complete, returning to online status. What's that? Zhou Yi stared in astonishment as one of the cannons transformed into a mechanical wolf. It can copy the swift wind wolf too? Looks like I'll have to fight it head on. With that thought, Zhou Yi shifted gears. In a flash, he sent the robot wolf flying with a single punch. Activate Angel's domain! I dare you to copy this! Meanwhile, after agreeing to become Dean Song's direct disciple, I've obtained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time, I kept failing the level 7 combat mode challenge. I'll try again now. Jiang Churan scanned her fingerprint. As she tried to enter the robot training room, she received a notification. We regret to inform you, the training robots are currently severely damaged. Please return tomorrow to attempt the challenge. This is the freshman training area. Usually, no one challenges past level 6. Even for brother Zhou Yi, challenging level 10 wouldn't be easy. Who in the world is in there? Back with Zhou Yi, after activating Angel's domain, he immediately used Holy Light chains, unleashing chains formed from Holy Light to bind and restrict the enemy's movements. Then, he used True Sight of Light to identify the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for his next attack. The moment he learned the robot's weak point was the energy unit on its chest, Zhou Yi aimed straight for its chest and threw a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal and blowing it away, along with the entire training area. Level 10 combat mode successfully cleared. Access authorization reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training grounds, we recommend scheduling your next challenge for next week. Level 10 combat mode challenge successful. Who in the world is in there? Jiang Churan, bewildered, cautiously stepped forward. Classmate Zhou Yi? Congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat mode test with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation. Outstanding. Strongest single physical attack. 27,304. Strongest single magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined skill damage, 106,021. If it weren't for the surprise attack from the robot wolf, I probably could have won this match more easily. It seems I urgently need to form a contract with a magical pet that can fight by my side. As Zhou Yi was lost in thought, he heard a voice call out from behind him. Brother Zhou Yi! Jiang Churan ran over, her face full of excitement. Brother Zhou Yi, have you finished your bloodline refinement? It's only been a day. How did you get so strong? It's nothing. I just finished the bloodline refinement technique this morning. Now I'm a six-winged angel bloodline, Jiang Churan said with eyes full of admiration. That's amazing. It's an extremely rare godkin bloodline. My phantom bloodline is just one of the bloodlines, with a relatively high quality. Zhou Yi chuckled and asked Jiang Churan to take him to the demon pet market. He wanted to form a contract with a demon pet to enhance his combat power. Jiang Churan, of course, happily agreed. 1 hour later, at the demon pet market. A silver rank red flame fox cub can grow up to level 20, now only 110 study points. Get a level 19 adult dragon horned rhino with a dragon bloodline for 210 points. Only one left. First come, first served. After leading Zhou Yi around the market for a while, Jiang Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, have you seen any demon pets you like? Zhou Yi replied thoughtfully, I already tamed a gale wolf on Madwind Mountain. Unfortunately, I fell unconscious after defeating the demon spawn and missed the best opportunity to form a contract with it. I'm hoping to find a gale wolf cub with a wind-type innate magic talent to form a contract with. The moment Zhou Yi finished speaking, someone immediately started hawking their wares. A gale wolf cub! I happen to have one right here. A young man wearing glasses approached them with a fake smile. Hey, fellow students. Hello, I'm Liu Ji Shui, a third-year student from the Logistics Academy. I'm also a level 22 breeder. I happen to have a gale wolf cub that I personally raised. Would you like to take a look? Jiang Churen commented. Breeder is a life skill profession. This student is also from our Suhang University. Compared to the outsiders at the other market stalls, the quality of the demon pets he provides is probably better. Hearing this, Zhou Yi replied, all right. Just then, Liu Zhishui held up a heterochromatic-eyed beast and started his long-winded pitch. This gale wolf cub was born about 10 days ago. Its mother was a silver rank gale wolf. I've already used an appraisal skill on it. I've confirmed its aptitude is silver rank. If you want it, it'll only be 60 points. Zhou Yi looked slightly disappointed. Silver rank? Do you have a gold rank one? Gold rank? Forget me. You'd be lucky to find any in this entire demon pet market. If you really want one, I'll let you know immediately as soon as I hear any news about a gold rank gale wolf cub. However, the price will certainly be much higher. Never mind then. Let me see this one first. Zhou Yi picked up the small gale wolf cub. The little gale wolf seemed to like Zhou Yi, letting out soft, spoiled whimpers. Zhou Yi felt that there was something a bit off with this cub. It's too small. Clearly it's underdeveloped. Hearing this, Liu Ji Shui felt a pang of guilt. Gale wolves are naturally smaller than other demon beasts. A cub's size is typically like this. Zhou Yi lifted the small gale wolf high and replied with a smile. No problem, I'll buy this one. You have to understand, there are no useless demon pets, only useless masters. I can see its future. After the transaction was successful, a beaming Liu Ji Shui handed Zhou Yi a scroll. This demon pet contract scroll is a freebie. That'll be 60 points in total. Now you can form a contract with this gale wolf cub. Afterward, you can keep it in your personal contract space, which is very convenient. Meanwhile, Liu Ji Shui was inwardly ecstatic. Out of the whole litter of gale wolf cubs, this was the one in the worst condition. He had been worried he wouldn't be able to sell it, but he unexpectedly ran into a fool. Good thing he already paid the points up front. If a cub this week were to have its rank drop during the contracting process, it would be a huge hassle. Come on now, I believe you can definitely become stronger. With that, Zhou Yi began to form the contract with the little gale wolf. Thanks to the Felix Felicis potion he had drunk, which grants the user 12 hours of good luck, its effects were still active, and the defective gale wolf cub transformed into an unbelievably powerful demon pet, stunning everyone present. This purple light, could it be the birth of an epic rank demon pet? To actually buy an epic rank demon pet at this market? What insane luck! Hey man, are you selling that gale wolf cub? I'll offer 1,000 points. Brother Zhou Yi really has a keen eye. So this gale wolf cub was a degenerated epic rank demon pet. After it received your nurturing mana, it immediately restored its original rank and aptitude. Zhou Yi scratched his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, epic rank. Looks like I underestimated the effect of the Felix Felicis potion. The surrounding gasps of admiration only made Liu Ji Shui grind his teeth in anger. Damn it all. I actually sold an epic rank demon pet to a freshman for cheap. Oh, right, Brother Zhou Yi, you still haven't named it. Jiang Churan reminded him. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and replied, let's call him Xiao Hui. While Jiang Churan and Zhou Yi were playing with Xiao Hui, Liu Ji Shui went back on his word. Excuse me, fellow student. Due to my oversight, I sold this cub to you at the price of a silver rank. If you still want it, you'll need to compensate me an additional 1,500 points. Of course, you could also dissolve the contract and return the demon pet to me. I'll refund you 300 points. You'd better make a decision quickly. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Clearly, Liu Ji Shui didn't check the cub's rank properly. Otherwise, why would he have sold it so easily? Liu Ji Shui has the Liu family backing him, and they're long-term partners with the university. They're in for it this time. No matter how you look at it, he probably won't be able to keep that epic rank demon pet he just obtained. Unbelievable. I've never heard of someone trying to take back something they've already sold. Zhou Yi's power flared. With a murderous expression, he said, stop daydreaming. Get lost. Zhou Yi's glare alone terrified Liu Zhishui and made him question his existence. He's clearly just a freshman. How can he be so strong from his aura alone? Watching Zhou Yi approach step by step, Liu Zhishui trembled with fear. He stammered, "Be brother. It's my fault. This is all a complete misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Please, just take this Gale Wolf cub. You know what's best for you. Don't let me see you again. Or else, you'll face the consequences." With that, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan turned to leave, the soft feeling in her hands. Delighted Jiang Churan. "Brother Zhou Yi, can I come over and pet Xiao Hui in the future?" "You can come over any time." At that moment, some onlookers finally recognized Zhou Yi. "Wait a minute, that looks like Zhou Yi. The top-ranked freshman Zhou Yi, the one Principal Wang Hui accepted as his exclusive disciple. I heard he even received a gold medal of contribution." Liu Zhishui always acts so arrogantly, relying on his family backing. This time, he really messed with the wrong person. "Make way, please, make way! Whoa! Liu Wucheng has arrived. Is he here to back up his younger brother?" Liu Wucheng pushed through the crowd to Liu Zhishui's side. Seeing him, Liu Zhishui immediately started to tattle. "Big brother, you have to get justice for me." Before Liu Zhishui could finish, he was kicked right in the face. "You useless trash. Do you have any idea what it means for a freshman to receive a gold medal of contribution? Means, consider yourself lucky that he let you off. Now stop being an eyesore here. Get as far away from me as possible." Liu Zhishui clutched his swollen face, wondering in disbelief. What in the world did I do to provoke such a terrifying person? Back to our protagonist. As expected of a newborn epic rank Gale Wolf, it can already use its wind abilities instinctively, even at this age. Just as Zhou Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, a member of the Snow Dragon Corps arrived and personally delivered the Extreme Frost Lotus to him. This made him grin from ear to ear. "I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Corps to be this efficient. It's been less than 3 days since I left the Madwind mountain range, and they've already delivered it. The Extreme Frost Lotus is finally mine. Once I refine this into the Extreme Frost Pill, the crisis of Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening can be easily resolved." Remembering teacher Wang Hui's words, Zhou Yi immediately booked an appointment with an alchemist. "We have scheduled an appointment for you with Master He Tian, a level 9 alchemist. Because the materials and security required to refine an S-rank heavenly treasure are extremely valuable, please come to the alchemy department for a detailed discussion." Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yi quickly went to the alchemy department. Unfortunately, Master He Tian was in a class, leaving only his student, Lin Yi, on duty. "What kind of pill would you like to refine?" "I can answer any preliminary questions you might have." "An S-rank pill. The Extreme Frost Pill." As he said this, Zhou Yi took out the ingredients, causing Lin Yi to exclaim in shock. "An S-rank heavenly treasure, the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus and the A-rank Ice Caltrop Herb. Where? You seem to be a new student. How do you have so many rare heavenly treasures?" Zhou Yi smiled humbly. "Just luck. Since you've already prepared the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus and the Ice Caltrop Herb, you'll just need to add 800 academic credits for the S-rank pill crafting fee. Leave your contact information with me. Once I've finished refining the Extreme Cold Ice, I'll notify you to come pick it up immediately." After the two exchanged contact information, Zhou Yi then went to class. There, he happened to overhear two students talking. "Did you know? Recently, otherworldly creatures have been discovered in many places." "Really? You haven't heard? Recently, many legions and guilds have been transferred back from the front lines. A friend of mine in the legion revealed it, saying it's because it seems all of Zhongsha Nation has discovered the whereabouts of otherworldly creatures. It seems the news of the otherworldly creature invasion has spread everywhere." As Zhou Yi was thinking to himself, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. "Song Halan, you're in this class too?" "Of course. My supervising professor is Dean Wu Mang. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on." Song Halan extended her hand and said playfully, "Classmate Zhou Yi, I hope you'll guide me in the future. I hope you'll guide me." Song Halan laughed. "You're so skilled. It's impossible for me to teach you anything, but if you need any help in the future, just let me know." Just then, the professor for the Magical Beast course walked in. And this person was no stranger, but Su Miney herself. "Before we officially start class, I have a few important announcements for you all. Just as the rumors say, many otherworldly creatures have indeed appeared in Zhongsha Nation. Even though these otherworldly creatures aren't very strong, the nation is taking their appearance very seriously. Facing this potential threat, the Zhongsha Legion has entered a level 3 state of readiness. At the same time, major universities are also investing significantly more resources. Therefore, our Suhang University will allocate resources to students every month, based on ranking, with a 70% increase. Additionally, after completing school-assigned missions, you will receive far more academic credits than before. The Abyss mode for the university's 3 major dungeons will be opened, but you will need to use academic credits to purchase magic stones of the Abyss to unlock it." The students immediately started buzzing with discussion after hearing this. The nation is distributing a massive amount of resources. They're determined to cultivate the strong at all costs. Abyss mode is finally open, which means I can get even more resources. Even the academic credit rewards for missions have been increased. It looks like the school is making a big move. "Students, please calm your excitement," Sumaini said from the podium. With a snap of her fingers, she released a burst of energy that instantly silenced the students. No matter how the resources are adjusted, as students, your only job is to focus on cultivating your abilities and becoming stronger. Looks like I'm not the only one improving. Professor Su is much stronger than when I first met her, Zhou Yi thought to himself. All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. Turn your books to page. A few hours later, class ended. I'm level 19 now. I have the extreme cold ice lotus, so I don't need to enter the dangerous Gale Mountain range anymore. The abyss-level goblin dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain experience and level up. As Zhou Yi was deep in thought, he suddenly saw Jiang Churan standing not far away. Xiaoran, what are you doing here? I heard that the clear rewards for the school's 3 dungeons are increasing too. I wanted to ask you to go with me. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Jiang Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, which difficulty are you going to challenge? Abyss level. What about you? Jiang Churan quickly waved her hands. Abyss level is way too hard. There's a huge gap between us. With my strength, I'm afraid I can only challenge the hard difficulty. Zhou Yi took her hand and comforted her. It's okay. After I clear the abyss level, we can team up and challenge it again. Then it's a deal. I'll go try the hard difficulty first. Good luck. Jiang Churan replied shyly and turned to leave. Just then, the appearance of one person caused a stir throughout the lobby. Jiming Xuan, why is he here? Haven't seen an expert come to challenge the dungeon in a while. You don't know? If you set a new clear record for the abyss-level dungeon, you can get a Talent Achievement Award. It's true. You can't get a talent achievement without a special opportunity. No wonder Ji Mingxuan rushed over here. Ji Mingxuan vertical bar. Profession, Mage vertical bar. Level 23 vertical bar. Earth ranking, 86. Boring. I need to hurry up and challenge the abyss-level dungeon myself, Zhou Yi thought, looking at Ji Mingxuan's info. He then selected the abyss-level goblin dungeon and entered, causing a huge commotion in the lobby. Isn't that Zhou Yi, the top-ranked freshman? Haha, a level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge the abyss difficulty? Truly overestimating his own abilities. I bet he just threw 400 academic credits down the drain. Ji Mingxuan, who was standing nearby, heard this and sneered inwardly. It seems the resource adjustment has made some people overly confident. You have chosen to challenge the abyss difficulty. Therefore, your account will be automatically deducted 400 academic credits for an abyss magic stone, teleporting to the goblin lower city. Note, monsters in the abyss-level dungeon become more ferocious with the increased difficulty. If you find them hard to deal with, crush the abyss magic stone to exit the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so desolate? Is this the result of the goblin's occupation and destruction? As Zhou Yi was pondering, a goblin launched a sneak attack from behind. However, Zhou Yi sent it to meet its maker with just a light wave of his hand. But just seconds later, an entire legion of goblins surrounded Zhou Yi and charged at him in unison. Monster. Goblin Warrior vertical bar level 22 vertical bar. Aptitude. Silver. Vertical bar skills. Ambush. Slash. There are quite a few goblins this time, but the stronger the enemy, the better the challenge. As he spoke, Zhou Yi swung his mace, wiping out the entire mob of goblins. Another group immediately appeared, forcing Zhou Yi to strategize this time. It seems the challenge of this stage is the large number of goblin soldiers carrying out attacks. Suicide attacks. This will lead to excessive mana consumption. I have to conserve mana. To ensure I have enough to use skills against the boss, Zhou Yi thought, deciding to use Radiant Phantom Slash, continuously wields a weapon at extreme speed to create a series of light speed slashes, dealing a powerful blow to the enemy. He wiped out the monsters. Congratulations on defeating the goblin group. You have received 11,236 experience points, level 19. 22,743 divided by 54,000. Sure enough, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I kill a lot of goblins, I'll probably only reach level 20 at most. Hopefully, the EXP from the boss will be enough for a breakthrough. Zhou Yi continued deeper inside. Before long, he found the boss. Monster. Goblin King vertical bar. Level 24 vertical bar. Aptitude. Epic vertical bar. Skills. Unknown. Note, the Goblin King has led the Goblin tribe in occupying several human cities. A puny human. Welcome to the land of death I've prepared for you. You dare to slaughter my entire tribe. Die, human! As he spoke, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing Zhou Yi to leap high into the air to dodge. This goblin is pretty strong. Despite its large size, its speed isn't affected at all, Zhou Yi thought. He gathered his strength and launched a counterattack, but under its super armor state. In this state, it resists all physical attacks and can activate a shield to reflect a portion of the damage. His attack was like a mosquito trying to bite stainless steel. Realizing it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Zhou Yi switched to using magic, creating magical chains that successfully restrained the boss, rendering it immobile. Then, he unleashed a palm strike that instantly took the boss's life. Congratulations, you have completed the abyss-level dungeon. Clear time, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. You have set a new clear speed record for this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss. You have received 30 free attribute points and 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King was an abyss-level dungeon boss, after all, and I killed it in just one move. I even deliberately conserved a large amount of mana and was prepared to use other powerful skills against it. With it. Just then, another notification panel appeared. As you have set a new clear record, You have unlocked the A-rank talent, Rapid Spellcasting. The casting speed of your magic skills will be significantly increased. Even low-level spells can be cast instantly, so this is the reward for setting a new clear record. By getting a new talent from this refreshed Abyss-level dungeon, which is also boosted by the A-rank fast casting talent, then my strength will be raised another level. It's time to go back. The only regret is, I've almost reached level 20. Since I have a lot of academic credits now, later on, I'll take Xiao Ran to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon again. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon hall, quite a few people who chose the Abyss-level dungeon had to give up because they couldn't handle the difficulty inside. At this moment, they, along with those who chose other difficulty levels, were looking up at the ranking board and discussing animatedly. So far, no one has successfully cleared it. This Abyss-level dungeon is too hard. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-rank goblins. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have been trapped in there. No wonder it's Abyss-level difficulty. The intensity is just too terrifying. It seems we can only rely on the masters from the Earth ranking, like Ji Mingxuan. Jiang Churan stood in the crowd. Hearing this, she thought to herself, it's a good thing I only chose the medium difficulty. That's why I passed so smoothly. Now I can only hope that Zhou Yi can pass this stage. I heard that the Abyss-level dungeon was also open during the competition for this year's freshmen. How many people could have succeeded? That's right, I think there was a guy named Zhou Yi, who's only a level 19 Holy Knight, the top of the freshman class. He even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted loudly, the dungeon record has been updated again. That young man pointed at the ranking board, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are you talking about that Zhou Yi at the top of the board? Number 1, Zhou Yi. Difficulty, Abyss. Clear progress, 100%. Time, 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clear record for the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss level. The crowd erupted at this moment. Finally, someone has passed the Abyss difficulty. Zhou Yi. Why have I never heard of this name? Could it be a third-year senior? Zhou Yi. This person is the top freshman. But even if he's that strong, he couldn't possibly defeat the level 24 epic rank Goblin King. I also just participated in the freshman competition a few days ago. How did Zhou Yi improve so quickly? Let's wait a bit longer. Brother Xuan probably entered the dungeon later than Zhou Yi, so he's just a little bit slower. A young man laughed loudly and said confidently, adding in his heart, when Brother Xuan comes out with a new record, Zhou Yi's rank on the board will surely drop. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, a battered Ji Mingxuan walked out of the dungeon, causing that young man to worry and rush over to support him. He said, this Abyss-level dungeon is too hard. I used up so many gold rank items, yet I still failed. Ji Mingxuan cursed, then suddenly realized that hardly anyone in the crowd was paying attention to him like they were a few minutes ago. They were all gathered around the ranking board, discussing animatedly. Although he was a bit confused, he didn't dwell on it for long and took out a potion vial to heal his wounds. It was only when his underling informed him that Zhou Yi had cleared the Abyss-level dungeon with an unbelievably fast time that he was so shocked he choked on his potion. Look, Zhou Yi is out! Impossible! He's just a level 19 freshman. How could he possibly clear the Abyss dungeon? How can I be inferior to him? I must get to the bottom of this. He's only coming out now. He probably cheated. Ji Mingxuan angrily threw the potion bottle in his hand, then put on a very fake smile to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yi. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi completely ignored him and walked past to Jiang Churan's side. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. As for me, I barely managed to pass the hard difficulty. I feel like you're leaving me further and further behind. Zhou Yi walked over and patted Jiang Churan's head, comforting her. Don't worry, the Goblin King is easy to deal with. I'll show you all the skills and tricks to pass this stage. Besides, I have plenty of academic credits now. I'll take you a few more times until you've mastered the key points. Then you can also challenge the Abyss difficulty. While the two lovebirds were being affectionate, the crowd was still singing Zhou Yi's praises, while Ji Mingxuan sat sulking in a corner, accepting the fact that under Zhou Yi's spotlight, he had become a has-been star. Keeping his promise, Zhou Yi took Jiang Churan to conquer the Abyss-level dungeon. As they fought, he buffed Jiang Churan's power while also pointing out the goblin's weaknesses, so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until the two of them fought the boss. The Abyss-level boss was no joke to challenge. Brother Zhou Yi, how did you pass it successfully? It looks powerful, but it actually has very weak magic resistance. It can be easily defeated with powerful magic skills. Hearing this, Jiang Churan volunteered to fight the boss. Since the boss had weak magic resistance, Jiang Churan decided to first test the demonic power in her succubus, Bloodline with the skill Demon's Blade, unleashing a massive wave of slashes. The demonic power contained in the slash wave will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of killing the boss, this move buffed the boss with more magic power, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomped on the ground, creating a seismic wave that shook the earth, generating several shockwaves that pushed back enemies and could cause a stun. Zhou Yi unleashed his power to counter this attack, while anxiously calling out, Xiao Ran, are you okay? I'm fine, brother Zhou Yi. It's all my fault. I didn't control my magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. First, I'll test a method to deal with it and see if it's effective. After saying that, Zhou Yi used Light's Judgment to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. Damn it, the skill's effect isn't as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit, Zhou Yi thought, then said, this is indeed a bit tricky to handle. Let me try one more time. If there's no way to defeat it, you should crush the Abyss Crystal. Don't forget this is just a trial dungeon. Don't get yourself hurt. With that, Zhou Yi created magical chains in an attempt to restrain the boss. But the boss actually easily shattered the magic chains in an instant. Witnessing this, Jiang Churan blamed herself even more. It's all my fault. I've made things so complicated. What should I do? What should I do? It was this negative state of mind from Jiang Churan that caused the demoness within her to awaken. That's right, it's all because you're too weak. If you could completely master the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, you wouldn't have to silently watch Brother Zhou Yi fall into a difficult situation. Only by becoming stronger can you help Brother Zhou Yi. The time has come. Unleash your true power. Get stronger. Jiang Churan mumbled as if hypnotized, her eyes gradually turning a deadly shade of red. Up ahead, after several failed attempts, Zhou Yi was about to activate his angel form to protect Jiang Churan when suddenly a surge of dark power flew from behind Zhou Yi and sliced off the boss's weapon-wielding arm. Xiaoran, Zhou Yi stared in shock at the girl behind him. Brother Zhou Yi, let me destroy this monster. Jiang Churan, in her demoness form, said with a seductive smile, why can't I absorb this magic power? On the contrary, it's constantly invading my power. The boss screamed in confusion. Don't be hasty. This is just an appetizer. With that, Jiang Churan waved her hand, sending more magic power into the boss. I want more. Quick, give me more magic power. Your current appearance is truly disgusting. Jiang Churan looked at the boss with contempt, then finished it off with a single move. Congratulations, student. Jiang Churan has defeated the boss, the Great Goblin King, and obtained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally, this disgusting monster is dead. Jiang Churan retracted her power, then approached and seductively touched Zhou Yi, leaving him utterly shocked. It took him a moment to notice something was off. His eyes turned cold as he asked, are you really Xiaoran? At this, the demoness Jiang Churan suddenly froze, then gradually returned to her usual form. The current Jiang Churan shyly explained, Brother Zhou Yi, what happened just now was indeed all caused by the demonic power in my succubus bloodline acting up. Zhou Yi lifted Jiang Churan's chin, examining her for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you had been possessed by a demon. How could that be? That's right, Xiaoran. How about we team up and challenge it a few more times? I believe that once you get used to the demons, you'll be able to clear the abyss-level dungeon by yourself. Besides, the Goblin King and I are old friends. I'm sure he'll understand us, right? After all, that's just how students are. The boss just needs to be beaten, but students who want to get more dungeon rewards have a lot more to think about. Zhou Yi said this with a sly smile that would make even the Goblin King panic in heaven. Outside, everyone was still reeling from the shock of Zhou Yi's record-breaking clear. Then, they saw a new record appear on the leaderboard with a clear time even faster than the last one, by a full minute, and the one who completed it was none other than Zhou Yi, sending them into shock. No way, it's Zhou Yi again. Can't he let anyone else clear the dungeon in peace? He actually managed to clear it again at an even faster speed. How terrifying. Suddenly, a new clear record appeared on the board, shattering. Xiao Yi's record, first place, Jiang Shuran, difficulty, abyss level, clear progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes, 23 seconds. This has been confirmed as the current fastest clear record for the abyss-level goblin dungeon. Aren't freshmen only supposed to be able to challenge the hard difficulty? Now she can solo clear an abyss-level dungeon? Well, Jiang Churan is the second-ranked freshman, and with Zhou Yi's guidance, it's not surprising she could perform beyond her usual level. At that moment, Ji Ming Xuan's underling held his head and sighed. Brother Xuan, now, I finally understand how you feel. That feeling of helplessness after realizing the gap between myself and a genius, it's truly unbearable. And so, Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan each continued to solo challenge the abyss-level dungeon one more time, then teamed up together once before returning to the lobby. Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Elemental Academy has a fireworks display today prepared for the new students. Let's go watch it together. Zhou Yi smiled and replied, that's a great idea. We can take this opportunity to relax a bit. And so, the two of them headed to the Elemental Academy. Looking at the scenery around them, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel intrigued. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I can't believe that without us even noticing, we were grinding the dungeon until evening. This conquest of the abyss-level dungeon was a huge haul. It was all thanks to your help. Your own effort was the key. I just provided a little support. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Just then, he saw a giant statue and couldn't help but stop to ask, this statue is... Oh, this is Mage Wei Yang, also known as the Guardian God of Mages. He once single-handedly stopped several fierce attacks from the otherworldly legion. Because of that, the tales of his heroic deeds are widely spread. Unfortunately, during the great decisive battle, he was ambushed by a lord-level demon and ultimately died a heroic death. Because his soul was completely obliterated, it was impossible to revive him. He was truly a great hero. I still have very little knowledge of history. Could you briefly tell me a bit about the Dark Age? Of course, Jiang Churan began to explain. Actually, to talk about this part of history, we have to start with the Golden Age from 80 years ago. Starting in the year 2544, many naturally gifted job holders began to rise one after another. This year was therefore called the Golden Age. Legendary heroes like Gale Sword, Saint Shang Pinghai, and Awakening Flame Blade, Saint Li Xiaoyang are even now still holding the front lines of the battlefield. But just as everyone was full of hope, preparing to counterattack the otherworld, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing with it an invasion of the most frantic kind by otherworldly creatures. The powerhouses of the Golden Age, faced with the threat of the invading otherworldly creatures, sacrificed their precious lives one by one. After a long, arduous 30-year struggle and the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of job holders, we finally achieved the period of peace we have today. Now, the invasion of otherworldly creatures has descended once more. I'm afraid. I hope this is just my imagination. Don't worry too much. Zhou Yi patted her head reassuringly. This large-scale appearance of otherworldly creatures only came through a dimensional rift. They arrived here with limited strength. Besides, we're not the same as we were in the past. Even if the darkness descends again, this time, the ones who'll be unlucky are those otherworldly creatures. Jiang Churan couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Yi's words. You're right. We've been resting and building our strength for so long. We're more than prepared to fight the otherworld again. Just at that moment, fireworks shot up, brilliantly illuminating the entire sky. An excited Jiang Churan grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry. It'll be even more beautiful from the viewing spot up ahead. Okay, Zhou Yi replied indulgently. The next day, Zhou Yi took a train back to visit his younger sister. Sister Qing, why isn't brother back yet? Don't worry. Your brother just said on the phone that he'll be back very soon. Just as Ah Qing finished speaking, Zhou Yi arrived at the door. Brother, welcome home. Xiao Yun ran and hugged Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi caught his sister, smiling brightly. I was worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you in such high spirits puts my mind at ease. Xiao Yi, you're back. Zhou Yi looked at Ah Qing and smiled. Sister Qing, long time no see. How long do you plan on staying this time? Probably about 3 or 4 days. I had to take a leave of absence to come back, after all. It's mainly to complete the final stage of Xiao Yun's treatment. That's so short, Xiao Yun said sadly, but then quickly asked with excitement, did you bring a present for your adorable little sister? Of course. I brought this abyss-level dungeon reward especially for you. As he spoke, Zhou Yi took out a horn from his inventory. Just blow this horn, and a gold-rank spectral bear fiend will instantly appear. To protect you. Xiao Yun clapped excitedly. As expected of my brother. It sounds so powerful just from the description. Zhou Yi patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once you're cured, you can become as strong as me too. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Kui Liena to Zhou Yi's mansion. Secretary Zhao, Miss Kui, you've arrived. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Miss Kui yesterday, and she traveled here overnight from the neighboring city. Liena smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, you must understand. An invitation from Zhou Yi is not something I can afford to take lightly right now. Zhou Yi replied humbly, You're too kind, Miss Kui. I should be thanking you for coming all this way to help. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the Extreme Frost Lotus, but you even refined it into the more effective Extreme Frost Pill. Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his astonishment. An S-rank pill is a priceless, peerless treasure on the market. Zhou Yi scratched his head and chuckled. It was only possible thanks to the help of a third advancement alchemist that my teacher recommended. We should get started. Let's proceed with the final healing ritual for my sister. Right. The main task is more important. A moment later, Xiao Yun tugged on Zhou Yi's pants and asked worriedly, Brother, are you sure this is okay? Xiao Yun, there's no need to be so nervous. Rest assured, in a moment you just need to take this pill, and you'll awaken your ice bloodline. The ice power won't trouble you anymore. With that, Zhou Yi handed the Extreme Frost Pill to Xiao Yun. She took the pill and then stood calmly inside the magic circle. With a determined look, she said, Brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately used skills like Dawn's Blessing, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage to buff Xiao Yun in order to create the most favorable conditions possible for Kui Liena to perform the treatment on Xiao Yun. Even though I'm a second advancement priest, in terms of the purity of holy light, I still seem to be inferior to Zhou Yi. As Kui Liena was lost in thought, Zhou Yi urged her on. Next, I'll have to trouble you to activate the magic circle, Miss Kui. It's nothing. As she spoke, Kui Liena unleashed her power, activating the magic circle. At the same time, she instructed Xiao Yun to take the Extreme Frost Pill immediately. In an instant, an immense aura of frost energy erupted, causing everyone to instinctively take a step back. Xiao Yun's frost energy is erupting. This won't be a problem, will it? Ah Qing asked worriedly. It's fine, I'll handle it, Zhou Yi said, using his holy flame light wheel to nullify the erupting frost. He then said confidently, under the effects of the Extreme Frost Pill, I believe this will be Xiao Yun's final eruption of frost energy. Kui Liena carefully observed Xiao Yun's condition and then said joyfully, the most difficult part is finally over. Now, we just need to wait patiently for Xiao Yun to complete her bloodline awakening. A while later, Xiao Yun's treatment was finally complete. Zhou Yi walked over to her and asked eagerly, How do you feel now? I think my illness is completely cured, Xiao Yun replied cheerfully. Xiao Yun, quickly check your status. See if anything has changed. Xiao Yun tried using her power and replied, Bloodline. Your ice bloodline seems to have granted you the bloodline talent to control the ice element. Now, you and the ice element are in perfect sync. I can control it to do whatever I want. Can awakening a bloodline really grant you a new talent? A normal bloodline awakening, of course, wouldn't grant a bloodline talent. But you're the little sister. of Zhou Yi. I awakened a rare ice bloodline, Zhou Yi replied proudly, thinking, we siblings have both benefited greatly from the ice bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly professionals? Is the ice bloodline that strong? But even if that's true, considering our situation before, it's likely our family declined long ago, Miss Tuo, although Zhou Yun's ice bloodline has successfully awakened. But to be safe, could I trouble you to give her a full checkup one more time? No problem, Tuo Liana replied cheerfully. Just then, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou Yun's body has completely recovered, and she even awakened the ice bloodline. The city places great importance on this and has specially arranged a batch of cultivation resources for you two. Zhou Yi shook Secretary Zhao's hand and replied gratefully, thank you. I'll be returning to the academy soon. After that, I'll have to trouble you to help look after Zhou Yun. You're too kind, sir. It would be my honor. Watching Zhou Yun happily joking with a Qing, Zhou Yi suddenly asked, have you thought about your future? What profession you want to pursue? A profession? A mage, of course. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded. That class is a good fit for you. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a class change scroll. A hidden mage class? Awesome! I can feel the dark power within my body awakening. I believe the day we unleash our power is not far off. Dark power? Zhou Yun's sinister glare and words stunned everyone. Tuo Liana immediately rushed over to examine her. Did I miss something during the examination? How could there be dark power? Suddenly, Zhou Yi recalled a time when he and Zhou Yun were young. Back when they hadn't yet awakened their powers, they used to cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Brother, don't be seduced by the power of darkness. We must seal it to protect world peace, said 3-year-old Zhou Yun. Back in the present, seeing that his sister was about to spout more of those lines, cringy childhood lines, Zhou Yi took the initiative to drag Zhou Yun outside. I'd better take you to experience sometimes real times ice. Sister Qing, help. My brother is about to execute his own kin for the greater good. Seeing Miss Zhou Yun's behavior, I believe that in the future, she will surely become an outstanding figure in the world of mages. Actually, she's not usually like this. While Secretary Zhao and Ah Qing made excuses for Zhou Yun's childish antics, Tuo Liana wore a serious expression, thinking, dark power, As soon as the awakening process was over, Zhou Yi suggested a sparring session. Brother, I'll summon an ice spirit with all my strength. To stop you. As she finished speaking, Zhou Yun launched an ice element attack straight at where Zhou Yi was standing. But it was all blocked by Zhou Yi's holy light shield. It seems your body has completely recovered. Next, I can arrange a training regimen for you. Zhou Yun immediately tried to get out of it. Oh dear. Brother, I think the cold chi in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore. And so, under Zhou Yi's strict supervision, a reluctant Zhou Yun was forced to participate in the training. After the high-intensity training session, Zhou Yun was completely drained, lying sprawled on the ground and sighing, brother, I never knew training was this exhausting. From now on, I'll leave the grand mission of saving the world for you to handle alone. I'm truly at a loss with you. Zhou Yi sighed helplessly and summoned Xiao Kui. Xiao Kui is a demonic pet I just signed a contract with. For the next few days, it'll train with you. But if it gets to the point where you can't even beat Xiao Kui, then that would just be pathetic. No problem. Now that Xiao Kui is with me, I'll definitely train hard, Zhou Yun said as she delightedly petted Xiao Kui. Xiao Kui, come with me. Let us swiftly forge a dark pact and become partners. Seeing Xiao Kui's expression of 30% reluctance and 70% resignation, Zhou Yi burst out laughing. Xiao Kui, I will remember your sacrifice. A few days later, as Zhou Yi was carrying Xiao Kui and preparing to return to the academy, Su Mayer showed up at his house, much to his surprise. Miss Su, what brings you here? The National Intercollegiate Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. The team battle portion requires 5-person teams. I'm mainly here today for you to confirm the roster. For our academy's representative team, you placed first in the freshman competition, so the heavy responsibility of being team captain naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, it's up to you, the captain, to build the team. No problem, Zhou Yi readily agreed. Here are the files for the top 10 students from the freshman competition rankings. Besides yourself, you need to pick 4 people to be your teammates, Zhou Yi answered without a moment's hesitation. Miss Su, I plan to choose the 4 other top-ranked freshmen as my teammates. Hearing this, Su Mayer chided him. That's far too careless. In team battles, it's common for matches to drag on into the late game. It's a test of the team's sustained combat capability. Therefore, a priest, who can maintain and restore the team's condition, is an extremely crucial element. Even though you're a holy knight who can apply many buffs, compared to a dedicated priest, your healing capabilities are insufficient. Moreover, in a 5-person battle team, you should really pick a priest. That won't be necessary, Zhou Yi replied confidently. As long as we can defeat our opponents quickly, we won't have to worry about our recovery ability. Teacher Su, in the individual category of the freshman exchange tournament, I'm confident I can take first place. Moreover, in the team battle, when I activate my angel bloodline, I can even single-handedly take on the entire opposing team. In the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's strength had far surpassed that of the other freshmen. With Zhou Yi on the team, they really didn't need a priest. They could just steamroll the opponents from other academies. Thinking this, Su Mayer relented. Well, if you're that certain, I'll report this roster to Dean Wu. Oh, right. Is the matter with your sister's bloodline awakening resolved? Yes, it's all settled. I have you to thank for that, Miss Su, for telling me about the extreme frost ice lotus. That's good to hear, Su Mayer replied with a smile. Just then, Zhou Yi remembered something and asked, Miss Su, do you happen to know where I can find a hidden class change scroll? A hidden class change scroll? Is it to prepare for your sister? Zhou Yi answered honestly. After learning that otherworldly creatures are arriving through a medium-sized dimensional rift, I've begun to feel a vague sense of pressure. That's why I have to find a way for Xiao Yun to quickly obtain the power to protect herself. You're very considerate. Besides, the Academy website has hidden class change scrolls available. However, getting one isn't so simple, Su Mayer said cryptically before quickly departing, leaving Zhou Yi confused by her words. But when he checked the Academy's website, he understood. Restrictions for purchasing a hidden class change scroll. Student must be at least level 25. Must complete an A rank or higher Academy mission with an A rank or better evaluation. Achieve a top 10 rank on the Earth board. Or be in the top 100 on the Heaven board. So that's how it is. To buy a hidden class change scroll is truly difficult. Even the cheapest hidden class change scroll requires 20,000 Academy credits. It seems there's no way to get one for Xiao Yun anytime soon, but I'll do my best to complete this goal within half a year. Just then, Zhou Yi received a new system quest, detected the upcoming National Intercollegiate Freshman Exchange Tournament, Achievement Quest, now available. The system will issue corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the National Intercollegiate Freshman Exchange Tournament. After reading the notification, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The rewards from the last two achievement quests gave my strength an incredible boost. It seems I'll have to give it my all this time as well, to achieve the best possible results and earn the most generous rewards. Elsewhere, the deans were in a meeting discussing the exchange tournament for the upcoming National Intercollegiate Freshman Tournament. The roster for the team battle that Zhou Yi submitted has arrived. Let me give you all a brief rundown. Team Captain Holy Knight Zhou Yi, Spirit Swordsman Jiang Shanyan, Taoist Song Xiaolan, Mage Tang Lingxi, and Warrior Wei Tiaten. Hearing Dean Wu's report, Wu Keikan asked in confusion, why is there no priest on the team? Song Qi nodded in agreement. That's right, isn't a team like that very dangerous? After all, there's no support priest. The team's margin for error would be extremely low. While the other deans were worried about this formation, Zhu Huayang thought differently. On the contrary, I don't see any problem with this plan. I have faith in Zhou Yi's abilities. Having an extra priest would be redundant, he thought to himself after Zhou Yi had displayed his bloodline tempering. I'm afraid no one sitting here understands Zhou Yi's strength better than I do, even without teammates. Zhou Yi might even be able to win the team battle all by himself. Come to think of it, not only can Zhou Yi provide buffs, but his defensive capabilities are also extremely outstanding. Many of his skills are even more powerful offensively. It's as if he alone can handle 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Zhang Ling, the dean of the Tactics Academy who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Zhou Yi's abilities, they have a clear advantage, and he has effective tactics of his own. Songqi thought for a moment, then made his decision. Then I'll approve it as well. I hope Zhou Yi can display his true strength during the exchange match and surprise everyone. All right, it's settled then, Wu Mang announced. The team composition issue is resolved. Now, for the matter of training. Dean Wu will have to trouble you with their upcoming training. After all, although this group of freshmen has extraordinary strength, their teamwork still needs to be honed. No problem. I'll have Su Miney inform them to assemble at the War Academy in 3 days. Back to our protagonist. While Zhou Yi was focused on his daily quests, he received a message from teacher Wang Hui about starting his lessons. This would be my first private lesson since becoming his student. He'll probably teach me a new skill. Still, I should choose the skill point reward for today. Please select today's reward. Reward 1, gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2, gain 15 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random chest. Zhou Yi chose the skill point reward. He immediately felt a change within his body. As long as I complete the daily quests, I can gain attribute and skill points. With the system, it's so easy to pull ahead of everyone else. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhou Yi arrived at the training grounds. Looking at the pack of level 23 forest demon wolves in front of them, Zhou Yi asked, Teacher, do you need me to drive these demon wolves away? This is a leveling area in the forest of the Tianyu Guild, which I founded. No need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, a giant dragon appeared in the sky and let out a roar, causing the terrified wolves to scatter and flee. Seeing Zhou Yi's astonishment, Wang Hui explained, It's a level 62 epic-grade giant dragon. That's your senior brother's demon dragon. It's usually responsible for keeping all the magical beasts in this forest in check. If even the demon dragon is this powerful, I can't imagine how amazing my senior brother must be. Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, Your senior brother was already on par with me, having reached level 64, and as for his actual combat ability, it's even greater than mine. That's why I felt at ease leaving the Tianyu Guild in his hands. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was filled with admiration. Level 64 at 30 years old. Senior brother's talent is just too heaven-defying. Ha, in all my years, I've met many job holders, but you are by far the most talented. Keep up the good work. I believe that your future achievements have the potential to surpass even your senior brothers. All right, little Yi, watch closely. I'm going to demonstrate a special skill for you. And so, Wang Hui combined the skills Holy Light and Immersed Shield, creating two giant shields. The two shields then began to slowly close in on each other, and when they touched, boom, a world-shaking explosion erupted, leveling a vast area of land. The display of power from a third advancement job holder left Zhou Yi completely stunned. When it was over, Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a book. Little Yi, this is the first skill I will teach you. Link your consciousness to the surface of the book and use skill points to learn it. Understood, Zhou Yi replied. He then closed his eyes and followed Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning a new skill. Holy Light Immersed Shield A+, Level 1, forms two shield walls within a certain range ahead. The two shield walls will gradually move closer to each other. Upon closing, they will collide and create a massive explosion, inflicting a large amount of magic damage on enemies. Light attribute. Additionally, allies can pass through the shield walls, but enemies cannot. Note, this is a Holy Knight Legacy skill. After reading the skill's description, Zhou Yi couldn't hide his curiosity. A Holy Knight Legacy skill? Teacher, you know Holy Knight skills? Holy Light Immersed Shield is a class exclusive skill. Your senior sister created this skill herself back when she was a third advancement Holy Knight. I inherited it from her back then. Now, I'm passing it down to you. You've learned the skill, right? Cast it for me to see. Zhou Yi did as instructed. Although its power wasn't immense, Wang Hui still nodded in satisfaction and praised him. Your Holy Light Immersed Shield is only level 1 right now. Achieving this level of proficiency is already excellent. This skill was specially prepared for the match. For your team battle, you can use the shield walls to divide the battlefield, restricting the enemy's movements. Since you've grasped the new skill, the next lesson is practical combat training. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon descended, landing behind him. Glarin will rally the surrounding magical beasts to attack you. How much experience you can gain by defeating them is entirely up to you. No problem, teacher. Hearing his reply, Wang Hui signaled Glaron, who in turn let out a mighty roar. The magical beasts within range of the roar instantly became aggressive and fixed on Zhou Yi as their target. A magical beast lurking in the bushes behind Zhou Yi lunged out, aiming to bite his head off, but he had already anticipated it. A single basic strike was enough to finish it. Afterwards, Zhou Yi used a combination of all his skills, from elemental buffs to ice-based attacks, to handle all the monsters attacking him, fighting through the night until sunrise. Seeing Zhou Yi's exhausted and breathless state, Wang Hui smiled teasingly. Pushing yourself that hard? I didn't expect you to completely exhaust every last bit of your stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid there might still be magical beasts around? Heh, why would I be? You're here, teacher, Zhou Yi replied with a laugh. As he drank a stamina recovery potion, he thought to himself, but this feeling of crazily grinding experience is just too exhilarating. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zhou Yi immediately used all the newly acquired points to upgrade Holy Light Immersed Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally estimated you could defeat about 100 magical beasts, but I never expected you to take down almost 400. It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Otherwise, it would have been hard for me to level up on my own, even in 1 or 2 months, Zhou Yi said gratefully. Wang Hui then reminded him, in any case, you were bold enough to form a team for the exchange match without a priest. As my student, you must remain calm during crucial moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With me on the team, this year's championship is as good as ours. At the Raging Wind Forest rest stop, an announcement played over the speakers. The National College Freshman Exchange Match is about to begin. 218 colleges and universities from across the nation are participating. Which school will take home the championship? Hey, am I seeing things? Suhong University doesn't have a priest? Isn't such an extreme team composition something only a low-tier school would use? Zhu Yao and Zhu Dan happened to be passing by just then. Hearing the two girls talking, they came over to look at the roster and chimed in. Zhou Yi really is the captain, and Jiang Churan is the vice-captain. After skimming through some comments online, Zhu Dan burst out laughing. Someone in the comments actually said our school's formation is bad because it's missing a priest. This comment says a team without a priest is bound to lose. How ridiculous, Zhu Yao added. They have no idea how terrifyingly strong Zhou Yi is. The two girls glared at Zhu Yao and Zhu Dan, asking angrily, "And who are you?" A young man sitting nearby saw the two groups starting to bicker and said to Wen Tianrun, "Ah, Run, tell the staff that I'll be covering their bill today," she thought to herself, with Zhou Yi on the team. It doesn't matter that the team doesn't have a priest. This year's championship is definitely ours. Back to the main story. After his lesson with Wang Hui, Zhou Yi spent the entire day at the training ground sparring with robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots at the training ground had become too simple for Zhou Yi. The training effectiveness was consequently getting worse. Just as Zhou Yi was about to ask for Su Mei's opinion, he received a call from her. She informed him that Dean Wu would begin special training today for the students participating in the friendly match, so she told Zhou Yi to immediately gather at the War Academy's assembly hall. Besides Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolin, whom he already knew. At the assembly hall, there were two other people, Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingxi, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting acquainted, Wu Meng used his appraisal skill to scan Zhou Yi. To think that under Principal Wang Hui's guidance, Zhou Yi would level up so quickly. Hearing this, a surprised Jiang Churan turned to look at Zhou Yi. You leveled up again? With the help of the teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit. All right, time is short, so I'll keep it simple. To help you prepare for this national freshman exchange match, I will be the instructor in charge of your training. Next, I will lead your training for the team battle, and we will also conduct specialized training for the individual and survival matches. For today's training, I will mainly assess your team's cooperative combat abilities. First, you will form a team to challenge the Goblin Underground City dungeon on Abyss difficulty. Of course, the Academy will cover all the credit costs for you to enter the dungeon. This Abyss difficulty. No wonder Miss Sue was always pushing me and TXN to quickly reach level 18, so she wanted us to prepare in advance for challenging the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Everyone's strength is decent, and we're in a team. Even on Abyss difficulty, we should be able to clear it easily. Besides, thinking this, Tang Lingxi secretly glanced at Zhou Yi sitting next to her. Zhou Yi can clear Abyss difficulty all by himself. With the four of us, it's probably impossible to fail. Noticing Tang Lingxi looking at him, Zhou Yi turned and gave her a radiant smile, causing the embarrassed Tang Lingxi to quickly dash behind TXN to hide. This left Zhou Yi a bit bewildered, wondering, is my smile that scary? After the briefing, the five-person party immediately entered the dungeon. Zhou Yi, with a serious expression, said, "This is our squad's first time cooperating. I'll be arranging the battle plan for everyone, no problem." The others replied in unison. Wei Tiexin is in charge of defense and drawing aggro, Jiang Churan, and Tang Lingxi will be responsible for physical and magical attacks. Song Xiaolin will provide supplementary attacks from the rear. I will be the one supporting everyone. Just as Zhou Yi finished assigning tasks, a horde of goblins appeared. Wei Tiexin charged forward. She first slammed her fist into the ground, knocking the monsters back. The power of the punch surprised her. My skill's effectiveness has increased by over 40%. Is this the captain's support ability? Witnessing Zhou Yi cast his skills, Tang Lingxi was amazed. No way, his casting speed is incredibly fast. The captain cast 3 buff skills in less than a second. Even for a professional mage like me, it would be hard to match that speed. Shaking herself out of it, Tang Lingxi quickly dared not to be careless and cast her skill, Destructive Purge Magic. It slowed the goblin's advance, and Jiang Churan seized the opportunity to rush in, cutting down the monsters with her sword. Xiaoran, Tiexin, watch out for a sneak attack. Just as Zhou Yi spoke, a shower of arrows flew toward them. Thanks to the warning, Wei Tiexin managed to use Shield Wall in time, successfully blocking the goblin ambush. Jiang Churan then noticed something unusual. This is completely different from before. How can there be goblin archers? Monster, Goblin Archer. Level, 23, Aptitude, Silver, Skills, Sneak Attack, Barrage. Reading the monster's information, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "It seems the reason is that because our side has more challengers, the goblins have upgraded their attack methods." As he spoke, Zhou Yi used Punishment of Light to annihilate the goblin archers. I'll take care of these troublesome guys first. I'll leave the rest to you. After all, Zhou Yi's purpose for entering the dungeon this time was to improve the team's synergy. Fighting alone would defeat the purpose. No problem, replied Jiang Churan and Wei Tiexin. Seeing everyone working so hard, Song Xiaolin felt even more motivated and started attacking the goblins with her talismans. Meanwhile, Wu Mang watched the students battle on a monitor, nodding in approval. Compared to the freshman match, Zhou Yi's casting speed has more than doubled. Some of his skills are even cast instantly. Su Meier speculated. It seems that after he cleared the dungeon, on Abyss difficulty, the talent he chose must be related to increasing casting speed, all things considered. Zhou Yi's rate of progress is simply astounding. Right after enrolling, he led Jiang Churan to the top of the Abyss difficulty dungeon rankings. Wu Mang chuckled and said, "That's why I wanted to test Zhou Yi further. I specially increased the difficulty for them a bit." Inside the dungeon, thanks to their smooth coordination, the overwhelmingly large horde of goblins was soon being completely thrashed by Zhou Yi's team. As for the monsters that approached her, Jiang Churan snorted coldly and activated her skill, Phantom Slash, unleashing a flurry of high-speed slashes. She easily dealt with the monsters. The others weren't idle either and began to display their abilities. Song Xiaolin tore a talisman, using the Five Thunders orthodox art to attack the monsters. Meanwhile, Tang Lingxi used her wind magic, Dragon Cyclone, creating an ice tornado that swept through the horde. Then she shouted, "Tiexin, finish them off! Got it!" Wei Tiexin replied, immediately leaping high into the air. Using her skill, Soaring Kick, she unleashed a barrage of kicks towards the monsters. By the time she landed, all of them were down for the count. Benefiting from the enhanced buffs, the feeling of effortlessly overwhelming these goblins was so satisfying. Feeling exhilarated, Wei Tiexin was still hungry for more. She smiled at Tang Lingxi and asked, "By the way, did we take care of all the goblins?" Tang Lingxi replied, "Yeah, Xiaobai told me there are no more goblins in the area." Zhou Yi laughed and reminded them, "This was just a warm-up. The upcoming boss is the real challenge. Don't let your guard down." Wei Tiexin cracked her knuckles, saying confidently, "What's there to be afraid of?" "Brother Yi, your buff skills have doubled my strength. With your support, isn't clearing this dungeon a piece of cake?" Song Xiaolin cheerfully added. "That's right, classmate Zhou Yi alone can clear this dungeon with ease." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's strength is truly admirable." Hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a headache coming on. "Are you all trying to jinx me?" he thought. Jiang Churan said nothing, just stood to the side, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. A moment later, the group reached a large door. Wei Tiexin asked, "The final boss must be in here, right?" "That's right," Zhou Yi replied. However, as he got closer to the door, he had a bad feeling. Whatever, let's just head in first, he thought. Zhou Yi then pushed the door open, as everyone stepped inside. A massive boss appeared in their sight. It opened its mouth to speak. You've finally arrived, you fools. Monster, second-generation Goblin King. Level, 25. Aptitude, Epic. Skills, Unknown. Note, the new leader of the Goblin tribe after the previous king's death. It replaced the old Goblin King. Tang Lingxi exclaimed in shock. A level 25 epic boss. Ha ha ha. Hearing that I had distinguished guests, I've specially prepared some gifts for you. As it finished speaking, the boss let out a grotesque laugh. It raised its weapon, creating an enormous fireball and hurling it toward Tang Lingxi. This is fireball? How is it so strong? Tang Lingxi muttered, still in shock. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly as the fireball flew at her. Lingxi, move! Wei Tianxin shouted, rushing forward to push Tang Lingxi out of the way before immediately creating a shield. She braced for the fireball, but it was to no avail. The shield lasted for less than a second, before cracks began to appear. It's no use! I can't block it! Just as Wei Tianxin thought this, the shield shattered, leaving her in peril as she faced the fireball head-on. Wei Tianxin gritted her teeth, lamenting to herself. Damn it. The captain's buffs clearly doubled my strength, yet even a normal attack from this monster is this difficult to block. The boss suddenly let out a grotesque laugh and said, Don't be in such a hurry, you all. This is the end I have long prepared for you. Turn to ash. At the same time, it didn't stop, continuously creating more fireballs and hurling them toward the group. A single fireball had already left them helpless. Now facing so many, despair was inevitable. And this was precisely when the value of a team captain was shown. Everyone, fall back, Zhou Yi commanded. He stepped in front of everyone, using his ice power to create a large, thick wall of ice, much thicker than Wei Tianxin's shield, to block the incoming fireballs. Captain, watch out! This isn't a normal fireball attack. No sooner had Tang Lingxi finished her warning than she saw the fireballs hit the ice wall, which drained most of their energy, shrinking them into fireballs the size of ping-pong balls. Absorb! With a soft shout, the mini fireballs were drawn into Zhou Yi's palm. He crushed them, making them vanish, and remarked, Indeed, a bit tough to deal with. This boss's strength far exceeds the one I dealt with before. Hearing this, Song Xiaolan stepped forward and said, Then let me take the first shot this time. Then, Song Xiaolan quickly formed hand seals, creating a series of talismans that flew around the boss. Mandate of heaven, guide the spirit. Divine talismans, heed my command. Explode. As the word left her mouth, the talismans detonated, forming a massive blaze that engulfed the boss. A second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth, and the talismans were crushed in its palm. The boss itself was completely unharmed. What? Song Xiaolan cried out in disbelief. How did it have no effect at all? Just then, Tang Lingxi spoke up with a serious expression. Sister Lan, let me try attacking with my magic. Then, Tang Lingxi cast her fire-type spell, Magic Long Arrows. She created a volley of fire arrows that shot towards the boss. Take my attack too! Zhang Churan shouted, activating her Demon Ring skill. She unleashed several sword slashes toward the boss. The two attacks intertwined and flew straight at the boss, causing a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out in all directions. However, the boss was still unharmed. It was now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. A little interesting, but this is as far as you go. After speaking, the boss opened its mouth. A small purple orb immediately condensed in its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. Finally, the orb blasted towards the group. Tang Lingxi said in despair, The difference in our levels is too great. It seems we can't fight this boss. Just as everyone was about to give up, Zhou Yi stepped forward once again. Don't be afraid, I'm still here. With that, Zhou Yi created a golden shield, blocking the boss's attack. The boss's ultimate attack was once again nullified by him. Wei Tianxin spoke up. Brother Yi, let me try a close-range attack. Zhou Yi smiled, placed a hand on Wei Tianxin's shoulder, and said, A level 25 epic-grade boss is indeed a bit too much for you all right now. Leave the rest to me. After that, Zhou Yi used the skill True Sight of Light on the boss. True Sight of Light reveals the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, and provides guidance for the next attack. This Goblin King is actually one level higher than the previous one, but its stats are double. If I use my S-rank Bloodline secret art, I can also multiply my strength several times over. For it to target me so obviously, it's highly likely this is a special test intentionally set up by Headmaster Wu. If that's the case, I'll use this chance to show everyone. The Divine Angel form. My true power! As he finished his thought, Zhou Yi immediately transformed into a divine angel. In his left hand was the power of holy light, and in his right, the power of ice. Outside the instance dungeon, Su Meier asked worriedly, Headmaster, isn't the difficulty you set for this boss a bit too high? Is this really necessary? Wu Mang explained. Although their current strength is indeed extraordinary, other universities also have outstanding talents, and in the exchange tournament, the geniuses from Meido and Qingjing University will be their formidable opponents. Therefore, I need to use a defeat to make them understand the cruelty of competition. Su Meier whispered, Defeat? Then she chuckled and said, Headmaster, you really underestimate Zhou Yi. Wu Mang smiled in return. I hope he can prove me wrong. Meanwhile, inside the instance dungeon, the boss looked on with interest as Zhou Yi finished his transformation. It spoke, Interesting. You even turned into a little glowing bird. Kid, use whatever skills you've got. I'll let you die satisfied. As you wish, Zhou Yi said before attacking the boss with radiant pulse. The boss retorted, "You've got a big mouth for a little brat. You should know that you're the challenger here." The boss then retaliated with world-ending meteor fire. The two attacks collided, causing a massive explosion. Energy waves immediately radiated everywhere. Jiang Churan quickly plunged her sword into the ground, using her mana to protect everyone. Song Xiaolin exclaimed in shock, "So this is classmate Zhou Yi's true strength?" Only now did she realize that the strength of the group and Zhou Yi were on completely different levels. Song Xiaolin suddenly looked at Jiang Churan and asked, "Xiaoran, has classmate Zhou?" "I used this form before," Jiang Churan smiled and replied. "This is the first time I've seen it too." It seems brother Zhou Yi is finally using his full strength. After the first exchange, both the boss and Zhou Yi were completely unharmed. The boss grinned. "Little brat, is this all you've got? No matter what form you take, you can't possibly defeat me. Is that so?" Zhou Yi said softly, then used chains of holy light to create shackles that flew towards the boss, tightly binding its limbs and body. Just as the boss was stunned by the chains, Zhou Yi used the skill Spear of Victory, forming multiple spears that rained down on the boss from above. "Now, the tables have turned," Zhou Yi said, following up with Radiant Storm, creating a fiery vortex that engulfed the boss. No longer just single attacks, this time, Zhou Yi's combo chain dealt a tremendous amount of damage to the boss. "Damn it!" the boss roared in pain. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smirked and said, "Don't worry, there's more." Zhou Yi rushed forward and with one hand, plunged it deep into the boss's roaring mouth. Thunderous light beam. A moment after Zhou Yi's attack subsided, the boss reappeared, black blood dripping from its mouth. In a weakened state, it spoke. "It seems you still haven't used your full strength. I'm truly sorry I couldn't give you a satisfying fight," Zhou Yi said with a smile. "It is a bit of a shame. Originally, I wanted to try out Hand of God in my Seraphim form. I'll just have to save it for next time. But seeing as you're on your last breath, I'll send you on your way." As he finished speaking, Zhou Yi extended 2 fingers, condensed energy, and fired it at the boss. At that moment, outside the instanced dungeon, Wu Meng exclaimed in shock, "What a monster! This is the boss I painstakingly tuned. Even a level 26 professional would struggle against it. Zhou Yi's current strength is simply terrifying." Then, Wu Meng turned to Su Meier and asked, "Miss Su, do you have Zhou Yi's usual combat data from the training grounds?" Su Meier smiled and replied, "Yes. As it happens, he did a test run at the training grounds today before coming here. He only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily clear the level 10 combat simulation challenge." Hearing this, Wu Mang laughed and said, "No wonder you and old Chu have so much confidence in him." Su Meier smiled back, "But it worked out well, as Zhou Yi was able to prove his strength right in front of you." Back inside the instance dungeon, the boss was defeated by Zhou Yi's final attack and disintegrated. A notification panel immediately appeared. "Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level instance dungeon. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. The clear rewards began to be distributed. Instantly, the light of a level-up enveloped Tang Lingxi, much to her surprise. I got 8,000 experience points," Wei Tiexin, equally surprised, exclaimed. "I got 8,000 experience points too." Clearing an Abyss-level dungeon once gives more rewards than a whole week of training outside. As for Zhou Yi, he had already cancelled his transformation and returned to his original form. A notification panel appeared beside him. "Congratulations, you have gained 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Zhou Yi thought to himself, "If this keeps up, I feel like I'll be able to level up again very soon." Just then, Jiang Churan ran over and asked with concern, "Brother Zhou Yi, how are you? Are you hurt?" Zhou Yi stood up, dusted himself off and replied, "I'm fine, just used up a lot of stamina. We should go see what rewards the boss dropped." Okay. With that, the group walked over to where the boss was defeated and saw a golden chest lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared before their eyes. Gold grade weapon, Staff of Flames. Required level, 24. Gold grade weapon, Fire Spirit Shield. Required level, 24. Gold grade weapon, Ring of the Flame Demon. Required level, 24. Wei Tiatom exclaimed joyfully. "These rewards are so generous, right? They're all gold grade equipment." "Brother Yi, so many items dropped." Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Looks like our luck isn't bad this time. Does anyone need these 3 pieces of equipment?" The other 4 gave their opinions one by one. First, Wei Tiatom said, "The level requirement for this equipment is too high. I can't use it at all." Tang Lingxi said, "The fire attribute boost isn't suitable for me." "I can't use them either," Jiang Churan said. "They also don't suit my class," Song Xiaolan suggested to classmate Zhou Yi. "You contributed the most this time, so you should just take these." Zhou Yi didn't refuse. He collected the items and said with a smile, "That's a shame. In that case, I'll take this equipment for now. When we get back, I'll auction it off at school. I'll convert it to school credits and divide them equally among everyone." Wei Tiatom quickly refused. "No way, Brother Yi. No matter what, you have to get 70%. Without you, there's no way we could have cleared this so easily," Song Xiaolan added shyly. "That's right. After all, you were the key to defeating the boss. I barely helped at all." Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Dividing it equally is fine. This way, no one will have to worry about school credits for a long time." Jiang Churan, at his side, also smiled and advised, "Everyone, just accept it. After all, Brother Zhou Yi is the last person who needs school credits." Since he put it that way, The others couldn't refuse any longer and happily accepted. All right then. After the rewards were divided, Zhou Yi smiled and reminded them, "You have to know that our goal isn't just to be the champions of the tournament, but also to protect the honor of our school," Wei Tietam said with determination. "Brother Yi, I won't let you down. I'll work twice as hard in the upcoming training." Song Xiaolan spoke up. "Classmate Yi, I will also give it my all." "Me too, Captain," Zhou Yi replied with satisfaction. "Good. Everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe our squad will definitely achieve a glorious victory in the exchange tournament." Just as Zhou Yi's group exited the dungeon, they heard a round of applause from Wu Mang. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the abyss-level dungeon that I specially created for you." Dean Wu, Teacher Su, Wu Mang continued to praise them endlessly. "Your performance was excellent, far exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially you, Zhou Yi. You were a huge surprise to me." Zhou Yi laughed sheepishly, scratching his head and said, "I was just doing what I was supposed to do." Wu Mang asked Zhou Yi, "Regarding first place in the exchange tournament, what are your thoughts?" Zhou Yi clenched his fist and declared, "Of course, we're definitely taking first place." "Very good. To win the championship, you must have this kind of confidence." Su Mir offered her opinion. Zhou Yi's versatile support and attack capabilities allow us to formulate two different battle plans. Initially, we can have Zhou Yi play a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Then, at a critical moment, he can go all out to catch the opponent off guard. If we do that, our hold on first place in the exchange tournament will be even more secure. Wu Mang smiled in agreement. "Good idea. When the time comes, we'll let those old geezers see for themselves just how formidable Zhou Yi is. Even among geniuses, there are different tiers," Su Mir continued. "However, the squad's coordination is still lacking. They need more practice in this area." "That's right. Tomorrow, we can start special training targeting their weaknesses." "All right, that's all for today. Everyone go back and rest for now. Of course, to keep you motivated during training, we've also prepared a few punishments." Zhou Yi asked, startled and uneasy. "Punishments? Sir, can you give us a little hint? It wouldn't be fun anymore if I told you. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving." After saying that, Su Mir and Wu Mang left. "Teacher Su," Zhou Yi wanted to call after her, but Su Mir didn't seem to hear him and was out of sight in a few steps. Zhou Yi gave up and turned to his teammates. "Well then, let's all train hard together and prepare to face the challenges of the exchange tournament." "Yeah," the group replied in unison. Time passed, and on a day like any other, in front of a dungeon gate, Mob A sighed, "The nightmare-level goblin dungeon is just too hard." Mob B said, "Yeah, I've tried twice and still couldn't clear it. If nightmare level is already this tough, I can't imagine how insane the abyss-level difficulty must be." Just as Mob A finished speaking, he heard someone speak up. "Lingxi, do you think for this abyss-level dungeon challenge, we have a chance of finishing it in under 10 minutes? Huh?" The two mobs yelped in surprise and turned towards the voice. They saw a group of 5 people joking and laughing as they walked by. The speaker was the black-haired girl in the group. This was Zhou Yi's team. They were here today to challenge the dungeon. In response to Wei Tietam's question, Tang Lingxi smiled and replied, "We've all been training together for so long. Plus the captain's buffs. 10 minutes probably won't be a problem," Wei Tietam admitted. "That's true. Besides, Dean Wu even gave me some special pointers yesterday." Tang Lingxi smiled and said, "Then I'll be looking forward to seeing your performance today." After Zhou Yi's group entered the dungeon, Mob A asked, "Are they treating an abyss-level dungeon like a speedrun?" "Who in the world are they?" Mob B replied, "They are the team, representing our school in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. This year's?" Mob A exclaimed in shock. "Freshmen? I remember our school's team. The highest level was only 19, but their lowest is level 20. That's unbelievable. That guy from just now looked pretty strong." Mob B pointed to the ranking board and sighed in admiration. "He's more than pretty strong. Look up. He's Zhou Yi, the one who holds the #1 clear record." Hearing this, a certain Mob C curiously looked up at the ranking board and immediately shouted, "Zhou Yi. So that's him, the one that even the experts on the Earth ranking can't surpass." About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, "Go on and die, you little brats." The boss, Quartet, used its skill, world-ending meteor fire, to attack Zhou Yi's group. Wei Tietam smiled excitedly and said, "I've been waiting for you to use this move. Shatter for me," she yelled, her hands enveloped in red energy. She charged forward bravely and punched the boss's attack, shattering it to pieces. She thought to herself, under the teacher's guidance, "I'm now strong enough to withstand your attacks." Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out. "The weak will always be weak. Don't think a little progress gives you the right to be arrogant in front of me." Wei Tietam was startled. She turned her head and saw a massive fist just inches away from her. "Tietam, get back!" Zhou Yi commanded as he moved in front of her and punched the boss's fist directly. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm was twisted and crushed, causing it to scream in agony. "My arm!" Zhou Yi turned back to Wei Tietam and said with a smile, "Tietam, you were able to block the boss's first attack all by yourself. That was excellent. Now, let's work together to defeat it." Tang Lingxi also smiled and said, "Tietam, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to us." At this moment, the boss roared in fury. "Damn you! I'll kill every last one of you!" But before it could make a move, it was bound by golden chains, and a massive amount of lightning surged through them into its body, causing it to scream in pain once more. Holding one end of the chain, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Hurts now, doesn't it? But don't worry. No matter how loud you scream, we won't let you go. That's right, Song Xiaolan added, her expression serious. Her hands quickly formed a seal, heaven-sealing, earth-locking art. A large number of talismans flew out, plastering themselves all over the boss. Then, Tang Lingxi spoke. Let me give you a taste of this move. Teacher Su taught me. Lightning magic, thunder's descent. From high above, a thick bolt of lightning struck the boss directly. Finally, Jiang Churan rushed forward, shouting, "The final blow!" With a powerful slash, she sent the boss's head flying into the air. The system announced, "Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Clear time, 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Now distributing clear rewards." A moment later, Zhou Yi's group left the dungeon. Wu Mang immediately came over to praise them. "Not bad. Your clear time has broken through to 9 minutes. Even I can't find any fault with your performance this time," Zhou Yi asked in surprise. "Dean Wu, why are you here?" Wu Mang's expression turned serious as he replied, "I came to inform you all. The date for the exchange match has been set. It's 1 week from now, because tomorrow I have to lead. Everyone to the exchange match venue, Qingjing University." Hearing this, Song Xiaolan cheered joyfully. "That's great! The exchange match is finally starting." Jiang Churan clenched her fists and said excitedly, "We've trained so hard for so long, just for this moment." Wei Tiexin also smiled and said, "After training for so long, we can finally fight in a real match." Tang Lingxi spoke up curiously. "Qingjing University. I wonder what it's like over there." As for Zhou Yi, he cracked his knuckles, with an eager smile on his face, thinking to himself, "I've long grown tired of fighting dungeon bosses. I finally have a chance to clash with the top geniuses from other schools." The next day, as scheduled, Wu Mang came to take Zhou Yi's group to the exchange match venue. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them to ensure your safety. "I will lead you all through the school's dedicated teleportation point to teleport directly to the exchange match venue, Qingjing University." At the teleportation point, Principal Wang Hui and the other deans were already waiting. After some pleasantries, the principal said to the students, "You are the most outstanding among the freshmen, the ones who carry our school's honor. We have been champions for 4 consecutive terms. I hope you can bring honor and secure the 5th championship for our school." "Understood," Zhou Yi's group replied in unison. At this moment, Wang Hui ordered Zhu Huayang to activate the teleportation formation, and so, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's group, Wu Mang, and Su Meier arrived at Qingjing University. This couldn't help but surprise Zhou Yi. "We're at Qingjing University already? That was fast. Aren't the 2 schools over 2 million kilometers apart?" Su Meier smiled and replied, "This is thanks to Dean Zhu's spellcasting, otherwise we would have had to take a train for several days to get here. It's just that this kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation formation can only be cast by a 3rd advancement mage." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Welcome, teachers and students of Suhang University, to Qingjing University. Your arrival brings us great honor. Old Cheng, why did you come over?" Wu Mang happily walked forward, greeting him warmly. "An old friend is here," said Cheng Yongchun, a 3rd advancement mechanist, "so I must personally come to take you all to your accommodations." Cheng Yongchun replied warmly, then he looked at Zhou Yi's group. "The kids you brought this time look really good. I heard your school has some freshmen with extraordinary strength. Then we'll see each other on the competition field next." "Of course." After the greetings, Wu Mang turned to instruct his students. "The official opening ceremony for the exchange match is on the 10th. After the opening, the matches will officially begin. After a month of training, the team has probably been honed to its limit. There will be no more extra training these next few days. Everyone can relax a bit." However, Qingjing has recently had a large influx of visitors. It's possible that spies from other races will infiltrate these major events for geniuses. Almost every year, demons from other races make a move against human geniuses. Alright, that's all for today. In the next few days, you can go out and have fun, but you must pay attention to your safety. After that, Zhou Yi's group was led by a robot to the private rooms that had been arranged for each of them to rest. "Welcome. You have entered the residential area of Qingjing University. If you have any problems, you can ask for my assistance at any time," the support robot said. "No need. But the service at Qingjing University is quite novel." Zhou Yi stood by the window, gazing at the city for a moment, then opened his system panel and used up all the experience points he had accumulated. He smoothly reached level 23, gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Still so far from level 24. Anyway, right now many of my skills are still only C rank and B rank. After advancing to the 2nd advancement, the skills a holy knight can learn must be at least B+ rank. I might even be able to learn A+ rank skills. Orb of Genesis, Orb of Light, enhance teammates' attributes. Orb of Dark Transformation can deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. If it's 3rd advancement. Thinking about 3rd advancement now is still too far off. Forget it. I should just focus on the achievement mission from the system this time and complete it perfectly. 1 week later, the freshman exchange match. Of all universities and colleges nationwide, the 157th session of the Zhongsha Nation officially began. And the first matchup was between the students of Suhang University and Rongyang University. The overwhelming and bustling scene at the arena made Zhou Yi exclaim, "No wonder everyone wants to participate in the freshman exchange match." For all universities and colleges nationwide, a scene like this is truly shocking. Jiang Churan, standing beside him, added, "Today is just the opening. By the time of the finals, the number of spectators could at least double." While Zhou Yi's group was showing interest, on the other side of the battlefield, the students of Rongyang University were not so cheerful. So unlucky to draw Suhong University. Nothing we can do. Who told us to have such bad luck? We're just going to be treated as a stepping stone. Yeah, Suhong University was last year's champion. Whoever faces them has to accept their fate. Hearing his teammates say this, the brown-haired guy snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30. No matter what, we can at least put up a bit of a fight. At the same time, in the stands, people started to buzz with discussion. The Holy Knight standing in the back seems to be level 23. That's right, that level can truly suppress others. Luckily, he's just in a support role. If he were in an offensive position, he might cause even bigger trouble. It seems Rongyang University is guaranteed to lose against them. Next, we have to see if Rongyang can make the Suhang Academy representative team reveal how many of their trump cards on the stage. The brown-haired guy also noticed Zhou Yi's level. Although he was intimidated, he still said stubbornly, the representative team of Suhang University indeed has some skill. However, on the battlefield, level doesn't prove everything. The teams from both sides took their positions, commencing construction of the competition field, simultaneously opening defensive fields. A robot announced, then began the countdown. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, the students from Rongyang were preparing to rush forward for a preemptive strike, but the brown-haired guy stopped them. To be safe, let's focus on defense first. Let's see what tricks the opponent has. At that very moment, the brown-haired guy saw the young Holy Knight on the opposing side wave his hand. A halo of light immediately enveloped the students of Suhong. Their stats subsequently skyrocketed in an instant. The audience witnessing this scene couldn't help but be shocked. In just a few short seconds, he released several buff skills. Can you believe that? Holy Knight Zhou Yi is worthy of being the captain of Suhong University. Seeing this, Cheng Yongchun was also surprised. Old Wu, this Holy Knight captain, Zhou Yi, is quite something. The collective physical strength of your team has increased by 50%. Wu Meng smiled proudly and replied, Holy Knight is a hidden class. Its greatest effect is to provide large-scale enhancements on the battlefield. In a small team battle like this, its performance is naturally just as impressive. Cheng Yongchun fell silent, thinking to himself, fortunately, my school's team also has a few trump cards. Otherwise, just dealing with Zhou Yi alone would be exhausting. Next, let's see how Rongyang University responds, whether it's worth learning from. It's just a pity that right now, in the eyes of Rongyang University, Zhou Yi's group looked like terrifying demons. One of them was so scared he was trembling. He even dropped the weapon in his hand. Captain, what should we do? The brown-haired guy's face was pale as a sheet, but he still answered pridefully, perhaps, I can block them. After observing the situation clearly, Zhou Yi let out a disdainful smile and said, it seems the opposing team's strength is average. In that case, let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone, attack directly. Aim for a one-hit knockout. Understood, Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan replied in unison. As soon as they received the command, Tang Lingxi excitedly created a fireball and said, Captain, let me take the lead this time. Immediately, Tang Lingxi launched countless fire arrows, aiming at the Rongyang University group. Fire-type magic, long arrow. The sudden attack left the Rongyang University group with no choice but to grit their teeth. Creating a defensive Aegis light shield, the captain of Vinduang University blocked. He said, the defense is holding. Looks like this is all they've got. Suddenly, a student behind him turned pale. He told the captain, they're coming again. Before them was the sight of Wang Tiexin charging forward. With sharp eyes, her void-shattering fist powerfully shattered the defensive shield. It didn't stop there. Jiang Churan then struck from above with countless slashes of her demon's edge. Next, a surge of lightning energy from their relentless assault created a massive explosion. It caused the Vinduang University team to be completely defeated. Seeing that they could no longer resist, the system announced the end of the battle. The winner is Suhang University. The system flew up high and continued, thank you to both teams for bringing us such a spectacular battle. Please wait a moment, the next team match is about to begin. As soon as the match ended, Jiang Churan began to complain. My opponent is a warrior, but my match is number 27. I'll have to wait forever. Song Xiaolan, beside her, sighed and said, I have it even worse. I'm number 45. Who knows when I'll get to fight? Hearing this, Zhou Yi chimed in with amusement. I'm the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. I get to go in the second group. After hearing this, Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan could only look on with envy and admiration. In the stands, people started whispering to each other. Zhou Yi didn't even fight in the previous match. I'd really like to see just what his true strength is. Can a Holy Knight, a support class, really participate in a solo match? I bet Zhou Yi is hiding his true strength. He's the captain after all. Very soon after, it was time for Zhou Yi's match. When they saw the two step into the arena, the crowd immediately erupted in excited cheers. Zhou Yi, go, brother Liu. The system began its introduction. The 9th match of the solo competition, Zhou Yi of Suhang University versus Liu Qiang of Chuanan University. Contestants, please prepare. The match is about to begin. This time, Zhou Yi's opponent was Liu Qiang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Liu Qiang curled his lip into a sneer and thought, he's just a support class. Looks like my luck isn't bad, getting such an easy win right off the bat. The people behind Liu Qiang also began to chatter excitedly. Brother Liu's opponent is the captain of Suhang University. That's right, looks like it'll be a fierce battle then. Haha, a Holy Knight is just a support. Brother Liu will definitely crush him instantly. Without making everyone wait long, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the countdown finished, Liu Qiang quickly raised his sword and launched the first attack, saying contemptuously, "If you surrender now, I can let you lose with some dignity." In response, Zhou Yi just laughed calmly. "Haha, telling me to surrender? Why don't you see if you can last 10 breaths against me before spouting such nonsense?" Liu Qiang swung his sword down and shouted, "You brat! How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Raging bullfire slash. But Zhou Yi effortlessly dodged the volley of slashes. His speed made Liu Qiang exclaim in surprise. "So fast!" he continued with a sneer. "But it ends here!" However, Liu Qiang's feet were now trapped in ice. He was stunned. Huh? By the time he looked up, Zhou Yi was already charging at him with a raised fist. Liu Qiang cursed angrily to himself. Damn it, using dirty tricks! But Liu Qiang used a fire skill to break free from the ice shackling his feet. Liu Qiang charged forward angrily, slashing with his sword and cursing, "I can't believe you'd resort to such cheap tricks." Zhou Yi blocked it with his bare hands. His defense left Liu Qiang utterly bewildered. He blocked it, and then Zhou Yi landed a powerful punch straight to Liu Qiang's stomach. He yelled in shock, "Impossible!" The blow sent Liu Qiang flying dozens of meters away. The crowd below asked each other in alarm, "Huh? What just happened? The captain was sent flying just like that?" I didn't even see Zhou Yi's attack clearly. An instructor sighed and said, "His opponent is the captain of Suhong University." Liu Qiang definitely underestimated his opponent. Even though he's just a support class, his actual combat ability is absolutely not to be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, Liu Qiang was revealed, his face covered in blood. His body was completely immobile. The system quickly approached to observe and announced, "Liu Qiang is unable to continue fighting." The system announced the winner, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi retracted his fist and said with contempt, "Too weak. I can't believe you couldn't even block one of my C-rank skill punches." Hearing this, the crowd in the stands erupted. What a terrifying punch. He crushed his opponent in just a few moves. It's truly unbelievable. Ha ha ha. And who knows? That might not even be Zhou Yi's full strength. Elsewhere, instructor Zhu Yu of Qingjing University exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been a few months since I went to Lijiang for recruitment. This Zhou Yi's strength has improved way too quickly." A Dean Cheng beside her smiled and said, "From the way you're talking, Miss Zhu, it seems Zhou Yi was very close to becoming a student at our school." Zhu Yu said with regret, "That's right. If I had known earlier, I should have fought tooth and nail to recruit a top scorer like him. If we had Zhou Yi now, wouldn't we be completely dominating?" Xiaolan, a level 19 archer, watched Zhou Yi with interest and slowly said, "Zhou Yi. So he's that special boy Xiaoran mentioned. His strength really isn't bad. I didn't expect a support to be so proficient in both close combat and magic." In contrast, Zhou Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, looked worried. She thought, "The speed at which Zhou Yi cast that freezing skill felt wrong. Even the ice mages in our family can't cast it that quickly." Suddenly, her bracelet began to glow. Zhou Xiaobai was stunned and thought, "Wait a minute, this is the resonance of the family treasure. Could he be an awakener of the frost bloodline?" Seeing Zhou Xiaobai's silent demeanor, Xiaolan suddenly turned to ask, "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" Startled, Zhou Xiaobai clutched her bracelet and replied, I'm fine." Immediately, Zhou Xiaobai made an excuse to leave. "Sister Lan, something urgent just came up. I have to head back first." Her strange behavior left Xiaolan bewildered. Huh? Zhou Xiaobai hurried to a secluded place and called Zhou Heng. As soon as the phone rang, Zhou Heng quickly answered. He picked up the phone and asked, "Xiaobai, isn't today your competition day? Why do you have time to call me? And on a company phone, no less." As soon as she heard Zhou Heng's voice, Zhou Xiaobai said urgently, "Dad, I found an awakener of the frost bloodline. Moreover, his surname is also Zhou. The purity of the frost bloodline in Zhou Yi is even above 70%. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Heng froze. He asked in alarm, "Are you sure?" "I'm 80% sure," Zhou Xiaobai replied. "As for whether it's truly him or not, I'll need to get closer to him to be certain." Zhou Heng calmed himself down, pushed up his glasses and said, "All right, find an opportunity for me to meet this Zhou Yi. I'll start running a background check on my end to see if this Zhou Yi is truly from our Zhou family." After hanging up, Zhou Heng stood and looked out the window, unable to contain his joy. Zhou Yi, the frost bloodline. If this is real, perhaps our Tianlan Zhou family can be saved. Meanwhile, back in the arena, the crowd on the right side was chanting, "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." The left side was just as loud, shouting, "Li Xin, Li Xin." A student beside Li Xin laughed and said, "Brother Xin, don't show him any mercy later." Li Xin gave a vicious smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm just afraid that guy Zhou Yi won't even be able to make me use my full strength." Wei Hei, beside him, suddenly warned, "Xiao Xin, be careful. Zhou Yi's strength is formidable. Even I can sense a kind of aura, an extremely dangerous aura coming from him." Li Xin's expression immediately turned serious. He replied, "Brother Wei, I understand." Immediately after, Li Xin unleashed his skill. The student next to him said with admiration, as expected of Brother Xin, "This aura is incredible. With the level 18 Gale armor set, I bet Zhou Yi won't even be able to touch a hair on Brother Xin." Jiang Feng chimed in. "That's right. I hope Zhou Yi doesn't get beaten to tears." The match was about to begin, and the stands erupted with excitement, cheering and shouting nonstop. "Zhou Yi is the strongest. Go Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Mado University, go Li Xin." At that moment, Zhou Heng arrived. he said wearily. Glad I made it in time. Zhou Donger looked around with interest and said, this arena is no less impressive than the grounds back in our clan's territory. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaobai appeared behind the two of them. Zhou Donger quickly noticed her, excitedly turning her head to call out to her sister as she rushed over to hug Zhou Xiaobai. As Zhou Xiaobai hugged her, she asked in confusion, Dad, Donger, why are you two here? Zhou Heng calmly replied, isn't it to investigate Zhou Yi's identity? He's very likely from the main branch that was scattered during the Dark Age. Upon learning that a clansman had awakened the Frost bloodline, the clan leader ordered me to come and verify it. It's also a good opportunity to let your little sister broaden her horizons and see the style of this top freshman from Suhong. Suddenly, Zhou Donger pouted unhappily and said, a holy knight, a support class. What's so special about that to broaden my horizons? Zhou Xiaobai quickly and sternly corrected her. Donger, that way of thinking is wrong. So what if he's a holy knight? If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity truly exceeds 70%, he'll be fully qualified to change to the clan's hidden class. Hearing this, Zhou Donger eagerly asked, Sister, the highest bloodline concentration in the younger generation of our main branch is only 40%, right? 70%. Is Zhou Yi's bloodline purity really that high? Suddenly, Zhou Heng scolded. Donger, I told you before we came here, you must show some respect to Zhou Yi. According to seniority, he can be considered your older brother, Zhou Donger replied in annoyance. Even if he really is one of our clansmen, if he wants to be my older brother, it depends on whether his strength is up to par. Zhou Xiaobai quickly interjected to soothe the situation. All right. Since Dad is already here, we'll know as soon as we test Zhou Yi's bloodline concentration. For now, we should just focus on watching Zhou Yi's match. Finally, Zhou Donger had to agree. Fine. At that moment, the system announced, the first match of the third round of the singles tournament is about to begin. Now, let's welcome the two contestants to the stage, Li Xin from Madu University and Zhou Yi from Suhong University. Li Xin appeared, clad in a full suit of armor. He spoke confidently. Originally, I planned to wear light gear for this match and finish you off quickly, but the captain said you're very strong, so I have no choice but to take this seriously. Zhou Yi calmly replied, oh, well then, do your best. He quietly observed Li Xin for a few seconds, thinking to himself, he was able to sense my true strength. It seems the captain of Madu University can't be underestimated. However, he stared at Li Xin and thought, turns out he's only level 18, 5 levels lower than me. I'm afraid if I just unleash one punishment of light, he'll pass out immediately. Li Xin of Madu University, a level 18 martial artist, was already in a battle-ready stance. But when he met Zhou Yi's gaze, he was startled. Facing Li Xin gave Zhou Yi a headache. Tomorrow's team match is against Qingjing University. I have to hold back a little in this match and not reveal too much of my strength. Close combat skills will be my only option. This feeling of being restricted is really not fun at all. Seeing that they were both ready, the system announced, contestants, please get ready. The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the match began, Zhou Yi used Blessing of Protection, creating a massive burst of light. The light shone directly at Li Xin, forcing him to cover his eyes. Zhou Yi's posture made Li Xin even more contemptuous. You've got some flair, I'll give you that, but it's all just for show. Immediately, Li Xin dashed towards Zhou Yi, arrogantly aiming a low kick. But Zhou Yi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, is that all? Zhou Yi quickly countered with an elbow strike. The light strike forced Li Xin to hastily raise his armor to block. He thought in pain, so painful. Why does it feel like my equipment is completely useless? But he couldn't block for long, before Zhou Yi sent him flying. Li Xin's body slammed straight into the protective barrier, leaving the audience completely shocked. A martial artist is being completely dominated by a support class. You really do see everything if you live long enough. What is this situation? Zhou Yi injured Li Xin. Li Xin's awakened talent is A-rank steel bones. His defensive power should be far greater than Zhou Yi's. After getting beaten up, Li Xin recovered, stood up, and asked, are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Zhou Yi flexed his arm and replied, no. My physique is just a tiny bit stronger, that's all. After saying that, he unleashed his holy fist barrage. Li Xin could only grit his teeth and defend. He cursed angrily in his mind. Damn it, with such a strong offense, it's impossible to escape. Zhou Yi's relentless attacks forced Li Xin further and further back. Suddenly, Zhou Yi spoke coldly. It's time to end this. Seeing the incoming punch, Li Xin grew worried. There's no way I can block this punch. Immediately, Li Xin shouted in fear, stop, Zhou Yi, I surrender. Hearing this, Zhou Yi quickly diverted his punch to the side. The intense force of the attack still sent Li Xin flying, and he fell to the arena floor in pain. Seeing that Li Xin's armor was shattered, the system announced, the winner of this match is Zhou Yi. Congratulations to Zhou Yi for advancing and securing a spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament. Zhou Yi scratched his neck and thought, As expected, holding back is really too difficult. As soon as I got up there, I couldn't help but go a little too hard. The entire stadium was stunned by his strength. Everyone exclaimed in shock, it's unbelievable! I never thought a holy knight, a support class, could fight like that. A holy knight actually defeated a martial artist with his bare hands. Where am I supposed to complain about this? Zhou Yi's close combat destructive power is just that terrifying. Zhou Yi slowly walked over to Li Xin's body and chivalrously used holy light art to help him. When he saw 2 nurses approaching, Zhou Yi immediately spoke up to apologize. Sorry, he surrendered too late. I really couldn't pull back my strength in time, Zhou Yi said. However, I did cast a small healing spell to stabilize his injuries. Next, I'll leave him to you, the nurse dazedly replied. Okay, but when she saw Li Xin's body, the nurse couldn't help but be shocked. Li Xin's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim. His injuries are so severe, Li Xin groaned in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. The two nurses hurriedly administered first aid. After carefully examining the wound, the nurse said, This wound, I'm afraid it won't heal in 2 or 3 days. I can't believe that as a holy knight, Zhou Yi could create such a massive explosion. When the match ended, Zhou Xiaobai spoke up. See, I told you, Zhou Yi's strength is immense, far surpassing those in the clan and the geniuses of his age. After watching the last match, Zhou Heng replied seriously. He sent an opponent in heavy armor flying with a single punch. That's truly monster-level strength, the Frost bloodline in our clan. And it seems that within the hidden job class change, there's also a special elemental power. Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength left Zhou Donger completely disgruntled. She snorted in embarrassment and said, I admit his strength is indeed very formidable, all right? Her cute appearance made Zhou Heng laugh. Ha ha ha, it seems Zhou Yi's strength has finally won Donger over. He turned to Zhou Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, I'll trouble you to arrange a meeting with Zhou Yi for me. Zhou Xiaobai nodded and replied, At this moment, the system's announcement rang out. The match between Jiang Churan of Suhang University and Jiang Feng of Meido University has entered its climax. The final winner is about to emerge. Let's all look forward to it. Outside the stands, Zhou Yi thought to himself, Jiang Feng's strength is even weaker than Li Xin's. Xiaoran can probably win easily. The victory. Just as expected, in the arena, Jiang Feng was at a disadvantage. She thought in frustration, the contestants from Suhang University this year are really strong. I feel like I'm about to reach my limit. I don't know how many more moves I can withstand. On the other hand, Jiang Churan continued to charge forward, attacking relentlessly. She thought to herself, let's end this battle quickly. The move before her terrified Jiang Feng. Her eyes widened and she screamed, This is Jiang Churan, slashed out countless sword strikes that passed through Jiang Feng. Shadow slash! In the end, Jiang Feng could no longer endure it and collapsed. The system announced, Jiang Feng of Mado University is unable to continue fighting. Congratulations to Jiang Churan for advancing. Securing a spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament, the stands were once again astonished by the strength of Suhang University. They said in shock, Jiang Feng of Mado University didn't even have a shred of resistance. I can't believe that besides Zhou Yi, Suhang University's Jiang Churan is also this strong. I wonder about tomorrow's match, when their team faces Qingjing University, if there will be anything interesting to watch. Below the arena, Zhou Yi walked over and praised her. Xiaoran, you fought very well in this match, especially that last move. It was so cool. Jiang Churan replied modestly, I was just lucky. My opponent was too weak. Jiang Churan suddenly changed her tone to a teasing one. If I had to face you, brother Zhou Yi, I could only surrender. Zhou Yi scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, You're joking. How could I possibly lay a hand on you? Suddenly, someone ran over and called out, Student Zhou Yi, please wait a moment. Zhou Yi turned his head in confusion and asked, Are you looking for me for something? Zhou Xiaobai panted, Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Xiaobai of the Tianlan Zhou family. I came looking for you because you awakened the Frost bloodline. To possess a Frost bloodline with such high purity, you must be a member of our Zhou clan, Zhou Yi asked in confusion. Frost bloodline? Tianlan Zhou family? Jiang Churan, who was beside him, quietly began to explain. Brother Zhou Yi, I know of the Zhou family. They, like my Jiang family, are considered an ancient family. Moreover, in Tianlan province, they have stood strong for several hundred years and are considered to have ancient origins. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Jiang Churan continued. However, I've heard that in recent years, the number of Zhou family clansmen awakening the Frost bloodline has become fewer and fewer. Based on the Zhou family's current situation, they are desperate for people who have awakened the Frost bloodline. Brother Zhou Yi, you might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from them. Jiang Churan's candid words made Zhou Xiaobai say embarrassedly, That is indeed possible. But Zhou Yi calmly refused. No need. I don't need any of that. But you claim I'm a member of the Zhou clan. Do you have any proof? Hearing him ask this, Zhou Xiaobai immediately took out an appraisal stone and said, As it happens, my father is also here. He even brought the bloodline appraisal stone with him. If you are a member of our Zhou clan, the appraisal stone will resonate with you. Zhou Yi immediately reached out to touch the appraisal stone, saying, All right, let me give it a try. The moment he touched it, the appraisal stone emitted a colossal surge of power. Zhou Xiaobai screamed in shock. Zhou Yi, the purity of the Frost bloodline you possess actually exceeds 90%. But Zhou Yi just smiled calmly and said, I can indeed feel a sense of kinship with you through our bloodlines. I never expected that by participating in an exchange tournament, I would find the origin of my Frost bloodline. After the bloodline appraisal, Zhou Xiaobai asked, Student Zhou Yi, Brother Zhou Yi, my father would like to meet with you for a moment. Is that all right? Zhou Yi readily agreed. Sure. Zhou Yi turned and said to Jiang Churan, Well, Xiaoran, you head back first. I have to go with her for a bit. Jiang Churan smiled and replied, Okay, but Brother Zhou Yi, you don't need to feel any pressure. The Zhou family is only influential in Tianlan. They're still not on par with our Jiang family. Zhou Xiaobai immediately retorted, Our Zhou family is actually quite formidable, you know. And so, Zhou Xiaobai led Zhou Yi to meet Zhou Heng. Upon reaching the room, Zhou Xiaobai stopped and said, "Brother Zhou Yi, my father and younger sister are already waiting for you in the room." At this moment, Zhou Yi couldn't help but think to himself, back when Zhou Yun was gravely ill, during our most difficult time, their Zhou family didn't lift a finger to help. Now that I've awakened, in my bloodline, they come knocking on my door. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Zhou Heng walked over and said, "You two have finally arrived." Zhou Xiaobai called out, "Ah." Zhou Heng walked up to Zhou Yi and introduced himself. "Hello, young friend Zhou. I am Zhou Heng." Zhou Yi politely shook his hand. "Hello, I am Zhou Yi." Zhou Heng smiled and said, "I've long heard of young friend Zhou's reputation. Meeting you in person, you are truly extraordinary." As the necklace he was wearing began to glow, Zhou Heng said excitedly, "You actually possess a frost bloodline of such high purity." Suddenly realizing his reaction was a bit excessive, Zhou Heng quickly said in a serious tone, "To be frank, your father and I share the same great-grandfather, which makes Xiaobai your distant cousin. It's a pity your father passed away so early." Zhou Yi said calmly, "That's all in the past." Zhou Heng said excitedly, "Let's get back to the main topic. Zhou Yi, as long as you agree to return to the main branch and change to the hidden frost-type job class, our Zhou family will use the power of the entire clan to unconditionally provide you with all kinds of resources, helping you quickly reach the third job advancement." Hearing this, Zhou Yi asked, "A hidden job class? But I've already advanced to a holy knight. Can I really change my class again?" Suddenly, Zhou Heng said excitedly, "You don't need to worry about that. We have long since prepared this kind of top-grade job change item. Besides, with a frost bloodline as pure as yours, you can bring out the true power of the hidden frost-type job class." Zhou Yi suddenly began to think seriously. "The strongest support system in my body. The system is already bound to the Holy Knight class. Also, it's only under the guidance of the Holy Light that I've been able to surpass the speed of ordinary people and grow to my current level. To me, right now, the Zhou family's so-called hidden job class is fundamentally not worth mentioning." After careful consideration, Zhou Yi asked, "From what I'm hearing, if I don't change my class, then there's no way for me to receive the Zhou family's nurturing, correct?" Zhou Heng replied, stunned, "That's not wrong. However, once you change your class, in our Zhou family's library, countless skill books will be waiting for you. You'll obtain a massive amount of resources and no longer have to worry about leveling up." After hearing this, Zhou Yi shook his head and refused. Obtaining a large amount of resources does sound tempting, but I still choose to refuse. Upon hearing his refusal, Zhou Heng became frantic. He hurriedly brought up countless other options. "After you change your class, all of your skills will be reset. The skill points returned to your intellect attribute will also not be reduced any further after you join the main branch of the Chu family. In less than 6 years, we can absolutely get you to level 50 to undergo your third job advancement." Zhou Yi said resolutely, "To be honest, the conditions you've offered hold no appeal for me whatsoever. I can obtain a large amount of resources from the academy, so I don't need to worry about leveling up or increasing my strength. Besides, I much prefer my current Holy Knight class." Zhou Heng asked listlessly. "A Holy Knight is just for support. The hidden class of the Chu family is absolutely a top-tier position." Zhou Yi, "What are you so reluctant about?" Zhou Yi angrily retorted, "Just for support, you say?" His words had struck a nerve. He said furiously, "In your perception, the Holy Knight is just a support class. That only proves how shallow you are. As it happens, tomorrow is our match against Qingjing University. I'll show you what a true Holy Knight is." Zhou Yi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to student Xiaobai. "I'll take my leave. We'll see each other in the arena tomorrow." Zhou Xiaobai quickly tried to stop him. "Zhou Yi, wait a moment." Seeing that he had already left, Zhou Xiaobai turned to question Zhou Heng. "Dad, why didn't you try to keep him here?" Zhou Heng said with a stern face, "Just let him go. He still doesn't realize the limitations of a holy knight. Let him have his eyes opened by the strength of Qingjing University tomorrow. It won't be too late for you kids to find him then." "Wait!" Zhou Donger, from behind the chair, raised her hand to speak. "Wait a minute, I have a different opinion." Zhou Donger popped her head up and said, "Dad, everyone is being too lenient with Zhou Yi to persuade him to join the main branch of the Chu family. Do we really need to go to such lengths?" Zhou Xiaobai replied awkwardly, "Well, it's all because," Zhou Heng said helplessly. "Still, let your father explain." He seriously explained, "The ancestor of our Chu family was the first class user on Blue Star to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under the ancestor's leadership, the Chu family rose to prominence. In subsequent generations, clan members continuously awakened the Frost bloodline, and a few third job advancement powerhouses even appeared. Everything changed with the advent of the Dark Age." Zhou Heng recounted, "During the Dark Age, a large number of demons from another world invaded. The ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the powerhouses of the clan to battle, but the ancestor went missing during a deep dive into the Otherworld campaign. Without the ancestor's protection, all the third job advancement elders were buried along with the powerhouses of the Otherworld. Although 5 of the third job advancement elders used a resurrection spell to bring themselves back to life, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the Otherworld's demon lord." Zhou Heng slowly sat down on the chair and said pensively, "Ever since then, The rate at which our Chu family's descendants awaken the Frost bloodline has plummeted, not even reaching 1%. This eternal curse was extremely tyrannical. It cannot be purified or removed simply by continuing the bloodline. With no successor in sight, the entire Chu family may look strong, but in reality, we are incredibly weak. He smiled and explained, therefore, if Zhou Yi, who possesses such a high-purity Frost bloodline, returns to the main branch of our Chu family, we will use the entire clan's power to nurture his strength. In the future, he might even be on par with the ancestor, he said seriously. Right now, Zhou Yi has been on a winning streak in the individual matches, so he's at his most confident. Wait until after he faces the Qingjing University team. Then he'll understand that our Chu family is the key to him becoming stronger. Zhou Donger asked curiously, Dad, what if Zhou Yi wins? What then? Zhou Heng hesitated. Well, Zhou Xiaobai came over, patting her head and scolding, Why are you starting to side with Zhou Yi? Tomorrow is my match too, you know? Zhou Donger cried out, Wah! I just said, what if? The next day, in the arena, the audience waited with excitement. Man, the lineup for this match is insane, bro. You're here specifically for the battle between Suhong and Qingjing University, right? Of course. This is a top-tier university team battle. I can't believe we're getting a finals-level match in just the third round. It's so exciting, the crowd chatted excitedly. I wonder if, against Qingjing University, Zhou Yi can continue his miraculous winning streak. Qingjing University has the home field advantage this time. I have a bad feeling about this. Zhou Donger sat behind them, thinking melancholically, my sister's team really does have a better chance of winning. But, brother Zhou Yi, no, Zhou Yi will definitely win, right? Just then, the system's announcement rang out. Next, please welcome the representative teams from Qingjing University and Suhong University to the stage. As the two teams walked onto the platform, the crowd erupted in cheers. Suhong University, Qingjing University, Suhong University. The moment he stepped into the arena, Zhou Yi immediately used the skill Mystic Light Warhammer. A giant hammer appeared and slammed down onto the arena floor. The crowd was instantly stunned by this weapon. The battle captain of Suhong University, Zhou Yi, actually knows how to use a weapon. It's not that strange for a holy knight, but Zhou Yi's entire aura seems to have changed, right? Even seeing his figure from hundreds of meters away gives me a sense of unease. Zhou Donger's eyes widened. The aura Zhou Yi is giving off today. Why does it feel several times stronger than before? Zhou Heng asked doubtfully. Could it be that what we saw before wasn't Zhou Yi's full strength? At this moment, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, suddenly spoke up. What does Zhou Yi mean by standing so far forward? Does he intend to be the damage dealer? He Lan, a level 19 archer, replied, Given Zhou Yi's performance in yesterday's individual match, it's not surprising he'd be the damage dealer. Zhou Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, reminded them, besides, Zhou Yi's level is the highest among our freshman contestants. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, said contemptuously, So what if he's a high-level holy knight with some damage-dealing ability? What good is that? Wang Xuan, a level 22 mechanic, also sneered. As a team captain, having just that little bit of strength is really not enough to look at, Li Yuan said seriously. Last year, it was because of the team battle that we were suppressed by Suhong University and ultimately lost first place. He coldly stabbed his sword into the arena floor. Li Yuan sternly ordered, This year, our opponent is still Suhong University. So, you must be 100% focused. In a bit, I want you to go all out. Even if you injure or cripple them, don't hold back, they replied in unison. No problem. Outside, Dean Cheng smiled and approached Wu Mang. Yo, old Wu. With Zhou Yi alone, having to be both support and damage dealer, can he handle it in the arena? Don't end up losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Wu Mang laughed. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry about that. In a match, strength does the talking. I have confidence in him. Wu Mang's confident attitude made Dean Cheng worry inwardly. Strange. Normally, first-year freshmen have very limited skill points. A jack of all trades is a master of none. Could it be that this old Wu still has a hidden ace up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet? In the arena, Zhou Yi said seriously, When the match starts in a bit, it'll be just like our training at the academy. I'll initiate the attack. Everyone in the back just adapt as the situation demands. Wang Tietam said excitedly. Ha ha ha, with Brother Yi going all out, we can finally slack off. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we can easily take them down. Suddenly, Zhou Yi turned back to remind them. It's still better to be careful. After all, they were last year's runner-up. If anyone gets injured later, remember to get close to me. I'll cast a healing spell on you. Everyone replied in unison. Got it! Just then, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Match start! The moment it began, Zhou Yi announced, I'm going in first. As he charged forward, countless skills appeared. God's grace, protection grace, blessing of swiftness, grace of courage. On the large screen, the system's commentary began. Facing Qingjing University, Suhong University's Zhou Yi shows no hesitation whatsoever. He's chosen to charge directly at his opponents. The entire stadium buzzed with excitement. When two sides are evenly matched, shouldn't they start with a round of ranged attacks to probe the enemy? This clearly shows that Zhou Yi is extremely confident in his own strength. He's running so fast and can still cast spells so quickly. He must have mastered that skill. Seeing this, Li Yuan became excited. He gave a malicious smile and said, Humph. In such a hurry to die, are you? Good, we've prepared our most intense ranged attack just for you. Behind him, Helan was ready, drawing her bow. She immediately fired an arrow. Venomous arrow. The arrow instantly shot toward Zhou Yi. As the arrows rushed towards the unflinching Zhou Yi, Helan said excitedly, "My A-rank skill, asphyxiating arrow, can lock onto all possible evasion routes. Without a teammate in a tank position to block for you, Zhou Yi, let's see how you're gonna block these arrows." Just as the arrows were about to hit, Zhou Yi said with annoyance, "A bit troublesome." He then casually crushed an arrow with his bare hand, leaving Ha Lan completely stunned by his ability. "What? He crushed my asphyxiating arrow with his bare hands? That's an A-rank skill, and it's even been enhanced to level 8. Li Yuan, who was nearby, snorted coldly and said, "He's a holy knight on the front line, so of course he has high defense. However, this is where it ends. Once Lu Zhou finishes casting his skill, let's see how you block it." At this moment, a surge of power gathered on Lu Zhou's staff. He immediately unleashed it and said, "Zhou Yi, take my strongest attack!" An extreme fire phoenix appeared, aiming right for Zhou Yi. It then shot out a fireball that immediately erupted into a massive torrent of flames. Fire Phoenix's breath. Zhou Yi quickly leaped back to dodge the attack, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Zhou continued his assault. Extreme fire phoenix, flame impact. As the phoenix flew towards him, Zhou Yi stood there calmly and asked, "Just fire?" Lu Zhou shouted angrily, "You're still not running away? It seems I'll be the one to deal with Zhou Yi." In the stands, everyone was amazed. As expected of Thon Kin University's top player, that extreme fire phoenix is an A+ rank skill. A skill that powerful is fundamentally impossible to block. I wonder how Zhou Yi will respond. Zhou Yi is charging forward alone. As expected, he's still too arrogant. Zhou Yu, watching from above, chuckled and said, "In my opinion, Zhou Yi should choose to retreat for now. That would be the wiser choice. Relying on his speed advantage, he'd have a chance to fall back to his team and defend." Hearing this, Sumi burst out laughing. "Retreat?" Zhou Yu shouted angrily. "Sumi, what are you laughing about?" Sumi replied calmly, "Sorry. When I heard you suggest that a mere A+ rank skill could make Zhou Yi retreat, I couldn't help but laugh." Zhou Yu retorted angrily. "Humph, when Zhou Yi loses, you can just wait and cry," Sumi calmly said. "Is that so? I hope your team actually has what it takes." In the arena, Zhou Yi was seen advancing. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Yu asked in a daze, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a massive power erupted around Zhou Yi. The status now displayed on him was A-rank Sacred Flame Halo. The halo condenses holy fire, granting the user the ability to manipulate the fire element. It enhances light element attributes for oneself and nearby allies, and increases damage from fire element skills by 20%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Zhou Yi arrogantly commanded, "Sacred Flame Halo, absorb it all for me." Lu Zhou, horrified, screamed, "How can this be?" The phoenix was sucked towards Zhou Yi. He said, "Come here, little firebird, and become my power." Instantly, the phoenix was completely subjugated by him. Song Ha Lan, watching from the back, said proudly, "It seems Thon Kin University fundamentally doesn't understand the true worth of our holy knight captain." Jiang Churan added, "Not even Shen Lingfeng's flame dragon bloodline could injure brother Zhou Yi, let alone a mere fire element skill like this." The phoenix was now held firmly in Zhou Yi's hand. He smiled and said, "So sorry to have disappointed you all. I possess the sacred flame halo, which also allows me to manipulate the fire element." In the stands, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. People shouted in astonishment, "A god. I think I just felt a divine aura, so terrifying. For Zhou Yi to have obtained a god-gifted skill, he's too powerful." Zhou Yi truly deserves the title God Yi. Zhou Yi was equally stunned. She asked in frustration, "A god-gifted skill? How can it be a god-gifted skill? The sacred flame halo? Even a third advancement professional couldn't obtain that easily. How on earth did Zhou Yi get it?" Sumi smiled and replied, "Maybe Zhou Yi is just lucky. After all, it's perfectly normal for a genius to have a fortunate encounter or two." Zhou Yu retorted, unconvinced, "Don't get too smug. We still have many trump cards up our sleeves." Sumi shrugged and said, "My answer is still the same. I hope your team truly has what it takes." Sumi's indifferent attitude infuriated Zhou Yu. "You!" Just then, Chu Dong-air looked at Zhou Yi with admiring eyes. She asked, "Dad, what's a god-gifted skill? Why does everyone seem so agitated?" Chu Hang replied, "Because god-gifted skills are the most unique type of skill." He explained, "They cannot be learned from any skill book, nor can they be passed down through any method of inheritance. Only professionals who have received a deity's blessing are worthy of obtaining a god-gifted skill." Clearly, Zhou Yi's sacred flame halo was bestowed personally by the god of light. Chu Heng started to recall the past, saying, "The Chu family possesses the frost bloodline. Naturally, many in our clan are followers of the frost goddess. But ever since our bloodline was cursed, the blessings from the frost goddess have disappeared as well." He lowered his head helplessly and said, "Therefore, professionals deemed worthy of a god's blessing all possess unimaginable potential. The terms we offered might truly be insignificant to someone like Zhou Yi." Chu Donger turned slightly and said, "So you're saying our trip here was pointless?" But Chu Heng firmly replied, "No, there is still a chance. After the match ends, I will find Zhou Yi to negotiate. He may be the key to restoring the Chu family." I will absolutely not give up so easily. Back in the arena, Lu Zhou stared at Zhou Yi, his heart filled with utter shock. How can this be? How did my extreme fire phoenix just disappear? Seeing Lu Zhou's stunned expression, Li Yuan came up from behind and patted his shoulder comfortingly. I don't know how Zhou Yi managed that either, but we can be sure that fire element magic is completely useless against him. Lu Zhou, don't lose heart. Try attacking with skills from other elements. He immediately pulled himself together and replied, Got it. Li Yuan raised his sword and ordered, Ha Lan, keep up the ranged magical attacks. Hinder Zhou Yi's advance. We absolutely cannot let him break through our formation so easily. No problem, Ha Lan replied, firing a volley of arrows. Lu Zhou also eagerly launched his next attack. He suddenly gave a cunning smile and said, Don't get cocky, Zhou Yi. We have ways to handle you. Instantly, a stone wall rose up, blocking Zhou Yi's line of sight. Lu Zhou shouted, Rock Fortress. Simultaneously, Ha Lan's arrows attacked from the flank. Gale Arrow Dance. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious as he thought, You think this is enough to stop my advance? A nice thought. But it's still too naive. Zhou Yi stood his ground, raising a hand to cast a skill. Holy Light Aegis. Instantly, a shield materialized and deflected all the incoming arrows. Chu Xiaobai was completely stunned upon seeing the skill. She said aloud, That's the A+ rank Holy Light Aegis, and judging by its appearance, its level isn't low at all. Even Ha Lan couldn't help but praise him. Zhou Yi's defense is indeed impressive. However, ultimately, it has also stopped him from advancing quickly. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded and retorted, You've indeed disrupted my combat rhythm a little. Looks like I'll have to use a ranged skill to break your formation. Suddenly, at that moment, Li Yuan suddenly sensed something was wrong. He yelled, This is bad, fall back! But just then, Zhou Yi had already created a giant fire tornado, sweeping away everything in its path. Sacred Flame Storm. Li Yuan jumped back, yelling, Everyone dodge! The tornado destroyed everything in its path. Its destructive power was enormous. Ha Lan hastily dodged it. She thought with fear, a sacred flame storm of this level. If I were unfortunate enough to be caught inside, I'd probably be eliminated on the spot. Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke up, Wait a minute, where's Lu Zhou? Don't tell me. He's still in there? Indeed, Lu Zhou was inside the storm, using all his might to endure it. He was enraged. Damn it, he cursed. Is he really a holy knight? The elemental skill he cast is even more terrifying than what I, a mage, can cast. Seeing that Lu Zhou was still resisting, Zhou Yi smirked and said, It seems the flames aren't hot enough yet, but don't rush. After all, I absorbed your extreme fire phoenix in its entirety. The flames grew increasingly intense, and Lu Zhou's shield completely shattered. Zhou Yi yelled coldly, Burn! Inside the tornado, Lu Zhou screamed hopelessly in agony. His scepter also. Falling and shattering after the whirlwind, Lu Zhou's body was charred black. He collapsed in pain, groaning, Help! Help me! Zhou Yi fought with increasing ferocity. He said with annoyance, To think I couldn't finish you off in one go. But you won't be so lucky next time. His arrogant demeanor infuriated Li Yuan, who shouted, You arrogant fool! Xiao Bai! Hurry and heal Lu Zhou. I'll deal with Zhou Yi. Chu Xiaobai immediately replied, Understood. Zhou Yi raised the mace in his hand and said, Right on time. A beam of golden light shot straight toward Li Yuan. Radiant slash, but Li Yuan just stood there and said scornfully, Watch me block this head on. The moment the attack arrived, Li Yuan quickly activated his shield. Parry shield. Seeing the massive shield hovering in midair, Chu Xiaobai said in shock, That's the captain's parry shield. It struck the parry shield, causing a massive explosion. After the attack, Li Yuan collapsed to his knees, panting from exhaustion. He couldn't help but marvel internally. This Zhou Yi's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder Li Han, even with his steel talent, couldn't even defend against a few of his punches. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fire. He roared madly, But I'm no pushover! He quickly launched a counterattack. Wrathful Chi Slash! Zhou Yi casually shattered the attack with his mace. He said scornfully, All flash and no substance. Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan was stunned and muttered, How can this be? On what basis could he block that directly? Normally, that single slash of mine can even take down a level 20 gold-rank demonic beast. Unconvinced, Li Yuan charged forward again with his sword. I don't believe it, just as Li Yuan leaped up, preparing to slash down. Zhou Yi quickly met his attack with his mace. Then I'll just beat you into submission. The two's attacks clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. Li Yuan's strength was exhilarating to Zhou Yi, who said with excitement, Awesome, as expected of the captain of Qingjing University. You're the first person my age who can match me in a direct contest of strength. As he struggled to block the attack, Li Yuan thought in frustration, Damn it, Zhou Yi's strength attribute is actually higher than mine. If this keeps up, my stamina won't last much longer. The very next second, Zhou Yi sent Li Yuan's sword flying. He angrily scolded, You can't even hold on to your own weapon. You're out of steam already? Zhou Yi rushed toward Li Yuan and yelled, Back off! Li Yuan was completely stunned. Not good, there's no time to dodge. In that perilous moment, a shield appeared, protecting Li Yuan from the fatal blow. The attack was blocked. This greatly displeased Zhou Yi. My guaranteed hit attack was blocked. At the same time, from above, a giant robot centipede suddenly appeared above Zhou Yi. He quickly turned and activated his shield. Holy light protection! But the centipede's horn cracked the shield. In just a moment, Zhou Yi's defensive shield was broken. He angrily charged forward to attack. Break! After attacking, Zhou Yi quickly landed back on the ground. He silently assessed, this robot's sneak attack is really powerful. My level 9 Holy Light Protection was shattered in a single thrust. Li Yuan got up, panting, and upon seeing Wang Xuan, who had just intervened, he hurriedly said, Thanks, Xiao Xuan, thank you for saving me. Wang Xuan calmly replied, It's what I should do. If I hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid we would have lost. Leave Zhou Yi to me now. You go deal with the others. Wang Xuan slowly began to reveal his abilities, saying, I originally thought that in order to deal with Wei He from Mado University, we would have to conceal our true strength. I never expected that Zhou Yi alone could push our entire team of 5 into such a desperate situation. Wang Xuan proceeded to create another robot. This time, it was a monster. B Robot, Model GX 100, Level 21, Silver Quality. Then, a series of other robots. Light Rocket Robot, DIS Model, Level 21, Silver Quality. Ranger Cavalry BT 200, Level 22, Silver Quality. Seeing the horde of robots before him, Zhou Yi thought in astonishment, Wang Xuan is only level 19, but these robots are all around level 21 to 22. In the stands, Wu Meng glanced at Dean Cheng and said with a smile, Dean Cheng, it seems your Qingjing University also has a hidden ace up its sleeve. Dean Cheng replied confidently, but of course. He looked toward Wang Xuan with pride and said, Wang Xuan possesses the S+ talent, Heart of the Machinist, which allows him to create robots of a higher level than himself, Wu Meng said with interest. An S+ rank talent, so that's how it is. The victory of this team battle will depend on the two of them. On the arena floor, Zhou Yi suddenly smiled and said, The Machinist's swarm tactics, huh? His eyes lit up with a fiery glow. Zhou Yi said with excitement, Let me see just how strong this swarm tactic of yours is, how much power it has. Wang Xuan furiously ordered his robots forward, shouting loudly, To dare charge directly into my mechanical army. If you're seeking death! The robots immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets, which sped powerfully toward Zhou Yi. Next, the B robots flew up menacingly, followed by the tanks, which began firing continuously from a distance. Zhou Yi quickly activated a shield to block them. Gemini Heart Shield. With a cold expression, Zhou Yi watched the endless stream of bullets. Suddenly, he uttered, Go. The shield instantly shot forward. It pushed back all the bullets and robots. Then, Zhou Yi immediately used a skill, Holy Light Cross. A giant cross of light appeared, enveloping his body. The robots started to short-circuit. In an instant, they were all blown to pieces. Seeing his robots get destroyed, Wang Xuan cursed angrily. Damn it, my robots are made of flame-retardant materials, yet they couldn't even resist that. Wang Xuan suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, I have more robots of this caliber. Then, he pressed a key, and another wave of robots was created. Wang Xuan said in frustration, I refuse to believe your spiritual energy is limitless. Charge! Meanwhile, among Zhou Yi's teammates, Wang Tixin was effortlessly destroying robots while laughing, ha ha ha. Wang Xuan would never have expected this, he thought. Dealing with situations like this is my specialty. Zhou Yi glanced at the system panel and calculated silently. The timing is perfect. A skill was about to be unleashed. Divine Storm. The moment Wang Xuan saw it, he hastily commanded, It's that terrifying skill again. Retreat, now. But he was a step too late. Divine Storm activated, annihilating every robot on the field. At the same time, Wang Xuan's monitor was flooded with red notifications. Unit 74 connection lost. Wang Xuan angrily gritted his teeth. I've already lost a third of my forces, and we've barely started. Damn it. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and thought to himself, It seems the swarm tactic doesn't work on him. There's no other choice. I have to use my final trump card. Wang Xuan quickly summoned a colossal machine. Come forth, HX Arbiter! A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth resembling a shark. It looked ready to unleash a massive amount of power. At the same time, grapples around its body moved into position. Wang Xuan yelled frantically, HX Arbiter, combine! Instantly, the HX opened a small hatch and pulled Wang Xuan inside to combine with it. Meanwhile, the body of the HX grew larger and larger, starting to touch the arena's protective barrier. The moment it made contact, the system immediately blared a warning. Venue restriction detected. Emergency upgrade of the defensive field's altitude initiated. Seeing this giant robot, the spectators were all utterly horrified. This is way too over the top. An epic-grade mechanical creation has appeared for the first time in the national tournament. Finally, the new monster appeared. HX Arbiter vertical bar level, 23 vertical bar quality, epic. Just then, a girl watching the arena couldn't help but exclaim, This year's freshmen are all absolute monsters. Back on the stage, seeing Wang Xuan bring out his secret weapon, Li Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Brother Xuan's arbiter is out. Li Yuan looked toward Jiang Churan and said, You guys have definitely lost now. But Jiang Churan ignored him and continued her attack, slashing angrily at Li Yuan and grunting, Humph, Brother Zhou Yi won't lose. Li Yuan dodged back in alarm, then resumed his scornful tone. Still at it? What's the point? On the other side, Wang Xuan, from within the HX, shouted, Zhou Yi, let me show you something first. The Arbiter's immense firepower! As the projectiles were fired, Zhou Yi watched them fly toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, he calculated in his mind that the covering firepower couldn't be fought head-on. Right after that, Zhou Yi started using rocks to launch himself up, nimbly weaving back and forth to dodge the fireballs. Zhou Yi looked at the fireballs behind him and thought, can't you do something a little more original? But he didn't know that. A fireball was also rushing toward him from the front. Luckily, Zhou Yi dodged it just in time. The fireball exploded instantly. Looking at its destructive power, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel lucky. That was dangerous. Inside, Wang Xuan laughed maniacally. Run away! Run away! Wang Xuan continuously launched his attacks. This time, you have nowhere left to run, right? He asked. In the critical moment, Zhou Yi had no choice but to take out his mace and shatter all the incoming fireballs. At the same time, the mech suddenly reached back and drew a sword. It delivered a cold, hard slash. It slashed straight into the ground. With just one strike, the ground cracked and split in two. Inside the Arbiter, Wang Xuan endlessly taunted Zhou Yi, is running all you know how to do. He unleashed countless more slashes, then continued, don't tell me everyone from Suhang University is such a coward. His words struck a nerve with Zhou Yi's pride, and he immediately retorted, done running, let's fight head on. Seeing Zhou Yi's provoked expression, Wang Xuan cursed inwardly. He can't even take a little provocation. What a fool. He quickly pulled down a lever, unable to help but feel contempt. With such poor composure, he's the captain of Suhang University? It seems Suhang University is really going downhill. The Arbiter slashed down again, but this time, Zhou Yi didn't dodge and instead countered with his mace. The mace instantly sent the Arbiter's sword flying. Then, Zhou Yi immediately unleashed Hand of God, and a powerful light appeared above. The light seemed to be absorbing everything around it. The Arbiter began to crackle with electricity, and the match monitoring system staff cursed in frustration. What the hell is going on? The protective barrier's energy is suddenly being absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the stands announced, initiate emergency protocol. The systems below quickly flew up and rushed inside the barrier. Every supervised match is controlled by a powerful light magic stone, which can be used to restore the protective barrier. Over where Li Yuan and Jiang Churan were, the beam of light attracted Jiang Churan's attention, seeing Li Yuan charging at her. Jiang Churan quickly jumped back to dodge. She looked toward Tang Lingxi and yelled, retreat! Arrows were whizzing by. Song Xiaolan and Wang Tiexin hurriedly fell back upon hearing Jiang Churan's shout. The two exchanged a glance and retreated in unison. On the other side, Li Yuan also sensed something amiss and shouted, stop the pursuit! But Lu Zhou angrily asked, are you scared? Why aren't we giving chase? The Qingjing University team quickly regrouped. Li Yuan looked toward the source of the energy and said, something's off. This surge of power isn't right. Just then, a giant hand materialized from within the light. The entire stadium screamed in terror. What is that? Wang Xuan, sitting inside, saw it too. He was utterly terrified. A god-tier skill. Such a terrifying aura, only an S-rank skill could produce it. The color drained from Wang Xuan's face. Even though it's only one rank higher than the A+ rank Arbiter, the gap between the two is like heaven and earth. However, he started to feel excited. No, Wang Xuan said with excitement. How can I be scared before we've even fought? It's just a god-tier skill. I refuse to believe you can defeat me. Wang Xuan seemed to become one with the Arbiter. He frantically launched an attack. Arbiter Limit Mode. The serrations on the sword whirred at full power. Wang Xuan unleashed a mad flurry of slashes, his face twisting uncontrollably. Wang Xuan immediately attacked, sending a barrage of slashes rushing toward the hand. He thought he had succeeded, but a flash of light shattered his joy. The hand pressed down hard on the Arbiter, releasing a massive surge of energy. The impact created an immense destructive force. Everyone in the stands was terrified, screaming in panic from the blast. On the arena floor, robot fragments flew toward Zhou Yi. He coldly kicked them aside. After that attack, the Arbiter was shattered, and Wang Xuan was defeated. In a daze, Xiaolan spoke up. We, she sorrowfully uttered, lost. At that moment, Wang Xuan, enduring his painful injuries, raised a hand and called out to Zhou Yi. His trembling voice kept calling out, Zhou Yi. But the only reply he received was Zhou Yi's cold, retreating back. The entire stadium erupted. The holy light is so strong, it's awesome, terrifying, like a nuclear explosion. The entire stadium chanted his name in unison, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. He walked away cheerfully amidst the roars of Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Din Cheng spoke in a trance. The god-tier skill, Hand of God. Our Qingjing University's loss was not in vain. His heart ached immensely. He had originally thought that with Wang Xuan, this year's championship would be in the bag for Qingjing University. After watching the match, Din Cheng was sweating profusely. He never expected a monster like Zhou Yi to appear. Melee, support, magic. He's incredibly strong in every category, practically an all-rounder. Din Cheng turned to leave, and before he left, he said to Wu Meng, Dean Wu, your Suhang University has a very good seed. In my 35-plus years of teaching, Zhou Yi is the most brilliant one I've seen, he continued with a hint of regret. Among the many geniuses I've encountered. Wu Meng just laughed in reply. In the stands, everyone was joyfully chanting, Suhang University, Zhou Yi, Suhang University. The cheering was incessant. Zhou Yi, Jiang Churan watched the scene, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This is insane, Wang Tiexin said cheerfully as he walked. That was too easy. So Qingjing University was all talk. Song Xiaolan asked doubtfully, easy, without Zhou Yi, just facing that Wang Xuan, would have been more than we could handle. Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. That's right, a level 23, epic grade robot, without classmate Zhou Yi. we would have lost. 100%. Wang Tiexin laughed heartily. You're all talking about what would have happened without Brother Yi. But we have Brother Yi right now, don't we? Jiang Churan replied with a laugh. The expanded gymnasium, the venue for this year's freshman exchange match, can hold 200,000 spectators. Jiang Churan said happily. Plus, with the live broadcast and the popularity of the freshman exchange match, after this battle, your name will be famous throughout all of Zhongxia Nation, Brother Yi. Zhou Yi lightly scolded her. You impudent little girl. In a certain room, a woman was watching the match live. She commented on Zhou Yi's strength, saying arrogantly, a prodigy like that is exactly the talent our Sky Marshal Guild needs. His level is just a bit low. We'll have to wait until after his second-class advancement to invite him to join. A man approached and suggested, Sky Marshal is the top guild in Zhongxia Nation. Even our logistics staff must be level 30 with their second-class advancement. However, after this battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of every major guild. If we wait until then to make an offer, won't it be too late? Not at all, she immediately retorted. The woman looked toward Zhou Yi with intrigued eyes and said, with the old guildmaster here, even if we can't recruit him right away, she said confidently, this little junior brother of mine will ultimately become a member of our Sky Marshal Guild. At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xuan's room was worried sick. The doctors were in constant discussion. Don't stop the recovery and spirit-calming spells. Everyone must report before their mana is depleted. They were all trying their best to save Wang Xuan. Everyone was incredibly busy during this time. Second priest team, get ready. Relieve the first team's healers. Damn this holy light. Why is it so tyrannical? It even has an uncleansable debuff effect. Zhou Yi went too far. At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly said, if the magic barrier of the arena hadn't activated, it's hard to say if Brother Xuan would have even survived. We would have undoubtedly been injured too. The entire team bowed their heads in apology. Li Yuan stepped forward and spoke for them. Dean, we are sorry. We lost. We failed to justify the vast resources the school invested in us. Dean Cheng waved his hand. You aren't to blame for this. Zhou Yi is simply too strong. This time, our Qingjing University could only manage to secure third place in the team competition. Hearing this, everyone asked in shock, Dean, even though we lost to Suheng University, we can still beat Madu University. That's right, Dean. If we lose to Modu University too, our school will be completely disgraced. This would be a great humiliation. Dean Cheng glanced at Wang Xuan and said, Wang Xuan is injured. Severely. All 200 of his mechs from the previous battle have been destroyed. Our Qingjing University has no members left who can fight Wei He of Madu University. Lying in his hospital bed, Wang Xuan seethed with resentment for Zhou Yi. He secretly thought, unconvinced, you are indeed strong, but only after my second-class advancement will my heart of machinery truly unleash. It's S plus Frank talent's power. Wang Xuan angrily clenched the bedsheets. At that time, you and I will definitely have a decisive battle. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhou Heng sincerely bowed to apologize to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, I apologize. I was truly blind. A holy knight can act as support while simultaneously possessing extremely powerful damage output. Of course, in all my years, you, Zhou Yi, are the only one I've ever seen accomplish this. Zhou Yi, you are truly a one-in-a-million talent, a dragon among men. However, Zhou Yi calmly cut through the flattery. Mr. Zhou, spare me the flattery. Just say what you want to say. Zhou Heng chuckled. The powerful are indeed straightforward. He then said frankly, I've reported this to the clan. Both the clan head and the council of elders have promised that if you return to the clan, they will spare no expense and use the full power of the clan to nurture you. Zhou Yi asked quizzically, the clan head and the council of elders? Seeing his confusion, Zhou Heng explained, the Zhou clan has a massive population. Every year, during resource allocation, the amount of resources each branch receives depends on their own abilities. Within the vast Zhou clan, there are many factions, and the largest of these are the Council of Elders and the clan head. Zhou Heng pushed up his glasses with a serious expression and said, under normal circumstances, the two sides would never cooperate. However, when it comes to you, Zhou Yi, they have reached a consensus. Zhou Yi was a bit taken aback that all of this was because of him. On the other hand, with a promise from the Zhou clan's power factions, he wouldn't have to worry about any trouble after returning to the main branch. But my master is Principal Wang Hui. Even without the Zhou clan's help, I can still get resources to level up quickly. Zhou Yi thought carefully. Most importantly, I still have my ultimate trump card, the system. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi made his decision. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't plan on changing my class. His answer left Zhou Heng devastated. He asked sorrowfully, does this mean our Zhou clan truly has no hope of rising again? Seeing his melancholic expression, Zhou Yi tried to console him. However, I know someone who possesses the Frost bloodline. Perhaps in the future, she will consider your Zhou clan's hidden classes. A dejected Zhou Heng banged his head against the wall, saying, no, that's impossible. The three great hidden classes of the Zhou clan not only require the Frost bloodline, but it must also reach a certain concentration. An ordinary Frost bloodline won't allow for the class change. Zhou Yi pointed at him and asked, my sister's Frost bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng's eyes lit up. He excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hands and asked, your sister awakened the Frost bloodline too? Suddenly, Zhou Heng began to tremble with laughter, his spirits soaring. Zhou Heng laughed with glee. This is wonderful. I might live to see the Zhou clan rise again. I can finally face our ancestors. The heavens are blessing my Zhou clan. Blessing my Zhou clan. Is it true? Is her bloodline concentration really 3 times higher than mine? That means her bloodline concentration is nearly 10 points. She can choose any of the 3 great hidden frost-type classes at will. His frenzied state made Zhou Yi curse inwardly. He's gone crazy. I can't let him get too worked up. Zhou Yi spoke to calm him. Don't get too excited just yet. Whether she chooses the Zhou clan's class development path is still up to her. Zhou Hang nodded in agreement. Of course, of course. Whatever you say. When can we go meet your sister? Hearing this question, Zhou Yi pondered. For him, joining the Zhou clan wasn't very beneficial. First, I can't change my class. Second, I can get all the resources I need from the system and Master Wang Hui. But it's a completely different story for Zhou Yun. Although I can provide her with training resources, it definitely can't compare to the dedicated nurturing of an entire clan. And if Father and Mother Zhou ever ran into trouble, the Zhou clan didn't help. So now it's only right that all this compensation goes to Zhou Yun. That's not asking too much. After careful consideration, Zhou Yi decided to call Zhou Yun. He felt a bit anxious. Before the match, he had left Xiao Kui with her, and he wondered if it had been abused. The moment he called, Zhou Yun quickly answered. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yun, who was hugging Xiao Kui, excitedly shouted, "Brother!" Seeing this, Zhou Yi thought to himself, I knew it. She was so excited that she spun Xiao Kui around and around, laughing as she praised him. That fight was incredible, a complete domination. So many girls at my school admire you now. They all want your contact info. Zhou Yun chattered on. I won't give it to them, though. My ideal sister-in-law has to be strong, very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, toned arms, taut skin, and powerful muscular legs, Zhou Yun said with relish. She should be able to wield a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms, but also be able to embroider flowers and sew clothes for you. Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. At this, Zhou Yi got serious and explained, a while ago, some people came to find me. They said they were from the Zhou clan, he briefly explained. The main branch of the Zhou clan has a total of 3 great hidden classes. They are the Frost Archer, Bone Ice Swordsman, and Ice Purity Mage. The Archer and the Swordsman are physical damage dealers, while the Ice Purity Mage is a mage class. Based on the concentration of your Frost bloodline, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Zhou Yun listened with rapt attention. She looked seriously at the 3 images before her and made her decision. I'll choose the mage class. Brother, I'll choose this one. Ice attribute magic attacks suit me, Zhou Yi reminded her. Once you accept the Zhou clan's class plan, you'll have to go to the Zhou clan's territory in Tianlan province for at least 3 to 4 years of training and study. You need to think this through carefully, Zhou Yun replied decisively. I have, she then said with emotion. With a brother shining so brightly, I, as his sister, absolutely cannot fall behind. She thought to herself, I can use the Zhou clan's resources. That way, I won't have to drain my brother's resources and become a burden to him. After making her choice, Zhou Yi promised, once I'm done with things here, I'll go with you to Tianlan province. And so, their conversation ended. After his chat with Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi headed to the freshman tournament arena. The system announced cheerfully, welcome everyone to the 4th round of the National College and University Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, we will determine the 8 peerless prodigies who will advance to the 5th round of the singles tournament, the system announced. But first, I will reveal the rewards from the Xia Flame Professional Alliance for the top 8 contestants in the singles tournament. The system displayed a potion and announced, an S, rank magic potion. The audience buzzed with excitement. Holy crap, another S, rank magic potion. As expected of the Xia Flame Professional Alliance, so generous, amazing. Even a 3rd advancement professional would kill for that. Jiang Churan, who was beside him, suddenly turned and said, Brother Zhou Yi, last year's grand prize was only an S, rank magic potion. Zhou Yi replied, it's because the Alliance's leadership needs to cultivate more geniuses. Jiang Churan nodded, that makes sense. Suddenly, the system revealed another reward. Contestants who advance to the final 4 will receive an S-rank resource. And as for the champion of the singles tournament, it displayed a legendary grade weapon. Forged by the Xia Flame Professional Alliance's Grandmaster Refiner, Qi Jun. This reward even took Zhou Yi by surprise. A legendary grade weapon. That's the highest tier of weapon that humankind can forge. The reward was so incredible, it ignited a fierce desire to win in every contestant. I have to win the championship. After the rewards were announced, the system declared, all contestants, please enter the arena and prepare for battle. Jiang Churan went up first. She smiled at Zhou Yi and said, Brother Zhou Yi, please cheer for me. Zhou Yi encouraged her. You've got this. Just then, Zhou Yi's opponent stepped onto the arena. The two were now officially face-to-face. Feng Qiang, donning his armor, said, Zhou Yi. I know you're strong, he shouted, swinging his sword. But I'm no slouch either. He was secretly ecstatic. Ordinary job holders all pursue balanced attribute development, but I'm different. Feng Qiang thought confidently to himself, I only ever added points to strength, so I have absolute confidence in my power. Just then, the system announced, match, start. As soon as it finished, Zhou Yi advanced with his halberd. Feng Qiang also charged forward. He laughed tauntingly at Zhou Yi. Here I come. Do you dare to fight me head-on? The guy quickly struck first. Violent slash. The two forces collided in an instant. The guy's sword began to crack. A second later, Zhou Yi's halberd shattered it. He continued, smashing it straight into Feng Qiang. He fell to his knees in pain, his voice filled with disbelief. How can this be? I only used my strength stat. How can your physical power possibly overwhelm mine? Zhou Yi slung the mace over his shoulder and said mockingly, Is that all you've got? At that moment, the entire stadium erupted. He was completely overpowered just by strength alone. Just how terrifying is this Zhou Yi's strength? Zhou Yi's attribute values are too mysterious. I seriously suspect he's using hacks. Below, the teammates from Mado University also shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Brother Qiang lost a contest of strength? Dean Su Qishen spoke up. Feng Qiang, with his equipment buffs, has a strength of about 370 points. To achieve this overwhelming effect with a single blow, Zhou Yi's strength attribute must be at least over 450 points. He suddenly recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and couldn't help but feel unconvinced. Plus, his intelligence attribute is incredibly high. It's too frightening. Dean Su worriedly asked, Wei He, are you confident you can beat Zhou Yi? Wei He thought for a few seconds, then replied, about a 30% chance. At the same time, on the stage, Feng Qiang struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, I haven't lost yet! Feng Qiang shot to his feet and yelled, Come on! A knight only dies standing, never kneels in defeat. Zhou Yi said admiringly, I respect you as a true man. Feng Qiang immediately rushed in to attack with a no-slash-strike. Zhou Yi was not to be outdone and retaliated. Penance mace! The heavy mace slammed directly into Feng Qiang. Feng Qiang screamed in pain and was sent flying. The people from Mado University below immediately shouted, Declare the match over, we forfeit. The system quickly processed the information and announced, Mado University forfeits. The winner of this match is Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was immediately drowned in cheers. Zhou Yi is the strongest! Zhou Yi, I love you! After the medics came to check on Feng Qiang, they all sighed in frustration. Tisk, it's this troublesome holy light type again. Hurry up and start the treatment. He was Zhou Yi's opponent after all. With that, the three of them carried Feng Qiang away for treatment. On Zhou Yi's side, a day after the match, the group from Suhong University gathered in a room to discuss. Strategy. Wu Meng spoke, Very good. Our Suhong University already has 2 people in the top 8. Wu Meng then praised Song Helen. Your advancement was also a surprise. The hope of reaching the quarterfinals isn't high, but you must still try your best. Song Helen replied happily, I understand. Next, he turned to Jiang Churan. Jiang Churan, with your strength, you probably could have made it to the top 8. It's just that your luck was a bit poor, running into Wei He. He's a top contender for the championship. Wu Meng said seriously, There are only 2 spots left in the top 8, which will be chosen from the losers bracket. I hope you can seize this opportunity. He turned slightly to speak to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, I have full confidence in you. The mission of winning the singles tournament is now in your hands. Zhou Yi accepted seriously. Understood. Wu Meng continued. In tomorrow's team matches, both of our opponents are from ordinary universities and colleges. He looked at the group behind him and said, Therefore, you substitutes can get some field practice. After the decision was made, Wu Meng immediately began explaining tomorrow's strategy to them. Jiang Churan sat on a nearby chair, lost in thought about the 4th round's losers bracket. It's called the brutal losers bracket. Out of 70 contestants, only 2 will advance to the 5th round of the singles tournament. After that, I just need to advance to the quarterfinals in the 6th round to get a rare S-rank resource, Jiang Churan resolved. To herself, even for the wealthy Zhang family, S-rank resources aren't just given away. If I can get it, my strength will definitely improve by another level. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Zhou Yi, your strength has been exposed. Wu Meng continued cheerfully. With your strength, you could single-handedly wipe out the teams from 5 ordinary universities. However, tomorrow's team match is mainly for their training. You just need to protect them. Try not to intervene. Zhou Yi nodded and replied, I understand. Suddenly, 2 female students walked in and saw Zhou Yi. They screamed in surprise. Wow, it's God Yi! Their voices attracted countless other female students who rushed over, swarming him. Classmate Zhou Yi. Classmate Zhou Yi. It's really classmate Zhou Yi, the real classmate Zhou Yi. Oh my God, he's so handsome. He's looking at me. Zhou Yi asked, flustered. You all are? They immediately replied, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? He asked blankly. An autograph? Right after that, the crowd took out countless photos of Zhou Yi and shouted, Me too, me too. I want one too. Thank you, God Yi. You're super handsome. God Yi will always support you in your next match. Good luck. Oh my God, classmate Zhou Yi is blushing. So cute. God Yi, you must take good care of yourself. Absolutely, don't get hurt. Asterisk sob times. When he saw those photos, Zhou Yi's face darkened. Is this supposed to be me? Song Helan, sitting beside him, quietly commented, Zhou Yi, you're quite popular, aren't you? At that moment, a spirit appeared in Jiang Churan's mind. Is brother Zhou Yi going to be stolen away by them? So worrying. If I don't keep up with brother Zhou Yi's pace, I'll be left behind. Jiang Churan silently resolved, 70 people, only 2 spots. I must get one of them. She whispered to herself, Brother Zhou Yi, I will definitely get it. Seeing that she had been provoked, the spirit was overjoyed. At the same time, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked back in confusion. Why do I suddenly have the feeling that I'm being stared at? That night, the 4th round's losers bracket began. The contestants were transported to a wild forest. Everyone asked in confusion, why is it a forest? Is the venue different every year? I remember last year it was a castle. Someone answered, the singles tournament. Loser's bracket for the fourth round is created by the teachers and military experts from the universities. They input newly acquired data from the war, and an AI integrates and simulates it to create the instance dungeon. A girl holding a scepter looked around warily and continued, to make the instance dungeon more like a real battlefield. Randomized settings were implemented in the initial creation. That's why the venue is different every year, the girl continued. Not only that, the monsters we have to face each year are also different. Jiang Churan walked cautiously. She silently observed the damp environment. Suddenly, someone asked, "Huh? So what should we do now?" "We have to." Suddenly, the voice was cut off. The system appeared and announced, "Welcome, students. This instance dungeon is the Mistwood Labyrinth." The system began to explain the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the abandoned village. There will be a total of 3 waves of monster attacks. The only thing on these monsters' minds is to devour you. You must try to kill the monsters before you are devoured. In the end, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the singles tournament. Before we begin, the system reminds you that this instance dungeon is not life-threatening. There are no return scrolls. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said cheerfully, "We just have to kill monsters? That's still pretty simple." "Yeah, nothing to worry about. We've practiced in so many instance dungeons, this will be no problem." Jiang Churan silently observed the people around her, unknown monsters appearing randomly. It makes people very uneasy. The system announced, "The first wave of monster attacks is about to begin." As soon as it finished, a cloud of purple smoke appeared. Jiang Churan looked seriously in the direction of the smoke. "Here it comes." However, even after the smoke cleared, there were still no monsters to be seen. Only the leaves rustled incessantly. Jiang Churan wondered to herself, "They still haven't appeared?" At that moment, the person behind her suddenly clutched his neck and groaned. "So itchy!" he cursed in frustration. "Damn it, why is it so itchy?" Hearing this, Jiang Churan was horrified. A purple substance was growing on the man's neck, causing him to scream nonstop. "So itchy, so itchy." The more he scratched, the faster the substance spread. "So itchy, so itchy." He rushed madly towards Jiang Churan and screamed, begging, "So itchy, so itchy, so itchy! Help me, classmate, help me!" After that, the student was officially defeated by the monster. The system announced, "Lin Shu of Dingsheng University has been devoured by a monster. He has been removed from the instance dungeon." Jiang Churan thought with suspicion, "I didn't see any monster appear at all. Is it a monster that can hide its form?" Next, more students were afflicted. People screamed in panic. What in the world was happening to them? They couldn't see any monsters, yet they had seen so many of their classmates defeated. Everyone was panicking. What's happening? Where did these demonic beasts come from? We can't even see the demonic beasts. How are we supposed to fight? Amidst the chaos, only Jiang Churan remained calm, thinking, "I can't afford to panic. First, I must calm down and find the root of the problem. The demonic beasts must have a weakness." Jiang Churan wondered about their incorporeal state. Are they intangible, or do they simply not exist? For so many people to be hit in such a short time, the demonic beasts must be infectious. What are they using to spread? While she was pondering, a small purple object suddenly shot forward and latched onto her arm. Watching the purple object begin to sprout, Jiang Churan's eyes sharpened as she stared at it. Fungal spores. She immediately summoned a flame and incinerated the purple object. After destroying it, Jiang Churan instantly understood the problem and said, "So that's it." Jiang Churan transformed into her demonic form. Then she shouted to everyone, "There are spores in the air. Once they land on you, they grow rapidly. Cover yourselves with fire-type skills." The others immediately followed her instructions, igniting flames around them. However, some students didn't have fire-type skills. They had no choice but to cry out for help. "Damn it! I'm a warrior. I don't have any fire skills. Hey, help me out. Aren't we competitors?" This is no time for friendship. After some time, the students without fire-type skills were quickly taken down by the monsters. System announcement. Ai Lian of Imperial University has been devoured by a demonic beast and removed from the instance. Zhao Xiaojie of Lumion Academy has been devoured by a demonic beast and removed from the instance. Lu Bonbon of Green Vine Academy has been devoured by a demonic beast and removed from the instance. At the same time, Jiang Churan seriously thought, just burning these spores doesn't count as killing the main body. I have to find the demonic beast releasing the spores. Just then, mushrooms sprouted from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and released a torrent of spores. And just like that, Jiang Churan quickly located the demonic beasts. She dashed forward, shouting to everyone, "They're in the trees!" As Jiang Churan defeated one monster. System announcement. Jiang Churan of Suhang University has killed a demonic beast. +1. More monsters began to sprout, non-stop. Fearlessly, Jiang Churan flew forward to attack. Flame dance, phantom shadow, black flame. A series of system notifications rang out. Jiang Churan of Suhang University has killed a monster. +1. Meanwhile, in the freshman tournament arena, the team battle was underway. The system announced, both teams of 5 are in position. Constructing arena, activating defensive field. Team battle, Suhang University versus Meigao University. Begin. The moment the announcement ended, both sides launched into a fierce attack. Seeing the other side charge, their opponents rushed in to meet them. A red-haired guy immediately unleashed a skill. Flame Cyclone Storm. Countless fiery tornadoes formed and shot straight toward their opponents. A cloaked guy countered with a water attribute skill. As the two attacks collided, his water blade sliced through the fiery tornado. But at that moment, Tan Wei appeared, and with a swipe of his claws, shattered the cloaked man's water blade. He said scornfully, "The hardness of your water blade has been reduced." While Tan Wei was gloating, an arrow came speeding toward him from behind. Fortunately, Zhou Yi blocked it in time with a shield. Zhou Yi then warned Tan Wei, "Don't let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your back." Then, Zhou Yi turned to the blonde girl behind him and said, "Jiang Jing, your duty is to provide protection for your teammates. You have to be aware of everything happening around you. A slip-up like that cannot happen again." Jiang Jing, terrified by the reprimand, squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, "Yes, sir." The red-haired girl on the opposing team glared at them in anger. "They're treating us like training dummies," the guy in blue armor roared. "Brothers, can you really stand for this?" "We can't," the whole team replied decisively. The man in blue armor commanded, "Charge, get him for me." The two sides immediately rushed at each other, but at that exact moment, a notification went off on Zhou Yi's phone. Everyone froze. It was a message from Jiang Churan, happily boasting to Zhou Yi, advanced to the next round smoothly. This girl, Zhou Yi thought helplessly. The cloaked man saw Zhou Yi's blatant disregard for his opponents, and was enraged. He roared, "You're using your phone in the middle of a match? You have zero respect for your opponents. I'll make you regret it." But a second later, he was lying defeated on the ground. System announcement. In this round of the university team battle, Suhang University is the winner. The next day, after the semifinals of the individual tournament concluded, news about the freshman matches spread like wildfire. The fifth advancement round will begin early tomorrow morning. From the 8 remaining contestants, 4 will advance after 4 matches. On the afternoon of the second day, the 6th advancement round will take place, with 2 advancing out of 4. The winners of the 2 matches were Zhou Yi and Wei He. A streamer immediately went live to report this breaking news. "Fellow students, today is the final championship match of the singles tournament," this streamer announced, beginning his introduction. Yi. He put on a pained expression as he spoke of his family background. He comes from a humble family. Both of his parents are dead. Relying on his own efforts, he became stronger step by step. During the college entrance exams, he became the strongest holy knight in history, leaving everyone astonished. That's Zhou Yi. He then changed his tone to talk about Wei He. He is the prodigy of a top-tier family with a 100-year legacy. He possesses both top-tier talent and a special bloodline. The warrior, Wei He. The streamer wore a look of excitement. "So, who will be the one to ascend? To the champion's throne? Let's wait and see." The streamer then added, "I will be live streaming the entire fight for all of you. Remember to like and follow so you don't miss it." After watching the promotional video, people began to discuss animatedly. The two gods fighting against Wang Xuan. This team battle is going to be really exciting. This time against Wei He, it's definitely going to be a one-sided crush. Didn't you see Wei He's match a few days ago? His fighting style is savage. I don't think it'll be that easy. It's a shame Goddess Jiang Churan had to face Wei He in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, it would have been interesting to see Suhang University take both the champion and runner-up spots. At this moment, the clear blue sky was shattered by the thundering sound of helicopter blades. The crowd quickly parted, making space for the helicopter to land. The moment its door opened, upon seeing who was inside, the crowd erupted. "It's Suhang University. The people from Suhang University are here." They were met with a wave of cheers from all around. "Goddess Jiang is so beautiful, a divine beauty. God Zhou, I'll always support you. Song Xialan, don't lose heart. You'll definitely do better next time. God Zhou, can we get a picture? Can I have your autograph?" Wherever Zhou Yi went, cheers erupted. "Zhou Yi! Zhou Yi!" Suddenly, someone noticed another helicopter approaching. He shouted, "Modu University has arrived too." The cheers instantly shifted to Modu University. "Wei He! Wei He! Wei He! Wei He! Wei He!" Dean Su approached and greeted Wu Mong. "Good morning, Dean Wu." Today, the champion and runner-up of the singles tournament will emerge from our 2 universities. "Friendship first, competition second," Wu Mong replied cheerfully. "Good morning, Dean Su." But inwardly, he scoffed. "With Wei He's strength, you really think you can take on Zhou Yi? What a fantasy." Just then, Wei He spotted Zhou Yi from afar. He silently vowed, "Zhou Yi, the final battle has finally come. I will defeat you and become the champion." Finally, the match was about to begin. Before entering the arena, Zhou Yi broke into a strange, demonic smile. The system announced, "Let's give a warm welcome to our 2 contestants, Zhou Yi and Wei He, as they enter the arena. The match is about to start. Spectators, please be seated and observe proper viewing etiquette. The countdown begins. 5. In the stands, the audience cheered wildly in excitement. "Come on, let's have a huge showdown. God Yi is mighty. God Yi is godlike. Senior brother Wei, you absolutely cannot lose. Go Wei He, take down the prestige of Suhang University. It's so crowded. Hey, who stepped on my foot at the Zhuo residence, Zhuo Heng?" I was also watching this match with Old Master Zhuo. The match countdown had only 3 seconds left. Old Master Zhuo spoke up. "This kid from the Wei family has been called the #1 prodigy since childhood, receiving all the resources of a top-tier family for his training. Can Zhuo Yi win?" Zhuo Heng replied seriously. "He can. After I analyzed Zhuo Yi's exam and all his combat records, his growth rate is astonishing. His strength absolutely surpasses his peers. he's at the top tier. Zhuo Heng looked at the screen and continued. Wei, he is an outstanding member of the Wei family's younger generation, worthy of the title genius, but Zhuo Yi, in him, I can seemingly see the shadow of our ancestor. At this moment, in the arena, the countdown has ended. The system announced, begin. As soon as the announcement was made, Zhuo Yi used God's grace, courage, and blessing. Holy light cross, holy light protection, weapon blessing. Wei He, holding his sword, charged straight at him. Wei He leaped up, his face filled with anger. He swung a blow at Zhuo Yi, whose entire body erupted in a golden light. The two forces clashed, creating a deafening sound. Wei He furrowed his brows, staring intently at him. Zhuo Yi's face was cold. Zhuo Yi swung a blow towards Wei He. He immediately jumped up to dodge. With sharp eyes and furrowed brows, he swooped down, his eyes bloodshot. With a terrifying expression, he roared, "Berserk!" His whole body emitted a red light. He gripped the blade in his hand. He shouted, "Raging Flame Blade Technique!" In a combat stance, he delivered sharp slashes with his blade. Zhuo Yi dodged calmly. As he dodged the attacks, he thought, Berserk, the signature skill of a berserker. The user's 4 primary stats will all receive a boost to varying degrees. However, after the 3-minute berserk state ends, his entire body will enter a weakened state. In addition to activating his berserk skill, he also unleashed the Raging Flame Blade technique. This skill is like a buff that can be used in combat while simultaneously inflicting fire attribute magic damage. Zhuo Yi dodged the attack. Wei He rushed towards Zhuo Yi like an arrow. Zhuo Yi assumed a ready stance. As expected of the top freshman from Mado University, he thought. Zhuo Yi's eyes were sharp, his face showing no fear as he dodged. He angrily shouted, "Thunderous Slash!" The blade in his hand glowed with a fiery red light. Thunderous Slash, an A-rank skill for the warrior class, is executed at an extremely high speed. A slashing attack. The higher the skill level, the higher the strength attribute bonus, and the faster the slashing speed. At its limit, the slashing speed can be like lightning. He's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with rage. He thought, I've already raised this skill to level 9 through tens of thousands of repetitions in training. He slashed down hard. Zhuo Yi blocked the blow with the hammer in his hand. Their clash created a dramatic scene. He angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, such immense strength. He put more force into his blade, thinking, my battle blade weighs thousands of pounds. Under the enhancement of Thunderous Slash, the kinetic energy it generates is terrifying. I'm confident I could slash right through even a solid metal alloy. Zhuo Yi's face showed not a hint of fear, but I'm actually at a disadvantage in this contest of strength against him. I can't just meet him head on. Zhuo Yi pushed hard, sending Wei He flying back. The weapon in Zhuo Yi's hand transformed into a golden light. Holy Light Cross, level 9, B rank. Zhuo Yi cast with both hands, and a ray of golden light appeared like a giant sword. Wei He smiled confidently and said, I've long been prepared for this move of yours. Wei He knelt, his face terrifying as he shouted, Battle Frenzy! He emitted a red aura. A powerful golden light appeared. Dean Su watched the scene before him in horror. The two powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Wei He knelt in the center, his entire body seemingly covered by a layer of protective armor. Wei He stood up, his smile growing more terrifying as he placed a hand on his great blade. A system panel appeared before Zhuo Yi. Wei He's awakened talent, Battle Frenzy S rank, Battle Frenzy duration. Wei He's 4 primary stats are increased. All damage taken is reduced by 80%. However, after the Battle Frenzy state ends, this damage will be doubled and inflicted back upon him. He rushed in front of Zhuo Yi. He looked at him and thought, he used it so quickly. It seems he wants to end this fight fast. He's Battle Frenzy talent, can be activated for a maximum of 2 minutes. The best strategy is to stall until his Battle Frenzy ends. However, even with an 80% damage reduction, I can still defeat him. He swung his blade, slashing at Zhuo Yi. He blocked every attack. The two weapons clashed with a loud bang as He attacked. He thought, facing a holy knight who has so many healing and recovery skills, a protracted battle is an incredibly foolish tactic. That's why I chose to activate my Berserk skill and talent right from the start. Battle Frenzy raises my own strength to its absolute limit in an instant. A huge explosion occurred. The crowd below was abuzz with astonished chatter. One person said, why would he choose to clash head-on? He is at his peak right now. The best strategy is to stall for time. For both gods to fight like this shows they're extremely confident in their own strength. I believe in them. He moved quickly, slashing toward Zhuo Yi. His entire body leaned back to dodge as he raised his hand. A golden ray of light shot out as he said, Swift Victory. A large sigil appeared in front of him, and a giant golden arrow materialized behind him. He's entire body was enveloped in a red aura. With a fierce expression, he shouted, Bring it on! A massive explosion erupted. He laughed triumphantly. Haha, your swift victory is useless. Calmly, Zhuo Yi raised a hand to his forehead. He cast a spell, saying, It's a bit too early to be laughing. Punishment of light. Bolts of lightning fell, fast and fierce. The attack struck Wei He, but he was protected by a barrier. Wei He frowned. As expected of the strongest offensive technique, he thought. He used his blade to block the lightning, thinking, even with 80% damage reduction, this is still a little painful. Asterisk, if I hadn't activated Battle Frenzy, I doubt that single strike would have been enough to defeat me. Asterisk, he looked up. Asterisk. The lightning bolts are weakening. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. But light's punishment summons one bolt at a time. Asterisk. Asterisk. It needs at least a second to recharge. Asterisk. Wei. He stomped hard on the ground. Asterisk. If that's the case, I just need to exploit the opening while it recovers. Asterisk. To quickly defeat Zhou Yi, Wei He charged forward, only to be struck by a lightning bolt again. Wei He was shocked. With a look of panicked disbelief, he thought, asterisk, how can this be? How can the lightning strikes from light's punishment be so fast? Asterisk. I clearly researched all the skills he's used in his matches. Could it be that his punishment of light is already above? Level 20? Lightning struck Wei He in a powerful attack. A small orb emitted. An excited voice. So berserk, so brutal. I must emphasize again. You are now watching the finals of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. People in the crowd covered their eyes, exclaiming, so cruel. A girl screamed and covered her face. Wang Xuan smirked. Wei, he screamed in pain. Ah, why? He looked at Zhou Yi in disbelief, thinking, why? There's clearly only 10 meters between us. But Zhou Yi seemed to become gigantic, while he himself felt tiny, as if he could be crushed by a single one of Zhou Yi's fingers. It was like an insurmountable step, impossible to overcome. Wei, he shouted, I don't believe it. His palm pulsed with a red light. Gritting his teeth, the whites of his eyes showing, he screamed, secret technique. Thousand shadow blade formation. A powerful explosion sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Zhou Yi stood proudly, his expression unchanged. A red streak flashed by. Zhou Yi glanced at the cut on his face. A red blade was stabbed hard into the ground. Cracks appeared in the ground. Before Zhou Yi, countless blades rained down. He watched the scene and thought to himself, body manifesting chi. Legend has it that the Wei family ancestor achieved enlightenment during the war in the demon realm. He mixed his soul and magic power, refining them into countless tens of thousands of blades, capable of slaying all the demonic beasts in an entire city. In an instant, tens of thousands of blades lined up before Zhou Yi, glowing with a sinister red hue. Wei, he hasn't reached the level of his ancestor yet, but this form of body-manifesting chi is still quite an eye-opener. Zhou Yi smiled and said, finally, I don't have to play around with you anymore. Suddenly, the swords began to move, descending with incredible speed. As tens of thousands of blades rained down, Zhou Yi raised his hand to cast a spell. He moved his fingers gracefully and said, if I use my previous techniques, the audience will be very disappointed. So this time, I'll demonstrate a fusion skill of my own creation. Watch closely. A blast of cold air swept out. 10,000-mile freeze. Zhou Yi stood amidst a giant blue vortex. His hand extended forward to control the power. He took a step. The ground beneath his feet instantly began to freeze, spreading outwards and covering the entire arena in a sheet of ice. The drone camera captured the exciting moment. A voice broadcasted, ladies and gentlemen, fellow students, Student Zhou Yi's skill has completely enveloped the arena. Right now, we can't see the situation in the arena. The crowd roared with excitement. What's happening? Someone shouted angrily. Damn it, what kind of ultimate move is this now? How can he use ice magic? The elder shot up excitedly. Zhou Heng cried out in shock. Elder! The elder's face was a mask of astonishment and alarm. Pointing ahead, he yelled, Zhou Heng! Did you see that? Such pure ice elemental power! With his hands held out, Zhou Yi cast his spell. The tens of thousands of blades began to freeze over, bound by golden threads. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, his eyes sharp. The golden threads pierced through the ice, and the frozen blades instantly shattered into countless fragments. Zhou Yi grabs the pendant on his neck, his other hand enveloped in golden threads. Ice shards fly everywhere as Wei He is sent flying. Wei, he crashes hard onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice screen slowly dissipates as the announcer's voice rings out. Contestant Wei, he has lost consciousness. In this battle, contestant Zhou Yi is the winner. The crowd cheers joyfully. We won! Zhou Yi is number 1. Our senior is so strong. The announcer's voice rings out. Congratulations to Zhou Yi, and thank you to contestant Wei He. They have brought us a top-tier duel. An absolutely wonderful spectacle for the audience. This is without a doubt the most spectacular battle in the last 15 exchange tournaments. Let's all give a round of applause for the top prodigy of this young generation. Zhou Yi raises his hand high and smiles. Behind him, fireworks explode across the sky. A voice from a drone announces, the solo match category is now concluded. Next up are the team battles and the survival match. Let's all look forward to it, Wu Meng says cheerfully. To be able to use the Wei family's secret technique at such a young age, using body and chi fusion. If this were the exchange tournament a few years ago, he would undoubtedly be number 1 in strength. Unfortunately for him, he ran into Zhou Yi. Jiang Churan, standing nearby, happily twirls the end of her hair and smiles. Wu Meng looks at Zhou Yi, who is walking, stretching, and yawning, and thinks to himself, based on my prior assumption, for Zhou Yi to defeat Wei He, I thought he would have to unleash his angelic divine body, but this time, he only used a single punishment of light, and a fusion skill of the light and ice elements. The younger generation is truly formidable. Wu Meng puts a hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder, praising, good job. This time, our Suhong University finally won the solo match championship. Song Xiaolin speaks up. That's right. Even though we've won the team battles for 4 years straight, this quadrennial solo match championship is something we've never won. Brother Yi, you've really made us proud, Wang Tiexin says happily and confidently. Tomorrow's team battle is against Madu University, now that Wei He is seriously injured. Modu University poses no threat to us. First place in the team competition is in the bag, Song Xiaolin says in shock. Hey, try to be humble. Don't get so arrogant. Jiang Churan hugs Ling Shi and says with a bright smile, Brother Zhou Yi, earlier, little Shi said you were wrong. You can definitely pass as a great archmage. Ling Shi, embarrassed and blushing, pulls her hood over her face and says, classmate Zhou, I was just… Jiang Churan calls out cheerfully, Brother Zhou Yi, let's go relax with everyone tonight. Zhou Yi scratches his head. Scene, a bustling city street at night. Since the game Eternal and Reality merged about 300 years ago, with the emergence of magical beasts and new professions, the variety of delicious food on the entire Blue Star has increased by the thousands, and tens of thousands of varieties. And in the most prosperous administrative district of Qingjing City, the East City District, there is a famous food street. Here, whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground, anything can be turned into a gourmet delicacy to satisfy the appetites of the customers. A stall owner's voice cries out, Grilled dragon meat! Get your grilled dragon meat! Fresh meat from 25 dragon whelps that melts in your mouth. Wolf King Blood Jelly. Wolf King Blood Jelly nourishes yin, strengthens yang, and enhances beauty. Deep Sea Monster Fish Balls, made from the choice meat of the Deep Sea Overlord fish, crispy and chewy, a delicious flavor that can't be missed. Song Xiaolin, linking arms with Ling Shi while walking alongside Wang Tiexin, says, That looks so delicious. Ling Shi smiles, holding a tanghulu. Jiang Churan and Zhou Yi walk ahead, chatting and laughing happily. Watching Jiang Churan from afar, a guy named Liang says, What a knockout. Liang then throws 2 meat skewers to the guy behind him. He adjusts his hat and says, A perfect 10, a perfect 10. The other guy is startled and asks, What are you doing? Liang replies, Hitting on her. A knockout like that is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. I'll regret it forever if I miss this chance. The other guy is surprised. But she already has a boyfriend. Liang scoffs, So what if she has a boyfriend? Once I make my move, she'll be mine. Zhou Yi turns his head, his expression cold, his sharp eyes glowing red. Liang is suddenly terrified. Seeing this, his friend asks sarcastically, Giving up already? That's not your style. Liang points at Zhou Yi and stammers, Two. Gods. A while later, Jiang Churan bends over to catch her breath and says, This food heaven really lives up to its reputation. We've been walking for an hour, and we still haven't even gotten through half of it, Song Xiaolin says, linking arms with Wang Tiexin. There are 6 interconnected streets here, so of course it's not easy to cover. You two find a place to sit here. Save us some seats, we're going to buy some food. Wang Tiexin scratches his head and says, I want to take a break too. Song Xiaolin pushes him from behind and says, Rest my foot! Let the 2 lovebirds have a moment alone. Do you want to be a third wheel? Ling Shi, standing behind them, turns to look at a tavern's specialty, Olean 55. The proprietress cheerfully introduces, Our Oliu fruit wine can increase your agility stat. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. It's great for personal consumption or as a gift. Hearing this, Jiang Churan points to a bottle of the wine and says, We'll take a bottle. The owner immediately brings out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, Honored guests, your Oliu wine. That will be 200,000 Zhongxia currency, please. Immediately, a phone chimes with a notification. Transfer of 200,000 complete. Jiang Churan holds up her glass to Zhou Yi and says, Brother Zhou Yi, congratulations on winning the solo match championship. The 2 of them clink glasses. Zhou Yi says, To our shared joy. Jiang Churan downs her glass in one go. After finishing, she says with suspicion, Huh? The alcohol content in this wine doesn't seem very high. 10 minutes later, a red-faced and tipsy Jiang Churan asks dazedly, Brother Zhou Yi, why are there 2 Brother Zhou Yis? Zhou Yi looks at her and asks, You're drunk already? Jiang Churan giggles and starts counting. 1. Brother Zhou Yi, 2 Brother Zhou Yis, 3 Brother Zhou Yis. Zhou Yi sighs and says to himself, as a level 19 professional, It's normally impossible to get drunk from regular alcohol, but this Oliu wine is brewed using a D-grade heavenly treasure, the Oliu fruit. Even though the alcohol content is low, it's incredibly intoxicating. Zhou Yi stands up and says, It's getting late, and Little Song and the others aren't back yet. Let's go look for them. Jiang Churan reaches out her hands and says in a whiny voice, Brother Zhou Yi, I don't want to go. Before she can finish, another voice calls out, Hey, handsome. The woman, holding a wine glass, gives him a seductive look and says, My glass is empty. Could you buy me a drink? Zhou Yi glances at her, then points to the table and says, There's half a bottle of Oliu wine right here. That'll be 100,000 Zhongxia currency. The woman laughs. Handsome, you're quite interesting. I'm starting to like you. Why don't we find somewhere quiet to continue this conversation? Jiang Churan looks flustered and embarrassed. Her long hair partially covers her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Jiang Churan angrily shoves the woman away, yelling, You're getting too close! The woman whispers in Jiang Churan's ear, Little beauty, that's not a nice thing to do. I can tell you and this handsome fellow aren't a couple. How can you stand in the way of his romantic luck? She thinks to herself. Zhou Yi, this year's strongest rookie, and Jiang Churan, his friend. Too many people think Jiang Churan is Zhou Yi's girlfriend, but I know they're not actually a couple. An oblivious boy and a girl experiencing her first crush. It'll take a while for these 2 to break that last paper-thin barrier. This is the perfect opportunity for me to strike. If I can make Zhou Yi fall for me, then all the resources he acquires will become mine. She moves closer to him and says, Handsome, am I right? A fuming, red-faced Jiang Churan stammers, You. Zhou Yi suddenly grabs her hand. Jiang Churan looks down in surprise at her hand in his. With a deadpan expression, Zhou Yi says, I don't mind if little Ran gets in the way of my romantic luck. He then leads Jiang Churan away by the hand. He doesn't forget to add a final comment. Besides, you're just average. I wouldn't call you romantic luck by any stretch. The woman stands there, mouth agape. Average? Zhou Yi leads Jiang Churan through the crowd. Suddenly, Jiang Churan stops walking. Brother Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turns to look at her. Jiang Churan looks up, her face flushed, and says, I like you. Zhou Yi is stunned. Zhou Yi says in surprise. Little Ran, Jiang Churan, her cheeks flushed, says, I know I shouldn't be saying something like this before the match, but I don't like seeing so many other girls flocking around you. When I see them, I just want to. Behind her, a dark apparition of herself seems to appear, and mouth, kill them all. Jiang Churan throws herself into his arms and says, Can I be your girlfriend? She collapses into his arms, finishing her sentence before passing out. Of yours? Wang Tiexin, holding a bun, freezes before he can take a bite. Huh? Song Xiaolin, Wang Tiexin, and Ling Shi, all holding buns, stare wide-eyed and in shock at the scene in front of them. Scene. Blue sky. White clouds. An alarm clock rings. Jiang Churan groggily remembers last night's events I like you and bolts upright in bed. Jiang Churan blushed and peeked out. Wu Meng saw her and called out, Little Ran, you woke up a bit late today. Let's have breakfast. Wang Tiexin waved at her. Ling Shi, Song Halan, and Zhou Yi looked in her direction. Zhou Yi quickly turned his head back and began to eat voraciously. Song Halan and Ling Shi narrowed their eyes at him. Jiang Churan pulled out a chair, puzzled. She thought, could it be that I was dreaming? Was it really just a dream? Jiang Churan blushed, her face bewildered as she picked up some food. Zhou Yi remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Ling Shi and Song Halan leaned close to each other, watching her. Last night, Zhou Yi had been carrying her in his arms. He looked at the three of them and said, Please everyone, pretend you didn't see what just happened. Song Halan, not understanding, asked, Why? Don't you two like each other? Zhou Yi looked at the soundly sleeping Jiang Churan and said, The Jiang family of Chuan province is an ancient family that existed even before the eternal game descended hundreds of years ago. They've become a first or second-rate family power in China. Right now, I have a bit of a reputation, and I'm teacher Wang Hui's direct disciple. It might seem impressive. Zhou Yi looked up at the sky and said, But compared to the Jiang family, these achievements are nothing. I don't want to put little Ran in a difficult position. When I possess absolute strength, then any family power will be nothing but dust. It's all just a matter of time. Song Halan covered her mouth with a piece of bread and whispered, Brother Yi is a truly pure god of war. I'll support you forever. From now on, I'm the president of the fan club. For the you and Sister Ran ship. Zhou Yi broke into a cold sweat. Wu Meng put down his chopsticks and said, The universities and colleges participating in the finals of the team battle category for the National Freshman University and College Exchange Tournament are 10 schools in total. Each university and college must fight one match against the other 9 schools. A total of 45 matches will be held, with rankings based on wins to determine the top 3. Today is our 9th team battle match. We just need to win this match, and the team battle championship is ours. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat Mado University. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Wu Meng happily raised his hand high. He looked at Sun Qiao and said, Sun Qiao, you're going on as a substitute, so don't feel too much pressure. Jiang Feng, standing beside her, said, Sun Qiao is a summoner. She'll provide immense support for the team. Everyone on the field must consider protecting her as your top priority. Dean Su spoke up. As the team leader, I could use words to encourage everyone, but that's not necessary. Wei, he is severely injured and still hasn't woken up. Our representative team's strength has taken a huge hit. Besides, with Zhou Yi over there, there's no way we can take first place, Dean Su thought to himself. I never imagined such an omnipotent freshman could exist. If you compare the strength of all our school's players and call it a 1, then Zhou Yi alone is a 2 or even a 3. He's unbelievably strong, like a monster. No, he times is times a monster. A single person who can practically sweep through all the top universities and colleges. Dean Su clenched his fist and said encouragingly, But I still have to say, for today's match, even if you lose, you cannot lose Mado University's honor and let other schools look down on us. I need you all to give it everything you've got. Can you do it? The group shouted in unison. Yes, we can. Let's go. Dean Su led the way, followed by the 5 students from Mado University. With powerful momentum, Sun Qiao thought to herself, even if Wei He were here, the outcome would still be defeat. Is Mado University going to end up in 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, the captain was severely injured and couldn't enter the arena, yet they defeated their opponents through the incredible teamwork and strength of the other members. Coincidentally, it was also Mado University versus Suheng University that year. Sun Qiao touched her face, thinking, if I use that method, can I carry Mado University through this desperate situation and recreate the miracle from 7 years ago? A drone flew overhead, and an announcer's voice boomed. The highly anticipated team battle between Mado University and Suheng University is about to begin. However, before the match begins, please allow me to announce the prizes for the top 3, provided by the Xiayan Professional Adventurers League. For the team that places 3rd in the team battle, all of its players, including substitutes, will each receive a custom-made, 3-star gold-grade equipment set suited to their level. The second-place team in the team battle will all receive a custom-made 4-star gold-grade equipment set, and for the first-place team, the Xiaoyan Professional Adventurers League will gift every single member a 2-star epic-grade equipment set for each person. The crowd below erupted in shock. Whoa, that's so generous. I'm so envious. This year's exchange tournament prizes are more than double last year's. They're disgustingly rich. I'd fight those rich bastards for that. Zhou Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking, in terms of value, the legendary grade weapon for the singles champion is more valuable than a single piece of epic grade gear, but it can't compare to the team battle championship prize. A full equipment set has 7 pieces: chest, legs, waist, feet, weapon, necklace, and ring, and each university's representative team, including substitutes, has a total of 10 members. That's 70 pieces of epic-grade equipment. Their combined value is enough to forge 2 legendary-grade weapons. Wang Tiexin laughed happily, clasping his hands confidently. Haha, we're really lucking out this time. Epic-grade equipment, come to me. The announcer's voice boomed. Now that the prizes have been announced, please welcome the representative team from Suhang University and the representative team from Mado University. Will both teams please step forward? The crowd below roared. Suhang University, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, go Mado University. The players from both sides took their positions. Zhou Yi's team looked confident. 3, 2, 1, begin. Sun Qiao's team wore cold expressions. The atmosphere was tense. Zhou Yi's team immediately charged forward. Zhou Yi wielded a hammer, and Wang Tiexin looked cheerful. Sun Qiao closed her eyes, raising a hand to cast a spell. A ball of light gathered before her as she held both hands forward. Muttering an incantation, summon Spirit Wormling Regias, summon Spirit Bee Swarm Jakjan, summon Magical Beast Giant Snake Haditha, summon Magical Hellhound Cerberus, summon Spirit Lion King Kamala. Around Sun Qiao, 5 spirits appeared with a powerful aura. The spirits roared and charged toward Zhou Yi's group. The Lion King Kamala let out a roar. It unleashed a powerful attack, a blast of yellow energy from its body. Ling Shi raised her scepter, neutralizing the attack. Ling Shi immediately countered with an attack of her own. The Jakjan bee swarm surged forward, stingers poised. Song Halan formed a hand sign and cast a spell. Talismans flew out, sticking to the bee's stingers. Song Halan extended her hand, and they all detonated like fireworks. Meanwhile, Wang Tiexin was clashing with Haditha. Jiang Churan spun her weapon and charged, landing several slashes on Cerberus. Zhou Yi dodged a barrage of attacks from his opponent, his eyes sharp as he thought to himself, actual combat truly is the fastest way to improve. Their teamwork, compared to before, has improved by at least 30%. Jiang Feng and the blonde girl watched in shock, their mouths agape. Sun Qiao remained calm, continuing to cast her spells. With just a few moves, Zhou Yi knocked away everyone in front of him. He threw a powerful punch towards Sun Qiao, but she remained perfectly calm, closing her eyes to cast a spell. Sun Qiao squeezed her eyes shut. The next moment, she snapped them open, revealing intensely sharp, glowing pupils. A giant hand materialized and blocked the hammer. Zhou Yi frowned, annoyed. The giant hand caught his hammer. Sun Qiao's brow furrowed as she struggled to resist. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao. With blood-red eyes, it blocked the attack with its hand and immediately threw a heavy punch down, forcing Zhou Yi to grit his teeth. He strained to resist as the ground beneath his feet shattered. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao roared as a green circle formed around it, shooting out projectiles. Sun Qiao was shocked. She gritted her teeth. Summon Haditha. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao. With blood-red eyes, it grabbed Haditha by the neck and squeezed. With a show of force from Ling Yan Yuan Xiao, black blood splattered everywhere as it ripped Haditha's head clean off. It looked at Sun Qiao and said, "There is no need for such tricks. Why did you summon me?" Sun Qiao cowered behind her hands in fear and said, "Attack." Terrified, Sun Qiao pointed at Zhou Yi. "Defeat him, monster." Ling Yan Yuan Xiao level, 24 aptitude. Legendary note. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao is a legendary grade magical beast, born with the ability to control fire. They are extremely rare. Encountering one could be considered a blessing or a curse. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao roared. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. A legendary grade summon. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao. It looked at Sun Qiao and said, "Very well, now embrace death." Sun Qiao waved her hands frantically in fear. "Wait a second. I didn't mean debris flew everywhere." Sun Qiao shielded her face. "You!" Ling Yan Yuan Xiao lunged forward. Wang Tiexin asked in shock, "How is that a legendary grade summon?" Ling Shi held her scepter and cast a spell. Heavy water shield. A sea of blue light surrounded them. Ling Yan Yuan Xiao dodged. Song Halan spread her hand, murmured an incantation, and shouted, "Yellow earth is the foundation, Qi is the source. Spirits of the earth from the 4 directions, heed my command." A boulder rose up. She thought, asterisk, the heavy water shield is an A+ defensive skill, and what's more, Xiaoxi has already raised it to level 8, asterisk. In the previous solo match, it defended against the continuous attacks of a player, an assassin from Qingjing University, but now it can't even block a single blow from the Blazing Flame Ape. The Blazing Flame Ape shattered the boulder with a single punch. Wang Tiexin rushed in front of Song Halan and cast Shield Wall. A red barrier appeared. The Blazing Flame Ape leaped up, clasped its hands together, and slammed them down on the barrier. Song Halan turned back and said, "Luckily, we have Brother Yi's buff." which more than doubled the skill's effectiveness. Otherwise, the blazing flame ape would have already broken through my defense. Legendary grade demonic beasts are too strong. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Zhou Yi raised his hand high and cast Holy Light Heart Shield. A sigil appeared as the blazing flame ape swiped its claws fiercely at him. Zhou Yi looked at everyone and said, "Leave this match to me. All of you, get off the stage." Song Halan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tiexin exclaimed in unison, "What?" Wang Tiexin immediately said, "Are you kidding, Brother Yi? This isn't a student from Maju University. It's a legendary grade demonic beast. It doesn't know how to hold back." Zhou Yi looked at her and said, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame Ape. It's just that once the fight starts, I won't be able to look out for you all." Jiang Churan looked at him, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Brother Zhou Yi, you don't have to worry about us. We can." Ling Xi added, "Even though my power is insignificant, I hope I can still contribute." Song Halan's eyes widened as she shouted, "Brother Yi, we're a team!" As the blazing flame ape threw a heavy punch, Zhou Yi began to explain. When fighting a legendary grade demonic beast, one careless mistake can lead to death, even if the priest revives you. You'll suffer a 30% stat loss and enter a 3-month weakened state where you can't do any combat training. Have you considered these losses? Zhou Yi placed a hand on Jiang Churan's head, patting it gently. "I know you're worried about me being alone, and that I can't handle it, but in reality, your presence is actually more of a distraction." Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Churan with gentle eyes. "It's just a legendary grade demonic beast, that's all." The crowd below the stage was stunned. A girl in the crowd spoke up. "A shocking reversal. A scene from 7 years ago might be about to happen again." The announcer grabbed the microphone. "Summoner Sun Jiao, Modu University's substitute player, has summoned a legendary grade demonic beast. Can Zhou Yi manage to turn the situation around? The championship title for the team competition. Who will it ultimately belong to?" The red-haired guy laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha, a legendary grade demonic beast. This is fantastic. Zhou Yi is done for." Just like with equipment, the potential of a demonic beast is also divided into grades: bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. At the same grade, different potentials mean different strengths. For example, take the skill Charge. When used by a bronze-grade demonic beast, it might only have the effectiveness of a human's F or E-rank skill. But when used by a legendary-grade demonic beast, the power of a charge skill is at least A rank. It can even reach S rank. What's even more terrifying is that legendary-grade demonic beasts that possess various negative status resistances are extremely resilient and are difficult to kill. The Goblin King in the dungeon of Suhang University's Abyss-level dungeon was merely an epic grade. For the team match of this exchange tournament, to have a legendary-grade demonic beast appear is truly unbelievable. Zhou Yi's undefeated myth is about to end. The announcer exclaimed in surprise. "What's happening? Why have they forfeited?" Song Halan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tiexin all have forfeiture sigils appearing at their feet. Once you forfeit, you can no longer be harmed on the field. Zhou Yi turned to look at Jiang Churan behind him. She understood immediately. Jiang Churan said, "I forfeit too." Rectangular shards of light appeared around her. While Zhou Yi was still holding back the attack, Jiang Churan paused, turned back to look at him, and said, "Do your best, Brother Zhou Yi." The blazing flame ape slammed its fist into the barrier. Zhou Yi leaped back to dodge as it roared. Its hands were enveloped in a red glow. The ground began to crack, sending debris flying and dust billowing everywhere. 2 drops of red blood fell to the ground. The blazing flame ape looked pitifully at its severed tail and whimpered, "I'm hurt." Zhou Yi, transformed and wielding a giant hammer, hovered above. Emanating a golden aura, he said, "Now that Xiaoran and the others have left the stage, I have nothing left to worry about. Next, let's see just how powerful your legendary grade demonic beast really is." Tanwei was stunned. Am I dreaming?" Sun Jiao said. Zhou Yi actually managed to injure a legendary grade demonic beast in a single blow. The blazing flame ape looked at Zhou Yi and said, "Human, I sense the aura of a high-grade bloodline on you." The blazing flame ape thought to itself, asterisk, "The blazing flame ape clan is a legendary grade race. We are born rulers, destined to dominate our territory, asterisk. Asterisk, but in my memories, my mother once warned me that there are several supreme bloodline races that must never, ever be provoked. Asterisk. Asterisk. A memory of his mother's embrace surfaced. Now, on this human, I am sensing the aura of a supreme bloodline for the very first time. Asterisk. Asterisk. If he weren't so weak, I would flee immediately, even at the risk of suffering a backlash from the summoning magic. Asterisk. Asterisk. Luckily, he's just a human who got fortunate enough to fuse with a supreme bloodline. Asterisk. The blazing flame ape raised its fist, as a ring of energy formed around it. I was careless, human. Next, I will use my full strength. It leaped up, its eyes bloodshot, as a green energy appeared in its hand. It brought 2 fingers together, and a weapon with a spiked end materialized in its palm. It was a 2-section staff connected by a chain. The blazing flame ape gripped the weapon. Zhou Yi said calmly, "Bring it." Zhou Yi held out his hand, glowing with holy light, and a golden chain shot out. The blazing flame ape raised its own hand to cast a spell. It threw its weapon, which collided with the chain. Zhou Yi immediately cast Radiant Pulse, unleashing a powerful surge of blue energy. The blazing flame ape was sent flying. It stabbed its weapon into the ground, carving a long trench as it slid to a stop. Its bloodshot eyes glared up at Zhou Yi, who looked on in surprise, seeing it was completely unharmed. Old Master Zhou panicked. "Quick, stop the match. We can't let the hope of our clan be lost here." Zhou Heng hurriedly turned to run, saying, "I'll go find Wu Mang right now." Old Master Zhou turned back and shouted, "Even if we have to risk offending Suhong University, we must stop this match to protect Zhou Yi." Dean Cheng said anxiously, "Teacher Wu, just forfeit. If Zhou Yi dies because of this, our country will lose a great future general." Another person added, "That's right, Zhou Yi will absolutely grow to become a regional powerhouse. For him to die in a mere match and derail his path to power would be a terrible misjudgment of priorities." Zhou Heng rushed in, pleading, "Teacher Wu, I'm begging you, please forfeit. The Zhou family is willing to compensate Suhang University 100-fold. The person next to Wu Mang said, "We absolutely cannot jeopardize Zhou Yi's future for the sake of some meaningless ranking. Teacher Wu, hurry and make the call." Wu Mang cleaned his ear and asked, "What do you all take me for?" He then recalled a past conversation with the principal. "What exactly is Zhou Yi's true strength?" The principal of Suhong University had said, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Rest assured, as long as it's not a legendary grade demonic beast above level 26, Zhou Yi can handle it." Wu Mang looked at the screen, thinking, asterisk. After level 20, the power gap between levels becomes enormous for both humans and demonic beasts. Asterisk. Asterisk. With the same potential, a level 26 demonic beast is vastly more powerful than a level 24 one, and he's only just reached level 24. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's still 2 levels short of 26. Asterisk. He thought, it's fundamentally impossible for Zhou Yi to win. Zhou Heng said frantically, "Aren't you afraid for Zhou Yi?" The blazing flame ape raised its weapon high, its bloodshot eyes glaring, and slammed it down. Zhou Yi cast Light's punishment. A bolt of lightning flashed and struck the blazing flame ape. It roared in pain, thinking, asterisk, this holy power is making my limbs go numb. Asterisk. Again, Zhou Yi said, casting Light's punishment once more. It let out a ferocious roar of pain as it blocked the attack. "Human," it bellowed. "Let's see what you're really made of. Bring it on." High above, Zhou Yi thought to himself. Asterisk, Light's punishment is now a level 14. A-rank skill, enhanced by the light element. Asterisk. Asterisk. With my S+ talent, Divine Angel's Protection, my transformation into an angel's body doubles all 4 of my primary stats. Asterisk. Asterisk. The Light's punishment I cast has enough power to easily one-shot the epic grade goblins in the Abyss level dungeon. Asterisk. Asterisk. But when it hits him, it only causes temporary damage, and he recovers almost instantly. Asterisk. Asterisk. It's like he wasn't even hit. Asterisk. Zhou Yi looked at the unharmed blazing flame ape, thinking, asterisk, what terrifying recovery power, asterisk. It leaped and instantly stood in front of Zhou Yi. Golden energy flashed across its eyes as cloth-like chains wrapped around it. It angrily looked up and shouted, "What an irritating joke." Zhou Yi watched the scene unfold. Asterisk, I've fought and defeated a legend rank demon before. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but that opponent was severely suppressed by the light attribute. Asterisk. It was so severe that it couldn't display the full power of a legend rank. I need to study this. That way, the next time I fight a legend rank, I'll be able to win. VMTO increased its attack speed. Its speed has gotten faster, proving its resistance to light element magic attacks is getting higher and higher. Such a strong adaptation ability. No wonder during the Dark Age, our human race sacrificed so many people. Demonic beasts are indeed much stronger than humans. A barrage of attacks followed. Zhou Yi spread his arms and chanted, God's grace, protection's grace, blessing's grace, courage's grace. Asterisk, the opening skill enhancements are applied before the angel's body transformation. After I use angel's body, asterisk, asterisk, and then use the enhancement skills again, that will be my true peak state. Asterisk Ling Yan VMTO leaped high into the air. The ground cracked, sending rocks flying everywhere. Li Xin said in amazement, Zhou Yi can still get even stronger? The person next to her spoke. Luckily, he's not directly attacking Xiao Qiao. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature disappears along with them. Jiang Feng spoke up. How could he forget something like that? The lion roared. Jiang Feng immediately shouted, Don't let your guard down. Protect Xiao Qiao. Right, Li Xin replied. All 3 of them took their stances. At that moment, Zhou Yi appeared, his body enveloped in golden energy, his hands crackling with divine lightning. Meanwhile, Wu Kang also seemed to unleash his power, flames erupting around him, chi transformation, armor. He then combined his 2 weapons, instantly transforming them into a massive, towering Ruyi Jinggu Bang. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger descended upon him. Everything shattered from the combined power of the 2. The hand slammed into the ground with immense force, leaving a deep imprint and immediately erupting, pulverizing everything in the vicinity. Everyone panicked, scrambling to get away. Just then, the 3rd advancement mage from the Xia Yan Alliance stepped forward. She opened her grimoire and cast a spell. Droplets of water began to swirl and converge as she shouted, Water's protection! A few seconds later, the water formed a sphere with fierce currents, finally coalescing into a shield. It protected them from the blazing force. Seeing this, a person with their black hair in a bun sighed in relief. Phew, we're saved. The pink-haired girl clapped joyfully and exclaimed, "It's a third advancement mage from the Zhou Yun Alliance. We can finally relax now." The guy in the t-shirt beside her also chimed in. "That scared me to death. A moment ago, I really thought I was going to die in this gym, and wondering if a priest could even resurrect us." Meanwhile, the third advancement mage from the Zhou Yun Alliance had a serious expression. She pondered while controlling her magic with one hand, flipping through the pages of her book. Asterisk, I predicted there would be a fierce battle today. Asterisk. Asterisk, before the opening match, the Zhou Yun Alliance had already raised the defensive barrier to level 7. A level 7 barrier, asterisk, is enough to block a full power strike from a peak second advancement mage, but then, asterisk. She paused, holding her grimoire, still lost in her thoughts. Asterisk. A single, all-out attack from Zhou Yi completely shattered it. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is something that hasn't happened in 100 years. It seems our Zhongxia nation has produced another supreme genius. Asterisk. Asterisk. The pride of Zhongxia. The pride of humanity. Asterisk. Just then, a foot stopped in its tracks. The four of them stood frozen with horrified expressions as they saw the fierce bolts of lightning. A moment later, Lingyan Vmto appeared. Its face was ferocious, filled with killing intent. It gnashed its teeth, breathing out puffs of smoke and fire. Asterisk. Detestable. Asterisk, it thought. Asterisk. The power of the light and ice elements coursing through my flesh and blood is constantly disrupting my regenerative abilities. Asterisk. Asterisk. Damned humans. Damned holy light. Asterisk. It then angrily slammed both hands onto the ground. The ground cracked as it exclaimed, "How can the great Ani be killed here?" Immediately, Zhou Yi landed a devastating punch on its face. Although his frame was smaller than Lingyan Vmtu's, the force of his punch was so powerful that it sent it reeling backward, roaring in pain. The next second, he dashed towards it and shouted, "Die!" Zhou Yi delivered a powerful kick that knocked it off balance, sending it stumbling backward. A brilliant golden light descended as debris flew everywhere. In the air, a bird and a lion suddenly appeared, roaring fiercely. Then, a voice spoke, causing Jiang Feng and Sun Qiao to break out in a cold sweat. "Do you concede, or will you continue?" Sun Qiao closed her eyes, recalled her magic, and slowly answered, "We." Her voice echoed throughout the stadium. "Concede." At this, Dean Su breathed a sigh of relief, and Old Master Zhou smiled in satisfaction. A moment later, the announcer's voice boomed from the speakers. "The winner of this team match is Suhang University. Let's congratulate Suhang University for winning the championship. Let's also give a big round of applause for contestant Zhou Yi. Without him turning the tide, we would not have been able to witness such a spectacular battle." All around, people cheered joyfully. "Zhou Yi, ye god." He continued, "All 45 matches between the 10 universities and colleges have now concluded. I will now announce the final rankings for this team tournament. First place, with 9 wins and 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, with 8 wins and 1 loss, Madu University. Third place, with 7 wins and 2 losses, Qingjing University. The entire audience erupted in cheers. "Suhang University. Zhou Yi, ye god." A brown-haired commentator remarked, "It's hard to imagine. Zhou Yi is only 18, yet his combat power is already this immense. In the future, Zhou Yi's name will undoubtedly be among the top professionals of the Zhongxia nation." Afterward, he reverted to his normal form. Exhausted and covered in sweat from the match, he suddenly heard a white-haired girl call out, "Brother Zhou Yi." It was Zhang Churan. She ran up to him and asked, "You used Angel's body. How are you feeling now?" Immediately, an orange-haired person urged the cameraman, "Quick, point the camera at that couple. All my views depend on this couple." The livestream viewer count on the screen showed 50,000 people. He gently patted her head and said softly, "Sorry for making you worry. Although I'm still a little weak. It's fine since I leveled up." His actions made the viewers comment excitedly, "They really are a couple." "I knew I wasn't mistaken," another commented. "I'm begging you, please stop with the PDA. My heart can't take this anymore. The 2 gods belong to everyone," another person exclaimed. "But the fairy is so beautiful," someone else sighed. Suddenly, a hand covered the screen. Ahem, a flood of comments immediately appeared. "Who's blocking the screen? We were just getting to the good part. Can't you do something, streamer? Hey, streamer! Get rid of this guy, and I'll gift you a big rocket." It was Wu Mang. He squeezed his hand, shattering the camera. Yet, he was still smiling brightly. "Private live streams are forbidden after the tournament concludes," he said. "Do you not understand this rule, or should I teach it to you?" Immediately, the color drained from both of their faces. He then turned to Zhou Yi and said, "Head back to the villa first. I'm going to explain the survival match." The final event, to everyone, the survival match. A while later at the villa, a voice rang out. "The survival match is the final event of the team tournament. All contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter a free roam dungeon." Wu Mang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, continuing to speak gravely to everyone. Unlike the simulation dungeon, from the 4th round of the individual tournament, the dungeon for the survival match is a genuine open-world dungeon. Therefore, during the survival match, you will encounter many unexpected situations. Even the most powerful individuals could be taken out by bad luck and be eliminated right at the start. He showed a simulation of a person defeating several monsters, with their accumulated points increasing by 100. The rules of the match are also very simple. You can earn points by killing demonic beasts of various ranks. Next, a person was shown holding a surrender flag. Their points were deducted by 500, while their opponent's points increased by 500. He continued, eliminating a contestant from another school will earn you half of their accumulated points. After 7 days, the school with the most points will be declared the winner. Next, he said, displaying a map, the secret realm dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only explore a specific area. As the match progresses, the explorable area will gradually shrink. You must enter the new zone within the specified time. Otherwise, you will be automatically eliminated. There is one more thing you all must remember. Your entry point into the secret dungeon will be random. If you encounter a void zone at the border, retreat immediately. At that moment, a hint of melancholy flashed in Wu Mang's eyes as he continued. The void zones are filled with countless spatial rifts that can kill a third advancement professional in the blink of an eye. They all responded in unison. Understood. A while later, at night, a figure could be seen slowly approaching. The person approaching was Dean Su. He arrived at a base, and an automatic door slid open. The atmosphere inside was heavy. The silence was so deep that you could hear the others breathing. Then, a voice broke the quiet. Dean Su, you've finally arrived, the man said as he approached the table, asking, why have all the supervising instructors of Suhang University gathered here? Dean Cheng calmly replied to Dean Su, barring any accidents, first place in this survival tournament will belong to Suhang University as well. He paused for a moment before continuing. Are you willing to accept that? Scene change. Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl was casting a spell. A camera hovered above, broadcasting live, as an MC announced, ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the tournament. The All-Nation University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament, the survival match, is about to begin. This match will be a lengthy one, lasting a total of 7 days and 7 nights. For that reason, there will be no live audience. Instead, we will be providing an uninterrupted live stream via the official app. Now, allow me to introduce the secret dungeon for this survival match. A massive, sturdy-looking stone structure then appeared. Shrouded in mist, it was slowly revealed as an enthusiastic voice announced, this is no ordinary dungeon, folks. According to reliable sources, this is the ruin of a beastfolk battlefield. Its name is... A gate immediately began to materialize as the MC continued. The myriad beast emperor's ruins. Seeing the gate, all the contestants were filled with excitement. An excited voice rang out. There's no need to check what year or month this beastfolk war took place, but we can be sure of one thing. It is fraught with unknowns and perils. Vicious, magical beasts lurk in its wilderness. Their levels are high, and their sharp claws and fangs are always ready to greet the challenge of every person who dares to venture in, he continued. Every inch of earth, every single stone, could be hiding a forgotten divine artifact or burying a heavenly treasure. Only those with sufficient wisdom and courage will be able to unearth its secrets. Hearing this, one person exclaimed happily, divine artifacts and heavenly treasures. If I can get my hands on one, I'll be set for life. Hearing this, a black-haired young man frowned and thought to himself, asterisk, what school is this naive fool from? If a dungeon like this is being opened for public exploration, it must have already been completely swept by the military. Asterisk, asterisk, how could there possibly be any treasures left? Asterisk. Just then, the gate began to open, and the announcer's voice boomed. Contestants, take up your weapons, hold firm to your convictions, and bravely meet the challenges that await. We will be waiting to witness your legends. The black-haired man saw Zhou Yi and thought worriedly, asterisk, I hope I don't run into him too early in this dungeon. Asterisk, he could only see the t-shirt-clad man's broad shoulders, but they were enough to radiate an imposing aura. At the same time, another figure appeared, visible only by the long cloak that fell nearly to their ankles, creating an impression of both elegance and power. It was Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back. Zhou Yi was currently lost in thought. Asterisk, even though we were touching, we weren't teleported to the same spot. It looks like finding the others is going to take a while. Asterisk, while deep in thought, he heard Wei He's footsteps moving away and immediately turned his head. He instantly activated a skill to boost his speed, 1,000-mile step, and vanished in the blink of an eye. He said flatly, you fool, your score is 0 right now. Why would I bother attacking you? Then, he materialized a hammer. A wicked expression appeared on his face as he muttered, you have to fatten up a rabbit before you slaughter it, after all. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, a green light shone. It was Xialan. Her eyes were closed as she silently focused, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a red figure moved through the trees. Without changing her posture, she pinpointed their location. Asterisk, north, 1,000 meters away. Asterisk, asterisk, male. School unidentified. School unidentified. Asterisk Xialan opened one eye, drew her bow, and aimed, wondering to herself. Asterisk, could it be Zhou Yi? Asterisk, the arrow flew. Seeing the projectile heading his way, the figure instantly recognized it. Asterisk, an elven arrow. Asterisk, the next second, Wei, he deftly dodged it and shouted, Xialan, I'm on your side! His sharp gaze was fixed ahead. The arrow immediately halted in midair. Xialan spoke, it's a good thing you called out when you did. By the way, why were you in such a rush? Hearing her question, He hesitantly scratched his cheek and replied, "Ah, did you run into anyone from Suhang University?" Then, he thought to himself, asterisk, I can't just tell her I panicked and immediately used a dash skill. Asterisk, the two of them then moved on together. As they walked, she said, without my empathy skill, my plant-based search is limited to a 10-mile radius and only in areas with vegetation cover. You're the only one who's entered my search radius so far. He understood and replied, oh, based on our agreement we should team up, he suggested. All right, she replied, elsewhere. The black-haired man, watching the match on a tablet, spoke in confusion. That's strange. One from Madu University and one from Qingjing University. Why would they choose to travel together? Hearing this, a man with glasses, who was lying on his bed reading a book, answered slowly. The contestants' levels aren't that far apart, so everyone is wary of one another and hesitant to make a move. Moreover, this secret dungeon is filled with dangers. Choosing to cooperate right at the start is the smartest move. The survival match only gets really interesting towards the end. This is just the first day. On the 7th day, the devices the contestants are carrying will reveal everyone else's location. The real excitement contestants eliminating each other starts then. Hearing that, the young man nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. At that moment, in the battle, a horde of monsters from various species charged forward aggressively. Zhou Yi used his power, lowering 2 fingers and uttering, fall. In an instant, he defeated them all. Points began to rack up. Points plus 100. A short while later, in another location, green-skinned monsters charged forward, roaring ferociously. You wild brat, how dare you invade our territory? Kill him, kill him! The next second, Zhou Yi. His right arm began to glow with a blue energy as he uttered, Ice Seal. In a flash, the monsters were frozen solid. He then snapped his fingers and walked away as the ice shattered into pieces. Next, he moved on to exterminate a group of giant spiders. Accumulation points plus 500, then another 50 points were continuously added. At that moment, Zhou Yi swung his hammer hard behind him at the spider, taking it down with ease. System notification. Accumulation points plus 1,200. A moment later, he had defeated the horde of monsters. Zhou Yi smiled in satisfaction and touched the blue circle. Took care of a tough one, he thought. Let me see how many accumulation points I have now. He looked at the information panel by himself. A mechanist can advance while using probe robots to avoid high-level fierce beasts and search for low-level magic beasts. They can also split their forces to hunt on multiple fronts simultaneously. No wonder Headmaster Wu said that the survival competition is the stage for mechanists and summoners. The system displayed, first place, Zhou Yi, 15,792 accumulation points. Second place, Wang Xuan, 5,547 accumulation points. Third place, Li Mengzi, 2,547 accumulation points. Then, Zhou Yi pointed at the information panel. The rankings of Churan, Helan, Tiexin, and Lingxi are all within my expectations, he thought. The information showed 9th place, Jiang Churan, 2,049 accumulation points. 10th place, Wang Jixin, 2,017 accumulation points. 11th place, Wang Jies Helan, 2,002 accumulation points. Asterisk halt. Asterisk, he suddenly froze in confusion. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Tan Wei and Zhang Zhe, although their ranks and actual combat abilities aren't on par with Tai Xin and the others, within the academy, participating in the match, they were still considered average, so why were their accumulated point rankings so low? The leaderboard displayed, rank 72, Tan Wei, 540 accumulated points, rank 81, 470 accumulated points. At that moment, his hand froze. Zhou Yi's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Tan Wei was eliminated, the leaderboard updated, rank 72, Tan Wei, 540 accumulated points. Eliminated. Rank 81, Zhang Zhe, 470 accumulated points. He then pondered, there are only 3 possibilities for elimination: the secret realm, demonic beasts, or other contestants. The ring hasn't started shrinking yet, so it's impossible to be eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching the special zone, Zhou Yi recalled. His resolute appearance when fighting a giant, ferocious snake and contemplated, although Tan Wei is a reserve member, it doesn't mean his strength is lacking. Among all the contestants in the match, Tan Wei could definitely be considered upper mid-tier. He's cautious and wouldn't take risks easily. If he encountered a stronger opponent or demonic beast, he's fully capable of escaping. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Could it be other contestants teaming up? Then, Zhou Yi thought of those collaborators with malicious smiles. In the secret realm, one must be wary of not just demonic beasts and individual contestants. Team 5 is at a disadvantage. For the greatest benefit, they will use cooperation as a chance to act, seeking opportunities to eliminate other members of Team 5. Entering the secret realm's random teleportation points at the start means every team member would be in an isolated state. Basically, forming alliances would be impossible. Therefore, this kind of situation probably only happens in the later stages. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. All contestants, please be advised, the secret realm's area is about to shrink. Please proceed to the safe zone within 3 hours, or you will be considered to have failed the challenge. Hearing this, he was surprised. A moment later, elsewhere in the secret realm, something was moving through a ravine at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "What terrible luck!" It was Zhou Yi, rushing somewhere at top speed. As he ran, he thought, "The first shrink is unusually large. I have to run with all my might." To reach the safe zone within the time limit, Tan Wei's matter will have to be put aside for now. Suddenly, a blue light appeared on a mountaintop. He then changed direction, and Zhou Yi used a skill to run towards the peak. Ling Xi's presence. At this moment, Tang Ling Xi was using magic to attack a girl with orange hair. Water arrow! Suddenly, Wu Kang appeared, weapon in hand, launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Ling Xi spun around in alarm. He unleashed a powerful blow and said, "You troublesome woman." She quickly created a shield to block the attack. The next second, she counterattacked. Stone spikes. A giant, spiky sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell, crushing Wu Kang. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Tang Ling Xi frowned in annoyance and tutted, "Tesk tesk, how truly troublesome. Didn't your teacher ever teach you not to underestimate any opponent? And another thing, do you think I have a bad memory?" Just then, Luo Sheng leaped up, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Ling Xi took a fighting stance and said, "As if I'd forget there were two of you." Then, she slammed her staff hard onto the ground. As he was about to strike, rocks of all sizes suddenly flew towards him. Stone Spirit's blessing. Afterward, Luo Sheng was enveloped by the rocks into a sphere, and Wu Kang was crushed. Both were immobilized, unable to fight back. At this moment, Tang Ling Xi, panting, spoke, "Are you going to surrender voluntarily, or should I injure you severely and get you eliminated?" Suddenly, the sound of clapping rang out. Tang Ling Xi was startled to see Li Jian hiding in a corner. To think there was another one hiding. He saw her at the same time and exclaimed with admiration, "I never would have thought that Suhong University had such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang has always been overshadowed by her teammates. What a shame." As soon as he finished speaking, the pack of hounds beside him immediately pounced towards her. She, however, shouted back, "Talkative," and used Water Arrow to swiftly deal with the pack of hounds in that instant. Unexpectedly, one of the hounds appeared behind Tang Ling Xi and bit straight into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian excitedly shouted, "Perfect chance! Bite her arm off," he thought to himself. Without her magic staff, her casting speed and power will be greatly reduced. She's at a disadvantage now. There's no way she can be my opponent. Without a hint of fear, Tang Ling Xi gave a cunning smile and said, "A perfect chance, but you have to be able to seize it." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her. This horrified Li Jian, who shouted, "Without a staff, how can you?" Following that, a massive explosion erupted. The force of the explosion sent Li Jian flying. Even his two hounds were blasted to bits. After the explosion, the system displayed a notification. Detection. Contestant Li Jian of Qingkang University is severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. Announcement. Contestant Li Jian has been eliminated. Contestant Tang Ling Xi has gained plus 1,050 accumulated points. At the same time, Tang Ling Xi lay gasping on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is bad. My mana is completely depleted." One of the people who had ganged up on her saw this and seized the opportunity to finish her off. Wu Kang decisively threw a dagger at her. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. The sight astonished him. He thought, "What?" The person who blocked his dagger was none other than Zhou Yi. He lifted his leg and angrily cursed. Courting death, a single kick from him caused a massive explosion. At that moment, Tang Ling Xi tried to open her mouth to call out, "Zhou." She used her last bit of strength to call out his name before fainting. Geh! Afterward, the match moderation system announced, "Detection. Contestant Wu Kang of UHE University is severely injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. Contestant Wu Kang has been eliminated. Contestant Zhou Yi has gained plus 1,240 accumulated points." Suddenly, while Zhou Yi was treating Tang Ling Xi's injuries, he suddenly glanced at someone. It turned out to be Luo Sheng, who was planning a sneak attack. His murderous glare made him flinch, and so, the system announced again, "Detection. Contestant Luo Sheng of Zhaoyang University has forfeited. Contestant Tang Ling Xi has gained plus 1,860 accumulated points." After those three announcements, Zhou Yi concluded that these three were clearly not from the same school. To participate in the match just to eliminate Ling Xi, this couldn't have been achieved through a coincidental alliance. Later, he helped Tang Ling Xi to another spot to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification. Rank 69, Zhang Zhe, 680 accumulated points, eliminated. Even Tang Ling Xi received the exact same notification. Rank 69, Zhang Ze, 680 accumulated points, eliminated. This made her exclaim in anger. Zhang Ze must have been surrounded and attacked too, those despicable, shameless bastards. Next, she turned to voice her confusion to Zhou Yi. "Yiga. This whole thing has been very strange from the start. The entry points to the secret realm are clearly completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day, and at the same time, accurately locate our people to launch a coordinated attack?" He voiced his thoughts on the matter. "I suspect they've used some special method to track the locations of others." His words made her shout in outrage. "This is cheating in the national tournament. How dare they do such a thing?" However, he added, "if this is a special skill possessed by one of their members, then according to the rules, it would be hard to rule it as cheating. But if they're using underhanded methods that can't see the light of day," his eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, "I will make them suffer a crushing defeat and ruin their reputations." Suddenly, Tang Ling Xi said sadly, "Sister Ran and the others are still scattered everywhere. It's very likely they've already been surrounded and attacked. I'm scared." Hearing this, Zhou Yi gently comforted her. The 9 schools have joined forces. Their plan is undoubtedly to weaken our team over the first 6 days, and then on the final day, they'll target me. Those cowards. It's true that our people are being surrounded and attacked. That's unavoidable. However, he added confidently, in the face of absolute power, any and all schemes are useless. Everything they've done today, in 6 days, I will make them pay back double. His arrogance made her blush, and in her heart, she silently called out, Yiga. After she had stabilized, he quickly shouldered his sword and left, but not without reminding her, don't get agitated. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Drink some more mana potion. Just stay here and rest tonight. I'll go clean up the demonic beasts in the surrounding area. Several days later, a tournament reconnaissance drone announced November 20th, 2061, the final day of the survival match. Today, in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament, 74 contestants will begin the final slaughter. The final rankings of the survival match will be decided, and the location of every contestant will be displayed on their wristbands. Let us all wait together and witness the birth of the strong. The audience started buzzing amongst themselves about the final day of the survival match, the final slaughter. This is so exciting. After 6 days of fighting, Suhang University only has Zhou Yi left. What about Tang Lingxi and Jiang Churan? The 9 schools have a total of 71 people. Their advantage in numbers is too obvious. I wonder if Zhou Yi can withstand the joint attack of the 9 schools. At that moment, the reconnaissance drone broadcasted the positions. Inside the secret realm, in a vast desert, a group of people was waiting when someone spoke up. Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi are heading toward our position. Wei. He looked at the map and quickly gave an order. Jiang Churan is to the northwest. Her strength is at NDT 0, but she hasn't reached Zhou Yi's monstrous level. Moreover, there are more than 10 people closing in on her. Xiaolan, you take 5 people and rendezvous with the group over there. You must eliminate Jiang Churan. The 47 of us here will deal with Zhou Yi together. Got it, Xiaolan replied without hesitation. After giving out the orders, Wei He loudly rallied the others. Judging by Zhou Yi's forward speed, he'll probably be here in about an hour. This battle will decide our final rankings in this exchange tournament. Everyone, you must give it 100% and be fully prepared. Elsewhere, a sharp slash cut through the air. Jiang Churan easily sent the other contestants flying. Whoever rushed at her was thoroughly beaten. Xiaolan, who was also present, spoke up. Xiaoran, it's been a long time since we've had a serious fight. She aimed her bow at Jiang Churan and said, this time, you can consider it me using my strength to bully the weak. After the match ends, we'll have a fair duel. Her words made Jiang Churan scoff in reply. Xiaolan, why wait until later? Her power began to erupt, and she arrogantly declared, in the past, Brother Zhou Yi always held back, making you all think I was a pushover. Today, I'll open your eyes. Seeing her transform, Xiaolan was shocked to realize it was the complete succubus transformation effect. She couldn't believe her eyes. I can't believe Xiaoran has mastered the succubus bloodline so proficiently. In this fight, even with 24 people, we'll have to give it our all. She quickly fired arrows, supporting the other contestants attacking Jiang Churan, and simultaneously shouted a command. In the desert, 2 beasts were fighting fiercely, but suddenly, a tremendous power appeared, causing both of them to flee. Wei, He, and Wang Xuan waited patiently. Suddenly, a tremor occurred. Dust flew everywhere, making Wei He realize who was coming. He called out, Zhou Yi, just as he finished speaking. A giant strode forward. On its head were 2 people, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. Upon seeing him, Wei, he said smugly, Zhou Yi, you should feel very honored. He explained that to deal with him, we have gathered 47 top contestants from the various universities and colleges. His words made Zhou Yi scoff. 47 contestants? He asked sarcastically. Then he bluntly dismissed them as nothing more than a motley crew. His insult struck the contestants' pride, causing them to curse in anger. How arrogant! So arrogant! However, Zhou Yi showed no fear. Instead, he arrogantly asked them, what? Am I wrong? Is there anyone among you who hasn't already lost to me? Then, he pointed at them and challenged, relying on the advantage of your numbers to eliminate more than half of my Suhang University's contestants, and now you're ganging up on me? Without your numerical advantage, I doubt any of you would even have the courage to stand before me. Come on, you weaklings are useless even when you team up. His contemptuous words infuriated them. Meanwhile, he calmly declared, I'll show you that no matter how many ants there are, they can never kill a great dragon. Without hesitation, the battle began. Wang Xuan was the first to activate HX Arbiter, followed by 2 of his friends. Arrogant fool. Heed my summons, Raging Flame Blade technique. Following them, the others also charged forward as Zhou Yi leaped down from the giant's shoulder. He shouted to Tang Lingxi, wait there for me. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared on the system panel, Courage of Grace. A moment later, he landed on the ground with a thud. Without hesitation, he charged forward. With weapon in hand, the skill system panel appeared, Blessing of Dawn. With a single move, he effortlessly took down countless other contestants. With every swing, a group of them fell. His power made one contestant exclaim in awe, he's so fast. However, another contestant thought, no matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. How can one freshman possibly fight 47 people? Right then, summoned monsters appeared in front of Zhou Yi. He charged at them without hesitation. A monster swung its fist at him, and he met it head-on. The force of his blow shattered the monster. The contestants, however, didn't stop their attacks. Angelic Body. Activate defensive stance, Guardian of Light, mana defense. As the layers of defense were cast, Zhou Yi's power shattered one of them, but not all of them. A pink-haired female contestant saw this and said smugly, "There are still 6 layers of defense. I blocked it." Her words made Zhou Yi laugh. "Blocked it?" he retorted. Then, he pointed at them and said smugly, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky. The moment this hand appeared, Wang Xuan's face turned pale. The other contestants were no different. They were frozen in terror. But they quickly snapped out of it and screamed at each other, "Dodge it! Run! Quick! Get out of the way or you'll die!" Unlike everyone else who fled, Wang Xuan stood his ground, ready to face it. Seeing this, Wei He yelled, "Wang Xuan, what are you doing?" Despite the system sending red extreme danger notifications, Wang Xuan said with determination, "Even if the success rate is practically 0, I still want to try," he stated. "This is a countermeasure I came up with during the instance dungeon match." As he analyzed the situation, iron plates began to assemble. "During my fight with you, I observed the power and impact radius of the Hand of God hundreds of times." As he frantically assembled the iron plates, he explained, "The Hand of God looks incredibly solid, but its force is actually dispersed. If I can assemble all the machinery into a defensive screen to disperse the force, it might be possible to withstand this fatal blow." Just as Wang Xuan finished assembling the iron shield, Zhou Yi's Hand of God was about to strike. Fearlessly, Wang Xuan shouted, "Bring it on!" The Hand of God collided with the shield, easily crushing it and shattering the very ground beneath it. Dust and smoke filled the sky. Looking down like a god, Zhou Yi questioned them loudly, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender, or be killed." Wei, he refused to give up. He shouted Zhou Yi's name and launched an attack. His attack shot toward him as he yelled, "Area-wide sealing wind." After unleashing that blow, Wei he panted with exhaustion, thinking, as long as Zhou Yi is busy blocking this attack, he won't be able to pay attention to what's coming next. Immediately after, the other contestants charged forward. Gale Slash, blue-silver sword unsheathed, watching them all gang up on Zhou Yi. Wei, he thought confidently, "Our people are ready, even if we can't eliminate him in one go. We can at least injure him severely." Watching the mob charge at him, Zhou Yi sighed and said, "I guess in the end." With one hand, he blocked their attacks while loudly proclaiming, "I've been far too merciful with you." Without hesitation, he took out the contestants one by one. Punishment of light! After being defeated, Wang Xuan was filled with regret. He's even stronger than before, he thought. "I thought this would be a huge battle, but it turned out to be a complete one-sided slaughter. If I had known, there would have been no point in allying with the 9 universities and colleges." He looked at the system panel. "Do you wish to surrender?" he thought sadly. "We're going to be a laughingstock for the whole country now." Wu Mang laughed smugly. He looked at the screen projecting the battle and remarked, "An alliance of 9 schools. Dean Cheng, you must have gone to great lengths to deal with Suhong University." Hearing this, Dean Cheng feigned ignorance. "Dean Wu, what are you saying? I don't understand." Annoyed by this attitude, Wu Mang said, "There are no outsiders here. Stop the act." He then listed the names of those participating in the group attack and concluded, Wei He from Madu, Xia Lan from Shengjing, Li Jian from Qingcheng, Wu Kang from Yueqi, Luo Sheng from Zhaoyang. Anyone who isn't a fool can see what you're up to. Besides, he then posed a rhetorical question. A normal university wouldn't have the guts for this. Madu University is solidifying its second-place position and has no need to get mixed up in these muddy waters. So, besides Qingjing University, this event's organizer, who else has the influence to make 9 universities and colleges form an alliance? Internally, Dean Cheng began to worry. He thought, Qingjing University had the home field advantage and was still beaten so miserably. To save face, they had no choice but to resort to this low-handed tactic. Flashing back to the day they met to discuss how to deal with Zhou Yi, he had loudly questioned Principal Su, if Suhong University takes first place in the 3 major events of the exchange match, where will that leave the reputation of the other universities and colleges? The other dean wasn't afraid to retort to Dean Cheng. "Don't use that as an excuse. My Madu University has placed 3rd for years. Getting 2nd place this year is more than satisfying. We have no interest in fighting for first place." Hearing this, Dean Cheng, he immediately offered favorable conditions to entice them to cooperate. "As long as you all agree to join forces with Xingjing University, I'm willing to contribute a portion of S-rank resources to your schools." This, of course, was a show of good faith for this cooperation. Seizing the opportunity, that bastard dean of mine immediately demanded 2 fewer conditions. It was non-negotiable. At this point, Dean Trin was forced to agree, exclaiming, "Deal." He then laid out the plan for the deans, who were present at the meeting. "Make sure your people don't eliminate contestants from the other schools. If you can cooperate, try your best to. The best thing to do is cooperate. Eliminate all contestants from Suhong University, except for Zhou Yi, before the 6-day mark. If you run into Zhou Yi, retreat immediately. Wait for everyone to gather, and then we'll deal with him together." Back in the present, Wu Mang spoke up. "Did you deans also secretly participate in this plan? You are all normally considered reputable figures. Why are you so silent now?" Then, he turned and called out to Feng He. Seeing that he was being addressed, the dean quickly replied, "Yes?" The old man's voice was stern. "I had thought that Dean Feng He, a man of good morals and high repute, always conducted himself like a righteous gentleman. By participating in this dishonorable affair, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied slyly, "Dean Wu, Why do you say that? Cooperation in this tournament is, in fact, a perfectly reasonable strategy. We haven't broken any rules. This attitude of his made Wu Mang snort coldly in annoyance. Suddenly, Wu Mang's voice grew sharp as he questioned them. Do you all think that using a few petty tricks can stop Zhou Yi from taking first place? How ridiculous, he confidently affirmed Zhou Yi's strength. Anyone with eyes can see that he's not someone you can handle with petty schemes like yours. A true powerhouse is never afraid of a challenge. No matter who targets Suhong University, we can still take first place. Elsewhere, a contestant pressed the teleportation button, but the system sent a red alert, teleportation unavailable. Please wait patiently. This caused Wang Xuan to panic and yell, "What?" Meanwhile, outside, the contestants defeated by Zhou Yi were all wailing, "It hurts so much! I surrender! I surrender! Let me go back! I need a healer!" Why can't we teleport? It seemed Wang Xuan had sensed something was wrong. This is bad. At that very moment, a strange space appeared in the void. A pair of giant eyes materialized behind Zhou Yi. Simultaneously, the deans watching on the screen all saw this. A stunned Wu Mang wondered, why has it appeared inside the secret realm? Dean Trin hurriedly ordered, "Quick, forcibly teleport all the students back." At the teleportation gate, something strange suddenly occurred. The person in charge of the teleportation gate reported anxiously, "Space-time is unstable. I can't activate the teleportation magic." These words sent all the deans into a panic. The students in the secret realm are all the most elite future warriors of our Huaxia nation. If they're lost here, it will be a massive blow to the country. This is a nationwide live stream. If other countries see this, our nation's prestige will surely plummet. That's right, no matter what it takes. We must rescue all the students. Even Wu Mang was equally worried, wondering, will Zhou Yi be able to make it back safely? Suddenly, the screen filled with static. Live feed lost. Please reconnect. This startled the deans, causing an uproar. What's happening? They yelled at each other in a panic. What's with this at such a critical moment? Did you just see that bizarre demonic beast appear behind Zhou Yi? I didn't see it. Hearing your warning, he immediately reacted and turned around, just as the void beast instantly grazed past him. So he quickly summoned his weapon and swung a heavy blow at it. However, it suddenly vanished, leaving him bewildered. It's gone, he thought to himself. At that moment, on the ground, Wang Xuan's robot landed, and he stood safely on the ground. Zhou Yi landed in front of him and immediately asked, "What do you know?" The boy instantly revealed the beast's name. It's a void beast. Moreover, he revealed that it had always been sealed within the secret realm. It was a creature that hadn't been seen for ages, thought to only exist in the stories told by professionals of the older generation. Born in the endless void, it transcends conventional understanding, freely traveling through the space-time rifts between the real and the ethereal. It changes form, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, making it extremely difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is that it can tear apart space, creating spatial turbulence. Once you're pulled into it, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Just as he was asking the boy how it broke the secret realm's seal, a blood-curdling scream suddenly erupted. The void beast appeared, causing the contestants to scream in terror. What the hell is that thing? Run! At that, Zhou Yi prepared to throw a punch. His fist, brimming with immense power, swung towards it. The void beast sensed the might of this attack and opened its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yi and landed 2 slashes on his leg. The slashes caused him to grit his teeth in pain. Just then, another spatial gate opened up and began to suck Zhou Yi in. He wasn't flustered in the slightest and prepared a counterattack, launching his strike directly into the spatial gate. Just as he was struggling against the portal, the void beast prepared to attack him from within the gate. Without a moment of hesitation, he unleashed his technique, shouting, "Holy Fist!" The attack carried a terrifying power that tore through the air. That brilliant dark pink arrow shot out horizontally, like a furiously screaming bolt of lightning. It was quickly and completely neutralized by the void beast. In that split second, Suo Ran rushed to grab Zhou Yi. To escape the aftershock of the fierce attack, the two of them were slammed into the cold ground by the immense pressure. They were thrown a considerable distance. Xia Lan, gripping her bow tightly, yelled, "Wei Hei! Gather everyone and focus your attacks on the demonic beast." Amidst the thick, swirling white smoke, Suo Ran gently pushed herself up from on top of Zhou Yi. The young man's face beneath her was etched with exhaustion from the dire situation they had just endured. With great difficulty, he managed to ask her, "Xiao Ran, why are you here?" She simply replied in relief, "Thankfully, I made it in time." Then, she calmly explained everything. "I realized the others couldn't get out of the secret realm, so I figured there must have been an accident. That's why I came here." But at that very moment, Zhou Yi suddenly noticed something dangerously wrong. The void beast's target seemed to have switched to someone new. Fortunately, a golden beam of power intercepted it just in time, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion that cracked the very ground. The unfortunate Xiaolan, standing nearby, was caught directly in the blast. Suo Ran immediately panicked and shouted her teammate's name, Xiaolan. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to give her a task. "Xiaoran, I've been poisoned. I need time to purge the toxin. Try your best to protect the other students." The emboldened void beast became even more rampant. Facing it now was Ying Ji, all by himself. The moment it brought its sharp claws down, Suo Ran succeeded. A defensive move materialized, creating a last-second barrier. Staggering back, the helpless young man could only stammer, I. It didn't stop there. Another one of the beast's giant hands suddenly swept sideways, clearly having no intention of letting its prey go. In this dire situation, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. Prepare to activate power, move, skill, enchanting sound. His body immediately lurched backward, escaping the fatal blow at the last second. The void beast angrily cursed. Insolent trash that doesn't know its place. Strong Sam could only dodge again and again against an enemy that was overwhelming in both size and strength. Where did this thing crawl out from? He struggled to hold on, knowing the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable as a terrifying pressure surged through the area. Along with it came a savage, contemptuous laugh. Ha ha ha! You're no match for me, a bunch of ants! And you still delude yourselves into challenging the god of time and space? At that moment, Zhou Yi was activating two skills on himself. Slow heal and death resistance. This void beast's skills are too bizarre. The moment you get close, it immediately opens a space-time rift, preventing anyone from getting near, and if you use a long-range attack, it will flee the moment it's detected. The entire battlefield had now descended into utter chaos. Hordes of players had gathered, yet they were powerless to do anything against the ferocious beast. Among the endangered group, Olivia was suddenly wrapped in a pink cord and pulled towards her rescuer, who was none other than Sun Yin. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she immediately rushed off in the opposite direction. Lin Hai, take care of the injured student. Of course, she quickly agreed. Got it. Olivia then suddenly lost her mind and screamed, "Ah, we're doomed!" Lin Hai tried to treat the other girl's frozen arm. Calm down a bit. Let me seal your wound. Her face instantly darkened, filled with fear. It's over. It's hopeless. We're all going to die here. It won't be like that, she reassured her gently. She seemed to have immense faith in Zhou Yi. Cheer up. An Yingyi is very powerful. He'll save everyone. But her words didn't get through to the other girl at all. This isn't what the teacher told us. Lin Hai grew indignant. Gripping Olivia's uninjured arm, she asked, "What is it that you know?" All the while, the other girl was in a complete panic, to the point her speech became frantic. "Ah, it's not the same! It's not the same! How can it not be the same? It shouldn't be like this!" What she revealed next truly made Lin Hai freeze on the spot, as if her entire world had suddenly gone dark. Gloom. The fierce battle between the void beast and the players raged on in the distance. Countless lights from a variety of attacks flashed across the battlefront. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension, her eyes wide with unconcealable horror. A razor-sharp slash flew in from a distance, and without hesitation, sliced an innocent victim in two. She didn't dare delay for another second. She immediately turned to leave, hoping to salvage the critical situation. The battle reached its climax as Sun Yen was now caught in the beast's mouth, completely clamped by its sharp teeth. The moment the three of them, Zhou Yi, Ha Lan, and Lin Hai, realized the truth, it was already too late. Before he could even react, it unleashed a series of powerful shockwaves. To prevent its enemy from advancing, Zhou Yi recklessly charged towards the black hole in the distance that was sucking everything in. Xiao Nian, from behind, Lin Hai urgently called out, "An Yi." She tried to explain the situation. The dean of Than Thuong Academy has placed void butterfly guiding eggs on us. In the presence of the mother insect, using a special method, one can locate people within a several thousand-mile radius. Based on these clues, that's why the players from the 9 universities and colleges were able to gather so quickly. Zhou Yi, suddenly snapping his head around, made Wang Hian flinch. He immediately clarified, "I didn't know about this. I thought it was a coincidence." Lin Hai continued her explanation. Besides tracking, the Void Butterfly Guide is a semi-symbiote of the Void Beast. That's why we encountered it in this secret realm. It mistakes us for thieves, which is why it keeps attacking. I'm afraid Xiao Nian's chances are slim. Zhou Yi stared intently at his glowing hand, silently formulating a plan. Lin Hai, do something for me. Gather everyone's insect eggs, and the mother insect, find them all. Hearing this, she began to understand what he was planning to do. You want to. His entire body was now enveloped in an overflowing life force, as if every single cell had awakened simultaneously. I failed to protect Xiao Nian. As long as I can find her, I won't hesitate to level this entire secret realm and search the vast void. Those golden eyes clearly held no lies. Instead, they were filled with a burning determination. Let me be the bait. Just then, another voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Chung Gi, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast, Tun Q said with difficulty, struggling to get up. Chung Gi, the Tun family, has an extremely special sealing technique. Even when facing a being far beyond your own level, it's possible to seal it. However, great power always comes with great risk. The moment the sealing technique is activated, it will completely drain the user's mana from the caster's entire body in an instant. If you can't withstand the shock from the mana drain, and fail to overcome that life or death moment, then death is the only path. As he spoke, a distinct sadness filled Tun Q's eyes, as he expressed his own helplessness. But I can't do it, Lin Hai once again shouted in anger. Then why are you even bringing this up? But with things at a dead end, Zhou Yi had no choice but to take the risk. Grasping at the last thread of hope, he said, tell me how. Using the method Tun Q provided, Zhou Yi immediately took action. A spirit butterfly carrying a mystical light gently probed the pile of insect eggs. Almost instantly, several eggs burst open. As the smoke and dust settled, the space before him suddenly cracked. His wish fulfilled, he clenched his fist with renewed strength, ready to face the challenge in a new form. Chun Yi was not a summoner. To use the technique, he needed a medium, and a summoner's body itself is the best and most special kind of medium. Ultimately, he calmly made his decision. I will focus all of my mana into this eye, turning it into a summoning medium. Wielding his hammer, Chun Yi teleported relentlessly, sweeping aggressively as he thought. Take this. You can use it to activate the sealing technique. Seeing the brat still standing defiantly, the void beast began to falter. What? How can he still fight me for this long? However, it was blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf. A pity. Your efforts are futile against me. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light exploded and slammed into its body. The aftershock sent his golden hair fluttering. The void beast, struck by the terrifying attack, was utterly horrified. How could you? Chun Yi continued to swing his hammer, growling threateningly. You're not leaving! The beast immediately burst out laughing. You fool! Haven't you realized yet? You can't possibly catch me. As soon as it spoke, the rift began to close, despite its triumphant tone. It still nervously watched his every move, and yet, he caught up completely, making it exclaim in terror. This is bad! Just as the void beast feared, Chun Yi decisively wound up and delivered a world-shattering blow, smashing it so hard that its own dimension shattered. This guy, its long-suppressed anger finally erupted. It was just a coincidence that you met me. Do you really think you can be this smug? Shards of its dimension, like blades, flew forward to tear him apart, arrogant, conceited human. Let me show you the true power of the god of time and space. In that critical moment, he suddenly remembered what Tun Q had carefully instructed. Chun Yi, listen carefully. A summoner's mana can help you traverse dimensions, or summon powerful magic beasts. Therefore, by taking it, you can not only activate the seal, but also trap it inside the rift. But my mana is limited. I can't guarantee your safety. Chun Yi seized the opportunity. He used everything from Holy Light Shield to Punishment of Light to protect himself. The more dire the situation, the faster his mind raced. After entering the turbulent spacetime, you must fight for every single second, attacking the void beast to force it to reveal an opening, and force it into a weakened state. Despite his own strength fading, he unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Fist Combo. Enduring torment and accumulating injuries, Chun Yi stubbornly persisted, looking for the perfect moment to activate the secret art. The void beast, which had held the upper hand, naturally grew careless. Brat, don't get cocky! I will absolutely repay the humiliation of today. Before the beast could finish its sentence, Chun Yi trembled and thought, I can't hold on much longer. At the same time, he raised his hand, because finally, the punishment of light flared brilliantly. Under his guidance, it forcibly condensed into a sealing formation, trapping the beast's body and soul, making its actions so sluggish that it could no longer attack me, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, inflicting 1,000 cuts on the enemy at the cost of 800 to myself. Zhou Yi was almost completely exhausted. I've wasted too much mana using the angelic divine body twice. A magical halo slowly formed, along with a whisper. Coupled with the constant use of its skills, it was only when it realized its movements were restricted that it was stunned. His fingertips, bathed in holy light, twitched slightly. At his command, sacred runes instantly formed a cage to imprison the void beast. What else could it do but surrender helplessly? Zhou Yi, already depleted of energy, began to fall, and suddenly, he vaguely saw memories of the high expectations of winning the championship for the school 5 years in a row, and of Su Ran's gentle whispers. All sorts of vivid memories suddenly stirred his slumbering heart. He saw her suddenly land and gaze at him intently, and even the moment she, in her succubus form, lightly touched his lips. Amidst the intoxicating haze and heavy breathing, Zhou Yi felt as if she had just transferred something to him. His vision was suddenly captivated by Su Ran, who was holding an alluring heart and beckoning, "Remember to find me." At that very moment, he snapped awake. His eyes blazed with a strange crimson light. An overbearing Zhou Yi instantly seized the momentum to launch an attack, gathering all his strength, just for the chance to completely lock down the void beast. Now, stay put for me, the beast hastily and confusedly wondered. What? Streaks of brilliant golden runes moved one after another, transforming into countless threads that bound the void beast. Finally, it could no longer act smug. The absolute control stunned it, forcing it to beg, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. The system simultaneously displayed, you have subdued the magic beast. Do you wish to accept it as a summoned beast? Despite the tempting offer, Zhou Yi was solely focused on interrogating it. Hand over Xiaoran. The beast confusingly whispered. Who? It ended up screaming as he took action. Ah, my eye, my eye. I know. You're talking about that girl, right? Ha ha ha, she's fine, she's doing great. In the icy region, unnoticed by him, a flower bud suddenly stirred. Each petal, shaped like the cosmos itself, began to gently unfurl. It turned out Su Ran was sound asleep within the currents of the space-time flower. Lingxi, who was anxiously waiting outside, suddenly noticed something and tilted her head, and her wait was rewarded as Zhou Yi returned safely. The surrounding students also eagerly asked, How's Xiao Ran? Zhou Yi, you subdued the void beast? Meanwhile, the faction wanting to overthrow him began to waver. Hey, the transport portal is back up. Should we still make a move? Over there, after taking Su Ran from him, she stammered in confusion, Brother Yi. Without a word, he straightened up and took a stance. The giant hammer was instantly pointed right at Shangtian Wangshuan, who was stunned. It's huge! Zhou Yi, what's the meaning of this? You? His companion hurriedly interjected. What are you trying to do? In the end, all they got in response was, the match is still on. The statement scared the whole group into scrambling away. Huh? Has Zhou Yi gone mad? Zhou Yi continued to stand tall, weapon in hand, resolutely facing everyone. Surrender. Or challenge me. What are we supposed to do? Other than surrendering, what choice do we have? I'm truly impressed. To think you still have this much fight in you. We weren't enemies to begin with. At the same time, a notification flashed. Sun Qiao of Mado University has forfeited. Xia Lan was speechless before explaining, that's right, we were just concerned about you. Even the contestant from Ueki Jiaoyang University was helpless. He admitted, God Yi's will to win is too strong, and calmly extended his hand to forfeit. The number of points Zhou Yi possessed skyrocketed. From over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, he absorbed all their points, causing the other group to curse. They're all gone. It's just us left. What's the point in fighting? After everyone had left, Zhou Yi suddenly went limp and collapsed, scaring her half to death. Brother Yi, Ling Shi asked worriedly while supporting Su Ran. Your injuries. His faint, weak voice replied, I'm completely out of mana. If they had decided to take advantage of the situation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on. His vision seemed to be fading, but his determination still burned fiercely. We're in the top 3 of the point rankings. We must take first place in this survival match. And indeed, first place went to Zhou Yi, with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Jiang Su Ran and Tang Ling Shi. Seeing the system acknowledge the results, Zhou Yi let out a soft laugh and sighed. As captain, I haven't brought shame upon Suhong University. Just then, the live battle report updated. Suhong University has reached 500,000 total points, securing first place. Qingjing University took second place, and Mado University was third, with a significant point difference. Freshman Exchange Survival Match. The National University has held 183 sessions, from which countless geniuses have emerged. The host announced with heartfelt sincerity. Many of these geniuses have gone on to become pillars of our nation, and all of you, right now, will also represent the hope of our country and of all humanity. But the students were too busy chattering amongst themselves. We can go pick out an epic grade set tomorrow. Awesome! After fighting hard for 20 days, we can finally relax. I'm going to eat a huge meal tonight. Meanwhile, after resting up, Zhou Yi immediately got down to business, observing each line of the system notifications. Congratulations, you have received Primordial Earth Milk, 50 free attribute points, and 50 skill points. His heart filled with boundless joy. A god-tier talent, a god-tier skill, and a god-tier heavenly treasure. I thought it would be an arduous task, but now it has borne sweet fruit. The 20-day exchange match required first place in every single category to be considered complete. This mission was much harder than the university entrance exam, and the one to kill the demon spawn. I never expected the rewards to be this generous. Zhou Yi could no longer hide the delighted smile on his face. An S+ rank swordsmanship talent, an S rank skill, plus a heavenly treasure. This will surely provide me with an immeasurable amount of room for growth. Of course, I'll choose to accept it all. Immediately, a stream of light enveloped every cell in his body. The magical sensation was so vivid that he became completely immersed in it. So, this is the power of the divine sword heart? A high-grade pure energy gradually gathered above Zhou Yi's head, only dispersing after he had fully mastered it. He felt dazed, as if waking from a long slumber. Before his eyes was a hazy, chaotic void with faint glimmers of gold. As soon as morning came, Zhou Yi swung his sword to test his post-upgrade strength. Even though he only moved lightly, the surrounding earth and rock were still heavily devastated. Zhou Yi stood dumbfounded amidst the cloud of dust and debris, lost in thought. To think a casual swing can create such terrifying destructive force, this power is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems the divine sword heart has also granted me another ability. He meticulously observed this new gift. It was even sharper than the glow of a blessed weapon. This is what happens when you master swordsmanship to a certain degree. A special kind of attack-focused sword chi appears. It even exceeded his expectations, so he quickly raised his hand again. Only professional swordsmen, through day after day of training, have a chance of activating sword chi. And yet, I already possess it. A dazzling aura instantly split the air. Before, I could only manage it with great difficulty. Now it's as if I've become a swordmaster. If I learn more skills, everything will surely go more smoothly. For example, the system's Sword Flash skill. A normal attack, combined with Sword Flash, can deal up to 1.8 times the damage, and that's just at level 1 enhancement. That slash carried immense pressure, shattering the stone wall to pieces, just as he had speculated. As the level of Sword Flash increases, the damage multiplier will become even higher. However, Zhou Yi was not lost in delusion. He remained perfectly clear-headed and sighed. But in the end, this is all just theory. If I had a sword master to spar with, I could get a much better gauge of my abilities, of the power upgrade the divine sword heart had brought him. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he was already contacting Su Ran. Brother Zhou Yi, you seem to be in a hurry. You called me here because you want to have a sword duel with me? His request for her help was well-founded, as she was the direct heir of the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Su Ran had been practicing swordsmanship since the age of 3 under the guidance of the family patriarch. She always bore her responsibility in mind and persevered relentlessly, training for 15 years as if it were a single day. That's why people called her the genius sword maiden. Su Ran shyly thought to herself. In terms of overall strength, of course, brother Zhou Yi is the strongest. But when it comes to sword technique, I have absolute confidence. As the confrontation was about to begin, the aura around Zhou Yi instantly changed. Xiao Ran, you have to give it your all. She wasn't afraid in the slightest. In fact, she seriously took a stance to initiate. Brother Zhou Yi, be careful. The moment she finished speaking, Su Ran swung her weapon, unleashing an attack with overwhelming power. It was so terrifying that it snapped the item he was using in half. However, this was the exact moment Zhou Yi had been waiting for. While she was still suspended in midair, he made his move. A look of shock flashed in Su Ran's eyes. Huh? I'm not seeing things. That's sword chi. After she landed and steadied herself, she exclaimed in admiration. So brother Zhou Yi's talent for swordsmanship is this incredible? But before she could even steady herself for a few seconds, the next wave of attacks was already upon her. Su Ran didn't flinch in the slightest. Using her experience, she raised her weapon to block. The demonic shadow sword, brimming with immense energy, immediately followed with a counterattack. They went back and forth, clashing continuously for over 100 moves. The two were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't even notice Wu Mang had appeared. Am I dreaming? Since when was Zhou Yi so skilled with a longsword? He meticulously observed. He watched and analyzed all of Zhou Yi's sword techniques. Every attack exuded a surging, divine aura. Jiang Churan's sword techniques were fast and uncanny. With his years of experience, he could see things more clearly. It seemed Jiang Churan could trade blows with Zhou Yi, quite skillfully. If it weren't for her greater skill and higher level, then it was because Zhou Yi was intentionally suppressing his strength and agility to match Jiang Churan's. The moment the weapon flew from her hand, Wu Mang knew it was over. However, the shockwave from the clash of blades still numbed both of her arms. The treasure Churan always carried was snatched by him just like that. She was panting, unable to catch her breath. Brother Zhou Yi, let's stop. I admit defeat. Zhou Yi gently asked, are you okay? Seeing his concern, she assured him she was fine. I'm just a little exhausted. As soon as they stopped, he approached and praised them. That was astonishing. So Zhou Yi, you're a swordmaster? Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition? He hurriedly replied, greetings, Dean Wu. Then he laughed sheepishly, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, just keeping a trick up my sleeve. Inwardly, however, he was jumping for joy. The conditions for obtaining a new talent are extremely harsh. It's not from resetting a high-level dungeon record, nor is it from a class advancement ceremony. Claiming to have obtained a new talent without any basis is a bit conspicuous. I can't fool him. Suddenly, Zhou Yi remembered something and asked, Dean Wu, were you looking for me? The dean took the opportunity to explain his reason. I'm here to take you all to attend the celebration banquet held by the Alliance. Also, there's something I need to tell you. An image of the scene flashed through Wu Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the investigators from the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance found Feng He was already dead in his dorm room. He then recounted the details of the crime based on the testimony of Feng He's student. He claimed that insect eggs could be used as locators to make finding people in the secret realm more convenient and promised S-rank resources as an incentive. It's clear that the dean had been plotting for a long time, luring people to sneak into the laundry room and plant the insect eggs on the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, that's where the lead ends. He revealed the current impasse. The student doesn't know anything else. Zhou Yi was startled and asked doubtfully, the lead went cold? However, Wu Meng reassured him, don't worry, the Alliance is conducting a thorough investigation. They're investigating everyone Feng He has been in contact with for the past 15 days. We should have results in a week. The banquet is about to start, let's go first. At the same time, he frankly pointed out the ulterior motive behind this event. At the celebration banquet, the top powers of the Zhongxia nation will be there. Their main goal is to invite you all to join their teams and guilds. Wu Mang led the group, explaining the glamorous banquet from his experience. In order to recruit you, they will offer what can only be described as extravagant terms: money, beautiful women, power, and resources. Just as he predicted, as soon as they arrived, people came up to make them offers. Once you accept these terms, you will be tied to that power. As your team's supervising instructor, I don't object to you joining any power, but you must not make your choice lightly. Just then, a clap echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone, Feng Yu said in a loud voice, beginning his speech. You are all students from the 10 most elite universities and colleges in this year's National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. It wasn't easy to make it this far, so every single one of you will receive a reward from the Alliance, our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. Afterward, individual items were distributed to everyone. The bank cards in your hands each contain 20 million Zhongxia currency provided by our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. This immediately sparked considerable curiosity. Furthermore, each of your authority levels within the Alliance of our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance will be upgraded to the level of Elite Peripheral Member. This is the highest level of authority, outside of the core members of the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. The benefits Feng Yu offered sounded incredibly appealing. At any salvation base within the Zhongshan Nation, you can enjoy a 20% discount on equipment and potions. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Xiaoyan Alliance, you may contact me directly. After hearing this grand speech, Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 20 million for each of the 100 contestants. That's 2 billion. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance is truly rich. The people around also began to buzz. 20 million Zhongsha currency. It was never this much before. With this money, you could buy a B+ rank resource. This is a huge score. His reason allowed him to quickly realize, however, that this was also the most direct method to display their power. At the same time, an announcement rang out. The solo tournament, the team tournament, and the survival tournament rewards for the top 3 will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his wine glass. To all our guests, the celebration banquet officially begins. Please eat and drink your fill. The crowd below responded with enthusiastic cheers. At that moment, Wu Mang gathered his team, a toast to Suhang University. For winning first place in this exchange tournament, the contestants immediately joined the lively atmosphere, clinking glasses. Dan Wei was ecstatic. He came forward to join the fun. Brother Yi, the reason we could take first place in the exchange tournament this time is all thanks to you. I toast you with this glass. Wu Mang also nodded quickly in agreement. A toast is well-deserved. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would very likely have been last place. Following that, beautiful girls rushed over like crazed fans. Zhou Yi, I'll toast you too. Brother Zhou Yi, me too. Me too. Nearly everyone around wanted to take this opportunity to greet him. And us. The overwhelming situation made him a bit embarrassed. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Suddenly, Zhang San's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Zhou Yi. He respectfully clasped his hands, taking this chance to thank him. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held on until the healers arrived. You saved my life. If you ever need me in the future, I will not refuse, even if it means death. He then immediately downed the glass of wine, symbolizing a gentleman's oath. I will not refuse, even if it means death. Churan, who had been standing aside and watching everything, was extremely curious. Brother Zhou Yi. It seems you've gained yet another group of special admirers. Immediately after, Wang Xuan also rushed forward, pushing Zhang San aside to get to the front. Me too, Xiao Bai observed quietly from the back. She had many questions in her heart. Dad, am I hallucinating? Why does the divine aura around Zhou Yi feel so much stronger? Zhou Heng stated with certainty. It's not a hallucination. His aura has already surpassed that of most second advancement divine-type professionals. This information left her stunned. What? It's only been a few days. He also found it unbelievable, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. Such a distinct change proves his strength has increased again. That's a truly terrifying rate of advancement. The party gradually came to an end. Soon, it was the next day. A modern aircraft appeared on the school grounds. The state-of-the-art machine landed gently as all the students watched. The cabin door slowly opened. Once everything was ready, Feng Yu's voice came from the cockpit. Is everyone on board? Your rewards must be claimed at the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance headquarters. The headquarters is located in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City. It's only accessible via a specialized fighter jet. Dan Wei, sitting inside, was thrilled, seeing such high-tech equipment for the first time. Whoa, it's the newest model, the X-1000 Ghost Fighter Jet. Churan, sitting in front, was also quite knowledgeable. The X-1000 Ghost Fighter Jet is from the largest aircraft manufacturer in the Zhongxia nation. It can reach a top speed of Mach 3 inches just 10 seconds. Her words made the curious Dan Wei even more excited. Yes, that's it. It costs almost $1 billion. Meanwhile, Feng Yu completed his preparations and warned them to sit tight. The moment the jet took off, Dan Wei, who hadn't buckled his seatbelt, was slammed against the cabin wall by the whiplash-inducing speed. He was tossed around in every direction. As the jet flew so fast, all that could be seen was a faint streak of light. By the time the jet finally stopped, he was seeing stars circling his head. We've arrived. A similar thing happened with Churan, but she ended up landing right on top of Zhou Yi. The moment she regained her composure, she hurried back to her seat, her face flushed with embarrassment while he tried to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. So fast! The Dingshan base fighter jet is 20 kilometers from Qingjing University. Accelerating forward, they would arrive in 20 seconds. Just like that, they successfully reached the inspection gate. Around them, everything was operating smoothly. At this point, Feng Yu switched to the role of a tour guide. Dingshan base is accessed through a total of 40 ground passages and 15 aerial ones. External fighter jets entering Dingshan base must undergo a comprehensive scan, so they have to line up. A drone then approached, as programmed, to scan them thoroughly. Asterisk beep times, registration number 006BA8. Aircraft of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance, possessing special passage clearance. Then, they were allowed through the portal. Inside was the magnificent and grandiose headquarters. Su ran, from the cockpit window, delightedly admired the view. Over there, that seems to be the flag of Qingjing University, Feng Yu enthusiastically explained. That is the floating island of Qingjing University. Besides the university, many legions and guilds are also built on Dingshan base. Standing behind them, Zhou Yi silently sized up the mechanical floating island of the Xiaoyan Professionals Alliance that had come into view. The monofluctuations were even stronger. Every machine on the island had its defense mechanisms enhanced beyond normal levels. All the students then gradually disembarked from the ship, forming a single file line. Feng Yu once again made a formal introduction. This is the headquarters. Suddenly, a voice caught Wang Xuan's attention. Excuse me, let me through. But when he turned around, what met his eyes was a giant creature, a huge dragon. In contrast, another student cheerfully explained, a mythical race. able to be an average level of 60, as a magic pet. The owner must be an extremely powerful third advancement professional. Afterwards, Feng Yu went over the procedures. For your individual rewards, you'll need to go to the headquarters office. A staff member will guide you. One by one, each student was attentively guided. Student Wang Xuan, please follow me. Student Jiang Suran, please follow me. Student Wei He. Separately, the most special person, Zhou Yi, was also personally led by her. You won first place in the solo tournament, first place in the team tournament, and first place in the survival tournament, respectively. I will take you to claim your rewards. Please follow me. Since the way was a bit far, the two of them started making small talk. You were the best performer in the entire exchange tournament. The Zhou Yun Alliance holds you in very high regard. Have you considered becoming a core member of the Alliance? I'm sorry, but for the time being, I have no intention of joining any faction. You don't want to hear the Zhou Yun Alliance's conditions. At all? Our alliance has very few rules. There's no need. He rationally pointed out the flaw in her words. Few rules still mean there are restrictions. Besides, I'm only a freshman. I can't be tied down by a faction right now. Feng Yu, however, seemed to expect this. Geniuses always have their own plans. Ha ha ha, no rush. When the two arrived before a secret door, she dramatically announced, your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First, for being the solo tournament champion, a custom-made legendary grade weapon. For the team tournament champion, a full set of custom-made epic grade equipment. And for the survival tournament champion, from the Zhou Yun Alliance's resource vault, you can choose any one item. Then, as she led the way, she explained, I'll now take you to the Grandmaster Blacksmith, the highest ranked in the Zhou Yun Alliance, Qi Jun. He will forge your legendary grade weapon. This room is Grandmaster Qi Jun's forge. The special door in front of them slowly creaked open. It will be a little hot. A hazy cloud of smoke immediately billowed out from within. Feng Yu stepped forward to make the introduction. Grandmaster Qi Jun, the solo tournament champion, has arrived. His murderous aura seemed capable of crushing anyone. A deep voice spoke. You're Zhou Yi? Unafraid, he politely replied. Grandmaster Qi Jun, I am Zhou Yi. A scrutinizing glint flashed in the Grandmaster's eyes. Silently sizing him up from head to toe, he seemed quite satisfied. His tone softened a bit. Very good. Your current level is 23. Based on the requirement of 1 piece of equipment every 5 levels, I will design a level 25 legendary grade weapon for you. Tell me, what type of weapon do you want? Zhou Yi promptly made his request. I want a longsword, with attribute enhancements geared toward strength and intelligence. Having observed their conversation, Feng Yu was inwardly astonished and filled with admiration. To forge better equipment, Grandmaster Qi Jun learned an eye technique skill, an extremely special one. If an ordinary professional were suddenly exposed to this light, they would be suppressed into speechlessness. As expected of this year's all-around champion, his expression didn't even change when facing Grandmaster Qi Jun. At the same time, Zhou Yi added more details about his weapon request. As for the weapon's special effects, I don't have any major requirements. It just needs to be compatible with my Holy Knight class and have sufficient damage output. But in his mind, he had already made careful calculations. Gold-grade weapons enhance 2 of the 4 main attributes. Legendary-grade weapons enhance all 4. But as a Holy Knight who both fights in melee and casts spells, strength and intelligence are more important. Based on his prior research, Qi Jun gave a serious assessment. I've seen videos of your fights. You're sharp and have an imposing spirit. A longsword is a very suitable choice. Then, he excitedly materialized a Radiant Sun Holy Light Stone as a bold idea formed in his mind. I have a few ideas. Feng Yu recognized it at a glance. That's a material from the Sacred Domain Ruins dungeon. An epic-grade material with a low drop rate. The annual yield is no more than 10 pieces. Then, as if telepathically linked, she and Zhou Yi exclaimed in surprise, Radiant Sun Holy Light Stone. Qi Jun switched into lecture mode, explaining in simple terms, the Radiant Sun Holy Lightstone is a treasure from the sun's core. A weapon forged from it will quickly purify and destroy the undead, demons, and dark creatures with holy light. Finishing his explanation, he focused his mind and summoned the material, meteoric silver steel. With a shout, a series of stones were pushed up by magma. Gold-grade meteoric silver steel, legendary-grade abyssal obsidian, epic-grade spirit shard, gold-grade dragon soul crystal core, legendary-grade holy spirits tier. As he waved his hand, a blazing flame pulled the stones into a vortex. Void flame heart, essence of time, sand of history, storm's eye. Qi Jun focused his mind, formed a hand seal, and began the forging process. Smelting under thousands of degrees of heat, a volcano erupted with a world-shaking explosion, purifying the creatures bearing evil energy. It made them scream miserably. So hot, I'm dying! He used his supreme forging technique, refining the essence into a towering magma pillar, divine forging grand pool. The current pulled the dark undead spirits inside. The power of the thunder god covered the pool. All the power converged, emitting a blinding orange-gold light. It made Feng Yu and Zhou Yi look up to admire the powerful sight of the weapon's creation. Heavy Hammer's fierce strike shatters impurities. At this point, Qi Jun began pouring the molten ore into a mold. Internal stress dissipates, softening its nature, earth condenses. Once the material solidified, he removed it with tongs. Light flows, surface like a mirror, revealing its edge. Radiant brilliance. He skillfully hammered the blade's surface, carving runes. The runes flickered as mana flowed through them. Forging a divine weapon, 10,000 dharmas follow. Next came the quenching process. He plunged it into water to cool it rapidly. Demon-slaying might forms the ornamentation. The runes flickered as mana flowed everywhere. Forging a divine weapon, 10,000 dharmas follow. Soul of the war god, imbue the blade. Peerless battle intent, infuse the edge. Break enemy lines, remain unstained by blood. The final shaping step. Jun forcefully hammered the metal. Final tempering, the action sent sparks flying everywhere. Feng Yu quickly created a protective barrier. When the final product was complete, he exclaimed, "Good!" The radiant holy sword he forged glowed with a powerful golden color, looking sturdy enough to pierce through anything. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Take it!" As soon as he spoke, Jun threw the sword with incredible speed. It shot through the air, leaving only a brilliant streak of light. Zhou Yi precisely caught it. His hand felt its weight. He raised the sword and examined it carefully. The Grandmaster was panting after the arduous process. He earnestly gave the final instruction. A legendary-grade weapon needs to recognize its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly followed the advice. Closing his eyes, he focused his consciousness and poured his power into it. The two energies merged and erupted. He loved the incredibly powerful electrical sparks. At that moment, the system identified it as the special Bloodline, 6 Desires Angel. Zhou Yi began to carefully inspect everything, from the polished mirror-like blade to the sturdy wooden hilt. Satisfied, he marveled to himself. 4 major attribute enhancements and 3 special effects, truly worthy of a legendary-grade weapon. Especially this first attack speed enhancement. It means that in a real fight, for every 1 slash my opponent makes, I can make 3 or 4. Seeing the expression on his face, Jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you're very satisfied with it. Zhou Yi couldn't help but be stunned by the man's drastic change in appearance. Master Jun, what happened to you? The man opposite him explained wearily. Forging high-grade weapons consumes a massive amount of mana. Ending up like this is a common occurrence. Feng Yu also leaned over and whispered softly, the birth of a legendary-grade weapon requires many complex processes. Only someone with Master Jun's special talent could finish it in such a short time. A normal artificer would need at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them. Before they left, he didn't forget to give them a kind reminder. You all should go now. I need to rest. The materials used for the Radiant Holy Sword are mostly of the Divine type. Later, if you want to upgrade its star level, it's best to use Divine type materials as well, or you'll compromise its power. Zhou Yi was extremely grateful. He hurriedly bowed his head. Thank you very much, Master Jun. Feng Yu quickly pulled him away, changing the subject. Next, let's go get the reward for the team match. At the same time, Jun refreshingly plunged into the stream of boiling lava. The next situation made him a bit uncomfortable, as several seamstresses in black bunny outfits surrounded him to take his measurements. Hello, student Zhou Yi. We're the team in charge of your full set of epic-grade equipment. The purple-haired girl flirtatiously lifted his chin. So, what are your requirements for this equipment set? Zhou Yi hastily pulled his shirt down and replied in detail. I need a set of light armor with attribute enhancements focused on strength and intelligence. The other party professionally scheduled the delivery. Understood. The equipment will be finished in a month, and we will have it specially escorted to your school. With the official business concluded, the seamstresses began to gossip excitedly. What a slim waist, and his muscles looked delicious. He's so innocent. Witnessing this scene of a bewildered golden deer lost among a pack of hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but think, this naive student is being toyed with. Then, she snapped her fingers, making an announcement. Next up is the reward for the survival match, which you will choose here. Following her gesture, a circle of information appeared around the two of them. You can choose one item. Zhou Yi intently read the information. Faced with the countless densely packed items on the selection panel before him, he remained calm and examined them carefully. They were all S-grade, life-saving divine artifacts. Any one of them would make other job holders fight to the death. Then, he decisively pointed to his chosen item. I want this one. Feng Yu approved of his decision. But she was also a bit curious. The spatial leapstone is indeed a useful escape tool, but you're not picking a revival-type item? Without a shred of hesitation, he confidently affirmed, I want it. In truth, he already had his own reasons. Revival-type items are indeed rare, but I already have the resurrection cross the system gave me. Besides, I have another use for the spatial leapstone. Feng Yu immediately granted his wish. All right. She then handed over a box containing a mysterious green gem. It's yours. Zhou Yi looked satisfyingly at his loot, when suddenly, a sobbing voice that seemed to tear at his soul cried out continuously. Please let me out, let me out. Noticing his strange expression, she asked with concern. What's wrong? Your face suddenly looks terrible. He gave a weak laugh and a vague reply. It's nothing. I probably just need some rest. After completing her task, she professionally handed him a business card with a note. All right, the rewards have been collected, so my mission is pretty much complete. Of course, if you are dissatisfied in any way with the epic-grade equipment and the legendary-grade weapon, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting for us in the hall. Let's go. Soon, he was brought back to the assembly point where the two Xiaobai siblings spotted a familiar figure. They eagerly ran over. Brother Zhou Yi, he turned around and asked, "Is something wrong? We can find a place to talk privately." However, that wasn't their intention. No need, we just came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the teachers and students in the exchange program will be teleported back using the Holy Scripture University's magic circle. I also have to go back to my clan with Donger. In a hidden corner that no one noticed, a beetle was secretly observing the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you'll bring Zhou Yun to Tianlan province. Since you are both descendants of the Zhou family, the clan will definitely devote its resources to nurturing you. This was beneficial for both of them, so he nodded in agreement. All right, after Zhou Yun graduates in half a year, I'll take her there. I wish you all a safe journey. After the brief meeting, Zhou Yi stood there seeing them off, waiting until they had all departed. He then cast a sharp glance upward and, in a flash, appeared on the tree branch where the beetle had been moments ago. Observing his surroundings and seeing nothing suspicious, Zhou Yi frowned slightly and thought to himself, was that feeling of being spied on just an illusion? Suddenly, someone called up from below, "Brother Yi, we're getting ready to go to the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming?" He bluntly refused. "I'm not going." A moment later, Zhou Yi returned to his house and slammed the door shut, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that my previous injuries haven't healed, or is my mind just too wound up? Suddenly, a splitting headache assaulted him. It felt as if a giant set of jaws was devouring his brain. A voice suddenly rang out, "Human, let me out!" Strange patterns and a bizarre light suddenly appeared on the ground, and from the very center, a grotesque figure gradually emerged. Zhou Yi knew perfectly well why it had appeared, but he still tried to reason with it. "You've already signed a contract with me. What's the point of struggling?" The void beast, truly unwilling to submit, roared in frustration. "Ridiculous. This great one has lived for thousands of years, yet I have to take orders from a brat who still reeks of his mother's milk. If it weren't for that bizarre final spell, you'd be no match for me." He mercilessly exposed its crimes. "You injured 63 people and sent 10 to their graves. You caused the Xiaoyan Job Holder Alliance to spend a fortune on healing and repairing the secret realm. If they found out the mastermind was still alive, what kind of fate do you think you'd have?" The void beast remained defiant. Threatening this old master? Is that all you've got?" Seeing as it wasn't getting the message, Zhou Yi started to lose his patience. The Alliance's third advancement mages can use the Soul Inch art to erase the consciousness of high-level magical beasts, turning them into obedient puppets. Perhaps you're not afraid of that, but even in death, your flesh and blood would fetch a high price. Enraged by these words, it ground its teeth and spat a vile curse. But immediately after, he caringly took out an S-grade spatial leapstone. "Fighting me. This left you severely injured. It's not convenient for me to take you to a healer, so you need to replenish your energy." The void beast paused, staring intently at the stone with a complex emotion in its eyes. Zhou Yi then stated abruptly, "1 year." He paused, then continued with his terms, "Your energy is useful to me. Serve me obediently for 1 year, and I will erase the contract and set you free." It harbored great hostility towards humans, so it wasn't easily swayed. "And why should I believe you?" Rather than bother explaining, he went straight to the threat. "You have no other choice. It's either trust me or die." With that, Zhou Yi took out another item, your bonded beast's token. "I'm returning it to you." The void beast cautiously took it and placed it on its head, cradling it like a precious egg. Just as he was about to leave, it suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." As it tossed the stone into its mouth, it added, "There's something you might want to know." The void beast slowly enunciated each word. "Xiao Die told me that when they first started capturing it, in the end, it revealed a shocking piece of news. It wasn't really humans." At the shopping district, the calls of vendors echoed from all around. "Flaming Face Berserker Blade comes with its own fire effect, only 998, good sir. Don't hesitate, today's a special price. Buy 1 set of battle armor and get a free nail clipper. Genuine goods at genuine prices, no scams." At one stall, Su Ran was busy trying on jewelry. Nadia, standing beside her, pitched enthusiastically, "Miss, this hair clip is inlaid with frost crystals. Not only does it enhance your aura, it also has a defensive effect. The gem inside has been infused with a mage's mana. A wood-type mage's mana, so it can accelerate wound healing. It's perfectly suited for a job holder as beautiful and powerful as yourself." Zhou Yi suddenly appeared from behind and gently placed a hair clip into Su Ran's hair. "This suits you better." She couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Zhou Yi's appearance made Suo Ran wonder. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" He smiled and explained, "Everything's done, so I came over to check things out and buy some local specialties to bring back." Seeing the two of them so affectionate, Nadia smiled and thought to herself, "Oh, a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. This scene is so beautiful. I totally ship it." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Miss Jiang Jiang." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked toward the owner of the voice. It was none other than Wang Hao. "I can't believe I'm running into you here. It must be fate." Ironically, Suo Ran had no idea who he was. "And you are?" Ignoring the awkward moment, he respectfully introduced himself. "Miss Jiang, you're quite forgetful. I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Batian, the second-ranked lightning element genius of the 3rd generation of the Wang family's Thunder Prison." Nadia couldn't help but find it funny when she heard this. It was the first time she'd met someone who introduced themselves as a genius. The second-ranked genius, no less, ha ha ha. He wanted to ramble on. "A year ago, on Miss Jiang's birthday, I gifted you an Ice Soul sword, but she was already sick of it. Asterisk. It's the Wang family again, persistent as a ghost. Asterisk. Zhou Yi, getting the hint, coaxed her. On my way here, I saw a street with food stalls over there. Let's go check it out. Then, he put his arm around her shoulder to lead her away. We have things to do, so we'll be going now. However, someone found this sight unbearable. Damn it! Wang Hao furiously summoned a lightning orb. Insolent bastard. You're just a commoner. How dare you touch the Jiang family's precious jewel? He yelled, kneel, and threw the orb at him, but before it could even touch a single strand of his hair, it was stopped by a barrier. Although he was a bit surprised, thanks to his insight skill, he was able to see Zhou Yi's information. He scoffed, so you're just a holy knight hiding in a turtle shell. This commoner's level is so low, and his class is trash. Defeating him will be a piece of cake. Suo Ran grew furious that someone dared to insult her boyfriend, but as a man, how could he let a woman protect him? So he quickly stepped forward to challenge him. I'll entertain you. Then, Zhou Yi set the rule. 3 moves. If you can so much as touch the hem of my clothes, I'll apologize to you. Otherwise, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me. And just so you know, you're paying for anything you break. The nearby crowd, sensing some drama, hurried over to watch. Looks like we've got a good show. Young people these days get angry so easily. Starting a fight in the middle of the street, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. What kind of trash dares to challenge me? Without holding back, he immediately unleashed his full power. You're courting death. Lightning rain assault. A barrage of lightning bolts rained down from above. But none of the bolts could penetrate the barrier. Zhou Yi emerged from within, completely unscathed. He looked as majestic and imposing as a god. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter as they watched. He really doesn't know his own limits. He can't even break through his opponent's defenses. Witnessing this, Wang Hao started to feel a bit intimidated. Outwardly, he stubbornly made an excuse. That's a pretty tough turtle shell. He must have put all his points into defense. Pathetic. But inwardly, he was cursing. Asterisk, damned turtle. Asterisk. Asterisk, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so troublesome. Asterisk. However, the so-called second-ranked genius wasn't about to give up that easily. He quickly gathered his energy and summoned 2 purple panthers. But that was just an appetizer. This swift lightning panther skill is my killing move, commoner. I'll show you the consequences of offending Wang Hao. Under his command, they charged straight toward Zhou Yi. To counter this move, he also had to draw his weapons, the Soul Starfall and the Salvation Cross. He immediately threw the 2 holy relics forward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swift lightning panthers were completely obliterated. Wang Hao had to hastily shield himself from the aftershock of the attack. It was only at this point that he began to feel true fear. Asterisk. How is this possible? What's this guy's background? Asterisk. While he was struggling on his side, Zhou Yi was perfectly at ease. You have 1 move left. Go ahead. Wang Hao's mind quickly raced, searching through his memories. But he couldn't place the man before him. Asterisk. Impossible. I've never seen this person before. Asterisk. Asterisk. Among the geniuses of the major families, he's just a holy knight. A trash class. There's no way his strength is above mine. Asterisk. Still unwilling to give up, Wang Hao slowly drew his sword. I refuse to believe you can block this move. Like a flash of lightning, he wielded his sword and charged straight at Zhou Yi, using his skill, Lightning Flash Slash. Zhou Yi reacted just as quickly. He countered with the Holy Light Cross. Instantly, a beam of light from the heavens shot down right where he stood, sending dirt and rocks flying. Zhou Yi looked down from above at the man lying face down on the ground. With a look of contempt, he said, so this is the extent of a lightning genius. It was several minutes before Wang Hao could even lift his head. The ground now had a fairly deep crater in it. Back at her stall, Nadia suddenly realized something. Asterisk. Why did that guy look so familiar? Asterisk. Asterisk. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. A holy knight. Holy knight. Asterisk. Finally, it clicked, and she hurriedly turned to her colleague. That's Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman from this year's exchange competition. Her colleague exclaimed, no wonder, no wonder. And the girl next to him is his girlfriend, Jiang Suo Ran. Their discussion was quite loud, so he overheard everything. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he was inwardly shocked. Asterisk, a freshman? He's really just a freshman? Asterisk. Watching the pair walk away, Wang Hao resolved to get his revenge. Asterisk, Zhou Yi, I'll let you live for now. Just wait until my older brother returns. He'll put you in your place. As for that woman. Asterisk. His hatred for her seemed even stronger. Asterisk. Jiang Suo Ran, you shameless hussy. How dare you trifle with the Wang family? Asterisk. Asterisk. My brother won't let you get away with this. Asterisk. Early the next morning, as warm sunlight bathed the area, Zhou Yi's group made their entrance. The students on both sides started whispering, it's the team from Suhong University. Look, that's Zhou Yi. He's even more handsome in person than on stage. Tisk, tisk, as expected of Goddess Jiang. That figure, that face. Even as a girl, my heart is fluttering. Wu Meng beamed, his eyes crinkling. Thank you to your university for such a warm welcome. Cheng Tian from Qingjing University seethed at the thought of having served as their stepping stone. But he still had to maintain a friendly facade. This year's exchange competition really allowed your Suhang University to stand out. We all ended up as your stepping stones. He was grinning from ear to ear but replied humbly, no need to be so harsh. The competition comes second, friendship comes first. The other man added, haha. That's right, and I'm third. They couldn't chat any longer, as a mage urged. Everyone, please prepare for the teleportation circle. All the mages shouted in unison, activate. Xialan took the lead in saying goodbye to her new friend. Goodbye, Xiaoran. She smiled and waved back. See you next time, Xiaolan. Everyone else used the last few moments to exchange words. I'll definitely defeat you next time. Keep dreaming. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared into the teleportation circle, reappearing suddenly in their own school's main hall. Wang Hui was there to welcome them with open arms. Welcome back, the young shoots of our nation, the little heroes of Suhang University. They greeted the three in unison. Principal, Dean Zhu, Dean Song. The principal beamed with satisfaction. Our Suhang University is in the spotlight. The headlines are all about our championship victory. Song Yi also smiled in praise. You all did an excellent job. You've all worked hard. Next, the principal stepped forward to give his remarks and present the rewards for the exchange competition. In truth, this is a battle between universities, meant to test the quality of each school's instruction. Naturally, such efforts must be discussed and rewarded. He called 5 names in succession, although you were substitute members. During the competition, you all demonstrated your own outstanding skills. Then, he announced loudly, each of you will receive a reward of 5,000 academic credits. Their eyes widened in shock. For those who might not understand the significance of 5,000 academic credits, put simply, based on the 500 credit fee for an abyss-level spirit-gathering dungeon run, that's enough to clear it 10 times. If an ordinary student were to try and accumulate 5,000 credits through school missions, it would take them at least an entire school year. The award ceremony continued. Jiang Suoran, Song Xialan, Wei Tiexin, and Tang Lingxi, you all performed exceptionally well in the competition. Your reward will be 20,000 academic credits, the 4 replied in unison. Thank you, Principal. Then came the turn of the final, and most important, person, Zhou Yi. As team captain, you won first place in both the team and individual events, defeating both Wang Xuan and Wei He. You turned the tables in the survival match to save your teammates and secure our top position. Therefore, Wang Hui announced, you will receive Suhang University's grand prize of 100,000 academic credits. Hearing that number, his eyes lit up. Asterisk 100,000. Asterisk. The crowd around them was stunned. 100,000 academic credits. That's equivalent to 3 billion mid to low tier currency. Zhang Ze frowned and retorted. Who taught you to calculate it that way? 100,000 credits is enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the school's vault. What can you even buy with low-grade currency? Huang Bin was so shocked he blurted out, 100,000 academic credits. You could even buy a pig with that! And raise it into a top-tier demonic beast. Seeing his friend's foolish remark, Xu Qiang angrily smacked him hard on the head. What are you talking about? How could you compare Brother Yi to a pig? He held his head in pain, trying to explain, that's not what I meant. Another person also exclaimed, that's truly insane, but Brother Yi deserves it. Zhou Yi smiled, satisfied. He began calculating how to use them. His academic credits were about to run out, so this was perfect timing. Now he wouldn't have to worry about the next dungeon. The school's Twisted Woods dungeon is restricted to levels 23 to 26. I'll go check it out later. Once the award ceremony was over, Wang Hui addressed the students. Suhang University will not be stingy with those who have made contributions. Everyone go and rest. They all shouted, yes, sir! After they had been gone for a moment, he stepped forward and called out to his teacher. The man stopped and casually asked, what is it? Zhou Yi hesitated before saying, Teacher, there is something I wish to ask you. He had already guessed his student's purpose. Is it about Feng He, the headmaster of Qingkang University? He nodded. Yes. But Wang Hui had no intention of telling him the truth. This matter was involved with too many things. Even figures like Headmaster Wu Meng are not privy to this information. Not telling you is for your own good. However, he stopped Wang Hui with a single sentence. What if I'm already involved? The man turned to look back and saw him slice a rift into the void. Zhou Yi explained. The Void Beast's symbiote told me that the one who captured it wasn't truly human. Is this related to Feng He? Looking at the rift in space, the man exclaimed, I originally thought that your bloody battle with the Void Beast was a desperate struggle just to drive it off. I never imagined you'd have enough power left to subdue it to this degree. Wang Hui no longer had a reason to refuse. He took out a book and said, if that's the case, I'll tell you. Feng He is a pseudo-human. Hearing the unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but ask, a pseudo-human? The other man flipped through the pages. The pages were filled with ancient script. Pseudo-humans are creatures that are half human and half demon, creations of the chaotic evil god. They possess the appearance of humans but the hearts of demons. They are monsters who serve the evil god, he said in a level voice. Wang Hui slowly explained, based on the evidence, the Void Beast's rampage was Feng He's declaration of loyalty to the evil god. He added, death and chaos are the two things the evil god enjoys most. Zhou Yi recalled the rumors he'd heard. So he's dead? The other man disagreed. That's just the official story. The truth is quite different. When he was being investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigators and fled. Wang Hui then prompted him, Zhou Yi, do you know why Feng He chose to make his move during the exchange tournament? He answered confidently, because the exchange tournament gathers the most elite freshmen from the Zhongxia nation. If something happened, the impact would be immense. But the other man added another reason. That is only one of the reasons. The most important one is that beneath the myriad beast wasteland's secret realm lies a weak point in the evil god's seal. He recalled the history. It's called the Myriad Beast Wasteland because 1,000 years ago, a war of the beast tribes took place. However, the cause of that war was the descent of the evil god, the Lord of Chaos. It was a battle of life and death. The evil god, the Lord of Chaos, wanted to use the rift in the Myriad Beast Wasteland to descend upon the mortal realm. The beast tribes used the power of their entire race to seal the Lord of Chaos, but their civilization was destroyed in the process. Zhou Yi frowned, listening intently to the warning. Besides creating chaos, Feng, he could use the Void Beast to probe the rift in the Beast Wasteland. If he learns that you've subdued it, he will certainly return. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Wang Hui reluctantly said, 15 years ago, the Tianyu Guild acquired a skill book from the Angel God tribe. I had originally planned to let you see it around this time. It seems I have no choice but to move that plan up. A moment later, at the gate of the Tianyu Guild headquarters resource warehouse, the man led him forward and explained, the resource warehouse is the core of the Tianyu Guild. It stores a century's worth of rare skills and divine artifacts. To protect it, the guild has set up many layers of defense. The gate is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary demonic beasts, greenleaf earthwalking lions. He also painstakingly explained the finer details. The door is carved with magic sealing runes. Any unauthorized mana fluctuations will be absorbed by these runes, reinforcing the seal. Even a third advancement professional could not possibly force their way through. Seeing them approach, an Uncle Yang looked up in surprise. Wang Hui greeted him happily. Old Yang, so it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month, he also replied casually. Someone else is taking over tomorrow. You've come at the perfect time today. Let's have a few drinks. Zhou Yi, standing to the side, secretly assessed the man. Even though he was suppressing his aura, his mana fluctuations were even stronger than the headmaster's. This proved he was a third advancement professional. Wang Hui now formally made his request. I can, but you have to give me the Holy Thunder skill book first. The man quickly caught on. Oh, you want it for your new student? Nothing gets past Uncle Yang. Wang Hui smiled and introduced them. That's right. Zhou Yi. This is the brother who went through life and death with me. You can call him Uncle Yang. Zhou Yi politely greeted him. Uncle Yang. He was no stranger to this face. I've seen your match. A young hero. Your reputation is well deserved. He scratched his head shyly. You're too kind, sir. The man advised him while activating a skill. Humility is a virtue, but don't be overly humble, or others will perceive you as weak, and trouble will come find you. Wang Hui, feeling this was a bit much, cut in, Old Yang, you're still as preachy as ever. It's just because you like to lecture, and that's why none of the kids like you. Uncle Yang was adamant. Don't listen to your elders, and you'll pay the price. With that, he took a book from a ring of light, turned and handed it to Zhou Yi. Take it. The man beside him suggested to his student, the best way is to use your excess skill points. Just consume the skill book directly. He took it carefully. Understood. He then checked his points. The daily quests had been increasing, so he had indeed accumulated a good amount from the past few days. Looking at the book in his hand, he commanded the system, begin. Instantly, the pages of the book transformed into glowing pages that flew into his mind. In the center stood a 6-winged angel holding a radiant golden sword. System notification, 100 skill points consumed. Skill Holy Thunder, Revelation Stance Grade S, learned. LV 1. Increases abnormal status resistance by 50%. Increases lightning type skill damage by 50%. Duration, 14 seconds. As a divine strike shattered the illusion. Display, 100 skill points consumed. Skill Holy Thunder, Divine Punishments Edge Grade S, learned. LV1. Allows the user to summon and condense Holy Thunder onto a weapon, striking with extreme speed, dealing lightning attribute damage. Next, with a consumption of 100 skill points, countless golden chains appeared. Skill Holy Thunder, Chains of Heavenly Prison, Grade S, learned. Allows control of Holy Thunder to form a prison, to imprison enemies. Love. 1. While Uncle Yang and Wang Hui were chatting happily, bolts of lightning began to envelop Zhou Yi from behind, enveloping him and lifting him into the air. A moment later, a blinding light erupted with him at its center. Thousands of ferocious lightning bolts shot out in every direction. The unexpected barrage unintentionally destroyed the surrounding area. It kicked up a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view. Even the golden lions growled, looking warily toward the explosion. He looked at the display before him. Holy Thunder skill activated LV1. Skill effect has fused with the Divine Sword Heart talent. Lightning damage increased by 20%. Even he hadn't expected that a single book would contain 3 separate god-tier skills. He had struck gold this time. As the thunderstorm phenomenon slowly faded, Wang Hui approached and remarked, looks like your gains weren't small. As expected of a god's descendant, the skills learned by the angel tribe are at least A+ grade or higher. No one understood his current power better than Zhou Yi himself. With his immense strength, extremely high elemental affinity, and the many high-grade skills he now possessed, it was no wonder the god's descendants were so powerful. In contrast, Uncle Yang's assessment was far more blunt. A+ is considered low tier for the god's descendant races. They even have skill books higher than S+ grade. This was the first time he'd heard this, and he was a bit surprised. S+ isn't the highest grade, the man explained while pouring some wine. S+ is the highest grade of skill that human professionals can master. God's descendants, however, wield skills that are above S+ grade. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. I'll have one of the younger members take you around and get you familiar with the guild. Right after he snapped his fingers, a pair of high-heeled legs appeared beside him. Nung Tam bowed respectfully. Guildmaster, you were looking for me? He recalled what she had expressed last time. Deacon Wei, haven't you always wanted to meet my student? I've brought him here. This elegant and beautiful woman was one of the 3 great deacons of the guild. Tianwu. She proactively extended her hand for an introduction. Student Zhou Yi, hello. I am a deacon of the Tianwu Guild. I'm Wei Ngung Tam. I had originally planned to find you at Qingjing University, but unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already returned. He politely shook her hand but couldn't help but ask, looking for me? Wang Hui stepped forward to explain. Deacon Wei is responsible for recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. When she sees a good prospect, she can't help herself. Uncle Yang also added a few words. Zhou Yi is just a freshman. Don't bother him with guild matters. The guildmaster and I are going to catch up for a bit. Why don't you show Zhou Yi around? Ngung Tam immediately complied with their orders. Yes. Along the way, she also introduced some of the basics. The Tianwu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the guild's first stronghold, and many of the members' families are settled. Here, this place was originally just a forest nestled in the mountains. After many years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually grown to the size of a prefecture-level city. The two stood on the city tower observing the scenery as she added more about their future plans. Furthermore, we will soon begin our 6th expansion. Just then, Zhou Yi seemed to sense something and looked up. Immediately after, his pupils constricted as if he had seen something beyond imagination. This is... On the cliff above, a silver dragon was stretching. Each time it stomped its foot, the ground would crumble. After finding a comfortable spot, it settled back into its slumber. He stared at the majestic scene before him, unable to believe his eyes, as if he were dreaming. An eastern dragon. A legendary magical beast. They're incredibly rare, even on TV. Nung Tam's expression swelled with pride. This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild. It has protected us for 32 years now. Don't get too close to that mountain range. Its temperament isn't very good. Having been warned, Zhou Yi didn't press the matter and shifted his gaze below. The long line of people queuing up made him curious. What are they all trying to do? She explained patiently. That's the dungeon tower. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons. They are gold, epic, and legendary, available for guild members to challenge. Then, she generously offered him the chance. Want to give it a try? You can use my card. Zhou Yi had been intending to, so he didn't refuse. Perfect. I wanted to test out my new weapons and skills anyway. Nung Tam could only watch helplessly as her points plummeted without stopping. You little brat, you have no shame at all. As soon as he was teleported inside, a notification appeared. Entering nightmare-level dungeon, plague-ridden domain of size. He had only been there for a few seconds before being surrounded by a massive horde of native monsters. Dungeon requirement, level 20 to 30 vertical bar. Party size, 1 to 8. On the border lies a land corroded by plague. Those who enter will face monsters immune to magic. Transformed into the near-dead, they have lost all reason and will frantically attack any living being. First stage, tide of rotting corpses. The ugly green creatures rushing toward him are level 20 normal zombies. They have the skills Pounce, Bite, and Scratch. There are also level 22 intermediate zombies, which have the additional skill, Scream. Only then did Zhou Yi begin to unleash his power. Golden lightning enveloped his hand, and bolts of electricity shot forward. He sliced through the horde of zombies as if playing Fruit Ninja. That last move was the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Form of Apocalypse. Level 1, grants 50% resistance to abnormal status effects and increases lightning-type skill damage by 50%. It lasts for 14 seconds, which he found quite satisfactory. The Form of Apocalypse could elevate his strength into a higher level in a very short amount of time. Zhou Yi made the most of the skill's limited duration. Although the level 1 Form of Apocalypse only lasts for 14 seconds, it's more than enough for actual combat. Each move was more ferocious than the last, his power erupting like a vortex of golden lightning. He was confident this alone was enough for him to dominate the battlefield. After a few sweeps, a notification quickly appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the first stage. Killed 200 zombies in 35 seconds. Opening passage to the second stage, Mutated Village. He was very pleased with this test. The power is incredible. If I level it up, I'll be able to deal with these monsters even more quickly. Just as he stepped through the teleportation gate, Zhou Yi had to cover his nose from the stench of rot. The second stage, the Mutated Village, had opened, and he became more cautious. It's even heavier than the miasma of the Kungfong mountain range. My vision is affected too. I'd better be careful. The surroundings were desolate, filled with eerie sounds. The blinding light vanished completely. He stinks, this human. He quickly chose his next skill. Second stage. I'll test you first, my legendary weapon. The nameless things hidden in the shadows continued their excited chatter. Kill him. Kill him! Kill him! So low level. Another piece of trash here to die. My darlings are so hungry. A useless holy knight. He stinks so bad I'm gonna puke. I'll tear him to shreds later. They hadn't been gloating for long before they were hit by Zhou Yi's slash. Found you! Get out here! The dark mist gradually dissipated, revealing their forms. Level 25, Rabid Hound Zombie. Skills, super fast bite, Pounce. Its head took the full force of his brilliant sword strike, but they weren't fighting alone. They were being controlled by something behind them. Level 25 Butcher Zombie. Skills, Power Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Berserk Roar. In its hand was an enormous, sharp blade, ready to strike its prey. However, its appearance only made Zhou Yi more interested. Perfect timing. My final new skill, S-Rank Divine Thunder, Blade of Heavenly Punishment. Level 1 summons and condenses Divine Thunder onto the weapon, allowing for extremely fast slashes, dealing an extraordinary amount of lightning attribute damage. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down in a single, decisive slash. He sliced the zombie that was preparing to attack right in two. As the move ended, he silently praised its power. Its body was much tougher than the zombies from the first stage, yet it couldn't even last 2 seconds. The ground before him was split in two. The zombie forces seemed to fall into disarray, staring at each other. Frozen for a few seconds, they began to communicate, discussing strategy in their peculiar language. Immediately after, another one unleashed a berserk roar. Centering on itself, it immediately sends all allies within a certain range into a berserk state, allowing them to bravely and fiercely attack the enemy. Sure enough, the previously frozen horde became agitated, their trash talk growing louder. The stench of this holy night is so strong. Today is the day you die. For a tiny human to come here, you truly overestimate yourself. Standing opposite them, Zhou Yi had no idea what nonsense they were spouting. What are they rambling on about? He only wondered for a moment before charging in to reap them all with his S-rank skill, Sword Flash. Unleashes a slash at extremely high speed, dealing a large amount of mixed damage. A rabid hound zombie began to transform at a dizzying speed. Its fangs grew so large that its flesh tore apart, then its head split into two grotesque halves. It was a brutal evolution. This didn't diminish Zhou Yi's resolve. On the contrary, he leaped up and swung his blade in a beautiful parabolic arc. He sent the rabid hound zombie flying. Suddenly, a dangerous aura rushed toward him from a level 26 plague spreader. It sent a shiver down his spine. Zhou Yi spun around just in time to block the attack as the system provided more information. Plague Breath. Once a player is hit by the poisonous gas, they will be immediately afflicted with the plague status. Loses 7 HP per second, with a certain chance of immobilization leading to paralysis. With astonishing precision and dexterity, he skillfully reversed his grip, swinging his weapon horizontally and decisively severing the monster's head, causing it to tumble lifelessly in midair. Annoyed, Zhou Yi flicked the sticky slime from his hand. Disgusting. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice announced, "Death resistance. Any injuries sustained by the body will be healed at a rapid pace." He analyzed this as he sheathed his weapon. Previously, I used the battle halberd for long-range attacks, but I would drop it in close combat to use the pure white blade skill. Then I'd switch to a longsword to counterattack more easily. Amidst the swarming zombies, Zhou Yi was a little disappointed. Defeating only 20 monsters in a minute is too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Perhaps I should save the Blade of Heavenly Punishment for stronger monsters to maximize its effect. No sooner said than done, he unhesitatingly formed a seal on his forehead. He focused his consciousness to activate his latent energy. To deal with a scene like this, a magic skill is still better. In no time, the Divine Storm skill created a massive vortex. Countless enemies were sucked into the ferocious torrent of power, successfully killed the butcher zombie. The Plague Spreader and zombie hellhound, Zhou Yi, stepped through the portal the moment the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second stage. You killed 100 zombies in 1 minute and 50 seconds. The passage to the third stage, the Forbidden Wind Passage, has been opened. Please proceed forward. He observed the Forbidden Wind Passage, shrouded in a dark, gloomy crimson. A level 45 zombie pontiff swaggered down the stairs, speaking in a subtly provocative tone. You who have entered this place must be filled with doubts about life. The priest skillfully planted bait in his opponent's heart. It is all right. The Divine One welcomes all who have lost their way. Zhou Yi was skeptical. The Divine One? The man continued to whisper, trying to build faith. That's right. Under the guidance of the Divine One who holds life and death, we will find the truth of life. Then, the priest calmly wove a fanciful illusion. Life is inherently weak and short, but if you follow our Divine One, you will be granted immortality and escape the shackles of reincarnation. This is the highest honor, allowing you to transcend the mortals who struggle between life and death. Finally, he made an enticing offer, aiming to hook the big fish. Come, lay down the sword that represents your narrow-mindedness and join us. Together, let's enjoy the endless blessings that eternal life brings. It seemed that this powerful offer had pulled Zhou Yi into its vortex. Sensing his internal conflict over eternal life, and seeing that he was mesmerized as intended, the priest's lips curled into a calculating smile. That's right, young man. This is an opportunity people have always dreamed of. Zhou Yi voiced his question. I have something to say, a question welling up in his mind. The man was magnanimous. Young man, the Divine One is willing to listen. But that certainly didn't include a slash to the head accompanied by his opponent's arrogant words, like hell I care. The blade flashed. His contemptuous words exposed their filthy rottenness. Eternal life in that form is just selling out your own life. I'd rather just die. When his religious sermon failed to entice him, the priest resorted to curses. Foolish human, you will regret this, he cursed, even as his body was severed. He still commanded in a firm voice, Go, my holy maidens, show him the price for blaspheming the Divine One. The nuns quickly received their orders, immediately summoning their weapons. They slowly opened their eyes, revealing a dark gloom within their blazing red gaze. They assembled in 2 rows of 5, 10 spears in total, ready to fight at any moment. Facing this murderous aura, Zhou Yi excitedly gripped his staff. Sparkling electric sparks flew from his body as the ordinary wooden staff instantly transformed into the S+ rank Divine Sword Heart. He swung to meet the enemy legion's attack from above, and his counterattack created an earth-shattering explosion. Dust filled the air. Zhou Yi had completely vanished in the aftershock, as the nuns, were still bewildered by their opponent's unpredictable movements, he suddenly unleashed his rank skill, Divine Lightning Heavenly Punishment Ring. It quickly finished them off. One nun could only blink as she watched her comrades turn to ash. She then tilted her head back and shrieked in anger. Zhou Yi approached with an amused look. So, you can make sounds. He then eliminated the nun with a single slash. His opponents were defeated so quickly that he couldn't help but evaluate. They looked imposing, but they're surprisingly weak. With a single swing of his sword, Zhou Yi killed countless elite zombie holy maidens. Again and again, the blade in his hand drew mesmerizing arcs, severing their limbs. Even their sharp spears were sent flying, skittering across the flagstones. His storm of attacks swept away countless foes. The priest, observing the chaotic battle from the sidelines, finally spoke. Behold this lightning, this flesh and blood will all be used to fill the fissures of sin, of this world. To the very last, the fanatic remained stubborn. Our cries of agony are a musical offering, offered to the god. The higher the pitch, the deeper the foundational altar will sink into the molten hellfire. Zhou Yi stood firmly on the decaying floor, behind him a river of countless charred remains. His face darkened as he issued a challenge. It's your turn. The priest merely smiled gently, as if facing a rebellious child. Immediately after, his pupils glinted with cruelty as black smoke began to gather. By yourself? Zhou Yi froze for a moment at the sight unfolding before him, but before he could react, his legs were bound tightly by streams of deathly energy. Composing himself, Zhou Yi silently observed. The magic circle laid out around him. Shock and doubt flooded his heart. When was this array laid? Recalling his easy victory, Zhou Yi came to a conclusion. Their attacks were actually to construct the magic circle. No wonder their attacks, though numerous, were so weak. So, they were working in the shadows. Suddenly, an arm reached up from the magic array and grabbed his leg. Stunned, Zhou Yi looked down to see numerous nuns continuously rising up. A look of bewilderment crossed his face. In the face of this incomprehensible scene, Zhou Yi looked down, his expression growing serious as his body suddenly became heavy. His strength was draining away. A crushing pressure enveloped him, making him feel suppressed, as if from beneath the ground. A giant monster was dragging him down. The array holding Zhou Yi was called the Wither's Grasp. It is an AoE skill that takes 10 seconds to cast, inflicting a rotting curse that weakens all enemies within its range. Disrupts spirit and will. As soon as the system's notification ended, he immediately took 2 instances of damage from it. His attack, defense, and health were all reduced by 100. He activated a skill, and a golden light erupted, shattering the tentacles clinging to his body. Good thing I have death resistance and magic immunity, which can block part of the rotting curse. Zhou Yi looked at his nearly half-infected arm, lost in thought. From afar, the priest continued his enticement. Young man, accept the blessing of the Divine One. You will exist in this world in your most beautiful form. In contrast to the priest's arrogance, he, half stuck in the magic array and at death's door, paid no mind to the power trying to grab him again. Zhou Yi sneered, you just keep repeating the same lines. Are you a robot or something? From within a red glow, a brilliant spark emerged. The holy flame halo condensed behind Zhou Yi's head. It was the crown of the holy flame, granting the ability to manipulate the fire element. It enhances the user and all allies' fire and light type damage skills by nearly 40%. A pillar of flame descended, enveloping both him and the magic circle. Zhou Yi broke free, his body blazing as he ascended, shaking off the burnt nuns. They were incinerated, looking like fireballs scattering everywhere. Spears of victorious light were summoned, shooting straight toward the priest. However, a dark aegis blocked the attack. It not only absorbed a large amount of damage, was immune to physical and magical attacks, but it also reflected a portion of the damage back as dark corrosion. Zhou Yi didn't hesitate. He continued to swing his sword, unleashing a sword flash aimed directly at the shield. Faced with the immense power of the attack, the priest's shield began to shatter, leaving him utterly speechless. He then raised his hands to block. He shouted an invocation. Great Asia, show your wrath and punish this ant. Hearing that name mid-attack, Zhou Yi paused to think. Asia? Suddenly, he noticed a 3-eyed statue, seeping a golden light. His pupils contracted in stunned disbelief. Asia, is that the evil god the bear fiend mentioned? How can it be here too? He stopped his attack and stared at the priest, who was transforming as black energy enveloped his body. Zhou Yi gripped the divine sword heart tightly, analyzing the situation. I don't know what's about to happen, but I can't let it have its way. This shield can absorb tons of damage and even reflect it back. I'll have to use a powerful skill to break his shield. He swung his sword, unleashing the divine lightning heavenly revelation stance. He roared, "Ah! If one skill isn't enough, I'll use another!" He followed up with the divine lightning heavenly punishment ring. The slash not only shattered the priest's shield, but also sent his head flying. His body, shrouded in black energy, collapsed. The half-transformed head, its shocked expression frozen in place, flew through the air. It landed with a splat, spraying horrific liquid everywhere. This sight didn't make Zhou Yi lower his guard. He quickly activated his angelic body form as the dark corpse began to coalesce. It formed a dark entity with blazing red eyes. Rotten brat! If you won't submit, then I shall devour you in Lord Asia's name. Zhou Yi gave a defiant smirk. You look much better now than you did a moment ago. The enraged priest charged, launching black orbs. Straight at his enemy, he didn't stand still to take the hits, instead nimbly dodging them. Zhou Yi's figure skillfully weaved through the blazing red pillars of power erupting from the black orbs. He seriously scanned the situation around him, then calmly clasped his hands, casting the aegis of holy light at his summons. A sacred visage appeared from above, striking a beam of light straight down. Yi continued to cast Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison of Chains. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of power turned into lightning bolts, pinning the priest to the ground. Still conscious, he screamed in agony, "Let me go, you despicable bastard!" Despite being suppressed, he refused to submit. He screamed with resentment, "You will pay for what you've done! O great deity, punish this blasphemer who scorns you!" Zhou Yi scornfully shattered the priest's fantasy. "Don't delude yourself into thinking your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light." He raised his hand for the finishing blow, unleashing the final skill, Heavenly Prison of Chains, as the words left his lips. Thousands of chains stabbed straight down into his body. He screamed in pain, "Let me go! Lord Asia will surely obliterate you." The system panel appeared, showing the details of the Divine Thunder skill. Heavenly Prison of Chains, vertical bar S-rank, vertical bar control type. Divine Thunder forms a prison, locking the enemy in place. Zhou Yi looked at the golden screen and began to analyze. Player classes have 5 main types of skills: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and control. Besides those, there are also summoning and crafting, but they are less common. Among them, control skills are extremely rare. Ignoring the priest struggling against the golden chains, his thoughts continued, and control is one of the most effective skill types. When used in actual combat, control-type skills can produce unexpected results. Zhou Yi concluded amidst the priest's helpless struggles. With a control skill, for some powerful but easily dodged abilities, you don't have to worry about their hit rate. Even while imprisoned, the priest continued to scream in despair. "The wrath of Lord Asia will burn you to ashes. Your soul will be eternally tormented in agony." He then wondered, "This Asia you speak of, what exactly is it?" The entity's eyes widened, black veins spreading to its pupils in a horrifying display. That thing looked up at the giant statue and shrieked, "Lord Asia is the supreme god, possessing infinite power. With a wave of his hand, he can destroy thousands of enemies. Traitors will be devoured, while the loyal will be granted eternal life." Zhou Yi scoffed. He kicked the creature's disgustingly deformed head closer. "Eternal life? Looking like this? A deformed monster." The priest immediately screamed in rebuttal, "Ignorant fool." He then recalled his painful past. He was once an unknown priest, living in a small, peaceful village. He was beloved by the villagers and treated like family. Therefore, he always tried his best to cure the villagers of their illnesses. But a terrible plague swept through the village. There was suffering and helplessness everywhere. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He continued his story, recounting how he repeatedly ran into the city, searching for higher-level priests to implore them to help save the people of his village. Facing their prejudice, the priest ignored the shame in their attempts to drive him away. He only hoped they would show some compassion and lend a hand. Then, he went to that perverted archpriest to beg. But the harsh reality was that they refused to set foot in his village, considering the villagers to be nothing more than ants. Not worth wasting their power on. Nevertheless, he hurried back, desperately reporting good news. "I'm back! We're saved!" From that moment on, though the priest's body was rotting, stained black and red across his stomach by the dark power, he still smiled brightly, running quickly towards the villagers with a demonic cross. The priest knelt beside one of the cursed. Clutching the cross tightly, he silently wished for a miracle. The corpse suddenly exploded, sending him sprawling to the ground. It was then he realized in shock that he had been deceived. It was all a lie. Afterwards, the priest and the villagers buried the remaining bodies with infinite sorrow. The villagers grew weaker by the day, and the death toll continued to rise. Their cries constantly echoed in his ears. "Priest, please save me. Sir, it hurts so much. Have mercy on me." At that time, he hated his own uselessness and the coldness of the high-level priests. Helpless tears streamed down his face, making his words tremble. "I'm sorry." But just at his most desperate moment, a mysterious power called out to him. Afterwards, the priest used that great power to drive away the plague. The villagers' suffering ended. Even the dead were resurrected. Faces once tormented by pain broke into smiles again. No one was troubled by the illness anymore. Looking at those soulless bodies, the priest thought he had done the right thing. Accepting this trade-off, this appearance was just a small price to pay. It was all worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal zealot. "Lord Asia has chosen us. I will spread the glory of Lord Asia far and wide so that more people can receive the blessing." Of Lord Asia, Zhou Yi sighed wearily at such blind devotion. "This guy is a lost cause. I'm afraid I won't be able to get any useful information from him." Then, he decisively swung his blade, splitting the creature's body in two. Even on the verge of death, the priest still earnestly prayed to the god he worshipped. "Lord Asia, show your power, save your loyal servant, destroy this enemy." Zhou Yi looked at him mockingly with cold eyes. "Still waiting for your evil god?" he said, before coldly dropping a cruel truth. "Like a final blow, I'm afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is the day you die." And yet the priest still roared, stubbornly clinging to his undying faith. "How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even in death, I'll drag you to hell with me." He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. "Want to self-destruct? It's not that easy. not giving his opponent time to act. Zhou Yi threw a magic chain to stop his attempt. Then, raising his hand to summon a sacred light, his voice echoed like a final judgment. Holy Light Cross Seal! The seal immediately activated, locking the priest tightly. Though he was writhing in agony, he still tried to beg the god who would never answer. Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue showed no reaction. Ignoring the splattering black liquid, he saw the system notification. Killed the zombie archbishop. Zhou Yi returned to his normal state, landing lightly on the ground. The reward screen immediately displayed the items he had received. 12,323 experience points, high-grade health recovery potion, mana recovery crystal, Guardian's chestplate, Guardian's boots. He reached out to take them and casually remarked, a decent haul, even if the experience wasn't enough, to level up. Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something unusual. It seemed the evil aura had not completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon up from the ground, quickly catching it. Then, he advanced towards the statue. Preparing to strike and completely destroy the disgusting thing, he said, let's end this here. A beam of golden light pierced through it, shattering it into pieces in the blink of an eye. The system sent another notification. Congratulations, you have destroyed the statue of the evil god. Obtained an extra reward. This slightly surprised him. Red text appeared along with an information box. Holy Crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power that helps holy-type classes with their second class advancement. Appears in dungeons related to gods or evil gods. Zhou Yi observed the glowing object floating in front of him. This is the first time I've come across an item for a second-class advancement. It seems I'll have to run this dungeon a few more times. As soon as he stepped outside, Ning Xin approached and praised him. That was impressive. For your first time clearing the dungeon, your clear time of 10 minutes and 25 seconds is enough for the top 20 on the leaderboard. Zhou Yi handed her the loot and hastily made an offer. Deacon, all of this is for you. I want to enter the dungeon one more time. Ning Xin quickly tried to dissuade him. You just cleared it and you're already going back in? Why? This dungeon is no joke, it consumes a lot of stamina. In Zhou Yi's mind, the record set by previous players appeared. He clenched his fist and declared decisively, the first time was just a recon run. This time, I'm going for the speed run record. The current first place record. I feel I can break it. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then reminded him, the top 10 are all level 30 players. If you want to set a new record, you should at least wait until you're level 27 to challenge it. Zhou Yi was unwavering and asserted, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Ningxin could only offer some advice. All right then. Just be careful. I won't take my share of the rewards from this run. You keep them for your own protection, kiddo. Just then, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. Deacon Ning, you're here? She exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Ming, when did you get back? He scratched his head sheepishly. Just now. It took 2 months to finally deal with that bunch of otherworldly creatures. Those disgusting things, and clean them all up. I'm exhausted. Zhou Yi happened to overhear their conversation. A question formed in his mind. Cleaning up otherworldly creatures. Is he talking about that spatial rift? He silently entered the new dungeon instance. My mind was still stuck on what I was taught when I went to the mountain range with Feng and discovered low-level otherworldly creatures. They can pass through spatial rifts. I heard the teacher say that the nation immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and dispatched a legion to clear the area around the rift. Meanwhile, Ning Xin asked worriedly, were the casualties in the battle high? Zheng Ming's expression darkened as he recalled his fallen comrades. Very. Our team had over 12 members, but only 8 came back. And that was with a legion protecting us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly. A casualty rate of 1/3. What a pity. Ningxin suddenly crossed her arms, lightly scolding Zheng Ming. Have you called your mother yet, you foolish child, taking on such a dangerous mission? You didn't even tell her, he replied with a forced smile. Isn't that why I came to find you, little ant? I accepted the mission without telling her. If I tell her now, I'll definitely get an earful. She shrugged and said nonchalantly, I can't help you with that. He immediately clasped his hands together, pleading for her to cover for him. Please, little ant, look, I'm completely fine, right? Instead of answering him, Ningxin turned to the approaching person and quickly asked, Zhou Yi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Steward, I've already come out of the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth. Huh? He pointed to the newly reset leaderboard for the Divine Breath Domain dungeon. Nightmare difficulty, rank 1, Zhou Yi, level 23, clear time, 1 minute 59 seconds. Then he smiled smugly. See for yourself, Ningxin murmured, unable to believe her eyes. He cleared the nightmare difficulty dungeon in under 2 minutes. And he's only level 23? Zhou Yi quickly made a new request. Steward, I want to try abyssal difficulty. She let out a sigh. Her eyes showed a mixture of helplessness and admiration. You truly are a monster. Go on, take my card. Run it as many times as you want. At this moment, Zheng Ming couldn't hide his astonishment. Your times the times, Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman from Suhong University. 2 months have passed, but his record for clearing the Divine Breath Domain is still talked about everywhere. The students at the university can't hide their admiration. The abyssal difficulty record for the Divine Breath Domain has been updated. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That's unbelievable. 1 minute and 29 seconds. I'd still be stuck on the first stage at that time, Mark. Terrifying. So this is the power of President Wang's personal disciple. Immediately, someone in the crowd added admiringly, Did you guys see the nightmare difficulty record for the Divine Breath? domain from a few days ago? He did it in only 59 seconds. I went numb just hearing about it. Even a second advancement professional isn't that fast. Zhou Yi left the dungeon, looking elated. He couldn't help but think about the joyous events of the past few days. These past 2 months have been so fulfilling. After teacher Wang Hui found out I was grinding the Heavenly Martial Guild's dungeon, he gave me his own point card so I could run it freely. He then assessed his own status window. With no point restrictions, of course I had to level up as fast as possible. And so, after 2 months at the Heavenly Martial Guild, I finally reached level 29. I can take the class advancement quest now. Zhou Yi mentally planned his next steps. I'll contact teacher Wang Hui in a bit to get the class advancement letter for Holy Night. Just then, his phone beeped. It was a summons from Principal Wang Hui. Attached to his phone was a cute keychain from Su Ran, from the most popular Magic Beast pet blind box in Ningguang City. It took me forever to get this couple set. A while later, Zhou Yi arrived at the principal's office. Hello, teacher. The moment Wang Hui saw him, he began to praise him. Just as I predicted, 6 levels in 2 months. He approached, patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder, and said cryptically, I could have taken you out into the wilds to hunt magic beasts and quickly get you to level 40 or even 50. But do you know why I didn't do that? A third advancement professional power leveled like that would lack a solid foundation and real skill, he answered without hesitation. They would never be able to fully utilize their strength, Zhou Yi added seriously. Only professionals who rely on themselves and temper themselves in life or death situations and can become top-tier experts. Wang Hui cast a spell, making a golden light flash as he commented, It's impressive that you understand that. He took out the class advancement letter, placed it in front of Zhou Yi, and began to explain. This world has no shortage of powerful people who level up using their family's resources, but they struggle to survive by the time they reach their second or third class advancement. Since you're level 29, you should prepare for your second advancement, Wang Hui continued. The second advancement for a holy night is the apocalypse. It greatly enhances your control over holy light and improves upon the weaknesses of the first advancement. But your power is already far beyond the norm. This is the class advancement letter. Channel your consciousness into it to see the requirements. A system window appeared before Zhou Yi. Item, Holy Night Class Advancement Letter. Effect, upon meeting the advancement conditions. Activation will allow advancement from Holy Night to Apocalypse. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the letter. At that moment, notifications began to appear. Advancement conditions. First advancement, Holy Night. Level, 29. 100 Holy Spirit Crystals. 100 Wisps of Repentant Will. Zhou Yi scratched his head in confusion. Wisps of Repentant Will. Does that refer to the repentant thoughts of cultists? Those who worship evil gods and demon lords. Teacher, do you remember that item I got from the Abyssal Divine Breath domain? Hearing his question, Wang Hui replied, You have to use a specific skill to make them generate repentant will. It must be used within half an hour of their death, or their soul will dissipate. Zhou Yi's expression darkened as he raised another point about the repentance skill. Teacher, how did you know I had it? Wang Hui replied nonchalantly. I heard you cleared the Divine Breath domain, so you must have obtained that skill, with your strength. Gathering 100 Holy Spirit crystals must have been easy enough, right? He was slightly moved, thinking to himself, I see. Teacher had already planned out my second advancement. He then replied, Yes, that's right. Wang Hui continued, You just need to complete the 4th requirement to proceed with your second advancement. He then advised Zhou Yi, Recently a mission related to cultists appeared on the school's network. There's a high chance you can get the repentant will from it. Go back and take a look. After listening, Zhou Yi simply replied, Yes. After he got home, Zhou Yi immediately started searching for mission information on the school's official website. A stream of information appeared, making him ponder. Suhang University is one of the top 3 universities, but the total student population isn't that large. The total for all 4 years is just over 5,000 people, not even a third of other universities. He hit the search button, analyzing as he did. Because Suhang University's resource investment per student is so high, they can't enroll too many. But despite the small student body, there's a wide variety of missions. The ones at the top are for academic credit. I'm only interested in missions related to cultists right now. The results appeared instantly. Combat mission objective, subdue the fugitive level 34 cultist 2K. Reward, 400 academic credits. Investigation mission content, traces of cultists have been found in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province. Investigate and report findings. Reward, 100 to 1,000 academic credits. Zhou Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. I need 100 wisps of repentant will. The first mission only has 1 target. Let's see where Longfeng City from the second mission is. No sooner said than done, he immediately searched for the location. It's not a major city, but its specialty is the abyss fruit, so it's probably more developed than Lijiang. If cultists are active there, then my chances of getting the repentant will are pretty good. Zhou Yi clicked to accept the mission. Asterisk, click. Asterisk A warning popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk mission. 2 previous takers have lost contact. Do you wish to continue? This caught him by surprise. So it's a high-risk mission, he frowned, analyzing, just like with dungeon difficulties. The school's missions are also divided into 4 tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and high-risk. A cautious glint appeared in his jade-green eyes. A high-risk mission has a mortality rate of at least 70%. However, this did not deter Zhou Yi. As expected, missions involving cultists are never simple. I should make some preparations before I leave. He raised his hand and summoned the void-guiding butterfly. The butterfly responded reverently. Master, what are your orders? He didn't reply, but silently used a positioning skill. A glowing magic map instantly appeared. Detailed information about the skill appeared with it. Void Beast Sense. Use the void guiding butterfly's mana to mark spatial coordinates and teleport to the designated location instantly. Zhou Yi instructed the void guiding butterfly. If I run into a danger I can't handle, I can rely on your speed to get away. This will give me an extra layer of security for the mission in Longfeng City. After settling everything, Zhou Yi stepped onto the school grounds and thought, on the school's website, once we buy enough mana recovery potions from the school, we can set off. From a distance, two female students from the school exclaimed when they saw a figure. That's Yi Shen! Yi Shen is still alive! The other person also smiled. As expected of the one called the leader of the Golden Age, this aura's intensity, even the fourth-year seniors can't compare. At the War Academy, in the Dean's exclusive alloy training room, Wu Mang was training by facing a whole swarm of robots by himself. While fighting, he asked Su Mei, "You said Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk mission and left the school?" She answered Wu Meng's question, "That's right. The mission location is in Longfeng City, Songshan Province, and it's related to a heretical cult." Wu Mang knocked away a few robots and continued, "A heretical cult mission. It seems he's preparing for his second-class advancement. This kid has his own ideas. Besides, that familiar name makes me a bit suspicious, but that mission in Longfeng City, I think I've heard another instructor mention it." Su Mei glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed the mission in Longfeng City was originally a normal rank, but after two students, level 26 and 28, lost contact, it was upgraded to high risk. The school predicts that it requires a second advancement professional to handle it, Wu Mang replied, while still fighting the robots. They're probably hiding some sort of trick over there. For other students, it might be a bit troublesome, but for Zhou Yi, it's nothing to worry about. As he finished speaking, he decapitated the opponent in front of him, then pushed off with his feet and lunged forward. His analysis continued. In these 2 months, the level 29 Zhou Yi has trained a lot in the dungeons of the TNU Guild. Even when facing a second advancement professional, he won't be at a disadvantage. Besides, he has a lot of trump cards. Wu Mang wiped out the robots in one move and simultaneously made a decision. Change Zhou Yi's classes to a leave of absence status. There's no need to manage the rest. Finally, he instructed Su Mei, when he gets back, remind him a little. The leave of absence procedures still need to be followed. A high-speed train was running at full speed on the railway tracks. This was the direct line from Suheng to Longfeng. It's 100,000 kilometers long and passes through many dangerous areas. To get there, one needs to start from the teleportation plaza of Ning'an University. Use 12 teleports and 7 high-speed trains to reach Yongqing and Songshan Province. Zhou Yi wearily leaned his head against the window. Next, he just needed to take the subway for 2 hours to get there. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message notification. "Brother Zhou Yi, are you here yet?" He quickly replied, "Almost. Another hour to go." The other side replied, "Okay, remember to call me when you get there." Bai Na, sitting next to him, exclaimed in admiration, "Wow! Your phone charm is a chittering mouse magical beast, a specialty of Ning'an City. Are you from Ning'an too?" Zhou Yi gave a friendly confirmation. "That's right. You too?" With a bright smile on her face, she confided in him, "I can be considered half a Ning'an native. My grandmother is over there. I grew up there as a child. Now I can only go during summer vacation. After all, Suheng Province is too far from Songshan Province. Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism or something else?" Zhou Yi casually replied while using an appraisal skill. "I have some business to take care of. What about you all? Are you visiting Longfeng City for tourism?" The results showed they were both level 13 pharmacists. Bai Na didn't know she was being investigated. She still revealed nonchalantly, "That's right, we're planning to go to Longfeng to relax in the hot springs. I'm Bai Na, and this is my best friend, Lu Qi. Your level is so high I can't appraise it. Judging by your aura, you seem to be a combat class, right?" After Zhou Yi's she began to praise herself. "I knew it. My sixth sense is pretty accurate. I really admire combat class professionals like you." It was just that, in his eyes, these words were a bit melodramatic. The difference in aura between a lifestyle professional and a combat professional is extremely obvious. It's perfectly normal to be found out. With the sincere intention of making a deeper connection, Bai Na proactively took out her phone. "Little brother, let's add each other as friends. My best friend and I are both pharmacists. In the future, if you need to buy any potions, whether it's mana recovery or healing potions, we'll give you a 20% discount." Zhou Yi was a bit embarrassed but couldn't refuse. "Thanks." Finally, the high-speed train arrived in the city of Longfeng. Bai Na spoke after getting off the train. "Time really flies." She and Lucie pulled their luggage and said goodbye to Zhou Yi. "If you need anything, you can contact me anytime." But because she was busy talking, she bumped into someone walking in the opposite direction. Xie Yun saw a beautiful young woman in front of him. He immediately threw all shame to the wind and introduced his cult. "Beautiful sister, I'm so sorry. Take a look. The Holy Spirit cult can bring endless happiness to everyone." He continued to preach to Liu Qi. "Our church has a very special event recently that will demonstrate the grace of our God. If you're interested, you can come and learn a little about it." He didn't even spare Zhou Yi. "This young sir, your aura is extraordinary. You must be someone with a fate connected to the gods." In any case, to him, these words were just flattery, but he still glanced at the flyer the other person handed him. After reading it, Zhou Yi's suspicions grew immensely. He let out a This attitude made Zhou Yun's face turn pale, forcing him to back down. He immediately snatched the paper back and ran away, leaving behind a blessing. Ah, may the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever. It seemed Liu Qi still didn't know much about the Holy Spirit cult. She read the paper and said, the religious culture. In Longfeng City is this prevalent? But Bai Na quickly snatched it away. Hurry and throw this thing away! It's bad luck! Liu Qi was puzzled by her friend's strange action. What's wrong? Is something not right? Bai Na had to explain in detail about her family's past experience. It's normal that you don't know. My older brother has worked here for many years. He told me that a year ago, Longfeng City began to show signs of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit cult was considered a mysterious organization. Many people had their stats increased and leveled up after joining the cult. But then everyone realized that although their appearance didn't change, their personalities changed completely, as if they had become different people. Bai Na continued to recount the sad experience. My brother's friend was originally a gentle person, but after joining the Holy Spirit cult, he became hot-tempered and easily angered, frightening his whole family. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of a faithful believer, I still felt something was off. After she finished the story, Liu Qie asked curiously, so what's a divine miracle? But by this time, Bai Na had already thrown the flyer into the trash, replying with a weary expression, who cares? We can't get involved with these things. Who knows what's really going on with them? Zhou Yi crossed his arms, assessing the recent event. Although I once saw the God of Light with my consciousness back on Cheongfeng Mountain, it was brief, but divine miracles are not good things. Perhaps this is a clue to track down the heretical cult, as they often disguise themselves as normal religions. Soon, night enveloped Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hoan Duong Mall building shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the street. A crowd gathered on the 9th floor, everyone buzzing with excitement. Can we really see a divine miracle today? I don't know, I came for the divine miracle too. My neighbor said that after he witnessed the divine miracle, his intelligence attribute directly increased by 20, and his strength also grew. Gu Man stood mixed in the sea of people. After hearing this, he sneered, using a divine miracle to lure people to a gathering. They have some skill. Tuong Thuong naturally realized this too. Obviously, the Holy Spirit cult became a major religion in just 1 year. How could they do it without some tricks? Despite the sarcastic remark, he still focused on the mission. Right. Remember to record their entire fabrication process later. Zhao Ling, standing beside him, gently reminded Gu Man, we just need to collect 10 pieces of evidence of the fake divine miracle. Don't investigate too deeply. It's an A+ mission. A single mistake could be fatal. Since the level 19 pugilist had spoken, how could he dare to disagree? Okay, I'll listen to you. Just collect 10 clues. Absolutely no direct contact. She was satisfied with his answer. She immediately turned to ask their team's level 18, mechanic Tuong Thuong, are the small robots all set up? He grinned and replied, don't worry. The entire room is under surveillance. Wu Han, who was using an appraisal skill, suddenly interjected. Huh? Why can't I see the level information? And class of that person? Zhou Yi stood clearly in her line of sight, but the screen kept reporting an error. The other three simultaneously activated their appraisal functions. I can't see his level either. Guman, what about you? He was no different, Zhao Ling said. None of us can probe him. This means the other party's level is at least 20. Tuong Thuong expressed his doubt. How could a normal gathering of the Holy Spirit cult attract an expert above level 20? Wu Han followed up, dropping a bombshell. He has the aura of the divine on him. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit cult? While they were chattering, Zhou Yi suddenly shot them a chilling glare, causing all four to become horrified. The blood in their veins seemed to freeze. Zhao Ling didn't hesitate to give an order. That gaze strikes fear into my very soul. I'm afraid he's a second advancement expert. We absolutely must not attract his attention, Wu Han quietly replied. Understood. The other two men remained silent, as if accepting their fate. At the same time they were assessing him, Zhou Yi was also analyzing them. These four don't seem to be ordinary citizens, but it has nothing to do with me. My target is the Holy Spirit cult. A sudden chime of a bell cut through everyone's thoughts. The atmosphere immediately became dead silent. The representative began to speak. Welcome, everyone, to the gathering of the Holy Spirit cult. Everyone present here is fated to meet the Divine Lord. I am Father Lei Shuyuan, and I will guide you all to receive divine grace. Standing in the back, Zhou Yi observed quietly. 1 level 18 and 2 level 17 seconds. Not that high. Let's see what tricks they're up to. Meanwhile, Shuyuan continued his long-winded speech. The Holy Spirit cult worships the Divine Lord, and our doctrine leads to light and salvation. In the eyes of the Divine Lord, all living beings are equal. He continued to make empty promises to the believers. As long as you are devout enough, the Divine Lord will bestow his grace. From free training dungeons to precious cultivation resources like mana-enhancing potions and rare treasures that boost physical strength, we have everything. Finally, he played his most appealing trump card. Every month, the church will give each member 8,000. Zhongxia currency as an activity fund. This bombshell sent the crowd into an uproar. I work my butt off all month for only 4,000. But by joining the church, I can get 8,000 plus free cultivation resources? What if this is my chance to change my fate and become a true expert? Xu Yuan continued to whisper sweet nothings in their ears. This is the Divine Lord's love for you all, so that you no longer have to worry about the matters of daily life and can devote yourselves wholeheartedly to your faith in the Divine Lord. His next words were like a signal to his two aides. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit cult's divine Lord is limitless. Next, as a father of the church, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the divine Lord for everyone. He walked to the foot of the statue. This demonstration is a rare opportunity that the divine Lord has bestowed upon us. Witness the glory of our God with your own eyes and feel his immense divine grace. Zhou Yi thoughtfully stared at the object before him. I can't identify it for sure, but I can feel a dense magical aura emanating from this statue. It's probably a magical artifact. Zhao Ling's group also had their own thoughts about the Holy Spirit statue. They're about to fake a divine miracle. This time, we must gather conclusive evidence. Xu Yuan stood facing the statue. Raising both hands high, he shouted with all his might, "Holy Spirit, Divine Lord, reveal your power." The crowd below watched with expectant faces. Their anticipation made him speak with even more fervor. "Let these devout followers witness your great miracle." As soon as he finished, an assistant rang a small bell. With each chime, the statue began to emit a soft, golden light. It soon formed a dazzling halo, forcing Zhou Yi to raise a hand to shield his eyes. He stared, stunned, at the so-called divine miracle. It took the form of a goddess embracing her followers in her arms. Someone shouted, "What is this?" That question acted as a trigger for everyone's excitement. "It's a miracle, a divine miracle. This light is filling my body with strength." The figure from the statue began to emit a series of incantations. The bewildered followers turned to one another. "That's strange. Does everyone hear that sound? The miracle is speaking." Guman's group was also enveloped by the incantations. Except for Wu Han, all of them seemed to be under a mind control spell. Then, Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her own trembling hands and stammered, "I've become a second advancement professional." These words astonished Wu Han, who was standing within a protective barrier. Sister Ling, beside her, Guman was laughing maniacally. "So much Zhongxia currency. These resources are enough to make me the strongest warrior." Xiangshang also couldn't escape the spell's clutches. "Mom, I'm now the top mechanist in the Zhongsha kingdom, enough to make our family proud." She shuddered as she witnessed the scene. "It's a high-level hypnosis spell." Wu Han watched helplessly as the miracle continued to spread. "The mental control immunity necklace can only be activated once every half hour. Now, all I can do is wait for it to cool down so I can wake up one teammate, and then force a breakthrough." Zhou Yi was the second person unaffected by the spell. He grabbed a nearby person's head and started his own analysis. "A hypnosis spell. Can it be that the Holy Spirit cult only uses this method to attract followers?" Xu Yuan looked at the results of the miracle with complete satisfaction, as expected of the holy artifact bestowed by the Lord Bishop. "The effect is outstanding." He immediately ordered the subordinate behind him, "Let's begin. We've already wasted some time, and they're in a hurry over there." The enchanting bell rang out once more. Sound waves emanated from it, and soon the entire hall was covered by brilliant golden ripples. As the ringing stopped, wisps of deathly aura crept into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers emerged from black smoke and slowly appeared on the altar. Xu Yuan bowed respectfully. "Lord Bishop." A glint flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. This feeling, they're evil cultists. The moment Feng Li opened his mouth, he questioned Xu Yuan. "Why did it take so long?" The latter hurriedly clasped his hands to explain. "Lord Bishop." There was a reason. Preaching about the Holy Spirit cult required some time. The bishop warned indifferently. "These are just a few consumables. Don't waste time like this again." Feng Li reached out and touched the statue. "After this sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit cult and receive the Divine Lord's blessing." Xu Yuan was overwhelmed by this sudden joy. He was ecstatic. "Thank you for your recommendation, Lord Bishop." After observing for a moment, Zhou Yi came to a realization. Evil cultists look just like ordinary people when not using the evil god's power, making it hard for professionals to tell them apart. But a holy knight like me is blessed by the holy light, making me extremely sensitive to evil auras. The evil god's presence on those 5 is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li continued his ritual speech. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying. Great Divine Lord, the offerings are all prepared for you. Please enjoy them at your leisure." Watching this, his mind drifted. The bishop is only level 27, so there must be someone of a higher rank. I'll wait and see if I can gather more information. After all, just 5 evil cultists will never be enough. Before the statue flickering with golden light, Feng Li and his group spread their arms and chanted a single phrase in unison. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying." After hearing "the Holy Spirit is eternal" 5 times, "Forever undying," the statue grinned from ear to ear in satisfaction. It opened its mouth, releasing billowing waves of shimmering sound toward the followers below. They were ecstatic, like a parched field receiving summer rain. Zhou Yi sensed the frenzied atmosphere and was secretly rendered speechless. This is soul extraction. The chant, "The Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying," now erupted from every follower around him. His mind raced. The soul is the key to resurrection, whether it's a priest saving someone or a powerful expert saving themselves. Ordinary people have weak souls, so they don't manifest after death. But regardless of its strength, the soul is extremely important. Zhou Yi truly understood how evil this cult was. They cast an inescapable net to control everyone's minds, but this illusion was actually siphoning their soul force. He couldn't forget the violent incidents he'd heard about involving people who joined the cult. They look the same on the outside, but their personalities are completely different. He had finally found the answer to the recent string of bizarre incidents. The drastic personality changes in people who recently joined the Holy Spirit cult must be related to their souls being damaged. Zhou Yi watched as golden waves were drawn from the dazed followers around him, silently wondering, what on earth does that statue intend to do by collecting all these souls? Zhao Ling had entered the 9th floor full of resolve, but now she was just letting her soul be eroded. Wu Han used all her strength to pull her hand, her heart pounding frantically. If this goes on, Sister Ling and the others will die. I can't just sit here and wait. Sister Ling, snap out of it! She decided to risk everything and activate her ice spirit art. Spirits of ice, hear my summons, condense your power and freeze. Seeing a thin layer of ice form on Zhao Ling, she cheered. There's hope, but her joy was short-lived. The layer of ice dissolved in an instant. It's useless. The magic was dispelled. Wu Han's blatant action had attracted Xu Yuan's attention. So, there's someone who wasn't hypnotized. He waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of demonic power. Black flame. Seeing the stream of deathly aura flying toward her, Zhou Yi didn't hesitate to use Holy Light Hand. But surprisingly, among the followers, more than just 2 people were unaffected. Liu Ran quickly threw out a radiant shield, and a solid golden barrier appeared in front of Wu Han. Successfully blocking the magic stream, she pressed her advantage now that her cover was blown, and continued to launch a radiant light art fireball at Feng. Li, as expected of the Holy Spirit Hierarch, simply flicked his hand to send the deadly attack flying. After dealing with that amateurish trick, he immediately exposed her. Radiant light art. You're from the Church of Light! Even though she was a level 25 light mage, having her follow-up attack so easily dispelled still left Liu Ran bewildered. How can this be? I've already trained my Radiant Light Art to level 15. This skill once insta-killed a violent bear. A level 26 gold tier 1 at that. The suppression of her power quickly sobered her up. Without hesitation, she unfurled 10 teleportation scrolls. But now, it was blocked by a mere wave of the heretic's hand. Not good. This heretic's strength is far beyond my imagination. I have to get out of here right now. Easy come, easy go? That's just a song title, Feng Li said. How could he let her escape his grasp? You tried to ruin the ritual and now you want to run? Do you think this is a place you can just come and go as you please? He asked, as he cast swamp summoning art. Sticky mud crept up from the floor, trying to ensnare her. Liu Ran sharply took a step back, but on Feng Li's side, 2 heretics attacked in unison. They cast windblade art and fireball art. A swirling golden light enveloped her. The power of light gathers by my side. Form an unbreakable shield. 2 against 1, she was completely cornered. She was caught in a pincer attack, with enemies in front and behind. Damn it, to think there are 2 mages among the 5 of them, if there was only 1 mage. I could have used the time they were chanting to tear the teleportation scrolls and escape. Though her plan had failed, Liu Ran had to brace herself and keep fighting. The power of the divine gathers in the light. Cleanse the evil of this world. But in her heart, she wasn't very optimistic. What's worse? The other melee class professional is heading over. If he gets close, I'm dead. She frantically unleashed her skills at her opponents, hoping to break their barrier. At 18 years old, after I class changed into the hidden class, Light Mage, I was directly recruited and trained by the Church of Light. These Holy Spirit cultists weren't just pushovers. Their counterattack forced her to desperately dodge their blows. After 4 years of training, on my first training mission outside, I originally thought I could single-handedly ruin this cult's activities. But is it going to cost me my life? Zhou Yi sighed wearily as he watched the fight. Unable to stand it any longer, he waved his hand and unleashed the Repentance Finger. The Hengyang Mall building, which had been dead silent, suddenly had its floors explode in succession in the blink of an eye, letting out a deafening series of rumbles. Liu Ran fell to her knees, staring blankly at the deep, ravaged trench before her eyes. This is the other half of the building. Wu Han, who was struggling to support his comrades, was he just killed like that? Tu Yuan frantically pointed and warned. There's another intruder! With such a dense holy light aura, Feng Li obviously wasn't blind. He turned to question Zhou Yi. Are you a high-ranking knight from the Church of Light? He didn't answer, instead condemning him. Heretical cults are just a gathering of scum. Your sins are heavy. Liu Ran, trembling, tried to stand up. She seemed to have already formed a judgment of her own. 2 mages and a warrior, all over level 25, and with support magic, were still insta-killed just like that. Could he be a second advancement professional? So, the church has had its eyes on Longfeng City for a while now. Feng Li was obviously not happy to hear that. You overestimate yourself, he criticized, decisively waving his hand to send the 2 remaining heretics to charge forward. Zhou Yi paid him no mind, let alone his 2 lackeys. He dispatched his opponents with a single swing of his sword. He couldn't believe his eyes. With just 1 move. This is impossible. The gears in his gloomy mind turned rapidly. I have to run! He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn, Tu Yuan, forward. Pave the way and block him. The man never expected to find himself in this situation. He was clearly being sent to his death. Yi didn't mind the prey delivering itself to him. He coldly cut him down with a single slash, putting him out of his misery. Then, without delay, he summoned a blue butterfly. Nether butterfly, follow it. Obeying the command, it shot into the portal of deathly aura just before it vanished. Liu Ran timidly approached his side. Respected high-ranking clergy member. She meekly introduced herself. I am Liu Ran, a light mage from the Magic City branch of the Church of Light. The closer she got, the clearer it became. On closer inspection, the concentration of holy light wasn't just terrifying, it was the very incarnation of holy light itself. I can even feel the pleasant sensation the holy light emanates from his body. Zhou Yi asked curiously. You're from the Magic City branch. What are you doing here? She didn't hide the truth and expressed her gratitude. I came here for a training mission. Thankfully you were here, my lord. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. He turned to leave, replying nonchalantly. It was nothing. She scurried after him, asking, Excuse me, my lord. Which clergyman from the Church of Light are you? I've never seen such a powerful holy light in the church before. Zhou Yi made a hand gesture and stated frankly, I'm not from your Church of Light. As a loud rumble echoed, Liu Ran wondered in confusion. Not from the church? She looked at the altar, which had been destroyed with a snap of his fingers, and stubbornly tried to confirm it again. Such a dense holy light aura. Besides the clergy of the Church of Light, who else could possibly possess it? A bold guess popped into her head. Could he be the Holy Sun? Liu Ran frantically searched her memories. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden are titles reserved for the top prodigies within the Church of Light. This is also a form of authority in the church. They are able to obtain the very best training the church has to offer. They are nurtured to be invincible at their level and can even kill enemies of higher levels. To avoid being targeted by heretical cults, the Holy Sun or Holy Maiden always keeps their identity hidden before their official debut. Only the high-ranking priests know. Having confirmed her belief, she looked around. My lord, should we wake everyone up now? Of course, he couldn't be bothered. No need. It's already chaotic. Let's wait for the Public Security Bureau to come and handle this complex situation. Waking them up recklessly will only cause unnecessary panic, Zhou Yi explained as he walked toward the corpse of a Holy Spirit cultist. The Public Security Bureau has experience handling abnormal situations. They'll do a better job of reassuring the citizens. She trotted after him, fawning, You are so thorough, my lord. He brought his hands together, forming the repentance skill. In the name of the divine, awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, golden dust fell from his hands onto the corpse. The area was even covered in lilies. Repent! At his call, a shadowy death aura writhed and flew out. Then, twisted souls began to hover in midair. A mournful sound echoed throughout the space. I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed. After the battle, Zhou Yi reached out and retracted the magic. He clenched his fist. Deep in thought, only 4. That's too few. I let the hierarch escape so the nether butterfly could follow him and find more heretics. It should have caught up by now. Liu Ran stood behind him, watching silently and questioning herself. My repentance skill is basic, but it's nothing compared to the Holy Sun's. If I could train with him, I'd definitely get much stronger. I just wonder if he'd ever notice me. While they were lost in thought, the Public Security Bureau arrived outside. They stormed in, shouting a warning. Hands up, everyone! Drop your weapons! They were the law enforcement officers from the Longfeng Public Security Bureau. In the center of the surrounded officers stood a tall man. It was Wang Hao, captain of the Public Security Bureau's action team. He approached Liu Ran and asked politely, I am Wang Hao, captain of the Public Security Bureau's action team, respected professional. May I ask what happened here? She reflexively raised her hands in surrender and replied innocently, Hello, Captain Wang. She then quickly recounted the incident. The Holy Spirit cult is a heretical organization. They use some method to gather ordinary citizens here, preparing to extract their souls for a sacrifice. Wang Hao looked visibly concerned. Extracting souls? Did you stop them? Liu Ran hastily waved her hands, stammering, It wasn't me! It wasn't me! She turned to look for Zhou Yi, but he had vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Liu Ran lamented sadly. My lord, Holy Sun, why did you abandon me and leave? Meanwhile, Wang Hao was busy directing the cleanup of the scene. Team 1, evacuate the civilians. Ensure their safety and avoid causing a panic. Team 2, examine the scene and collect evidence. Don't overlook any suspicious items. A mysterious hand reached out from nowhere and cast a spell. His voice continued to echo throughout the area. Team 3, begin medical treatment. Prioritize the seriously injured. Move fast and secure their safety. Everyone affected by the spell immediately showed signs of being brainwashed. Who are you people? What are you doing here? I want to go home. Wait, wasn't I just at a gathering? Where am I? Strange. Why does my whole body ache? My head feels so heavy, like someone is hammering inside my skull. Xiang Shang rubbed his eyes and complained, Ugh, my head hurts so much. After coming to his senses, he walked over to his teammate and asked, Did we succeed? No wonder the guy in front of her was so pitifully naive. Wu Han spoke up to explain, What are you thinking? You guys were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit cult. I was lucky to escape, thanks to a magic tool, but I didn't expect them to have 5 high-level experts backing them. At least level 25 or higher. Upon hearing this, he was completely shocked. Level 25? How could we have survived? She continued. He's a second advancement divine profession user. He wiped out the entire Holy Spirit cult with a single strike. Xiang Shang was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. A second advancement, divine profession user, a true master. That's right, the robot. My robot must have recorded his entire fight. We can post it online. It's sure to cause a massive stir. No sooner said than done. He brought out the robot to verify in front of everyone. Before they could watch, their surroundings began to shake violently. Xiang Shang and his group stood frozen for a moment. Elsewhere, a dark atmosphere permeated the area. In the center, a figure was enveloped in a mass of magical slime. Feng Li was filled with resentment. He spoke, his voice filled with hatred. Damn it! Who the hell is he? In Dragonwind City. How could someone like that suddenly appear? He paced around frantically, asking himself hundreds of questions. Is he from the Church of Light? No, that can't be right. I've always operated with discretion. There's no way I would have attracted the attention of a high-level expert from the Church of Light. They were all hypnotized, leaving no traces. So where did it go wrong? Feng Li threw open the large doors before him. The sacrificial ritual was sabotaged, and we lost 4 cultists. The master will be absolutely furious. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. What should I do? Elsewhere, influenced by magical power, a blue butterfly appeared out of nowhere, carrying with it the hope of turning the tide. A mysterious crack appeared on the wall. Zhou Yi pried it open with his hands, revealing his handsome face. Spatial positioning. It borrows the power of a void god beast to sense and pinpoint spatial coordinates, thereby opening a spatial rift. Connecting to the destination, he teleports in an instant. Back in reality, seeing the familiar figure, Du Feng spoke up. Sect Master Feng, you have returned. He didn't hold back and got straight to the point. I sensed the life signatures of 4 of our precious cultists vanish. What exactly happened? Feng Li hastily knelt to beg for forgiveness. My lord, there was an incident during the operation. Someone possessing powerful holy light energy interfered, sabotaging the sacrifice and killing our men. That person's power is immense. I was no match for him at all. Du Feng, however, relentlessly pressed him. Then why are you still alive? He pleaded frantically, begging to be spared. This lowly one deserves to die 1,000 times over. I beg you, my lord, please spare my life. I am willing to atone for my failure with meritorious deeds. I'll find more sacrifices to make up for the loss. He coldly retorted, you're more of a liability than an asset. Upon hearing this, Feng Li's whole body trembled. My lord, I swear I gave it my all. But that mysterious person was too strong, I truly. It was Zhou Yi, who had at some point disguised himself as an apostle and was now standing in their ranks. He quietly observed the situation. The evil aura from that black orb is incredibly dense. This must be the headquarters. With over 100 cultists gathered here, this plot must be about more than just collecting souls. Forget it, I don't want to waste any more time. Your explanations are useless. Fortunately, even though the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual is already complete. It won't affect the grand plan. The cowardly Feng Li hesitantly spoke up. My lord, are you saying the sacrifice was a success? But it was clearly interrupted. The soul power that the master requires hasn't been fully collected. Don't tell me. Have we angered the master? He couldn't help but shout, you imbecile! Do you think we're organizing sacrifices all over the city? Just for that pitiful amount of soul power? Having no other choice, he turned to another apostle and ordered him to elaborate. Sect Master Su, explain it to this imbecile. This lowly one obeys, replied the apostle named Su Ling. With a sinister look on his face, he began to explain slowly, my lord, this is the grand plan for world destruction. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit cult has conducted 307 sacrifices. All of them were set at key locations throughout Dragonwind City. Each sacrifice activates a specific node, he went on, meticulously explaining every detail. Zhou Yi listened intently, not missing a single word. When the nodes are connected, they will form a massive magic array covering the entire city. It is called the Chaos Purgatory Array. To execute this plan, we have infiltrated many cultists into every level of society in Dragonwind City, spreading the doctrines of the Holy Spirit cult among the people. He continued to reveal more and more secrets. We entice people with strong desires to join the Holy Spirit cult, expanding our influence and securing enough manpower for the plan. Simultaneously, we've been adding a magical drug, a colorless and tasteless one, into the city's water supply. The drug affects both body and mind, imperceptibly weakening the population and making them easier to control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's mind raced. No wonder those profession users were hypnotized so easily. Their purpose for activating this so-called Chaos Purgatory Array, what is it? Meanwhile, Su Ling's voice droned on, we have dug numerous secret tunnels beneath the city, linking all the sacrificial points. They are filled with the runes of the magic array. To channel and converge the energy, he continued his revelation. The plan is set for tonight. The magic array has already been activated. The souls and life force of every living being in the entire city are constantly being siphoned away through the tunnels and continuously transferred to the seal of the Lord of Chaos. As he spoke, his face twisted with wickedness. The lives and souls of everyone in the city are the sacrifice. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness to reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. Listening, Zhou Yi's expression grew serious. The Lord of Chaos, an evil god. He then began to channel his magic, preparing to make his move, using the lives of an entire city to awaken an evil god. I absolutely will not allow it. At that moment, Feng Li scrambled to apologize. My lord, please forgive me. I knew nothing of this. Du Feng rebuked him. Sect Master Feng, you are such an imbecile. How could I ever entrust something so important to you? In the middle of his sentence, he suddenly shouted, Who's there? Zhou Yi flinched, his eyes flying wide open. He aimed at Zhou Yi's position and unleashed a spell, causing a thunderous explosion. Luckily, Zhou Yi defended in time and was unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Zhou Yi was already in a combat stance. Divine Thunder, Form of Apocalypse, Level 1, activate. Form of Apocalypse, plus 50% resistance to status effects, plus 50% damage to lightning element skills. Duration, 14 seconds. A sword flash struck with incredible speed, dealing massive mixed damage. Seeing the familiar face, Feng Li immediately recognized him. It's you again! Su Ling charged forward without hesitation, casting Shadow Ren Slash. The skill converges shadow energy into his weapon, forming a black scythe with immense cutting power. Not to be outdone, he used Divine Thunder, Ring of Heavenly Punishment, S rank, level 1. Condenses Divine Thunder on the weapon, slashing at extreme speed to deal an exceptional amount of lightning element damage. Unexpectedly, Du Feng recognized him as well. Zhou Yi, so it's you again. Enemies truly have a way of finding each other. Hearing this, Feng Li immediately tattled. My lord, he's the one who ruined the ritual at the Hengyang Mall. How dare he show up at our headquarters? Today, we must make sure he never leaves. Losing his patience, Du Feng slapped him squarely across the face. To be careless enough to be followed here. You fool. I ought to kill you right here and now. Feng Li rubbed his stinging cheek, while Du Feng continued to berate him. You have the gall to boast with that idiotic brain of yours? If it weren't for your bloodline, what would you be? A pathetic, low-life sect master like you would be nothing more than an ant without my benevolence. And you dare to speak of making sure he never leaves? You wouldn't even know what killed you. Meanwhile, the other two were still engaged in a fierce fight. The clash between the gold and purple magic created shockwaves that ravaged the area. After a moment, the two broke apart, and Zhou Yi retreated to a safe distance. He used his magic eye to analyze his opponent but was unable to appraise him. Inwardly, he was somewhat impressed. He's far stronger than the sect master from before, a genuine second advancement expert. It seems I finally met a worthy opponent. Below, Su Ling wasted no time. He swung his scythe, unleashing his ultimate move, Nether Shadow Scythe Strike, sending out spectral blades. Summons black, crescent-shaped blades to attack the enemy from various angles, dealing multiple hits and disrupting their movements. The rapid spinning of his scythe formed a dazzling, perfect magic circle. He stared at Zhou Yi and praised him generously. For a mere level 29 Holy Knight to block 3 of my attacks, you've got some real skill. He coldly prepared his next attack, intending to finish him off. But this is as far as you go, Dark Vortex. Centering on himself, he condenses dark power to form a giant black vortex with a strong pull on all surrounding living creatures. It causes prolonged dark corrosion. Su Ling's magic acts like sharp slashes, flying out and cutting wildly everywhere. At the center where he stood, a black hole had already formed, waiting to devour everything around it. Zhou Yi braced himself against the intense pull. As the situation worsened, he summoned Holy Light Protection. He jammed the Holy Sword into the floor to create an anchor. The two sides continuously struggled, shattering the surrounding earth and rock. Su Ling taunted his opponent. My dark vortex devours even light. Your struggles are futile. A first advancement Holy Knight is capable, but compared to a second advancement one, it's like an ant to a dragon. You're also 14 levels below me. He quickly realized the unfavorable situation, his mind racing with calculations. Divine Angel's Protection. Although it can resist most of the dark corrosion, this black vortex is frantically absorbing my mana and stamina. If this drain continues, I'll be completely drained sooner or later. His eyes burned with a dark hue as he challenged confidently. In the face of absolute power, how much longer can that candlelight of yours last? He retorted defiantly, my light is enough to crush your little trick. A brilliant halo flashed behind Zhou Yi. He resolved to devise a battle plan. A battle of mana and stamina was not to his advantage. He needed a swift victory. At this point, Su Ling hesitated, questioning himself. The purity of this holy light far surpasses that of a normal holy knight. Could he be the secret weapon of the Church of Light? But his rank is far too low. But no matter his background, he won't leave this place alive today. Du Feng, fearing complications from any delay, urged impatiently, Bishop Su, stop him, quickly! But it was too late. He had already completed his transformation. Talent, Focused Halo A skill, Sacred Light Wheel, level 11 Ampere's rank, Secret Art, Angelic Divine Body S+. Then, he summoned a photon ray aimed straight at his opponent. Su Ling was terrified by the sight, unable to believe his eyes. This dark vortex is fused with the origin core of chaos. It can devour the power of even a level 50 expert. How could it be torn apart so easily? Impossible! All cultists kill him at any cost! He wanted to overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers. Although they weren't strong individually, their vast numbers could definitely drain his stamina and mana. Su Ling shouted, feel the bindings of darkness, the agony of chains. A series of chains rushed forward to seal him. Next, a torrent of water surged forward, attempting to submerge him. Zhou Yi calmly drew his light sword. His gaze sharpened, and with a single swing, he shattered the water formation. However, the battle was far from over. The numerous cultists charged in frantically. Too many small fries. I have to clean them up first. Zhou Yi spread his arms, feet planted firmly like a mountain, and summoned shields on both sides. Gemini Aegis, level 11. The charging cultists were mercilessly thrown back. Just like that, a series of cinematic moves were unleashed as he single-handedly bombarded the entire battlefield. Seeing himself overwhelmed, Su Ling hastily retreated to defend, then launched a counterattack, Phantom Triple Slash. He didn't even move, just gently stretched. The magical light radiated so powerfully it sent his opponent flying. A moment later, the battlefield quieted down. Su Ling was slammed into a wall near Du Feng. He angrily cursed, useless trash! You can't even handle a level 29, Holy Knight! Feng Li could only tremble and exclaim in awe. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to fight this kind of monster? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. Fortunately, with the Angelic Divine Body transformation and all the buffs, my combat power approaches level 40, even though I'm only level 29 on paper. Plus, Holy Light has a natural advantage against evil powers, allowing me to suppress them despite the level gap. Du Feng angrily released a blood-red killing intent. Useless thing. Once the ritual is complete, you will all pay the price. However, seeing the coward collapsed on the ground, he questioned loudly, Bishop Feng, what are you doing? Feng Li, terrified out of his mind, stammered incoherently. He can't be level 29. He must be using some kind of level concealing item. My lord, I'll take this opportunity. I can't just go up there and die for nothing. Seeing them off guard, Zhou Yi charged forward. Du Feng frantically ordered, You cowardly piece of trash! Get up there and block him for me now. But the coward remained frozen to the spot. My lord, I'm still looking for the right opportunity to strike. Now is not the time. He focused his divine power. His hawk-like eyes locked onto the two in front of him as he charged. Weapon in hand, he closed in on Feng Li. Du Feng seized the opportunity and grabbed Feng Li's head. Using him as a human shield, Feng Li took the full force of the blade. Father, why, asterisk, cough, asterisk. He then coldly tossed his comrade's body aside, incessantly cursing, useless trash. Witnessing this inhuman act, he demanded an answer. Wasn't that your son? With or without him, it makes no difference. To die for the Lord of Chaos is the honor of his lifetime. Zhou Yi was left speechless. For that nihilistic god of his, you can even discard your own family. You've truly lost your mind, he replied in a tone dripping with mockery and condescension. When chaos descends, billions will be my children. Zhou Yi, you are no match for me. Don't die in vain for this doomed city. Hearing his name, he couldn't help but ask. You know me? Du Feng revealed without hesitation. First place in the exchange tournament. The freshman from the National University who performed so outstandingly in the exchange tournament. I've heard your name for a long time. While they were talking, Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something was wrong. It was Su Ling, attempting a sneak attack. He quickly swung his sword to defend, but before he could deal with him, Du Feng behind him started to make a move. He exclaimed in alarm. Not good! In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi teleported, vanishing from the enemy's encirclement. Then, he suddenly appeared and delivered a devastating blow to Su Ling. Void Beast skill, spatial leap. It was followed by thousands of invisible punches aimed straight at him. Azure Fist Flurry, level 9 B rank. He was pummeled relentlessly, screaming in agony. Du Feng watched the spectacular display. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, so it was you who took the Void Beast. I've obtained it without lifting a finger. Without answering, he coldly cast his next skill. Punishment of Light, level 16 Ampere's rank, cleanly finishing off Su Ling. But his mind was filled with questions. Asterisk. He even knows I subdued the Void Beast. Asterisk. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yi stated with certainty. Headmaster Feng He, you're that insane traitor. Knowing he could no longer hide, he spoke up to confirm. Correct. Feng He stepped out from the magic circle, his voice filled with glee. The Lord of Chaos will remake this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world. His eyes were white with lust for power. He staggered forward, threatening. If you hadn't disrupted the ritual, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast are mine, one as a gift, the other to fuel the Lord of Chaos's power. Zhou Yi faced him without a trace of fear, his mind racing. Asterisk. Believing in an evil god really does boost one's strength significantly. Asterisk. Asterisk Feng. He is a level 49 second advancement assassin, but the pressure he exerts is even greater than that of the level 52 Headmaster Wu, even with my angelic divine body, activated and fully buffed. Asterisk. Asterisk. Facing him will still be very difficult. Asterisk. Suddenly, thousands of stone spikes erupted from the ground, sealing him in an instant. Zhou Yi quickly summoned his light magic, struggling with all his might within the stone prison. Feng He watched the bloody scene with immense satisfaction. Struggle all you want. For every minute you delay, 5 souls become nutrients for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide, summoning another barrage of sharp stakes that rained down on his opponent. Fortunately, Zhou Yi defended in time by casting his skill, Holy Light Protection, level 13B+. His attack suddenly changed direction. He watched it, wide-eyed, but was unable to react in time. He was struck in the right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Yi looked at his grievously wounded shoulder, which was recovering slowly. This isn't normal corrosion, it's the materialization of an evil god's power. The persistent, throbbing pain was so unbearable he had to grit his teeth. He carved out the corrupted flesh. Feng He, consumed by his corruption, laughed maniacally. Ah ha ha ha. From his mouth erupted a massive shockwave of energy toward him. The sudden surge of power couldn't make Zhou Yi flinch or run. With a single sword, the hero deflected the energy beam, tearing the sky asunder amidst an apocalyptic roar. His body flashed, restraining Feng He from behind. He stood motionless. He looked up at the descending light, powerless to do anything. A pillar of light slammed down like a thunder god's hammer on Feng He's head. At Zhou Yi's request, the level 16 Ampere's rank skill, Punishment of Light, fortunately gave him a sharp mind. You wanted to control my actions, then use Punishment of Light to deal me a fatal blow. Right? Your thin lips just keep spouting such irritating words. Your tactics, on the other hand, are quite up to standard. Unfortunately, you forgot that I was once the headmaster of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, mysterious soul-like iron chains covered in a red aura rushed forward to help him turn the tables. They quickly pulled him backward. To free Fong Hak, Zhou Yi was dragged towards a stone table while Fong Hak's voice echoed in his ears. Unfortunately, these combat strategies are all things I taught my students 15 years ago. He, however, was focused on something more important, the abyssal shackles, formed from condensed chaotic energy, which specifically counter the holy attribute. Once entangled, they not only seal all light system skills, but also continuously drain the victim's life force. While Fong Hak knelt, awaiting the glorious moment to unfold, he said, "Struggle. This is your end." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was lying on the stone table, his limbs chained and stretched out in 4 directions, looking extremely uncomfortable. This is bad. These chains suppress holy power. Waves of lightning crashed in the sky, a terrible omen. Fong Hak gleefully squeezed Zhou Yi's cheek, his long black fingernails digging deep into his face, causing him to cough up blood in pain. His face filled with eager anticipation for humanity's new era of suffering as he licked the blood from his hand. Fong Hak sensed the demonic energy gradually filling the air, and his soulless eyes grew sharp. Suddenly, boulders began to fall from the sky like a nocturnal storm, even though they were in the middle of a courtyard. Both remained unharmed, as if the falling rocks knew to avoid them. Zhou Yi watched as faint red shadows began to materialize around him. They were the wandering souls of the unjustly dead, appearing because demonic energy was enveloping the mortal realm. Fong Hak's expression became as joyful as a clown's. Immersed in a chaotic trance, he said, "Listen, those are the footsteps of the approaching Lord of Chaos." Thunder crashed down, shaking all 6 realms. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, creating a gloomy atmosphere truly fitting for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was still stunned by the scene before him, as hundreds of souls drifted past the stone table where he lay. Among that crowd of strangers were 2 of Zhou Yi's acquaintances, drifting past him like mindless robots. Bai Na and Liu Jie both stood silently with the others, waiting for the demonic energy to envelop their souls. The swirling demonic energy turned them all into soulless statues, standing imposingly around him. Enraged by the inhuman actions of the being Fong Hak worshipped, Zhou Yi cursed, "Beast," but the other simply replied coldly, "This is a necessary price for my ambition. A foolish person like you would never be able to understand." The chaotic situation forced him to fall silent and think of a new plan. "Although I can have the Void Beast take me away from here, the people of Lingfeng City will all certainly die. Therefore, I must stop him, even if I'm not his match. I absolutely cannot be a deserter." Zhou Yi secretly summoned a glass vial containing a golden liquid. Xiantian Earth Milk S+, greatly increases all negative status resistances, increases physical recovery speed. He quickly gulped down the strange liquid. Negative status resistance plus 100%, physical recovery speed plus 100%. In Fong Hak's eyes, this act was merely a fish struggling in its final moments. Struggling. Zhou Yi ignored the taunt as a halo of light shone from behind him. His fighting spirit surged. In the name of the divine, awaken the conscience of the souls, seeing his enemy's confidence. Fong Hak suddenly looked bewildered. "What are you trying to do?" In response, he kindly delivered his own verdict to the world ender. "Repent." Zhou Yi then used a skill to absorb spiritual power from the figures lying scattered on the ground. Fatigue was evident on his dazed face. Collected 10 notions of repentance, 104 times. Inside Zhou Yi's body, he forced 2 streams of true qi and internal qi to collide. The unbearable pain from this reckless act made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint warriors rose, powerfully within him. In addition, the Ice Corpse Legion also answered Zhou Yi's call. The 2 incompatible energies collided, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and endured. He forced his body to absorb the 2 streams of energy. Fong Hak stared blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. This power, what is he trying to break through to? His filthy mind suddenly clicked when he realized Zhou Yi's intention. Second advancement. Fong Hak clutched his face and burst out laughing. "A forced second advancement? Haha, you've really opened my eyes. It seems despair has clouded your mind." He explained the intricacies of this technique to the one gritting his teeth to perform it. Under normal circumstances, a second advancement requires vast resources for support precious magic gemstones, rare elixirs. These are all necessary items to fortify the body and enhance one's power. You also need a powerful expert to stand guard, to prevent outside interference during the breakthrough. But right now, your holy power is suppressed by the abyssal shackles. You're imprisoned, all alone, with no energy supply. The epic battle between the 2 elite armies made Zhou Yi's nerves twitch continuously. The power in your body will become uncontrollable, like a wild horse that has broken free. It will violently assault your body, tearing you to shreds the moment you fail. His face filled with excitement as he watched his enemy writhe. If you're lucky, your rank will just drop. If not, your soul will be obliterated. Despite his confidence, Fong Hak still began to cast a spell, preparing to strike him down. "But you, kid, are very strange, even if it's a 1 in 10,000 chance. I can't let your second advancement succeed." Zhou Yi's mind was hazy as he felt the intense conflict raging within him. The 2 forms of energy silently fused together while Fong Hak arrogantly taunted, "Just die during your second advancement." The final merger occurred silently, marking the end of the long, lingering pain. The icy specters gradually turned into sharp crystals, while the angelic guardians became faint golden leaves. The 2 opposing forces now transformed into items and fused, the end of his pain yielding a sweet reward for Zhou Yi on his dark path of salvation. Congratulations, you have obtained the Arbiter's exclusive skills, Arbiter's Descent, Divine Incarnation, and Divine Restoration. Obtained 100 unallocated attribute points, Constitution enhanced with Divine Power. It also made his face more menacing. From his spectacular debut, Fong Hak took the full force of a whirlwind and was sent flying into a stone wall. Zhou Yi lashed out through the air, and the force struck Fong Hak, whose body froze in a state of paralysis. Unable to resist, Fong Hak's entire body was sent flying through the air by the powerful blow. The ancient citadel also took the full brutal impact of Zhou Yi's wrathful attack, as Fong Hak was thrown high into the air. After a long while, Fong Hak landed on the ground like a sack of dirt, his eyes wide in astonishment. He couldn't believe he had lost the lower half of his body, but instead of anger, he gasped and broke into a wicked, hideous smile. It's useless. Do you think the skills of a second advancement Holy Knight can actually injure me? A thick layer of black energy was released, filling the gap. The demonic energy allowed him to clumsily get back on his feet. He then beckoned to the countless vengeful spirits, who were waiting to charge into battle. Zhou Yi was unfazed by the deathly aura. No need. Your last words are too noisy. He raised his hand to the sky. He created a complex magic circle in the sky. Arbiter's Descent vertical bar, level 1 vertical bar, S rank. Use a mortal body to channel divine punishment. Manifest a holy power field that deals massive damage to dark creatures. After the skill ends, the user enters a state of exhaustion state. All stats decreased by 40% for 2 hours. His blazing eyes stared intently at Feng He, who was rushing toward him. Sinner, I shall pass judgment upon you. The hero played the role of a judge, deciding the fate of that resilient little rat himself. Death penalty. Lightning poured down like a furious rain, with each bolt aimed straight at the traitor. The more he was hit, the more spirited Feng he seemed to become, further provoking Zhou Yi. You will not succeed! My master's power still remains! The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, making him wary as he watched Feng He's next move. Along with the other souls, he offered his body in service to chaos. Several jet-black mana tendrils were suddenly unleashed. They surrounded him so quickly that Zhou Yi couldn't react. In time, chaos emitted a rumbling, unidentifiable voice. Submit. How wonderful it would be to destroy everything together. The dense, resentful energy seeped into him like a potent poison through his skin, causing him to spit out a mouthful of jet-black blood. The ground was littered with piles of skeletons, and their wails of resentment turned the oppressive scenery into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth. Join us. Ah. Bloodshot eyes appeared on his emotionless face. Zhou Yi had fallen into a version of himself he didn't recognize. Fortunately, his strong will helped him regain control of his true self. Chaos squeezed him tightly with its tentacles, screaming to brainwash him. Become an eternal part of me. The holy power in Zhou Yi's body reacted violently, causing a painful backlash in his mind. Ah! He used his masterful combat skills to escape its encirclement. His entire body was enveloped by the power of the holy light, allowing Zhou Yi to confidently charge forward with his sword. Consciousness corruption is a much higher level than simple hypnosis. The broadsword plunged straight into the heart of chaos. Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The deep wound caused a dull, throbbing pain, making the formless monster hiss incessantly. The open wound revealed Chaos's vital point. You dare? Zhou Yi paid no mind to its meaningless anger, replying emotionlessly, and why wouldn't I dare? I am a holy knight. His soft-spoken words somehow drowned out the sound of the clash between the demonic tentacles and the holy blade. Specializing in subduing all evil, the powerful aura of his divine power caused the tentacles to dissolve into thin air. An explosion erupted as the unstable demonic energy lost control of its main body. Zhou Yi stood dumbfounded, watching the scene. He casually lowered his shield to rest when a demonic blade silently emerged from the ground. Hearing a noise behind him, he turned around in confusion, but before he could understand what was happening, Zhou Yi was struck by chaos. A swift slash across his back made him choke, splattering his blood onto its white teeth. Its disgusting tongue licked the delicious blood clean. The taste of blood quickly shattered the chains that sealed its wild instincts. I am very pleased. I am the Lord of Chaos, a god. A god cannot be killed by a mere mortal. The outcome between you and me was decided from the start. Become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Hearing those filthy words only fueled Zhou Yi's fighting spirit as he healed himself. The power of a demigod? How about we make a deal instead? You can be my punching bag, and I'll teach you what true god-slaying power is. Besides, there's a limit to playing God. He gave a contemptuous smile while talking to Chaos. You are, at best, a clone of an evil god. That's why a mere human like me was able to injure you. Your arrogant talk is laughable. Suddenly, it sensed something was wrong. It stammered, unable to form a sentence. This is impossible. You. Zhou Yi clutched his head, thinking to himself, unfortunately, this body can only hold out for 2 more minutes at most. I don't have much time. He summoned a miraculous holy power. A sky-piercing pillar of light was created from a cold wave of his hand, shaking a vast expanse of land. Heavenly Saint Soldier Legion! They appeared in a state of combat readiness at his call. Divine Summoning, Level 1, S rank. Some had already drawn their bows high above, awaiting the command. Angelic Legion Contract Art, inherited from ancient times, requires sacrificing 30% of one's life force to summon combat angels. Note, the angel's duration will continuously drain the host's mental energy. Others stood calmly, quietly assessing the situation. Seeing the mighty legion, Chaos grew flustered but roared to save face. Inferior creations like you can't possibly stop me. At Zhou Yi's silent command, the tightly shut eyes of the army now opened. Initiate purification, execute divine punishment. The entire legion descended upon the battlefield, causing the holy light to erupt. By the will of heaven, punish the traitor! A furious explosion erupted, sweeping away everything in the vicinity. Even stone structures were gradually reduced to dust by the terrifying power. The violent shockwave spread to the vast forest, causing the trees to tremble unceasingly. At the center of the crater created by the blast, Zhou Yi was on one knee, his entire body covered in wounds, along with golden cracks running across his body. A notification quickly appeared next to a floating, deep red crystal. Obtained, crystal of the evil god's power, damaged, quality cannot be assessed. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of murky plasma, whispering heavily, "So my whole body has completely collapsed." He soon fell onto the cold stone floor. You're not even considered a clone. In the middle of the empty clearing, there was only a lone figure, surrounded by swirling dust, as if Zhou Yi had been forgotten by the world. The moonlight and the brilliant stars above silently watched the lonely figure of the pitiful young man. One would think he would just sleep for a long time after the battle, exhausted. But even as his bones made painful cracking sounds, his hand bravely pushed himself up once more. However, in his current state, even turning over was a luxury. A warning message continuously sounded. Life signs unstable, please seek treatment immediately. Zhao's dazed eyes intently followed each line of text that appeared. Critical life sign values breached. Current heart rate, 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure, 50/30. 17 fractures throughout the body. Internal organ damage, 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He mustered all his remaining strength to unleash his trump card. A dazzling light slowly gathered in his trembling palms. Divine restoration, elsewhere. Liu Jie anxiously called out to the person lying motionless on the bed. "Nana, wake up! Baina!" Fortunately, Baina began to show signs of waking up. Her mind was still hazy. Weren't we just at the hot springs? How did we suddenly? She immediately updated her friend on the situation. It's a miracle, a true miracle. At that moment, a massive pillar of light erupted outside, tearing through the clouds and releasing countless entities. Looking like lovely angels, they danced around the bodies of the people lying all over the streets. This phenomenon was divine restoration, level 1, rank 5, just summoned by Zhou Yi. It has the ability to release a divine domain that covers the entire city, purifying all corruption and saving everyone whose souls have not yet dissipated within its range. After the skill ends, the user will enter a state of divinity exhaustion. All stats will be reduced to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch black night, a conversation between the Void Beast and Zhou Yi rang out. You forced a second-class change, severing all your meridians, and then activated a life-saving skill. You're damn lucky you didn't die this time. Oh, why didn't you let me take you away? You could have just learned to hide in the back. Then how would I be any different from those evil cultists? He panted, weakly uttering each word. Before I decided on my second-class change, I remembered the class change ceremony at school before the college entrance exams. Back then, I chose to become a holy knight. Images of himself once clad in shining armor flooded his mind, followed by the confident motions of swinging the weapon in his hands. With great skill, honesty, bravery, a brightly shining cross. It served as an undying belief in justice, engraved on the hammer. Mercy. Finally, finishing with a powerful strike to the ground, powerfully fulfilling my duty, doing what is honorable. Even while coughing up a mouthful of blood, Zhou Yi held onto a belief deep within his heart. To pursue justice and righteousness my whole life. That is what it means to be a holy knight. He struggled to let out each weary breath. If I were to cling to life and fear death, I would be betraying my original intention. What's the use of being strong then? Once again, he activated a positioning skill. A blue magic circle immediately activated right where he was. Suhang University. At that moment, Zhou Yi was lying sprawled out. Suddenly, an AI-like voice transmitted from a high cliff. "Leader, what's going on here?" Wang Hao frowned, observing the situation below. "A battle of this scale is beyond our speculation," he silently deduced. "However, I am certain that a powerful expert sacrificed their life last night to protect all of Longfeng City. He is the hero of our Longfeng City." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. Asterisk, pant, asterisk. The notification screens all turned red at once, indicating an extremely critical situation. Checking. Soul damage detected. Life signatures are in critical danger. Divinity status, depleted. All attributes have reset to 0. Duration, 10 days. Before his vision faded, he managed to utter one affectionate word. Teacher. The last thing he saw was a countdown timer displaying 239:55:05. A short while later, his vision gradually returned. This time, there were no more system warning panels. Zhou Yi slowly opened his dazed eyes, and bubbles formed as he breathed. He slowly sat up from the biopod, countless medical wires attached to his body from the recovery process. "I've been unconscious for 2 days. Wang Hui, who was sitting nearby, suddenly questioned him. "So you're awake? How does it feel to be on the brink of death, single-handedly destroying an evil god's sacrificial ritual? Should I call you brave or just reckless?" Zhou Yi could only scratch his head awkwardly. The situation was urgent. The golden veins running along his body were still visible, causing him to cough with difficulty. Asterisk. Cough. 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 Asterisk. He calmly explained, all the meridians in your body are like a torn fishing net. Ordinary healing arts can only mend your physical body, so I placed you in this medicinal spring to stabilize your life force, he said, not forgetting to add a thorough warning with a threat. 5 dragon orbs, precious healing artifacts, are soaking in this spring. You must absorb all of them. If you dare to waste a single drop. Suddenly, Zhou Yi cut in, shouting indignantly, but teacher, this is clearly your foot-washing water. Wang Hui just gave a completely innocent smile, trying to change the subject. Don't worry about such details. Saving your life is what's important. His expression quickly turned serious again. He skillfully opened a digital panel. Let me tell you what happened during the 2 days you were unconscious. The Longfeng City Public Security Bureau's action team not only perfectly preserved all traces of the battlefield, but they also managed to collect the remaining samples of the holy light. The two of them intently watched the image displayed in midair. Look at this oscillation graph. The frequencies of your wind power and holy power are a perfect match. Anyone with malicious intent could immediately trace it back to you. Therefore, I've publicly claimed responsibility for the Longfeng City incident. Zhou Yi clearly disagreed. Teacher, I don't need to hide behind you. But Wang Hui firmly insisted, you're still young. Your rank isn't high. If we were to publicize your achievements, I'm afraid it would attract assassins from the evil god's cult. Those people won't spare anyone who threatens them. So, I've used my special privileges to classify your case as SSS level top secret. After your 3rd class advancement, this honor will naturally be returned to its rightful owner. His fine eyebrows furrowed with dissatisfaction. His mind recalled the life and death moments from the fierce battle. The next second, he declared resolutely, Teacher, after I defeated the evil god, I discovered its true form was merely a crystal of its power. He then summoned it as tangible proof, ready to let Wang Hui examine it for as long as he wished. This is the true face of the evil god. It doesn't look like anything special, but it has harmed so many people. Just by touching it, one could clearly feel countless wailing, resentful souls gathered into a slimy mass. It looked utterly disgusting and tragic. Witnessing this horrifying sight caused his anger to boil over. A mere fragment dares to cause such turmoil. Wang Hui immediately gathered an immense amount of aura into his palm. It caused the surrounding space to ripple violently. In an instant, he successfully covered it with a cloth that glowed, enveloping the cursed crystal. Scene change. Hong Ling's hand, in the middle of pruning a branch, suddenly froze. Upon hearing the familiar name Wang Hui, he spun around with a puzzled expression. Wang Hui? Why would he go there? The specter immediately reported. According to our inside intelligence, Wang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, went to Longfeng City for a mission. He discovered Feng Gei's activities and immediately contacted Wang Hui, who has just arrived. Hong Ling placed a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. Being discovered by Wang Hui, this is truly difficult to handle. Go inform all branches to go into deep cover. Try to avoid provoking the enemy's military. Understood. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose before him. Why does that name, Zhou Yi, sound so familiar? The specter's next words made something click in Hong Ling's mind. 2 months ago, Zhou Yi ruined Feng Gei's plan during the freshman tournament. At the time, we suspected he had tamed a void beast and monitored him for a while. The old man now realized, so it's him. I remember now. That capable little brat. The corners of his lips curled into a scheming smile. In that case, let's give our little friend a welcoming gift he'll never forget, a firm voice replied. Understood. With that, the rose was mercilessly plucked from its stem, falling silently onto the cold floor in the dark night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stood alone under a torrential downpour. Before him stood a lit-up, multi-story villa. His mind was in turmoil, filled with existential doubt. That brat lives in such a dump, with no family backing. How could he cultivate such monstrous strength? It's truly bizarre. Just then, a strange object suddenly crashed through one of the building's windows. It inevitably caught Ling Feng's attention. Huh? Who is that? The very next second, an ear-piercing sound erupted from within, tearing through the quiet night. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. His eyes widened in surprise, unable to process the situation. Inside, a tall, shadowy figure was threatening Zhou Yun's safety. Women and children are my favorite. Their fear smells absolutely wonderful. The hoarse voice emanated from a mouth full of perfectly white teeth, looking utterly savage. You two are both a woman and a child. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ping instantly gathered dark energy in his palm and charged straight at them. Double the fun! However, at the most critical moment, something suddenly rushed in to intercept, causing a powerful collision that sent dust and smoke everywhere. Unable to process the sudden turn of events, his attack came to a halt. It was none other than Ling Feng, in his power-unleashed form, who had saved them in the nick of time. The opponent exclaimed in shock. Flame Dragon Bloodline! Liu Ping attacked again in a rage. Another one seeking death. He too was ready to fight back at any moment. At the same time, a jolt shot through Zhou Yi's mind. As if sensing something wrong from a great distance, he decisively broke free from the medical wires. His body slowly levitated in the air as the biofluid splashed around him. Void Beast, Void Butterfly. A second later, Zhou Yi was fully dressed. His stern voice issued a command. Spatial teleportation, locate Zhou Yun. His expression was dead serious. Xiao Kui's life force is still dropping, which means Xiao Yun is in grave danger. Stop wasting time and locate her. The void beast closed its eyes to focus its senses. A butterfly-shaped magic circle quickly materialized. It said, "To prevent future complications, I will use all my power to protect your body. However, after the teleportation, as for how much damage you'll take, you can only pray for the best." Space suddenly began to crack, like fragile glass. At the same time, Zhou Yi's figure plunged straight through. In no time, he could see the tense battle between Ling Feng and Liu Ping. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still asked the person behind him, "Little miss, can you stand up?" Zhou Yun hesitantly confirmed, "I can." He then urged, "Hurry and find your brother." He had met a worthy opponent and suffered considerable damage. "You little brat, you really don't know when to quit. Is it worth it, getting yourself into this state for a woman?" Ling Feng struggled, taking heavy breaths. "Worth it or not?" Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a massive bolt of fire that pierced straight through the enemy's body. You couldn't handle it. Liu Ping looked as if he had just taken the full brunt of a dragon's wrath and was officially turned to dust. All that remained were his tragic, blood-curdling screams. "Ah!" The immense, billowing heat gradually dissipated on the cold night wind. Lin Feng wiped away the hot blood trickling down his chin. The wet, stinging sensation further sharpened his mind. Amidst the chaos, Chu Van rushed into her brother Chu Yi's arms as soon as they were reunited. However, he seemed to have not yet fully recovered, as his expression suddenly fell. She hurriedly recounted the whole story from beginning to end. "You're finally here! That guy from before was terrifying. He injured Xiao Kui." Chu Yi gently patted his sister's head to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here now." His attention was suddenly caught by Lin Feng, who was struggling in the distance, his whole body trembling. Why is Shen Lin Feng here? Even so, he still had the strength to taunt. "So, the savior has finally arrived. This brother of yours is truly worthy of his title. I almost thought your sister was going to be turned into a roasted pigeon." Chu Van stood between the two, defending her brother. "You can't talk about my brother like that." Lin Feng just smirked sarcastically at the little sister. "Those words of yours wound me. For better or worse, I did risk my life for you." However, her stance remained clear. "I will definitely repay you for saving my life, but you can't talk like that. Ever since we were young, no matter what danger we faced, my brother would always be the first to shield me. He's the best brother in the world." The man struggled, pressing a hand to the bleeding wound on his chest. "Hey, Chu, your sister at least knows how to show gratitude. How come from you I haven't even heard a single thank you?" Droplets of blood slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by his taunting words. "Is this all the upbringing of a holy knight amounts to?" Chu Van was about to retort indignantly again, but Chu Yi stopped her by grabbing her shoulder. "Xiao Van, he's just jealous that I have a wonderful sister like you. He's upset, so he's just spouting nonsense." The two siblings continued their back and forth, even though Shenlin Feng had, in fact, saved Xiao Van. But this might be a self-torment ploy. It's the classic mentality of someone who wants something they can't have. So they deny its value? Exactly. This made Lin Feng mutter furiously. You. He was so angry he could literally vomit blood. "Spouting nonsense. Me? Jealous of you? Ha ha ha, how could I possibly be jealous of you?" Then, from overexerting himself, he temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back into his head until he looked like an empty shell. As Lin Feng's body lost balance and fell, a stake pierced through his abdomen, pinning his entire body in midair. Dark red fluid stained the steel bar as he slowly slid down. Chu Yi could only stare wide-eyed, having witnessed the entire gruesome scene from start to finish. He gently pressed Chu Van's head into his chest to shield her from psychological trauma. A weak voice suddenly reached him again. "Chu Yi, stop dawdling. Hurry up and save me, I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a block of wood," he only replied with another taunt. "Shen Lin Feng, to be this injured and still have the energy to talk smack, it seems your wounds aren't that serious after all." He calmly pointed out Lin Feng's unusual behavior. "Compared to that, I'm more curious about why you showed up at my house, just in time to find Chu Van being ambushed." For a moment, the man didn't utter a single word. Memories flooded his mind like a film in reverse. "Did you know? There's a popular trend recently called the Hero's Path of Remembrance. What the heck is that?" It turned out Lin Feng had picked up this information from some heated discussions. It's where you visit the former residences of powerful experts to experience the traces of growth they left behind. If we can learn even a little from it, wouldn't our strength increase? What the hell? You're not messing with me, are you? Why would I lie to you? Lots of people are doing it lately. He coughed violently while making up an excuse. Asterisk. Cough, cough, cough. Asterisk. Can't I just have been passing by? Or do you think the whole world revolves around you, with people fawning over you everywhere you go? He thought to himself. I can absolutely never admit to such an embarrassing reason. Meanwhile, Chu Van suddenly grew alarmed as Chu Yi's body became heavy against her. "Brother, what's wrong?" He was completely dizzy from physical exhaustion, but still managed to offer one last word of comfort. "Sorry. For scaring you." His arm was covered in a web of golden veins that were even oozing a thick fluid. She called out to him in a panicked, broken voice, "Brother." A piercing sound cut through the deathly silent atmosphere. Seeing Chu Yi lying motionless and covered in countless wounds, Chu Van was horrified. She quickly covered her mouth to stifle a sob as tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. In a state of utter panic, she snatched a nearby phone as if it were a lifeline. "What do I do now?" Chu Van's voice trembled as she made the call, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Please, brother, don't scare me. Pick up the phone, please. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, accompanied by a loud, teasing tone that startled Chu Van even more. Zhou Yi! This room of yours is more chaotic than a battlefield. The newcomer, it turned out, was Wang Hui. He walked closer, took the phone from Chu Van's hand and reassured her, "Don't panic. Let me handle this." Just then, Suo Ran rushed in from outside, shouting, "Brother Chu Yi!" She quickly helped him up and gave him a strange green liquid, saying worriedly, "Brother Chu Yi, drink this quickly. It will help." Wang Hui wasn't idle either. His hands moved quickly as he channeled energy to heal Chu Yi, all while grumbling, "You brat, you sure know how to make trouble. I just dragged you back from death's door, and then you go and charge into a spatio-temporal rift without any magical protection. It's a miracle you're even alive. I'm not a healing class, so I can only barely stabilize your injuries." After a while of exhaustive treatment, Chu Yi finally regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the people before him, wondering, "Teacher? Suo Ran? How did they get here?" Wang Hui grimaced, his annoyance obvious, and said, "The Void Beast. It knew you were badly injured from crossing the spatio-temporal rift. After it brought you here, it immediately came to find me. I was with Suo Ran at the time, so we followed it here. This aura is identical to that of the cultists in Longfeng County. But they weren't looking for you. They ambushed Chu Van. My guess is they don't know about what happened in Longfeng County. It's simply because you revealed your identity, so they wanted to use Chu Van to vent their anger." Wang Hui urgently delivered more bad news. "The military has secretly launched a nationwide purge against the Holy Spirit cult. The enemy is in the shadows, while we are exposed. It's no longer safe to stay here. You must go to the Chu family estate at once." Hearing this, Chu Yi completely agreed. "All right, the Chu estate. This is a good opportunity to take Xiao Van home. She'll be safe there." Although he felt a bit uneasy about it. But Wang Hui, still worried about Chu Yi's wounds, said, "You're too severely injured right now to undergo any form of teleportation. You can only take the nearest public Tiancong-class airship to the Chu estate. The Tiancong class is an A-rank safety airship, equipped with armed protection. It can reach the Chu family territory in 48 hours. I will inform the Chu family to meet you at the skyport." Hearing this, Suo Ran immediately responded, "I'm going too. This time, I must go protect Brother Chu Yi." As they were talking, a voice suddenly cut in, "Hey." Wang Hui seemed to notice the strange voice as well, continuing to speak while scanning the area. "We don't know how deep the Holy Spirit cult's infiltration runs. Therefore, your journey must be made under the guise of ordinary tourists. The more low-key, the better." Then, that strange voice piped up again, "Hey!" This time, Wang Hui's gaze finally settled on a damp corner where a figure was huddled, wailing pitifully. "Hey! Can't you guys see me? Did I disappear? Am I invisible or something? Are you all just treating me like air? I'm injured too!" Wang Hui walked over, looked the guy up and down, then slapped his own forehead and laughed. "Ah, my memory. Right, let me take a look at your wound. Say, aren't you the kid who Chu Yi defeated in the freshman tournament?" Lin Fong heard this and forced a laugh. "Thank you for your concern, headmaster." Soon, at the Tiancong skyport, Chu Yi was settled in his familiar wheelchair. Beside him were Chu Van, Suo Ran, and the strange man they had just met. Seeing Chu Yi sitting there so matter-of-factly, Lin Fong's face immediately showed his displeasure. He scowled in protest. "I object. On what grounds does a guy in a wheelchair pretending to be a young master get a successor of the Flame Dragon bloodline like me? To be his servant?" Unflinching, Su Ran looked directly into Shen Lingfeng's eyes. She spoke coldly. "One more person is one more risk. I didn't want to bring you in the first place, if you hadn't caused such a scene." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng immediately shot up, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "The principal was urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to participate in this operation. You think I wanted to come? I am the great heir of the Flame Dragon bloodline." Just as he was speaking, Zhou Yun, who was nearby, suddenly cut him off cheerfully. "The airship is here." A thick fog shrouded the area ahead, completely obscuring their vision. After a good while, the fog gradually began to dissipate, revealing the scene behind it. Towering before them was a massive spaceship, far beyond their imagination. From the ship, a shimmering golden tentacle slowly descended. It moved toward the ground as gracefully as a silk ribbon. The moment Zhou Yun saw it, she rushed forward in delight, shouting, "It's a giant flying octopus! Hello, Mr. Octopus!" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she pointed ahead and said eagerly to Zhou Yi, "Brother, look! The tentacle is glowing." Hearing this, Su Ran explained in a calm tone, "That's the light of its monocore recharging. The airship stopped here precisely to refuel. It can only take off once it's fully charged. Furthermore, these tentacles serve multiple functions. They act as a staircase for passengers, and in combat, they can transform into protective shields. And finally, they can also fire mana cannons. In the blink of an eye, they had boarded the airship, stepping into an overwhelmingly luxurious and comfortable world. Just then, an urgent announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Attention! Passengers of the Sky Sovereign, please board. The ramp will be closing immediately. Will passengers who have not yet had their tickets scanned please do so at this time?" Seeing that Zhou Yi looked unwell, Su Ran, worried his injuries were flaring up, quickly took his arm. She asked caringly, "Zhou Yi, would you like to go to your room to rest? The ship's operation can cause some discomfort. The rooms have special stabilizing arrays." Hearing her concerned words, the corners of Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. He deliberately teased her, "Little Ran, Are you trying to treat me like a child that needs protecting? His words made Su Ran's cheeks flush. She stammered, "That's not what I meant. I was just worried you might be uncomfortable." Zhou Yi, seemingly unwilling to let it go, continued. "On the way here, you were worried I was hungry, then you worried I was getting too much sun, and you nagged me to take my medicine." Zhou Yi looked directly into Su Ran's eyes, his tone gentle yet firm. "I am well aware of my own body's condition. You don't need to worry so much." Suddenly, a flashy figure appeared. A woman in a gaudy outfit approached, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "So handsome!" Without a shred of hesitation, she reached out to caress Zhou Yi's face, cooing, "Just look at this skin. It's fairer than snow." Her eyes revealed a covetous mix of infatuation and pity. She purred seductively, "Looking at you fills me with both desire and sorrow. Why don't you come with me? I'll hire the best cleric to heal that crippled body of yours." Hearing her words, all three of Zhou Yi's companions were stunned, their faces etched with disbelief. Su Ran was the first to recover, her eyes flashing with rage as she instantly swung her whip toward the woman. With incredible speed and utterly enraged by the forwardness of the gesture, Su Ran growled, her eyes spitting fire, "Get your filthy hand off him, or I'll cut it off." The glamorous woman glanced at her own well-manicured hands and let out a sorrowful sigh. She then smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. The little guard actually dares to strike. I only wanted to invite the young master for some tea and a little chat. But your master hasn't said a thing. What's your rush? Oh my, young master, don't tell me this guard is your lover?" Suran gritted her teeth, her face twisting into a scowl, looking as if she were about to lunge forward and tear the woman to pieces. No wonder. I barely touched him, and she looked at me as if she wanted to eat me alive. "Little sister, if you like men, just be direct about it. I know that particular flavor all too well." As Suran nearly lost her composure and prepared to lunge forward again, Zhou Yi quickly grabbed her hand, calling out softly, "Su Ran." Zhou Yi glanced at the warning sign displayed prominently up ahead. He then gently reminded Su Ran, "She's provoking you. Don't fall for it," because the sign clearly stated, "Fighting is strictly forbidden aboard the Sky Sovereign. Violators will have their mana sealed and be locked in the lowest deck of the hold." After calming Su Ran, he turned to the gaudy woman with a polite smile. "If you enjoy playing around, madam, perhaps you should try the third-class cabin. You'll find entertainment more your speed there. As for this body of mine, I'm afraid it can't handle your level of enthusiasm." While his words were polite, he was inwardly on high guard against the woman before him. She's deliberately using a casual tone to hide her true intentions. She's observing the four of us. Her goal is definitely not as simple as just flirting. The colorfully dressed woman had her own thoughts. The third-class cabin is full of porters. People with no talent. Is he using those vile, dirty commoners to insult me? Thinking this, she responded, "Well, young master, you certainly know how to be a spoilsport. You've completely ruined my mood." Before turning to leave, she didn't forget to add a threat. "Everyone calls me Madam Hong. There is nothing in this world that I cannot have. Before long, you will willingly come to serve me." Wherever Madam Hong set foot, the staff bowed to her with reverence and sycophancy. Just as Su Ran turned to say something to Zhou Yi, he quickly cut her off, turning to Shen Lingfeng to ask. That bracelet she was wearing looked odd. It seemed to have a bit of moisture on it. "Have you ever seen one like it?" Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng immediately answered, "I have. It's the symbol of the Mermaid Merchant Guild." Shen Lingfeng then added, "Someone like Su Ran, having spent all her time in Chuan Province, probably wouldn't know that the Mermaid Merchant Guild is an incredibly wealthy financial group. They've been active in Jiangbei recently. On the surface, they run a legitimate business, but secretly, they're involved in all sorts of illegal dealings. For example, they target beautiful awakeners with special bloodlines, abducting them to be sold off as playthings. Those poor souls either end up as pets in the mansions of perverted aristocrats or are tortured to death in some cruel transaction. This woman calling herself Madam Hong is likely a minor executive in the guild, but not a low-ranking one. It's said that the head of the Mermaid Merchant Guild is extremely well connected, with eyes and ears everywhere. Their connections are so complicated that even my own father warned me not to mess with them. It's best to avoid them if possible." He thought to himself. Moreover, the person in charge of the Tianlan province branch of the Mermaid Merchant Guild and the Tianlan Zhou family had a major conflict 3 years ago. The Zhou family lost. Shen Lingfeng was conflicted, wondering whether or not he should tell Zhou Yi about this. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was deep in thought after hearing Shen Lingfeng's words. "So that's it." Madam Hong spoke offensively and provoked Su Ran on purpose to gauge our trump cards. "To appraise the value of the goods the four of us, Zhou Yun is the weakest. If they want to capture our Zhou Yun, she would be the easiest point of entry." After a moment of thought, Zhou Yi made a request of Shen Lingfeng. "For the next 2 days on this ship, can you stay by Zhou Yun's side without letting her out of your sight and ensure her safety? Madam Hong is ruthless. She'll likely try to retaliate in some way. I'm worried she will make a move on Zhou Yun." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng nodded eagerly. "Don't worry. You think I can't handle looking after one little girl?" The spaceship glided in absolute silence, as if sailing through an endless galactic tapestry. A janitor pushed a cart, at work, slowly making their way down the corridor. Just behind their figure, a brilliant crimson light suddenly erupted, piercing the darkness. A strange beam of light suddenly shot into Su Ran and Zhou Yun's cramped room. The bizarre light illuminated the entire room. Next, that eerie glow found its way to Shen Lingfeng's room. The spreading blood-red light gradually consumed every corner. The intruder was, in fact, Madam Hong, Her eyes scanned over each of them, like a poisonous spider inspecting its juicy prey. Little master, I'm here. Her greedy eyes fell first upon Zhou Yun. I noticed it right away. You have the bloodline of a succubus. Very rare indeed. You'll sell for a pretty penny. Next, Madame Hong turned her gaze to Su Ran, the other young woman, also a rare beauty. Then, Madame Hong approached Shen Lingfeng, her hand not hesitating in the slightest, to grope his abs before making a crude assessment. This brat might look plain, but his body is well built. Send him to the mines. He'd be good for digging ore. Her words were like a bucket of cold water thrown right in Shen Lingfeng's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger exploded. Your entire family is plain-looking! As he let out the vicious curse, he landed a powerful kick on Madame Hong's stomach. Witnessing Shen Lingfeng's fierce reaction, she smirked, her contempt obvious. The anger in Shen Lingfeng's heart continued to seethe. Showing no signs of cooling down, he rushed forward again. Who did you say looks plain? And so, with neither willing to back down, they launched into a tense, direct confrontation. At that exact moment, a strange streak of light suddenly flared up, tearing through the night. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth, his searing rage fueling his continued, relentless attack on Madame Hong. Swiftly dodging the dangerous blow, she used her soft silk ribbon to tightly bind her opponent. Meanwhile, Su Ran had woken up and joined the fight. To everyone's surprise, a wild wolf appeared from nowhere and suddenly lunged at Madame Hong. The moment it lunged, its snout was bound tightly by her silk ribbon. Witnessing the dangerous sight, Su Ran shrieked in alarm. Xiao Hui, cornered. Madame Hong finally understood and bitterly exclaimed, "Very good, so you were all tricking me." Madame Hong coldly observed her enemies, a flame clenched in her hand. She whispered softly, "Flame Dragon Bloodline." Then, her sharp gaze shifted to Su Ran and Xiao Hui. She smirked, "Seductive Demon Bloodline. I'm afraid that aside from your looks, you're not so simple either." Just then, Zhou Yun entered while supporting Zhou Yi. He bowed solemnly to thank Madame Hong. "Thank you for your item, Madame Hong, which prevented the Skyvoid's security system from detecting the disturbance inside. That's how we were able to make our move." However, this didn't seem to annoy Madame Hong. In fact, she just smirked. "So what if you made your move? A little punk who still reeks of milk. Today, Big Sis here will open your eyes to what's called spiritual pressure." Before Madame Hong could make a move, Shen Lingfeng instantly darted forward with incredible speed. She wasn't one to be easily bullied, and discovering she had been used made her absolutely furious. Madame Hong gritted her teeth. "Bloodmaster Marionette original form. Maim him." Enraged, Shen Lingfeng launched a flaming fist toward her, roaring, "You're taking this too far!" But unfortunately, what his fist connected with was just a delicate silk ribbon. It quickly dissipated, making his punch miss. Just a moment later, that silk ribbon suddenly coalesced into a human figure, silently appearing behind him, preparing for a vicious counterattack. A powerful and decisive blow was unleashed, aimed straight at Shen Lingfeng with immense power. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ran immediately launched a blitz attack toward Madame Hong. Phantom combo strike. But unexpectedly, as soon as she closed in, she was caught by the silk puppet, bound so tightly she was unable to move. Her entire body, from her limbs to her torso, was tightly bound by white ribbons like a cocoon, with no opening to escape. Unfazed, Madame Hong sneered, her eyes filled with derision. "Little beauty Su Ran, how does it feel to be trapped in my threads?" As the silk puppet raised its sharp threads, preparing to attack Su Ran from afar, she despaired, thinking she was out of options. A heavy, fatal blow landed directly on Su Ran's delicate spine. Madame Hong looked over at Zhou Yi, crossing her arms with a gloating expression, ready to enjoy the show. "Young master, do you have any other escape plans? Use them now or I'll lose my patience. You've provoked me this time. I'm going to turn you into a specimen." Zhou Yi tried to keep his voice calm as he meticulously analyzed every detail, knowing he was their last hope. Each attack from the silk puppet was forcing Su Ran to expend her magical energy to defend herself. If this keeps up, her magic will run out fast. The item my master gave me can definitely destroy the space Madame Hong created. She's only using an item. If the entire cabin is blown open, the Sky Void's security will definitely swarm this place. It's better to wait for her to get closer. Using another item to trap her would be much safer. Meanwhile, Su Ran was struggling to fend off the puppet's brutal attacks. Suddenly, her eyes began to glow a deep crimson, as if a powerful, hidden energy was awakening within her. Madame Hong's hand reached toward her, accompanied by an enchanting pink mist. She kept trying to entice her. "Stop resisting. Hurry and use my power." Su Ran was panting, each heavy breath like a warning. "Stay. Away." Seeing this, Madame Hong, far from being deterred, took another step closer. Her tone was mocking. "Why reject me so? I am you, and you are me. Besides, think about your precious Zhou Yi. He's badly injured right now. Shen Lingfeng is just a useless piece of trash who loves to run his mouth. You are the only one who can protect him. Are you really that selfish, to not even care about Zhou Yi's life?" Su Ran, with Madame Hong's hand tight around her neck, struggled to speak. "That's not true." Seeing her state, the other pressed on even more. "Zhou Yi has risked his life for you before. Now he's caught in a trap, and you're going to pretend there's nothing you can do? Look at him. He can't even stand, yet he still wants to protect you." She sneered contemptuously and then added caustically, "And what about you? You can't even escape from these pathetic silk threads. How are you supposed to protect him?" Stop suppressing it. Release the true power of the seductive demon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yi quietly activated the treasure in his hand, which began to glow with a mystical light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the quiet space. The silk puppets were blasted into the air, and simultaneously, an eerie laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approached, possessing both Su Ran's innocent beauty and Madame Hong's seductive allure. With a graceful smile, she spoke, "Brother Zhou Yi, it's been a while." Zhou Yi was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he suddenly realized that the girl before him was times her, times the bizarre presence that had always resided within Su Ran's body. Even Madame Hong couldn't conceal the astonishment on her face. Two pure-blooded demons? Her eyes gleamed with desire. A wicked smile formed on her lips. A top-tier specimen. This is a top-tier specimen. Zhou Yi was still stunned, reeling from the shock of what was unfolding. Shen Lingfeng was also staring blankly at Su Ran, unable to tear his eyes away from her newfound beauty and power. Zhou Yun and Xiao Hui were utterly speechless, rendered silent by the extraordinary scene before them. Having fully mastered her new power, Su Ran spoke in a cold tone. "So you're the one who wanted to harm Brother Zhou Yi, right? Just a puny level 30 puppet master." She bluntly exposed Madame Hong's level. Class: Puppet Master Vertical Bar Level, 30. Madame Hong immediately shot back with arrogance. "It's just the seductive demon Bloodline. Do you really think you can rise up against me?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she flung innumerable sharp silk ribbons at Su Ran. The Mermaid Merchant Guild has enough seductive demon specimens to fill a cold storage room. Seeing Su Ran fall into a disadvantageous position, Zhou Yi couldn't hold back his worry and shouted, "Su Ran." In response, Su Ran simply smirked mockingly. With a confident gesture, her hand gently yet decisively touched the approaching silk ribbons. Her long, slender legs moved gracefully, deftly tearing the soft silk ribbons into pieces. As Su Ran gestured with her hand, she said scornfully, "Insects belong in a cage." Witnessing the terrifying power erupting from her opponent, Madame Hong seemed to have a sudden realization. This is a domain, or more accurately, what she was witnessing is actually the Purple Abyss Demonic Crest domain, the innate skill of a pure-blooded seductive demon. Inside this domain, all of an enemy's combat capabilities are weakened in multiple ways. Zhou Yi stood silently to the side, utter shock visible in his eyes, as he sensed that Little Ran's current aura was 10 times stronger than before. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, Madame Hong frantically unleashed a torrent of silk puppets, trying to stop her opponent. On Su Ran's elegant face, there was not a single hint of panic. She calmly raised her delicate hand and made a gesture, as if she were controlling something unseen. At the exact moment Madame Hong sensed that disaster was about to strike, a terrifying power surged up from the ground, launching her into the air. What? A giant stone hand had suddenly emerged, cruelly seizing her by the throat. The hand squeezed so hard that Madame Hong's face grew progressively redder. Along with it, fragments of distant memories began to surface in her mind, growing in number. A moment later, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, weakly asking, What did you do to me?" Su Ran's eyes glinted with delight. Delighted to see Lady Hong's broken state, she mocked, "I'm just helping you remember your youth, you see. Look how adorable you are now. This is the thing that terrifies others. Haunting memory forcibly drains vitality and materializes fragments of negative memories, creating a mental shock for the target." In utter despair and on the verge of madness, Lady Hong cried out, "Memory search, spirit seal, destruction. My mind can't withstand this mental torture any longer." Lady Hong screamed madly. "What's with the innocent act? A pure-blooded demon, truly a monster among monsters. If that kid you care so much about knew your true face." Hearing those venomous words, Su Ran was unfazed, even wanting to end this game quickly. With her next move, Purple Abyss Demon Sword Seed, a strange demonic energy suddenly surged forth. It spread out, tightly binding Lady Hong in an invisible encirclement, her face drained of color, her eyes wide with absolute horror and shock. Witnessing her opponent's horrified expression, Su Ran couldn't help but let out a delighted sneer. Su Ran listened to Lady Hong's pointless provocations as if they were nothing more than a cheap farce. She smirked, retorting, "What's the use of trying to provoke me? Inside my domain, what I say goes." With a look of utter boredom, Su Ran wanted to speed things up and coldly commanded, "End it." The power Su Ran released grew more and more intense, its overwhelming force causing everything around her to tremble and slowly shatter into fragments. And then, on Lady Hong's face, the ravages of time began to appear. Her youthful features faded, replaced by wrinkles. In an instant, her skin was covered in a network of cracks, like an ancient porcelain statue on the verge of shattering, looking completely drained and devoid of life. It turned out that the one who had just collapsed was merely one of Lady Hong's sacrificial pawns. The real one was still sitting there calmly, leisurely, taking a drag from her pipe and exhaling a puff of smoke. She stretched gracefully to shake off a bit of fatigue, then quietly murmured, "A little interesting." Dual Demon Flame Dragon, the Zhou family. Her eyes scrutinized the newcomers, and a thought suddenly struck Lady Hong. Could they be connected to the Tianlin Zhou family? After a moment of contemplation, she ordered her subordinate, "Inform the old master. I will personally select this year's tribute." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Ran was still acting coy, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out. "Brother Zhou Yi." Noticing something was off, Zhou Yun immediately tried to step forward. "Brother Shen, something seems wrong with Sister Rand." Shen Lingfeng quickly stopped her. Don't go over there, she's very dangerous right now. Su Ran, with a strange demeanor, persistently clung to Zhou Yi. You promised you'd come find me. Ranner has been waiting for you for so long. Zhou Yi seemed not to hear her. His gaze remained indifferent as he quietly asked, "Since when?" Su Ran moved closer, silencing him with a gesture before gently cutting him off. "This way, you'll remember, won't you?" A memory of his intimacy with Su Ran flashed through Zhou Yi's mind. The image of their kiss was crystal clear. He suddenly realized she was the one with him in that moment. He was on the verge of demonization. Stunned, Zhou Yi's gaze was fixed on the figure before him as he stammered, "You're the one, from back then. Because you left me with that one last breath, I was able to resist the forbidden art and subdue the void beast." Hearing this, Su Ran's eyes sparkled with joy. She broke into a radiant smile. "Brother Zhou Yi, you remember me. I'm so happy." Shen Lingfeng suddenly charged from behind, his overwhelming aura threatening to crush anything in his way, as he roared in fury. "Let go of Zhou Yi right now!" Su Ran retaliated with a thunderous punch, a cold, sharp glint flashing in her eyes. She pinned Shen Lingfeng with a razor-sharp gaze, warning, My, is the little flame dragon angry? We're teammates, you know." Though dazed from the hit, Shen Lingfeng managed to retort with a voice full of indignation. "Stop pretending in front of me. You're not Su Ran at all. We both possess the power of a bloodline. Do you think I don't know you're a monster?" In the middle of his argument, he suddenly froze. His eyes went blank, as if he'd just seen something horrifying. He watched in terror as Su Ran raised a fist crackling with power of destruction, preparing to bring it down on him. Her voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Do you believe I won't rip out your tongue and turn it into a drinking snack?" Alarmed, Zhou Yi quickly shouted, "Xiaoran, wait!" Fortunately, Shen Lingfeng managed to dodge the vicious attack just in time. However, Su Ran seemed to have no intention of letting him off the hook. She chased after him with terrifying speed. This time, he took the full brunt of the attack, his body sent flying with an expression of utter agony. As Su Ran grabbed him by the hair, Shen Lingfeng smirked sarcastically. "Oh, did my words finally get to you? Monster." Panicked, Zhou Yi watched as the out-of-control Su Ran vented her fury with a series of punches, raining down on Shen Lingfeng's face, leaving him completely unable to resist. Her eyes were locked onto him, like a predator stalking its prey. Insolent fool. Her hand tightened its grip, twisting Shen Lingfeng's hair. Su Ran glanced at the grotesque thing lurking behind him, unable to suppress her derision. "These claws of yours couldn't even scratch Lady Hong's skin, and you think you can hurt me?" The flame dragon is as arrogant as ever. From behind them, Zhou Yi yelled out, at the same time throwing something from his hand forward. "Stop!" A brilliant golden aura flared to life. It was the rechargeable Holy Power Shield. Does not consume mana, instantly deploys a holy power barrier to resist demonic energy and physical attacks. Requires recharging after a single use. Origin, gifted by Principal Wang Hui. Zhou Yi struggled to his feet from his wheelchair. His tone was incredibly gentle, almost a plea. "Xiaoran, don't hurt him." He hastily wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his lips. Shen Lingfeng frowned, his tone urgent as he reminded him, "Zhou Yi, everything I'm doing is to save you. If you get bewitched by this demon, the mission the principal gave me will be a failure. I'm telling you. She's not the Su Ran, you know. It's a consciousness from her bloodline that has taken over. If it doesn't disappear, the real Su Ran will be in mortal danger." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished his words, the girl in front of them admitted without hesitation, "That's right. I'm not Su Ran. A useless trash like her can't even protect herself. When she begged me to come out and save you, she was crying like a pathetic dog." Hearing those cruel words, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and grabbed her wrist, growling, "Shut up." More than anyone, he understood the real Su Ran. Zhou Yi roared. "She ignored the dangers of her bloodline power just to save me, giving you the chance to emerge and mock me. You will not insult her. Xiaoran is the most resilient girl I've ever met. I support and understand every choice she makes." After his emotional outburst, Zhou Yi slowly released her hand, his expression complex. "Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once was in the instance dungeon, once in the secret realm during the freshman tournament, and once just now. If I get the chance, I will definitely repay you for these 3 times. But can you please let Xiaoran come back?" Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi earnestly stated his desperate wish. "Tell me how to make you go back to where you're supposed to be." Hearing his words, the girl paused in thought for a moment before speaking. "You're a lucky boy." Su Ran suddenly gave Zhou Yi a light kiss on the cheek. "Consider this your first repayment." Witnessing this, Shen Lingfeng quickly covered the innocent Zhou Yun's eyes. In that moment, she began to fade into nothingness. But before she vanished completely, a cold voice echoed, meant for Zhou Yi. "She can't afford the price of summoning me." Hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned slightly, a vague unease welling up inside him. "Every time she loses control, it's to protect me. But what exactly is this price?" A moment later, Su Ran, now back to normal, was nestled in Zhou Yi's arms. He held her and said in a low voice, "Shen Lingfeng." Hearing his name, Shen Lingfeng flinched. "What? Can't you see my handsome face is about to be disfigured? Teaming up with you calamitous stars, I'm gonna end up in a crematorium sooner or later." Zhou Yi ignored his disgruntled attitude and continued, "This bloodline consciousness you mentioned, what exactly is it?" Shen Lingfeng, while setting his own dislocated shoulder, replied, "I'm not sure about the specifics myself. My grandfather said that. A high-level bloodline is like a sealed ancient demon. If the host is strong, it provides aid. If the host is weak, it's a body-snatching devil. This word was completely foreign to Zhou Yi. Possession? Shen Lingfeng confirmed without hesitation. Yes, possession. Otherwise, why do you think Jiang Churan turned into a completely different person? People have been speculating that. Some say this mixed consciousness is a second, insane personality that has emerged, while others say, a remnant soul of an ancestor hidden in her bloodline took the opportunity to seize her body and be reborn. As Zhou Yi gently laid Churan on the bed, Shen Lingfeng continued to explain, the specifics are hard to say, but one thing is certain. If you repeatedly borrow the power of your bloodline far beyond your own level, 1. You'll go insane. 2. You'll turn into a completely different person. There's even a third possibility, where the powers inside your body reject each other and torture yourself to death. Hearing this information left Zhou Yi feeling deeply troubled. With the current information he had, the price for her to call for help was, at the very least, ceding control of her body. He pondered for a moment, then asked Shen Lingfeng, so, her recent lack of focus is because she can no longer suppress the mixed consciousness? Even so, Zhou Yi still wanted to ask Shen Lingfeng, do you know of any way to resolve this mixed consciousness? The answer was unsurprising. If I did, I would have made my move earlier. But then, Zhou Yun, who was standing behind him, suddenly asked, Brother, you must know how to save Sister Ran, right? Her words left Shen Lingfeng at a loss. Being relentlessly questioned by the two siblings, Shen Lingfeng felt his head spin and irritably replied, Go back to the Chu family and ask your clan leader. Those old geezers have lived for ages. What strange things haven't they seen? Besides, if the Chu family can't handle it, then go to the Jiang family. With a family as big and powerful as the Jiangs, this little problem of hers could be solved in a minute. At that moment, from outside, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed, getting closer. A team of 5 airship guards with tense expressions quickly ran towards the site of the altercation. The moment they arrived, they stormed in. A stern voice boomed, Who is fighting here? Disrupting the order of the Sky Sovereign? The guard yelled. You'd better come clean right now. The Sky Sovereign isn't a place for you rich young masters to do as you please. Both Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun remained silent, as neither knew how to respond. Simultaneously, they both pointed their fingers at Shen Lingfeng. The same thought flashed through both their minds. He was the chosen one to take the fall. The moment they pointed, the guards rushed in and began to drag him away. Shen Lingfeng struggled, yelling, I caused the disruption? Do you people have any conscience? In the lower decks of the Sky Sovereign, Shen Lingfeng was crying without tears. I've been so wronged. Jiang Churan was the one who did the fighting, so why am I taking the blame? Just wait until I get out of here. I'll dismantle your wheelchair. Time passed quietly. Finally, a familiar announcement echoed through the ship. The Sky Sovereign has arrived at the port. We ask all passengers to please disembark in an orderly fashion. The man who had been arrested a few days prior was now standing neatly before everyone. One glance was enough to tell he had paid a hefty sum for his release. Shen Lingfeng looked down at the crowd below. He said to Zhou Yi in a low voice, For better or worse, Chu Heng is a well-known figure in the Chu family. And yet, he was sent to pick you up. You've got quite the reputation. Sure enough, a few people were waiting for them at the port below, with a young woman waving enthusiastically to greet them. Noticing Xiaobai's overexcitement, Chu Heng quickly reminded her in a low voice, Xiaobai, be more discreet. Principal Wang said this matter is top secret. We absolutely cannot let anyone else find out. After being reminded, Xiaobai replied, Understood. As the figures stepping off the ship became clearer, Chu Heng stepped forward to greet them with a warm smile. You're finally here. It must have been a long trip, Ernie. Get in the car and rest. Hearing Chu Heng's familiar address, Zhou Yi was a bit surprised. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Ernie, are we that close? Sorry for the trouble. Very quickly, the luxurious car began to move, picking up speed rapidly. Behind it, only a thick cloud of dust was left, slowly dissipating into the air. Unexpectedly, Madame Zhang Hong had followed them all the way here. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes as she muttered, Zhou Yi, the top freshman of Suhang University, so he's Wang Hui's personal disciple. The Chu family was secretly hiding such a genius. If I can get him to work for me, my position in the Merchant Guild will definitely rise by another level. Churan carefully observed the interior of the car and immediately recognized what she was seeing. She whispered, This is an Esther-grade item, the Ice Soul Spider. Hearing this, Chu Heng laughed loudly. Miss Jiang, you certainly have a sharp eye. The matter Principal Wang spoke of can only be discussed within this protective barrier. It can block all forms of mental eavesdropping. Zhou Yi replied politely. Elder Chu Heng, you've gone to great lengths. Chu Heng waved his hand modestly. Not at all. It's my duty. His other hand was continuously signaling the person beside him, as if to say, Get it? Xiaobai, don't be so slow. Act now. Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Yun with a smile. Little Yun, I'm your cousin, Chu Xiaobai. This is a gift for our first meeting. I hope you like it. Chu Heng sat to the side, quietly observing and calculating. Although Chu Yi doesn't want to switch to the hidden ice-type class, his willingness to let Chu Yun cultivate at the Chu family's home is a good sign. As long as they can win her over, Chu Yi will naturally be drawn in as well. Chu Yun politely accepted the gift, replying, Hello, cousin, thank you. Witnessing the joyful expression on Chu Yun's face as she opened the gift, Chu Heng couldn't help but feel smug, his mind filled with deep calculations. Chu Yi's talent is exceptional, and he has Principal Wang Hui and the TNU Guild backing him. If he can be persuaded to support the family, the Chu family can certainly return to its peak. He didn't want to waste any more time on small talk. He got straight to the point, his voice low but powerful. Ernie, I've mentioned before that the Chu family's power is mainly divided between the clan leader and the Council of Elders. The old clan leader presides over the Ice Dragon Tower and controls the intersect's inheritance and core resources. The Council of Elders is led by 3 elders, with Chu Feng at their head. They manage the cultivation resources for the outer sect disciples. The old clan leader and the Council of Elders are frequently in opposition. The old clan leader fears that someone, coveting your talent, might cause trouble. He lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. Therefore, this mission to receive you could only be entrusted to me and Xiaobai. The secret path we are taking now is unknown even to the patrolling guards. After listening, Chu Yi simply smirked and replied casually, "You've gone to a lot of trouble. Chu Heng, about this Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm that my teacher mentioned. What kind of place is it?" Hearing his question, Chu Heng quickly replied, "It is where the Chu family's ancestor is buried, Frost Fang." He didn't stop there, continuing his story with a tone full of pride. "When our ancestor was young, he encountered an ice dragon named Frost Fang on the northernmost ice plains. Frost Fang's scales were harder than black iron, and its breath could crack entire glaciers. Our ancestor spent a full year in those glaciers, fighting it for 49 battles. In the end, he used his own blood to form a contract, finally taming it to become his mount. Afterward, when the demon clan invaded, Frost Fang carried our ancestor to the front lines. In the final battle against the snow demons, to protect the retreating clansmen, Frost Fang used its body to block the entrance to the demon den, waiting for our ancestor to fight his way back with reinforcements. Frost Fang's draconic body died, but its soul lingered. However, this presented a difficult problem. Fearing its soul would dissipate, our ancestor used the dragon spine sword to carve a sealing curse, binding Frost Fang's soul within its own draconic corpse. The ancestor had originally planned to find a way to revive it, and then come back to save Frostfang, but who could have known that in the ensuing chaotic battles, our ancestor would go missing. Afterward, Frostfang's body and soul transformed into the secret realm. The conversation in the car continued on like this, until the crunch of the wheels on the first thin layer of ice signaled that the car had entered a snow-covered road. Chu Heng continued slowly, his gaze distant. In the Ice Dragon Abyss today, the outer ice walls are Frostfang's scales, the ice pillars in the center are its bones, and the frozen lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 trials. Any descendant of the Chu family can enter the Ice Dragon Abyss to undertake its trials. If they can reach the central area, or the 3rd stage, they can directly enter the inner sect. Hearing this, Chu Yi cut him off, Frostfang's soul. Is it still actively testing members of the human race? Hearing this question, Chu Heng answered without any hesitation. Of course, in years past, every single Chu family descendant could enter the Ice Dragon Abyss to train. However, the concentration of their ice bloodline is insufficient, so the vast majority of Chu descendants can only enter the outer layer of the Ice Dragon Abyss. When I was 30, I had just managed to enter the 3rd stage when Frostfang's remnant soul broke 3 of my ribs, and then thrown out after the wound has healed. The bloodline concentration directly increased by 15%. Chu Heng further explained to Chu Yi that as long as he could enter the 3rd layer, he would definitely obtain immense benefits. But it also comes with risks. You might not know this, but 55 years ago, a 3rd advancement elder from the Chu family's bloodline charged into the 3rd layer. He was instantly frozen into a pillar of ice by a single puff of Bonefang's dragon breath. Chu Heng earnestly instructed Yi, "You must reach the gate of the 3rd layer, where Bonefang's remnant soul resides, if you wish to subdue it. You'll need to summon the same life-risking power our ancestor used back then to have any chance of making Bonefang submit." With a contemplative expression, Chu Yi answered pensively, "I understand." Chu Heng continued to ask, "When do you plan to enter the Frost Dragon Abyss?" "If you're not feeling well right now, there's a secret base near the Frost Dragon Abyss where you can rest temporarily." Chu Yi didn't answer immediately. He silently observed his system panel. Status: Divine Miracle Depletion. All attributes reduced to 0. Duration: 10 days. Countdown: 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Chu Yi calculated inwardly. Just enough time. The vehicle came to a stop. Chu Yi said calmly, "That won't be necessary. I can enter the Frost Dragon Abyss now." He and the others exited the vehicle. A chilling air enveloped them all. Su Ran approached Chu Yi, her heart filled with immense worry for him. She shyly suggested, "Brother Chu Yi, can I go with you?" Chu Yi tactfully refused. "Wait for me out here. Trust me." With that, he turned to Ling Feng. Before Chu Yi could even speak, the man understood his intention. "All right, got it. I'll take good care of this little lass." Chu Yi then looked at Chu Heng, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you, Uncle Heng." Then he walked off alone, seriously preparing for what was to come. System notification. Divine Miracle Depletion Innate Talent. Outstanding is recovering all attributes. Name: Chu Yi. Class: Arbiter. Level: Level 3, 0, 1, 2, 0, over 1, 0. In Chu Yi's hand, the faint outline of a sword gradually appeared. It was called the Blessed Weapon Dawn, a blessing bestowed by a god. Chu Yi gripped the sword firmly in his hand. He walked with confidence, exuding a powerful aura. In this place, butterflies fluttered around a block of ice. Coiled around the ice block was a monster with a snake-like body and shimmering blue scales. It also had 2 hands, which held a sharp blade. There wasn't just one. Many such creatures were gathered here. They were called ice serpentoids. Level: 25 grade, gold skills. Frost Breath, Swarm Link, Ice Spike Assault. Chu Yi had arrived. He brandished his sword to warm up and calmly spoke. After 10 days of being unable to move freely, my bones are getting rusty. The moment the ice serpentoids saw Zhou Yi, they rushed forward to attack. They aggressively bared their fangs and flicked their tongues like beasts starved for years. Zhou Yi was completely unafraid. He said with amusement, "I'll use you all for a little warm-up." As swift as a flash, Zhou Yi had already sliced through several of the ice serpentoids. His attacks were incredibly fast, creating dazzling flashes amidst the thick cloud of dust. The horde of ice serpentoids continued to surge forward. Zhou Yi unleashed his ultimate skill, Holy Storm. He created a massive vortex, sweeping all the ice serpentoids together. Nearby, a large block of ice began to show signs of cracking. Amidst the cold, snowy expanse, a motionless, dragon-like monster lay with its head frozen in ice. It was the Frost Abyss Serpent, level 55, grade gold skill, Frost Breath. Ice Lance Barrage, Magnetic Field Distortion. Zhou Yi's vortex gradually approached it. With a resolute expression, Zhou Yi roared, "Punishment of light!" His power flared, and a beam of light completely engulfed the monster. Its colossal body crashed down behind Zhou Yi. He showed no emotion, simply walking on nonchalantly. By morning, the snow had stopped, and the area had become brighter and clearer. Zhou Yi was still there. As he walked, he remarked, "This place gives me a strange sense of familiarity." The Void Beast appeared and explained, "It's because of the frost bloodline in your body. A normal ice elemental professional would have been frozen solid long before now." Zhou Yi greeted it cheerfully. "Long time no see." He then expressed his gratitude. "I still haven't thanked you for summoning my master last time." The Void Beast replied bluntly, "Just stop getting into trouble. That'll be thanks enough. If you die before the 1-year promise is up, Master won't be pleased." The two stared at each other in silence. Just then, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared, surrounding them. Zhou Yi and the Void Beast continued to stare at each other. The Void Beast unleashed a skill, Void Rend. Rays of light sliced through the horde of monsters, annihilating them all. Knowing the Void Beast was protecting him, Zhou Yi took the initiative to thank it politely. The Void Beast replied coldly, "Just small fry." But the danger was not yet over. The monsters from before hadn't been completely annihilated. They used their colossal bodies to shatter the ice path, and the ground beneath Zhou Yi's feet cracked open. He struggled to keep his balance and avoid falling. Just as it seemed he would plummet, he managed to leap onto another falling slab of ice. In this situation, Zhou Yi decided to dive into the abyss. Looking at the sight before him, he wondered, "What is this?" Below the ice were countless standing figures. They held swords and shields, appearing to be warriors. He saw a skeleton wearing a crown, a light glowing from within its skull. It sat there, majestic and imposing, seemingly the leader of this place. Zhou Yi thought to himself, "The Demon Clan." The rest of the ice crashed down in front of the demon horde. The armored skeletons were called Frost Abyss Bone Demons, level 35. Grade, Legendary Skills, Bone Storm, Ice Coffin Prison, Skeletal Symbiosis. The remains of the great demon army that fell in battle under the frost dragon Bonefang during the demon invasion. Sensing the disturbance, it awakened, its body glowing with a blue light. Zhou Yi emerged from the ice rubble and activated his appraisal skill. A small targeting circle appeared before his eyes, assessing the situation. The Void Beast warned, "There are at least 200,000 of these desperate demons. Fighting them is suicide. Besides, you've only reached the second layer of this secret realm. You need to conserve your strength." The skeletons were searching for something when one of them called out, "An intruder." Hearing this, Zhou Yi showed no fear. He unleashed the power of the god's grace, Blessing of Dawn. He controlled dangerous rays of light in his hands, as a tremendously powerful aura radiated from him. Zhou Yi said confidently, "The concentration of ice elements here is more than 10 times higher than in the outside world. More than enough to bury them." With that, Zhou Yi expanded his power, and rays of light flashed across the gloomy sky. Sensing the danger, the leader roared a warning, "All units, on guard!" Suddenly, the power coalesced into a vortex from which a giant hand emerged. The hand slammed down on the demon horde. They were crushed beneath a cloud of ice and snow. The remaining skeletons continued to charge, and Zhou Yi didn't stop unleashing his attacks. His eyes lit up as he roared, "Freeze!" The stream of power rapidly formed a vortex, and a shimmering ray of light appeared in its center. From above, countless sharp ice shards materialized, surrounding the demon horde. Zhou Yi waved his hand. He continued to command Holy Storm. A powerful wind suddenly whipped up, carrying the ice shards along with it. The wind slammed into the demon horde, tearing them to pieces. It formed into vortexes that swept away countless skeletons. Seeing this, the leader became enraged and bellowed, "You coward who hides in the shadows. The warrior soul of my clan will never be extinguished. How could we let an ant like you provoke us?" The skeletons then began to continuously bang on their shields. The more they beat them, the more bizarre soul fragments flew out. High up on the sturdy walls of the chamber, long rows of skeletons stood. They emitted a blue glow. Zhou Yi held his head, confused, his eyes glued to the bone demons as he wondered, what's happening to them? The bone demons suddenly began to merge, forming a single, giant, horrifying skeleton. Skeletal Symbiosis, a skill autonomously formed by the great demon army that died many years ago, allowing them to pour their power into their dead comrades, resonating life force to resurrect them. He was slightly horrified by the massive entity before his eyes. He muttered, pieced together from fragments, "Does this mean these bone demons are unkillable? But it's true, I haven't received any system notifications about gaining experience for killing the Frost Abyss bone demons." The large eye in the center of the skeletal symbiote's forehead flashed. It spoke in a garbled voice, "Found. You." Zhou Yi, having some skill of his own, bravely drew his sword and said, "A legendary grade is certainly impressive, but I refuse to believe." He raised his sword high. The skeletal symbiote immediately unleashed a blinding golden light. Zhou Yi struggled to finish. "That I can't kill you!" From the Tower of Bone, the beam of light held steady, shining like the Sunday. It shone brightly over the entire area. At the same time, several smaller skeletons began to leap down chaotically, as if on cue. They were armored, each wielding a different weapon. The small skeletons fell freely towards Zhou Yi. He swung his sword a few times in a zigzag pattern, his expression remaining cold and serious. The skeletal symbiote stood by, watching everything unfold, intently. Zhou Yi leaped into the air, landing on his feet beneath a wooden bridge. With a cold expression, he moved like a blur toward the symbiotic skeleton. Zhou Yi stopped right in front of its enormous eyes. He raised his sword. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if hatching some dark plan. Unconcerned with its actions, Zhou Yi leaped up, raising his sword, determined to kill the symbiotic skeleton. Suddenly, he froze, as cold sweat began to form. Zhou Yi recalled the past, his eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. Mixed with regret, he stared blankly at his surroundings as shouts rang out. "The left flank is about to collapse! We need reinforcements now!" Zhou Yi walked in a daze. Behind him, a tall, large man was rushing to catch up. The man clapped Zhou Yi on the shoulder and said, "Zhou Yan, hold the line." Confused, Zhou Yi turned and looked. What? Zhou Yi's attention was caught by a young man who was shot in the abdomen by an arrow and sent flying past him. The large man's voice continued. "Buy time for Lord Bone Fang." A swirling vortex of pink and purple appeared. To the astonishment of everyone, it was the demon clan's otherworldly portal. Armored skeletons wielding spiked maces charged down from the vortex, and the knights did not hesitate. Ready for the challenge, a brave warrior took his stance and shouted, "Descendants of the Zhou family, hear my command! Fight to the death! We must not let the demon clan escape our Tianlan realm." A knight was struck in the abdomen by a mace and sent flying. The large man fought fiercely, shouting, "We live and die with Tianlan." A massive, blue and white dragon appeared in the sky. His voice still boomed, "We live and die with Tianlan." The dragon opened its mouth. It fired a beam of green, gem-like energy straight at the ground, and everything returned to the way it was. The people around cheered. "Lord Bonefang is here! We're saved!" Bonefang. Zhou Yi's eyes filled with shock and disappointment. He voiced his thoughts. "Then doesn't this mean I'm back on the battlefield against the demon clan? From 100 years ago?" Bonefang coiled its body amidst the light radiating from it. It descended menacingly, looking closely at the knights. Suddenly, several swords flew out of nowhere and slammed straight into Bonefang's belly. It roared in agony. Bonefang writhed in pain, sending the knights flying everywhere. Those in the distance watched in horror. Far away, the armored skeleton brandished its 10-meter-long sword. It had started to move. In a single thrust, that sword pierced through. Several knights in a row, Zhou Yi's eyes, filled with resentment like a wolf's, glared as he screamed, "Demon clan scum!" The armored skeleton soared away on a black crow. His voice rang out again, "Go to hell!" Before it got far, Bonefang bit the crow's wing, causing the skeleton to fall. The crow was of no use to it anymore. Bonefang mercilessly spat it out, then glanced down at the wounds gushing. Blood. Bonefang's gaze returned to the sky, to a pink vortex. In the center, the face of a skeleton peeked through. Bonefang stared intently, its thoughts racing. That aura, it's a heavenly demon. Its thoughts raced. If I let them through, the entire Tianlan realm will become a demonic domain. All living beings will become nutrients for the demon clan, to protect the lives of all innocents. Bonefang stomped angrily, shattering the ground, and thought, "I can't let that happen. I cannot let them break through. If I must be the one to stop them." It shot off like an arrow. Its thoughts continued. "Then I'll use my dragon body as a sacrifice." Bonefang flew straight toward the armored skeleton, sitting calmly in the vortex. It charged directly into the vortex, engulfing both itself and the skeleton within. As the portal closed, it emitted a blinding pink light. Zhou Yi had to shield his eyes with his forearm. The force of it shattered the ground. The portal flashed brightly and began to shrink as everyone watched and waited. They stared without blinking. After a moment, the portal faded and disappeared. The people cheered softly. "The portal is gone!" They all erupted in cheers. Lord Bonefang drove back the demon clan. "Excellent! We've held the Tianlan defensive line." Only Zhou Yi stood deep in thought. It just threw its dragon core into the portal to detonate it. Cheers continued to ring out around him. "Long live Lord Bonefang. As long as Bonefang stands, so does Tianlan." He looked at the chaotic aftermath of the battle and thought with relief. "Good. I didn't break my promise to you." Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Zhou Yi quickly turned. "Bonefang!" A handsome man ran toward him, making him think, "That's the Zhou family ancestor." Zhou Yi snapped out of his memories. A large, sharp blade swung toward him, and he barely had time to raise his weapon. To block its powerful attack, he flew back to dodge the blow, landing on the ice. A flash of light from the monster made him uncomfortable. "What's inside it?" he muttered. A cluster of blue light rested among the bones. Seeing what was inside astonished him. A dragon scale. Zhou Yi smirked smugly. "So that's why, from the very beginning, I didn't notice. The movements of these bone demons are too perfect, and their attack patterns are too simplistic. Zhou Yi stared at the monster's loosely held skeleton, pondering for a long moment. Zhou Yi smiled, his suspicion confirmed. Just as I thought, they are the ones who caused Bone Fang's tragic death. How could the Zhou ancestor let his enemies die so easily? Sunlight fell upon the motionless skeleton. His voice continued steadily. After being shattered, they reform. It's a curse of infinite, cyclical resurrection. Using Bone Fang's dragon scale as a power source, he refined them into tomb guardians. The moment someone enters with force, they will attack. And what's more, after these bone demons are shattered, they reassemble themselves. Zhou Yi mumbled as he walked. Even a second transition master would struggle to withstand such a battle of attrition. No wonder the Zhou descendants usually stop at the second trial and give up the assault. If I appear harmless, these mindless things will naturally lose their target. As he walked through the thick snow, he mused aloud, a truly clever and complex way to exact revenge, using the enemy's bodies to form a barrier and forcing them into their most wretched near-death state as punishment. This revenge is crueler than death itself. A cold gust of wind made Zhou Yi squeeze one eye shut, but it couldn't stop his thoughts. Zhou family ancestor. Amidst the freezing snow, his resolve was firm. One day, I will surpass you. Zhou Yi stood on the snowy peak, looking down at Bone Fang's massive skeleton. He dove straight down, but was suddenly flung back by an invisible force, slamming repeatedly into the rocks. In pain, he tried to recover, confused about what had just happened. What was that, he thought. A faint but massive image of Bone Fang appeared, its majestic voice booming. Who are you? Why have you trespassed here? Were you sent by the scum who imprisoned me in this icy fissure? Zhou Yi struggled to his feet and called out. Bone Fang. Angrily, Bone Fang bared its fangs. Have you come to mock me? A level 30 grunt. Isn't even worthy of sharpening my claws. You pests only know how to absorb the power of the dragon clan. The blood in your veins stinks just like those murderers. It grew even angrier, opening its mouth wide to rail against him. You all just want to see me go mad, greedy and selfish, doing as you please, all while coveting my body. You want to refine me into a weapon, Zhou Yi tried to explain. Wait a minute, I'm from the Zhou family bloodline. I came here to Bone Fang, cut him off, continuing its tirade. The Zhou family bloodline? Again with the Zhou family bloodline. Its fury mounting, Bone Fang attacked. How much longer will you try to deceive me? You piece of trash, I'll tear you to shreds. He struggled to dodge its attacks. So fast, Zhou Yi thought. It opened its mouth wide, firing off beams of energy. Dodging each blow, he tried to explain. Bone Fang, don't you remember? That year, you destroyed your own dragon core. To seal the demon clan's portal, you are the hero of the Zhou family. But Bone Fang didn't listen, retorting. Nonsense, the dragon core is a dragon's heart. How could I possibly rip it out myself? It was clearly you people who took it. You took my dragon core, and now you stand here trying to bewitch me with your hypocrisy and deceit. It's all lies. Its attacks grew faster, shattering the ice. It roared, I will tear apart everyone who has deceived me. Though in pain, Zhou Yi tried to calm it down. Bone Fang, calm down and listen to me. Do you remember? It whipped its massive tail at him. Get lost! Zhou Yi was flung a great distance but managed to stand his ground. He thought to himself, Zheng Na has lost her memories. Moreover, the long imprisonment has caused her immense suffering, and she's blaming it all on anyone who approaches. Her mind is in complete chaos. Worthy of being our ancestors' contracted demonic pet, even after 100 years, the remnants of her dragon soul's power are enough to instill fear. His face darkened, his body covered in injuries, but he refused to submit, thinking that his rank and strength were lower than Zheng Na's. However, making me give up here is impossible. Now that I've reached the Ice Dragon Abyss, I absolutely will not return empty-handed. A glowing cross-shaped symbol appeared on Zhou Yi's forehead. He shouted provocatively, You want to vent your anger? Then come and fight me. Fight until you remember who you are. He conjured a dazzling golden stream of power. The immense energies of both Zhou Yi and Zheng Na slammed into one another. It unleashed another immense blast of power directly at him, kicking up a whiteout of snow and mist. Wielding his sword, Zhou Yi charged forward. Come on! If the Zhou family ancestor could form a contract with you, so can I. I will make you return to your roots. He unleashed a flurry of slashes. Elsewhere, Ling Fang was calmly enjoying a dragon-shaped ice cream bar. Mouthful of the Zhou family's exclusive ice cream, Ling Fang mumbled. She's been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights. She's about to turn into a statue from waiting. Su Ran glared at him irritably through the glass and threatened, Tired of having a tongue? Ling Feng's face darkened, his jaw twisting as he ground his teeth. He continued his nonsense. You're Jiang Su Ran now, aren't you? Suddenly, Xiaobai came running in a panic, bursting the door open and shouting, This is bad. You two have to leave, now. The two of them asked in confusion, What's going on? Instead of answering, she immediately rushed inside, rambling. While she's not here yet. Father told me to get you out of here, quickly. Where is Xiao Yun? Ling Feng asked impatiently. What are you talking about? Explain yourself. Xiaobai gripped Su Ran's hand, her face fraught with worry. I can't explain. Just follow me, now, Su Ran calmly replied to her plea. If you don't explain, we can't possibly offer a solution. Besides, Zhou Yi is still in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely will not leave so easily. Agreeing with Su Ran, he chimed in. That's right. I, Shen Ling Feng, am not useless. Just tell us what happened. If we can help, we will, Xiaobai explained frantically, gesturing wildly. It's not like that. This is something you can't handle. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. An attack from Zhou Heng shot directly past Madame Hong, startling her. He said gravely, Madame Hong, the Tianlan Zhou family's territory is not a place for you to act so brazenly. Meanwhile, thin, sharp threads of power formed, wrapping nimbly around Madame Hong's fingers, she said with a contemptuous tone. Zhou Heng, in order to suppress your freezing bloodline, your power doesn't even amount to 30% of a level 40s. And you think you can stop me? Zhou Heng shielded Zhou Yun behind him, trying to speak calmly. Even if the Zhou family is in trouble, we will not allow an outsider to harm our clan's guests, he thought to himself. Asterisk Zhou Yi is at a critical point in his breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely cannot let Madame Hong interfere. Asterisk. At worst, I'll risk further injury to my frozen meridians, but I must stall for time until Zhou Yi comes out. Asterisk. He created a trail of ice that extended toward Madame Hong. In another scene, her lips moved. And where do you think you're going? Madame Hong leaned casually against the doorframe, her voice ringing out. Long time no see, little girl. All three of them, Xiao Bai, Ling Feng, and Su Ran, froze in shock, exclaiming in unison. You're still alive? Half an hour earlier, in a spacious and luxurious room with traditional decor, Madame Hong was in a meeting with a few people, and the elderly patriarch of the Zhou family. Madame Hong spoke first. Patriarch of the Zhou family, this is this year's Han Tui Tin. Another voice spoke up. We've troubled you to make this trip, Madame Hong. You only needed to say the word, and we would have sent someone to retrieve it. Beside them were shimmering treasure boxes. Name, Han Tui Tin type, consumable rarity, rare tier, epic category, crystallized energy. Another elder, Zhou Feng, the third elder of the Zhou family, called out, Servants, bring them forward. Zhou Heng was seated beside him. A line of servants brought forth the treasures. Heavenly Secret Snow Silkworm Thread. Effect. When incorporated into equipment during crafting, grants a stealth effect. Mystic Ice Jade effect. Used to temper weapons. Can imbue a weapon with the passive Ice Rend ability. The elder continued. As per last year's agreement, we have prepared all the rare treasures. Madame Hong gave a faint laugh. After inspecting them for a moment, she replied, This isn't nearly enough, she said sarcastically. Your Zhou family is hiding your best treasures and refusing to bring them out. It seems your request for the Han Tui Tin isn't very sincere. Zhou Heng shot to his feet and retorted, Madame Hong, what are you saying? Every year, our Zhou family puts forth its utmost effort to gather precious items for our trade. In her hand, she held one of the treasures, the frigid Ice Rend halberd. Level requirement, 30 base stats, physical attack plus 350, ice attribute attack plus 120. He thought to himself, asterisk, this greedy Madame Hong increases her demands every year. What trick is she planning to pull this time? Asterisk. She snapped the artifact in half and said, I've grown tired of these flashy-looking goods. This year's payment will be something else. If the Zhou Patriarch agrees, I'll guarantee an entire year's supply of Han Tui Tin. The Zhou elder asked with a pleasant expression, Madame Hong, what would you like to trade for? Beside him, Zhou Heng felt something was amiss. Madame Hong said in a low voice, a living person. The elder asked again, a living person? Who? She calmly replied, Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng lost his composure. What? He regained his composure and continued, Madame Hong, you must be joking. How can a living person be traded? But Zhou Heng was worried. Asterisk. Why is Madame Hong targeting Zhou Yi? Asterisk. She replied brazenly. Joking? You're a funny one. One person's life in exchange for saving your entire clan. Isn't that a bargain? Hearing this, the Zhou family patriarch made his decision. Madame Hong, please leave. Zhou Yi is a junior of the Zhou family and is absolutely not for trade. Without even turning to look at him, Madame Hong coolly examined her fingernails and replied, So you won't hand him over. Let's see if your Zhou family can even last 2 months. Seeing this, the elder turned to the patriarch. Last year, 3 children died young due to the freezing bloodline. Patriarch, if our supply of Han Tui Tin is cut, the patriarch thought worriedly. Asterisk. The Momo Merchant Guild controls the mines that produce Han Tui Tin. Because of the bloodline curse, the Zhou family. Asterisk. Asterisk. Our icy bloodline becomes more and more diluted. We not only need Han Tui Tin to reinforce the bloodline's concentration. Asterisk. Asterisk. But we also need it to improve the freezing side effects of the bloodline, allowing for faster cultivation. Asterisk. Asterisk. Therefore, the Zhou family has no choice but to continue trading a large amount of resources with the Momo Merchant Guild each year. Asterisk. Finally, he spoke up. Say no more. I would rather our bloodline be severed. The Zhou family will never stoop to selling its own people to survive. Hearing this, the Zhou elder argued, not willing to give up, patriarch, even if you don't consider us old geezers. You must think of the children of the clan. Zhou Yi is a genius, yes, but he is still too young. He cannot save the entire Zhou family. Hearing this, the patriarch leaped to his feet and yelled, Our Zhou family must survive if we are to ever rise again. If we're all dead, there will be nothing left, the elder continued in a low voice. Zhou Yi has never once been protected by the clan. He shouldn't be burdened by the clan. The elder raised his voice. Patriarch, the children can't wait any longer. But the patriarch remained resolute. Madame Hong, please see yourself out, he thought to himself. Asterisk, you fool. Asterisk. Asterisk, Madame Hong is forcing me to choose between Zhou Yi and the family because she can clearly see his boundless future. If we can't protect Zhou Yi, asterisk, then the Zhou family truly has no future to wait for. Asterisk, Madame Hong's demeanor turned cold. Very well. If the Zhou family is so determined to protect Zhou Yi, she stood to leave with her entourage, adding harshly, then starting today, your supply of Han Tui tin is cut off. Let the Zhou family and you old relics perish together. Back in the present, Madame Hong said to Xiao Bai, thank you for leading the way, little girl. Madame Hong's sharp threads wrapped tightly around Xiao Bai's neck. She choked and lost consciousness, collapsing motionless on the floor. She thought back to the earlier incident and said maliciously, that patriarch of the Zhou family dared to signal Zhou Heng right in front of my face. Did he think I was blind? A worried Su Ran immediately rushed over to Xiao Bai. Ling Feng, refusing to give up, charged forward, shouting, this time you'll die by my hand. Her minions rushed forward, their bodies like silk ribbons, but they couldn't make Ling Feng flinch. He unleashed a flurry of attacks as the others rushed toward Suo Ran. With just a few slashes, she diced them into 100 pieces. Their fragments rained down on the floor. Ling Feng began to cast a spell, conjuring a firewall to protect the other two. She said smugly, I haven't seen you for 3 days, and you've learned to coordinate your attacks. It seems you've practiced. This is getting a little interesting. I'm liking you all more and more, Lady Hong thought to herself. The succubus girl and the flame dragon are both showing faint signs of a breakthrough, she spoke. You could be considered geniuses. It's a pity that the treasures right in front of you will ultimately turn to dust. Suo Ran helped Xiao Bai up, thinking to herself, having to divert my attention to protect Xiao Bai is holding me back. Wasn't this woman already destroyed last time? Why is she appearing at the Chu residence now? She wondered. She didn't notice a thread gradually approaching her, and Xiao Bai was unable to speak. The thread drew closer and closer, but Suo Ran still paid it no mind. So, Brother Zhou Yi is at the Chu residence. Suddenly, threads wrapped tightly around her body. Lady Hong's voice rang out, it's just that your combat experience is a bit poor. Even Ling Feng was tightly bound by threads erupting from the ground as she continued to speak. I just love young masters and ladies like you from prominent families, so-called geniuses, who are utterly useless. The warm-up is over. Let me deal with you personally. The threads pulled Suo Ran forward as she continued. Succubus girl, where has all that power from last time gone? Ling Feng was slammed hard against the wall. These blood threads of mine really like your flames. Little fire dragon. Both of them were hoisted into the air, unable to move. Lady Hong sneered. You want to challenge someone? So far above your level? You're still not good enough. Her expression turned serious as she asked, tell me, where is Zhou Yi? He ignored her and roared, let me go. Believe it or not, I'll burn you to a crisp. Lady Hong walked slowly toward the curtain and continued, so you won't talk? I heard that to save his little sister, Zhou Yi charged into the sealed mountain range all by himself. I don't believe Zhou Yi won't come out, he shouted in fury. Don't you dare touch her. Behind the curtain, Zhou Yun was hiding, but Lady Hong had already discovered her. That voice rang out again, hiding behind the curtain. Do you think you can see your brother from over there? Suo Ran refused to stay still and screamed with all her might. Lend me your strength one more time. Many red threads coiled around Lady Hong's hand. This time, she was truly enraged. Then I'll show you what true suppression looks like. Immediately, a horde of puppets controlled by Lady Hong rose up in unison. The giant-bodied puppets charged forward in a frenzy. Blue veins surfaced on Zhou Heng's face. He said, this is going to be tough. To think she'd use so many puppets just for Zhou Yi. As the puppets closed in, Zhou Heng grabbed a chain. He leaped high into the air and shouted, Jiang Suo Ran, Shen Ling Feng, take Zhou Yun and Xiao Bai and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Seeing that he was trying to help them escape, Lady Hong yelled, capture them alive. Suo Ran was holding Zhou Yun in her arms, while Ling Feng held Xiao Bai tightly. Got it, they shouted in unison. At that moment, Zhou Yi was holding an orb of power in his hand. He looked at the monster before him and shouted. With a flash of memory, he rushed forward. Landing a heavy blow on the opponent's head, he roared, Sacred Fist Barrage. Then Zhou Yi quickly dodged to the side. Another blast of energy instantly shot past. Zhou Yi stretched his hand forward, using a single technique to suppress his opponent. Holy Light Cross, he shouted. Submit to me. Before the blow landed, the monster's eyes reflected only the image of Zhou Yi closing in. It weakly called out, Master. A fist carrying immense power descended upon it. Hand of God. After the attack, the surroundings fell completely silent, leaving only a cloud of dust and smoke. Zhou Yi landed on the ground with a cold expression and said, finally, quiet. The giant beast asked him, who are you? Zhou Yi didn't hide his identity and answered bluntly, I am Zhou Yi, descendant of Zhou Fan. He sat on the ground, letting his body slowly recover. Then he began to recount the monster's crimes. 100 years ago, you sacrificed your life to destroy the demon clan's teleportation gate. In exchange for peace for Tianlan, my ancestor, your master, Zhou Fan, took your body and soul, and after sealing them here, he went off alone to find a way to save you, but he disappeared as well. Zhou Yi smiled and extended an invitation. Follow me from now on, and I'll treat you well. Your soul is trapped here with no way to escape. You were gradually losing your sanity, so I had no choice but to use some forceful methods to help you recover. After learning the truth, the dragon closed its eyes and replied sorrowfully, so that's what happened. My dragon core is shattered. How could I be revived? To think he wouldn't believe it. It's been 100 years. The master is long gone. It looked directly at Zhou Yi and asked, "You came seeking me for the dragon soul, didn't you?" Changya explained, "I can see that your foundation is damaged and needs pure energy to be restored. The dragon soul entering your body will make you experience the agony of having your heart devoured by 10,000 ants. Your body will feel as if it's being ripped to shreds countless times. Are you willing to accept it?" Zhou Yi answered without hesitation, "I am willing. Compared to physical pain, being powerless and weak, and unable to protect the one I love is the worst kind of suffering." After hearing this, Changya couldn't help but be impressed. This Zhou family brat has guts. It sent a stream of power before Zhou Yi and commanded, "Come here." An orange vortex, swirling with tiny green specks, suddenly appeared. His frozen blood vessels seemed to be gradually restoring themselves. Zhou Yi's entire body began to emit a green mist. Inside him, the ice encasing his blood vessels started to shatter. Zhou Yi clenched his jaw and shut his eyes tightly, his face twisted in agony. Kang Ya quickly reassured him, "Hold on, your meridians were shattered. If you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have survived for even a month. Those green specks of light are also moving to regenerate your bones." The fractures and his deep internal injuries were being healed step by step. However, Zhou Yi had to endure unimaginable pain. Blood trickled from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The green light flowed ceaselessly, mending Zhou Yi's heart. Zhou Yun smiled, her face radiant with joy, as did Helan's group. Suo Ran squinted, looking back in surprise. The pitch-black darkness seemed to tear open. A faint silhouette stood before the giant dragon as a series of notifications appeared. Detected. Ice Dragon Soul Fusion at 100%. Detected. Foundation completely restored. Ice Element Affinity plus 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns sprouted from Zhou Yi's head. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Perfect second-class advancement. Reward. Skill. Dragon God's Domain. Changya instructed him, "Protect Tianlin in Mai in his place." Meanwhile, Lady Hong used the puppet strings in her hands to tightly bind a girl. She stepped forward and slackened the strings, causing the girl to collapse to the ground. Lady Hong flicked a red silk ribbon from her hand toward Zhou Yun, coaxing softly, "Good little sister. Come over here. I won't hurt you." Zhou Yun's body was bound tightly by the red silk. Lady Hong commanded, "Be a good girl and take me to your brother." Just then, a dirt-covered hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. "Get off me." Lady Hong looked down with disdain at the person gripping her leg. Little flame dragon, quite stubborn for someone at death's door. Still trying to play the hero? Ling Feng used the last of his strength to stop Lady Hong from taking Zhou Yun. "Don't you dare touch her," Lady Hong said in disgust. "You look like a pathetic stray dog right now. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to protect others? How utterly laughable." Though he was completely exhausted, Ling Feng was still determined to protect Zhou Yun. "What the hell would you know? I, Ling Feng, will die before I let you touch a single hair on her head," Lady Hong ordered coldly. "Let go." Ling Feng yelled, "I won't let go!" Seeing his stubbornness, Lady Hong lifted her foot and stomped down hard on his hand that was gripping her leg. So what, despite the pain? But Ling Feng held on tightly, refusing to release his grip. "I won't let go!" By now, tears were streaming down Zhou Yun's face. She said, her heart aching, "Brother Shen, let go, don't worry about me. Please, just let go, my brother won't blame you." Ling Feng opened his mouth and yelled, and bit down hard on Lady Hong's leg, refusing to let go. "Brother Shen!" Zhou Yun screamed. Lady Hong was now completely enraged. She kicked Ling Feng away with all her might. "You lunatic!" After the kick, Ling Feng planted his hands on the ground to stop himself. Zhou Yun cried out in worry. "Brother Shen!" Lady Hong touched her chin, thinking to herself, "This kid is tougher than I thought." To be able to make the arrogant flame dragon bloodline wholeheartedly submit, this Zhou Yi is truly a person of immense value. Lady Hong flicked her fingers in disgust. "You who court death, I have no interest in you. If you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated," she wrapped the puppet strings around Ling Feng's neck, "then farewell." The puppet strings began to tighten around Ling Feng's neck. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and his face was contorted in pain. Zhou Yun screamed in fear, "Brother Shen, run!" Seeing Ling Feng on the verge of unconsciousness, Zhou Yun burst into tears and turned to plead with Lady Hong. "Don't! I'm begging you, don't hurt him! I'll go with you!" Just then, an immense pressure suddenly manifested. Lady Hong was also affected by the pressure. She said in fear, "Such terrifying pressure." The moment she spoke, a colossal force charged at her. It struck Lady Hong directly. Zhou Yi, with golden wings and 2 dragon horns on his head, had suddenly appeared. He saved Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun called out in disbelief, "Brother!" Zhou Yi looked at the tattered body of Ling Feng, which was covered in wounds, and silently called out, "Shen Ling Feng." Su Ran, too. She was also being pierced by many puppet strings. Xiao Ran. Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Bai and Zhou Heng, who were unconscious on the ground. Xiao Bai, Uncle Heng. He gently blew out a puff of smoke. Instantly, Zhou Yi's eyes changed. One became gold and the other blue. He used his power to manifest a divine iron chain. Thunder Hell's divine lock. Lady Hong's eyes widened, and she licked her lips, her face filled with excitement upon seeing Zhou Yi's arrival. Numerous puppets appeared in her hands, all of them resembling Lady Hong. "Zhou Yi, you finally come out." All the approaching puppets were easily destroyed by Zhou Yi. Lady Hong appeared behind Zhou Yi out of nowhere. She advised him, "Be a good boy and come home with me." Zhou Yi didn't answer. He just stomped his foot down hard. The ground beneath him shattered. Instantly, a wave of power slashed across Lady Hong's neck. Zhou Yi held his sister in his arms. His power sent his opponent flying back. Lady Hong thought in terror. Such terrifying power. Aside from the puppets that were destroyed, a few of Lady Hong's high-level puppets still remained. But they were struggling to dodge Zhou Yi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are one thing, but the level 30 elite puppet and the guardian puppet, level 40, took me immense effort to create, and yet, he is rendering my puppet army completely powerless. With that thought, she leaped forward and charged. Lady Hong unleashed a barrage of puppet strings. Her eyes widened as she screamed frantically, "Impossible! You're only level 30. There's no way you can overcome a 15-level gap. This just makes one desire you even more." She ordered one of her puppets. "Swallow him." The puppet strings formed a massive red sphere. It trapped Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun inside. Lady Hong was still very confident in the technique she had just unleashed. With that burden in your arms, so what if you can fight above your level? With that, she and the puppet charged, striking the red sphere forcefully. Even though he was trapped inside, Zhou Yi showed no fear. He calmly called out, "Holy storm!" Instantly, a massive explosion erupted, shattering the giant sphere. The aftershock of the explosion spread endlessly outward. Only the area where Zhou Yi stood remained untouched. Lady Hong quickly formulated a new plan. "This is a power that can't be compared by levels anymore. The situation is bad. I'll retreat first." Zhou Yi coldly closed in on her. He shouted, "Bone Fang!" Seeing that the situation was not good, Lady Hong hastily cried out, "Wait a minute!" She then threatened Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, if you dare to touch me, the Mumei Merchant Guild will never let you off. This is the guild's highest level wanted order. If I just tear it, you'll be hunted to the ends of the earth until you die." Lady Hong was sure that Zhou Yi would be terrified, so she continued her threat. "You wouldn't want the Zhou family to get dragged into this too, would you?" The dragon's eyes, filled with killing intent, stared directly at her. Lady Hong trembled and thought, "What is this monster?" Realizing she had provoked a powerful opponent, she clasped her hands and forced a smile. She hastily begged for mercy. "Brother Zhou Yi, this is all a misunderstanding." As the dragon bound her tightly, Lady Hong quickly tried to explain. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Zhou Yun, and I shouldn't have hurt Jiangsu Ran and the others. Most of all, I shouldn't have confronted you. Just spare my life, and I'm willing to give you all of the cold marrow crystals. No, I'm willing to hand over the Mumei Merchant Guild's cold marrow crystal mine to the Zhou family." Zhou Yi asked doubtfully, "A mine?" Lady Hong affirmed, "Yes," and said, "That mine produces enough cold marrow crystals every 1,000 years to supply the Zhou family for a century. Just think about it. With this mine, the Zhou family won't have to suffer from the frozen bloodline affliction anymore. You can also cultivate with peace of mind. Why bother with an insignificant person like me? In order to survive," Lady Hong even said, "I can even become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I, Lady Hong, will go through hell and high water for you." Without hesitation, but inwardly, she thought, as long as my puppet string can touch me, I can instantly teleport back to the Merchant Guild's headquarters. I just need to buy a little more time, just a little bit longer. After listening to her, Zhou Yi pursed his lips and thought to himself, how could someone like Lady Hong suddenly beg for mercy? It must be a trap. With that thought, he immediately rejected her offer. No need. A truly strong person fears no threats and yields to no temptation. Lady Hong was stunned and said in disbelief, "You?" Zhou Yi waved his hand, creating a colossal force. She hastily used her puppet strings to form a shield in front of her, but Zhou Yi's power shattered it with ease. Lady Hong's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. Before the attack hit her, she could only think, this isn't some ordinary holy knight. He's clearly a god cloaked in holy light. Unbelievable. After dealing with Lady Hong, Zhou Yi gently set Zhou Yun down. He used his power to shatter the strings holding Su Ran, then reached out and caught her. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, Zhou Yi gently said, "I'm back," Ling Feng thought in disbelief. The person I couldn't defeat even at full strength. Zhou Yi beat her in just a few moves. Just how is it possible to? He stared blankly at the approaching Zhou Yi. To be like him? Zhou Yi knelt down, placed a hand on his chest, and said gratefully, "Thank you." He sincerely thanked Ling Feng. "Thank you for doing everything you could to protect my sister." Hearing this, Ling Feng managed a faint smile. Then he burst out laughing. "Well, hurry up and heal this old man. I'm about to bleed dry." Elsewhere, the Zhou clan head stood before a giant portrait, deep in thought. The portrait before him was of Zhou Yi. Just then, someone called out, "Clan head Zhou." The clan head looked at Zhou Yi behind him and said, "You're here. This is our first formal meeting, to have you witness such a disaster. It is I, the clan head, who is incompetent. I am truly ashamed." Ignoring the clan head's formalities, Zhou Yi cut straight to the chase. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I want to know why the Chu family needs the Han Sui crystal. The Chu family must possess absolute power to protect Chu Yun. Otherwise, I will not allow Chu Yun to return to the family." The Chu clan head surmised, "Was it Chu Heng who told you?" Chu Yi replied, "Chu Heng has mentioned this before, but he was vague. He secretly observed Chu Yi and was utterly astonished. This child had just endured a fierce battle, yet his aura was as stable as a deep lake. The ruthlessness in his eyes was 100 times greater than that of the young masters raised in a greenhouse." The Chu clan head said, The curse doesn't just drastically lower the awakening rate of the Zhou family's frost bloodline, it also makes the Zhou descendants' bodies too weak to withstand the freezing backlash from the bloodline. Every year, members die from their bloodline freezing over. Your sister, Zhou Yun, has experienced an episode before. Hers was the mildest form of the bloodline freezing, which is why it could be treated with an extreme cold ice lotus. However, the affliction for most of the descendants can only be suppressed using cold marrow crystals. The clan head continued. Lady Hong exploited this very weakness. It's how she dared to increase the tribute year after year. This time, she bullied us too much, wanting to trade you for the cold marrow crystals. His cold voice continued. The tribute. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi interrupted. Starting today, there will be no more tribute. Leaning on his cane, clan head Zhou looked into the distance and started to explain to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, driving Lady Hong away is only a temporary solution. The Mumei Merchant Guild backing her is very powerful. They also control the cold marrow crystal mine. We are forced to beg. Zhou Yi announced some important news. Lady Hong was dead. As soon as he finished speaking, clan leader Zhou's expression immediately changed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say?" At the unexpected news, clan leader Zhou trembled. She was a level 45, second advancement puppet master with hundreds of puppets protecting her. Even if you were in the Ice Dragon Abyss, a breakthrough would have been absolutely impossible, Zhou Yi calmly recounted. She was too arrogant and didn't bring any backup. Furthermore, the Ice Dragon Abyss tripled the power of my Ice-type skills. Zhou Yi condensed the Bone Fang. He brought it before clan leader Zhou. More importantly, I awakened the Bone Fang in the Ice Dragon Abyss. Clan leader Zhou's eyes widened as he asked joyfully, "The Bone Fang has awakened? Does it still remember our ancestor?" Zhou Yi answered on the Bone Fang's behalf. "It remembers. It restored my body, helping me defeat Lady Hong. It's just that its dragon soul is extremely weak. I've stored it within my body and won't awaken it unless it's necessary." After hearing this, clan leader Zhou threw his head back and laughed uncontrollably. He was so happy he threw his cane to the ground and suddenly knelt. He clasped his hands and bowed to the portrait before him. "Ancestor, did you hear that? At such a young age, he has gained the recognition of the Bone Fang. This level of spirit and fortune is something even you might not have been able to match. The younger generation is truly formidable." Clan leader Zhou thought proudly, "I originally thought he was just exceptionally talented, but I never expected he could actually achieve this." He raised both hands to the sky and shouted joyfully, "Heaven has not abandoned my Zhou clan." Zhou Yi picked up the cane and said with concern, "Clan leader, perhaps we should stand up first." After being helped up, clan leader Zhou laughed and said, "My apologies, you must think I'm a fool. I was just overcome with excitement." Then, Zhou Yi suddenly said, "Please tell me the inside story of the Merchant Guild." He thought to himself, "The evil cult has its eyes on Zhou Yun. I can't always keep her by my side. If I can help the Zhou clan deal with the Merchant Guild, it will be the safest haven for Zhou Yun." At this point, clan leader Zhou no longer held anything back from Zhou Yi. He stroked his beard and began to recount what he knew. The Murphy's Merchant Guild started as just a small shop on a street corner. The owner was a low-level martial artist named Lu Xuan, who got by smuggling ore. The turning point was the winter of 15 years ago, he recounted. That year, Blackwind Valley was hit by a once-in-a-century blizzard. All the trade routes were frozen solid. Lu Xuan took a few of his men into the valley. Half a month later, only Lu Xuan emerged. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold marrow crystals, profound ice jade, and flowing bone stones. He could even produce star silver ore, which is only seen once a century. Clan leader Zhou took out a wooden box for Zhou Yi to see. Liu Xuan claimed to have found a mineral vein and somehow managed to obtain the mining rights. Over the years, many people have tried to sneak into the valley to investigate, but they either got lost or froze to death outside. No one has ever seen the so-called mine entrance. After listening, Zhou Yi realized something was off. Too coincidental. Clan leader Zhou's expression became extremely solemn. He continued, "The coincidences don't stop there. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable supply of cold marrow crystals from traveling merchants. Although it was a bit expensive, it was enough to meet the clan's needs. But that spring, the traveling merchants suddenly vanished all at once, and there were no more cold marrow crystals for sale on the market. Just as we were growing worried, Lady Hong came to our door. At that time, she made us an offer, saying they had a mineral vein, and were willing to supply us at half price. The condition was that the Zhou clan had to help them deal with a few minor troubles." "Minor troubles?" Zhou Yi asked doubtfully. Clan leader Zhou recalled the past and began to explain. To put it bluntly, it meant having the Zhou clan act as enforcers to suppress the smaller clans in Tianlan province that refused to submit to the Merchant Guild. He continued, "Most of those small clans have bloodline defects. The Merchant Guild would provide them with cultivation resources, and the price was to hand over the most talented child in their clan. But those children never returned home after they left. Those clans hate the Merchant Guild, but they're also afraid the guild will cut off their resource supply, so they could only take their anger out on the Zhou clan, the Merchant Guild's lackeys. For the past 2 years, whenever the children of the Zhou clan go out, they are often secretly harassed. The Merchant Guild's scheme is to completely isolate us and leave us without any allies." After listening, Zhou Yi stroked his chin, deducing the real conspiracy. First, they create a monopoly on the supply route, then they feign goodwill with low prices, use the Zhou clan's hand to eliminate dissenters, and finally, turn the Zhou clan into a public target. "Correct," clan leader Zhou affirmed. After that, every delivery from the Merchant Guild came with new conditions. We knew it was a trap, but the children in the clan needed the life-saving cold marrow crystals, so we had no choice but to accept. He took out a crystal and showed it to Zhou Yi. Take a look at this. This is a cold marrow crystal the guild delivered last year. 3 years ago, the cold marrow crystals were a pure ice blue. Over the last 2 years, they've gradually become tainted with black. Zhou Yi reached out and took the crystal. Clan leader Zhou continued. Lady Hong said, this was a natural impurity from deep within the mine. However, our healers believe these cold marrow crystals seem to have been corroded by something. As Zhou Yi touched the crystal, a wisp of golden smoke suddenly appeared, wrapping around his finger. The power continuously spread outwards. Strangely, a pitch-black aura followed the golden one. But soon after, the black aura was dispersed by the golden one. Zhou Yi thought to himself, such faint demonic energy, it feels very familiar. I must have encountered an aura like this somewhere before. He suddenly remembered something. Also, Lady Hong once said something to me. Clan leader Zhou interrupted him. When the Great One awakens, the curse of your Zhou clan will be a trivial matter to resolve. Zhou Yi speculated. The Great One isn't Liu Xuan? But clan leader Zhou immediately refuted it. Someone who can produce so many rare ores and make a level 45 puppet master like Lady Hong willingly serve as a subordinate must have a true mastermind behind them. Liu Xuan doesn't fit the bill. Zhou Yi clenched his fist. I understand. With Lady Hong dead, the merchant guild won't let this go. I will bear the consequences of my actions myself. Upon hearing this, clan leader Zhou exclaimed excitedly, how can you say that? You are of the Zhou bloodline, with the same blood as our ancestor flowing in your veins. The old man patted Zhou Yi's shoulder and declared, your business is the Zhou clan's business. Whatever storm comes, the Zhou clan will face it with you. Zhou Yi smiled, grasping the hand on his shoulder. I understand your intentions, clan leader. It's just... He turned and walked towards his teammates. I've never been alone, Ling Feng complained with his eyes closed. Took you long enough, Tai Xin reported to him. Big bro Yi, the principal said you were in trouble, so he basically packed the 3 of us up and threw us over here. Zhou Yi's teammates were a level 23 spirit Taoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Seeing this, Zhou Yi was surprised. It's only been 2 months, and you've all improved so much. Tai Xin laughed heartily and puffed out his chest. Of course. We're your followers, Big Bro Yi. We can't hold you back. Xia Lan placed her hands on Ling Xi's shoulders. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she said, on the way here, Ling Xi was even saying, she wanted to ask you for pointers on ice magic. Why are you so scared now that you're face to face? Ling Xi clasped her hands in front of her chest, shyly hesitating. Brother Yi. Amidst the lush greenery of the courtyard, Zhou Yi stood with a faint smile on his flawless face, looking all the more striking. He walked ahead and urged them on. The situation is urgent. Let's get moving and talk on the way. The group followed after him. An old man leaning on a cane watched them silently, his eyes fixed on the group. He murmured softly, Zhou Yi, you truly are just like the ancestor. The group chattered noisily amongst themselves. I want to bring snacks for the road. Is Black Wind Mountain cold? I have a really nice pair of boots. Perfect for snowy areas. This young master isn't afraid of the cold. Our clan has a strong natural resistance to it. Standing aside lost in thought, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a bit out of place. Then, his eyes brightened. A contemplative look filled his eyes. If this were in the past, I would have definitely snuck in there alone. After all, the demonic energy of Black Wind Valley has no effect on me, even if I were to encounter an enemy several times stronger than myself. I could still use the power of the Void Beast to retreat unscathed. An image of him carrying a girl in his arms flashed in his mind. After killing Lady Hong, aside from issuing the standard quest, the system has been quiet for a long time. It's like a mandatory command, completely sealing off the option to act alone. A dazzling golden system panel appeared before his eyes. System notification. Time-limited quest activated. Uncover the secrets of the Murphy's Merchant Guild with your teammates. Mission reward. Each participating member will receive 1 S-rank plus skill book. Zhou Yi, bare-chested and wearing only his underwear, lay with his arms spread out, panting heavily. In front of him was the glowing system panel. The system is called the strongest support system, which means it wouldn't make a meaningless arrangement. This time, what it wants is probably not the mission itself. It has to do with my teammates. In his mind, an image of his teammates appeared, covered in injuries and unconscious. My teammates. I always thought I was strong enough to protect everyone I love, but I forgot that the premise is that times must be strong enough. His eyes glinted dangerously. Lady Hong's appearance made me realize that. Even a mighty lion dozes off sometimes. At that moment, if there's no one else by its side, even a dog will come and take a few bites. Tai Xin's shout pulled him back to reality. Brother Yi, if we don't get going, it's really going to get dark. Seeing his condition, Su Ran approached worriedly. Brother Zhou Yi, are you okay? Zhou Yi replied with his eyes closed. I'm fine. Let's go. He turned to the others and said loudly, let's get to the teleportation gate before it closes. We should have done that sooner. Someone replied. Another person chimed in. Aren't we going to eat first? I'm hungry. He smiled, proud, at the image of his teammates walking ahead but still turning back to wait for him. The impulsive and brave Ti Xin, the boastful yet meticulous Song Helan, the sharp-tongued but passionate Shen Lingfeng, the shy but resilient Tang Lingxi, and the gentle and persistent Xiao Ran. They are all his good teammates, the very foundation that allows the lion to sleep soundly. Teammates are not a burden. Time flew by. A day later, the scenery had changed. The mountains were blanketed in white snow, but in contrast, a crimson mist enveloped Blackwind Valley. At the end of the year, Blackwind Valley is covered in snow, and a dense, blood-red fog fills the valley. Very few who enter can leave unscathed. A military-style vehicle sped forward, gliding over the snow. But what was stranger was that the Mormid Merchant Guild's lair here had no guards. It seemed Liu Xuan wasn't afraid of the secrets in the valley being discovered. Zhou Yi's team stood together, everyone bundled up in thick coats. Su Ran said, "This is the place." The public map only marks a location within the valley. The internal layout is blank. Figured as much, he said calmly, hands in his pockets. Zhou Yi held out his hand, summoned a blue butterfly, and commanded, "Pinpoint location." The butterfly swiftly obeyed. A skill information panel appeared. Pinpoint skill. Use the user's void butterfly mana to construct a magic circle that marks spatial coordinates. The void beast can then use its sensory abilities to pinpoint the location and tear through the void, instantly arriving at the designated spot. Taishin cupped his hands to his mouth, breathing out warm air. This godforsaken place. The wind feels like it's full of thorns. Hearing this, Zhou Yi thought to himself, he's right, it's 3 times colder than the Ice Dragon Abyss. He activated his skills, causing himself and everyone else to glow with a golden light. Grant courage, weapon blessing. Dawn's blessing, God's grace, grant protection. He didn't forget to remind everyone, stay alert. Lingfeng looked at the light enveloping his body and marveled to himself. This is the first time I've received his buffs. They're just as amazing as the rumors say. His information panel appeared. Name, Shen Lingfeng. Class, Warrior vertical bar. Level, 22 vertical bar. Strength, 204 plus 61, 30% increase vertical bar. Agility, 190 plus 57, 30% increase vertical bar. Constitution, 207 plus 63, 30% increase vertical bar. Intelligence, 170 plus 51, 30% increase. As they were talking about the skills, their combat power instantly increased. Just in time, I can test it out in a moment. Small soul-like threads were gradually creeping towards a team member's leg from behind. Lingxi was suddenly yanked into the air, reaching out in terror. Lingfeng whipped around and yelled, "What's happening?" A pair of feet quickly pivoted on the snow and launched into the air. Zhou Yi majestically caught Lingxi, and with his other hand, severed the threads in a beautiful golden arc. He carried her princess style as he slowly landed. Flustered, Lingxi said, "Thank you, Brother Yi." Lingfeng stared at the threads sprouting from the cliff face. They wriggled ceaselessly. What the hell are these things? He wondered. They look a bit like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could it be she's still not dead? Zhou Yi walked over, his expression grave, and raised his hand. He channeled a tenth of his power into the thread. It was instantly enveloped in spiritual power and electrocuted, causing it to retract. These aren't puppet strings. They're the tentacles of a living thing. Zhou Yi turned to Halan. Use your spirit Dao art. See through the wall. Halan activated her skill. Her body levitated, surrounded by glowing, floating talismans. Heaven and Earth's mystic sect, root of all chi. She clasped her hands and pushed forward, sending the talismans flying. They stuck to the cliff face, arranging themselves row by row into a bagua formation. Emitting a brilliant golden light, Holland shouted, "Formation! Activate!" She levitated in the air as currents of wind swirled beneath her. Everyone wore worried expressions, sharing the same thought. Could this entire snow mountain be the Vanishing Mountain? In front of Halan was a horrifying mass of intertwined tentacles covered in hundreds of eyes. What are these things? From within the mass, tentacles suddenly shot out, spinning together to form a sharp drill. Seeing this, Halan waved her hand, drawing a talisman in midair. Hidden thunder, command of the charm, let every move quake. Slay evil and protect me. Quake! A giant talisman materialized before her, blocking the tentacle's attack. Spirit Dao Quake. Evil slaying talisman. After blocking the attack, black spots appeared on the talisman. From these spots, the talisman began to corrode and evaporate. With the talisman destroyed, Halan flew up, dodging the relentlessly advancing tentacles. Its slime can absorb spiritual power, she thought. Spirit Dao arts rely on spiritual power to function. This thing counters me perfectly. Zhou Yi was startled by the sight as tentacles surrounded his group. Everyone stood on guard. This is, Lingfeng said, surprised. Angered, he created a fireball as his hair changed color, flowing like fire. As if wanting to incinerate the disgusting things, waves of fire powerfully surged towards the advancing tentacles. It had no effect. The flames were extinguished, and the tentacles kept coming. Lingfeng clicked his tongue in annoyance. From within the mass of tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared, along with humanoid, puppet-like figures. They surrounded Zhou Yi's party from all sides. Their bodies were wrapped in tentacles, their faces pitch black. Except for their glowing, milky white eyes, they advanced soullessly, a terrifying sight. Taishin excitedly cracked his knuckles, ready to fight, right on time. Beside him, Su Ran had a cold expression, her hand on her sword's hilt, ready to draw it at any moment. Zhou Yi held out a hand to stop them. As he did, a golden screen appeared with a notification, Divine Talent, Sword Heart S+, Holy Light's Protection. He spoke his thoughts, leave this to me, all of you, stay still, don't move, it seems they're afraid of Holy Light. Sword in hand, he charged forward like a hurricane, felling them one by one before they could react. After taking out most of the enemies, Zhou Yi came to a conclusion. They don't react to weapons. Physical attacks are effective, he shouted. Tai Xin, Su ran! Weapons in hand, Tai Xin and Su ran charged forward. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's call, he quickly assigned them roles. Tai Xin, break their defenses head on. Su ran, cover the rear. The three of us will form a triangular formation and push forward. Tai Xin was thrilled. It's my time to shine, Zhou Yi commanded the others. You three, stay inside the barrier of light. You are not allowed to leave it. Ling Feng was displeased, pointing to himself disgruntledly, wanting to join the battle. Hey, wait! I'm a warrior, not just some fire user. Ling Feng summoned a sharp red spear. Sparks crackled around its tip. He grinned with excitement. Zhou Yi approached Ling Shi and Helan. Shen, Ling Feng, you're with us. Ling Shi and Helan, stay in the rear and observe the enemy for weaknesses. Ling Shi and Helan turned and replied in unison. Got it. Ling Feng shot forward, leaving dazzling golden rings of light in his wake. Here I come! Tai Xin leaped into the air, raising the massive axe in his hands. Aiming for the eye within the black tentacles. Mountain-shattering strike. As the axe blade struck, the tentacle began to disintegrate. He laughed in satisfaction. It's working! Beside him, Ling Feng and Su Ran were equally formidable. Ling Feng skewered the monsters with his spear as if they were pieces of meat. How's that for strength? He shouted. Meanwhile, she swung her sword, slicing the monsters in half. Zhou Yi swung his gleaming golden sword with force, causing the monsters to disintegrate. Ling Feng and Tai Xin relentlessly attacked the mass of intertwined black tentacles. They swarmed endlessly. Zhou Yi observed and quietly realized, it seems like there's no end to these monsters and threads. Cut one down, and a new one just appears. Or they crawl out from the mountainside. Over where Ling Shi was, a black object flew past her. Swift as the wind, but with her agility, she quickly caught a glimpse of a figure briefly pausing it. Was Lin Hai. Turning toward the fighting Chu Yi, she waved and called out loudly, Yi! Chu Yi approached. Lin Hai held out a token. Yi, I found this on the monster. It's a Tian Lan Sect token. Nearby, Ha Lan picked up a piece of cloth with an inscription. Looking at the item, he analyzed in his head, most likely from one of those minor clans. They probably came looking for what the Black Wind Valley left behind. That's why these silver threads, aside from devouring demonic and spiritual energy, I'm afraid they also devour life force until even the bones are transformed. Realizing something, he got into a stance. He swung his sword back forcefully. The source of the silver threads was the wall. Each monster was connected to it. From that stance, Chu Yi swung his sword powerfully, creating a long gash in front of him instead of cutting the monster. It's better to cut the threads. Along the path of the sword, the ground split apart, forming a fissure. Let's see what's hidden inside. The inscribed stone fragments on the surface began to crumble, collapsing quickly. Chu Yi's team stood inside a protective barrier. They were unharmed by the shower of rocks falling above them. The dust from the collapse gradually dissipated, revealing the scene behind it more and more clearly. Ling Feng and Tai Xin were suddenly stunned, their pupils dilating. She gasped, "What is this?" The smoke cleared from their feet. At their feet were skeletons, half submerged in the ground. They were surrounded by massive ice blocks, each one reflecting their images. Tai Xin rested her weapon on her shoulder, puzzled. Was that all an illusion just now? Chu Yi stepped forward. His image reflected on the ice blocks. It's not an illusion, he denied, standing in front of one of them. He stated his conclusion. It's camouflage for a dungeon entrance. Chu Yi explained. Black Wind Valley isn't a natural mountain range at all. It's a massive hidden dungeon that is merged with Blue Star. The integration was just so perfect that no one ever discovered this secret. Everyone watched and listened intently as Chu Yi, hand raised in thought, analyzed. Kong Liu Xuan must have discovered this secret. The Merchant Guild dared to leave Black Wind Valley unguarded precisely because he knew the dungeon itself is the best defense, capable of turning intruders into nutrients. Ling Feng stuck his hands in his pockets. Scornfully, he said, "So many tricks." Lin Hai realized, so the monster we just encountered was made from the intruders? Chu Yi didn't deny it. He lightly touched the ice block, creating a soft ripple. The monster of the first gate is the mountain itself. After intruders die, they become a part of it. From the spot he touched, a beam of light began to glow. He warned everyone, "Get ready, the monster of the second gate is coming." The sparkling, glass-like ceiling above them shattered. Everyone formed a defensive circle, back to back. Ling Feng shouted, "These broken mirrors are trying to ambush us." Chu Yi ordered, "Lin Hai, add 2 layers of ice and earth defenses. Don't let them take advantage of the chaos." She quickly replied, "Got it." Each fragment reflected their images. The entire team was anxious and on high alert. With a concerned expression, Chu Yi stared straight ahead, waiting to see what was coming. As the mist and smoke cleared, a figure slowly approached him. Elsewhere, Lin Hai found herself surrounded by a dense forest. She looked around in confusion, calling out, "Yi, little Lan, where is everyone?" Lin Hai anxiously tightened her grip on her scepter. She warily scanned her surroundings. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was bare-chested. His hands were clenched into fists as he growled in anger. "What the hell is this disgusting thing?" Now over to Ha Lan. She was hiding behind a pillar, a large talisman in hand. Heaven and earth of the mystic sect, root of 10,000 chi. Transitioning to Suo Ran, she stood on a transparent surface, tightly gripping her sword and shouting, "Come out!" Meanwhile, with Tai Xin, she was swinging her axe among the tombstones. Mountain-shattering strike. As the attack landed, a person identical to Tai Xin blocked it. The powerful shockwave made the ground sink and crack violently. She cursed angrily. "An illusion? This copycat can even mimic my strength?" The person opposite her had an identical face but lifeless eyes, and she repeated her exact words. An illusion? This copycat can even mimic my strength? Tai-Xin said with a look of pure contempt. How disgusting. She pulled her axe back from the other. Her free hand, clenched into a fist, swung hard at the clone, who quickly raised a hand to block it. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her leg around in a powerful kick, catching the clone off guard with its immense force. The clone was sent flying, shattering several tombstones on impact. Tai-Chin approached, cursing scornfully. You idiot. Can't even understand a feint. Lying in the rubble, the clone lifelessly repeated, You idiot. Can't even understand a feint. Tai-Shin looked down, arms crossed and raising a helpless eyebrow. It only knows how to copy complete techniques. It can't adapt or improvise. Suddenly, a huge tremor shook the area. Tai-Shin took a defensive stance, arms in front of her face, as the clone attacked from within the smoke, but she blocked it. While fighting the clone, Tai-Shin realized, I can feel its learning speed. It's getting faster and faster. I need to end this quickly. Cut to Ling Feng's location. A blinding light slammed into the ground. Dragon's breath. Ling Feng, his arm covered in dragon scales, was being pushed back. What, not copying me anymore? So you've started playing dirty, using this young master's flame dragon's drive? His clone leaped forward, but Ling Feng quickly dodged away. Ling Feng, now in a half-dragon form, held a weapon burning with fire. Today I'll show you the difference between the original and a cheap knockoff. He unleashed a powerful slash, but the clone swiftly dodged it. An identical spear materialized in the clone's hand. Ling Feng sneered, pretty quick on the uptake. He advanced, the spear in his hand spinning like a flaming drill. If you're going to copy me, then learn this. The fiery drill grew larger as it surged forward with incredible power. Heaven-burning strike. The two spears clashed, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The sheer force of the impact shattered the surrounding ground, sending debris flying from the wreckage. The clone launched a sweeping attack, but Ling Feng ducked under it, gripping his spear tightly. He prepared his power for the next attack. Following the momentum, he spun the spear in his hands, creating a surrounding ring of fire that blocked the clone's assault. The clone slowly approached, touching the tip of its spear to the fiery circle. With a lifeless expression, it skillfully weaved past the rings of fire. The spear tip plunged directly into Ling Feng's chest, drawing blood. Ling Feng's whole body flared with light. His face darkened, his eyes glowing. You can even copy a fully formed technique. You can't keep up with the transformations of my flame dragon power. It was as if he felt no pain. He reached up and grabbed the spearhead lodged deep in his chest. The clone simply stared at him, its face still devoid of expression. Ling Feng roared, You brainless fool! Behind him, a golden vortex shone ever brighter, the image of a dragon clearly materializing within it. He now looked like a god ready to smite evil. Die! Elsewhere, talismans flew through the air like sharp blades. They created a massive explosion, and the resulting smoke obscured everything. Ha Lan was covered in wounds. With a talisman hidden in her hand, she stared cautiously into the smoke. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed an arrow-like shape and flew at her. Startled, she spun around. Ha Lan quickly backed away as the talismans created a massive explosion. The clone's face appeared, as expressionless as ever. Ha Lan circled it, sneering, And I thought you had some real skills. That's not how you use Taoist talismans. Ha Lan never stopped moving as she bit her own hand, drawing blood. Taoist talismans must borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You can copy the form, but not the spirit. Around her, glowing raindrops condensed and floated in the air. Look at this rain and this wind. They are all part of the Taoist heart. Ha Lan traced a line in the air with her hand, leaving a trail of golden light. Her face was solemn. The mind is the substance. The power is the tool, she shouted. You have no heart, so you can't understand reverence for the Tao or its power. That's why you can't command nature. Your copied talismans, no matter how many, are just empty shells. The raindrops shot towards the clone. It bit its own hand, attempting to copy her technique, but only tentacles sprouted from the wound. The clone's eyes widened in panic. This is impossible! Its entire body was pierced. Tentacles horrifically burst out from the holes, cut to the base of a large tree where an injured Lin Hai was crouched on the ground. Her clone stood nearby, looking defiant behind a barrier that was blocking her attacks. Sister Lin Hai, you should stop struggling. Even though I'm just your copy, you can't defeat me, Lin Hai. Covered in wounds, she clutched her scepter and thought, I'm not struggling. I'm waiting for you to show a weakness. She glanced at her injured legs, analyzing to herself. It's only been 10 minutes, and you've already evolved from simply copying my appearance and skills to actively attacking on your own, to be able to set a trap specifically for me. Your growth rate is unbelievably fast. But if you're a dungeon monster, there must be a way to beat it. The clone launched a barrage of attacks, and Lin Hai could only quickly dodge them for the time being. The clone taunted, Look at you, still dodging, launching ice shard attacks while coaxing, little sister Lin Hai, come to me. Let's become one. Lin Hai looked at the ice shards and realized they had no core patterns. She jolted, having realized something. I get it now. The clone arrogantly approached Lin Hai, leaning on its staff with both hands and speaking loudly. From the start, I've had my doubts. Just how powerful must a skill be to be able to completely replicate another person's power? It turns out you only copied the outer shell, but you couldn't replicate the precision. My control over the elements. Blood dripped continuously from her body. The clone was confused. What do you mean? Lin Hai placed her hand on a tree trunk, creating patterns that ran along it. Behind the tree, a brilliant blue flame erupted. Take the water element, for example. A novice can only summon water orbs, while an expert can condense them into water needles. But when you use the ice element, you don't even have the most basic core patterns. This shows just how crude your understanding of the elements is. She gripped her staff with both hands and slammed it into the ground. Light flashed from the spreading cracks. But that's something you can't learn. From the cracks, ice spikes shot straight toward the clone's face. Lin Hai shouted, "The true power of an all-element mage is making the elements cooperate." Lin Hai's brow furrowed tightly. Her jaw dropped at the sight before her. In front of her were countless magic circles of every kind. A weak voice echoed, "Magic isn't a rigid formula, but an understanding of the elements. I believe that given time, you could replicate these spells as well." Then, a blinding light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you that time?" The fake Lin Hai was instantly vaporized by the light. Nearby, Chungi was also confronting his own imposter. Divine Holy Storm. Their swords clashed head-on, causing a massive explosion. From within the smoke and dust, two blinding flashes of light erupted. Chungi thought in surprise. He used the Holy Light Cross's skill just 0.5 seconds after the last one. The force exertion deviation is 0.1 degrees less than the previous move. Its simulation accuracy is constantly improving. As he faced his opponent, he realized its movements were no longer robotic. But what's more interesting is that I can feel it analyzing my weaknesses as we fight. With that thought, Chungi charged forward with his sword. "Let's train together!" An opportunity to grow this quickly can't be missed. The two clashed continuously in midair. Their strength seemed evenly matched, with neither giving an inch. This time, the simulation was half a second slower. Why? So, when replicating an attribute skill, the delay is more significant. Your databank must be getting conflicted when merging with other information, right? Chungi angrily gritted his teeth. He stared coldly at his doppelganger. The fake Chungi retracted his sword and landed on the ground. The real Chungi said coolly, "You don't like to talk, but your actions speak for you." He then asked the clone coldly, "What do you want from me?" The fake Chungi touched his chin, feigning innocence. "Well," he said, flashing a wicked smile, "I just want to see what this replicated body is capable of." In the face of Chungi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chungi replied with contempt. "Is that so? In my homeland, there's an old saying." He held out his hand, golden threads wrapping around it. "Those who boast." Chungi finished his sentence. "We are likely to bite their own tongue." At that moment, a large hole appeared on the imposter. Its entire body began to crack apart. You knew all along," Chungi calmly explained. "From the very start of this fight, the surface of this mirror has been reflecting me. Each of your delays occurred right after the mirror reflected. Therefore, everything you've learned came from this mirror's real-time observation of me, although you tried your best to hide it by using a barrage of attacks to distract me and downplay its existence." He reminded the clone coldly, "But don't forget, you came from me. I know everything about you." Lin Hai looked to the side in astonishment as Chungi slowly emerged from the dust. Lin Hai rushed over to him. "Brother Ni, you're finally out!" Extremely anxious, Lin Hai urged him. "Hurry and save Sister Ran!" Chungi asked worriedly. "What happened to Xiao Ran?" At that moment, Su Ran was facing the evil demon within herself. Her other self smiled. Still trying to suppress it, she taunted Su Ran. "You won't even accept your own bloodline's power? So fearful, and they call you a heavenly prodigy?" Su Ran gritted her teeth, thinking, "I can feel the succubus consciousness inside me throbbing relentlessly. It's like countless hands are trying to tear me apart from the inside." But then, another voice echoed in her head. "Let me help you," Su-Ran told herself. "I absolutely cannot lose control again." But the mysterious voice replied, "You won't be able to dodge her next attack." Su-Ran tried to suppress her urges. "I have to stay clear-headed and complete this mission with Chu-Ni." The mysterious voice continued, "Chu-Ni will be so disappointed to see you defeated." It continued to tempt Su-Ran. "I am your true power." Su-Ran squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Get out! My power is mine to command!" The demon clone charged forward with her sword. "Yours to command? Then try and stop me with those hands you're too afraid to unleash your bloodline with." She swung her blade, but Su-Ran managed to dodge it. "You dodged," the demon said, even though her attack had failed. But the demon continued her relentless assault. "See how wide the gap between us is?" She smiled. She listed all the secret fears Su-Ran was hiding. "There are too many things you're afraid of." Chu-Ni's gaze, the fear of losing control. "But me? I fear nothing." She unleashed another strike. Su-Ran leaped up to dodge again. "No matter how masterful your swordsmanship becomes, or how powerful your magic gets, if you don't dare to use your bloodline, then in essence, you're no different from an ordinary class holder." The demon provoked her relentlessly, pushing Su-Ran to her limit. "Oh, that's right, in your memories, your dear brother Chu-Ni told you. Kindness isn't a weakness." She then posed a question. "But your kindness is being completely crushed by me. After I've crushed you, will he even remember a kind but useless person like you?" Su-Ran mumbled. "I'm not. I can't." The mysterious voice rang out once more. "Look, this is what happens when you suppress me. Let me out. She's just a clueless replica. Does she think she can run wild just because she has a little demonic power? I can tear her apart, and I can protect you." Lin Hai told Chungi worriedly. "After we killed our replicas, we were sent back to the starting place. Then we found these mirrors, which show everyone fighting their replicas. Sister Ran is obviously stronger than us, So why is she being constantly overwhelmed by her replica? Ha Lan explained. The longer it takes, the stronger the replica becomes. It will even develop its own consciousness. Sister Ran is in grave danger right now. Lin Fong was completely baffled. He couldn't hear their conversation, but seeing the situation, something felt wrong. Why is she holding back and not using her bloodline power? Chun Yi thought in silence. I know better than anyone else. Xiao Ran is competing with herself. Xiao Ran isn't being overpowered because she's not strong enough. It's because she has lost control so many times in the past that she's now afraid to use her bloodline power. The replica has only one advantage. It has no inhibitions. It can unleash its full power without any burden. Lin Fong furiously slammed the mirror. Let her out! Why are you going easy on that fake? Thiet Tam grew increasingly anxious. Brother Ning, what do we do? Can we just smash this mirror? Chu Yi didn't answer, thinking to himself instead. The mirror world can invade Xiao Ran's consciousness. Forcibly breaking it might injure her. He stepped forward and said, We can't save her through conventional means. We'll have to force a breakthrough, Chung Gi warned the others. All of you, get as far back as you can. Immediately after, he began to transform, then raised his hand and shattered the mirror before him. Lin Hai and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. Brother Ni, you're forcibly destroying the second body's energy node. You're breaking the dungeon itself to save Sister Ran. The demon pinned Su Ran to the ground. Look at your pathetic state, it sneered. Su Ran coughed weakly and glanced aside in fear. In front of her, something was flashing. Then, that light shot straight towards them. Right after, the demon vanished. Su Ran squinted her eyes and wearily sat up. Zhou Yi, outside the mirror, reached out his hand with a gentle, reassuring smile. Don't be afraid, I'm here now. Hearing this, Su Ran bit her lip, her face filled with grievance. Just then, the space around her suddenly changed, as if something was cracking open. Su Ran stared wide-eyed in fear at the scene before her. She gripped her sword and shattered the wall, imprisoning her with a powerful thrust. However, as soon as she got out, Su Ran attacked Zhou Yi with her sword. Zhou Yi couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Asterisk Su Ran, asterisk, he thought. To avoid hurting Su Ran, Zhou Yi could only raise his fist to block her attack, but with just that one blow, Su Ran was easily sent flying backward. The others watched, their mouths agape in disbelief. After the collision, Su Ran crashed to the ground, completely shattering the earth behind her. Zhou Yi thought seriously. Asterisk, the holy light will burn her. What's happening? Her constitution shouldn't be afraid of holy light. Asterisk. Su Ran once again charged with her sword. Zhou Yi summoned holy light to counter her, but then quickly retracted it. He realized that lightning and holy light would harm Xiao Ran. He then raised his hand and released a stream of green smoke. The smoke formed into thin threads that tightly bound Su Ran's hands, then continued down to bind her feet. Now, Su Ran's body was completely bound. This is the only way I could think of to restrain her movements. Without hurting her. Zhou Yi approached her and said, Xiao Ran, look at me. Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to disappear. This scene left Zhou Yi's group confused. The fragments of the wall were gradually gathering to form a stranger's face. Then, a voice filled with rage rang out, interfering with the dungeon's rules. Initiating elimination sequence. That face belonged to the Silver Thread Spider, level 24, epic grade. Skills: Silver Thread Spit, Shadow Weave Clone, Thorn Kill. Name: Magma Soldier, level 34, gold grade. Skills: Lava Impact, Harden, War Trample. Name: Bone Vine Puppet, level Fear and Dreisig, gold grade. Gold. Skills: Bone Spike Assault, Vine Wrap. Bone Warrior, level 23, epic grade. Skills: Shattering Cleave, Will Siphon, Slime Monster. Level 33, gold grade. Skills: Acid Spit, Regeneration. Ling Shi leaped into the horde of monsters and swung her sword, easily slicing them in half. However, after being cut apart, the monsters' bodies began to stitch themselves back together. Ling Shi shouted, They're fusing! The silver threads are forcibly stitching them back together. He Lan took out a talisman and began to chant, Fire Command Talisman, Dispel Evil, Shatter Illusions, Activate. Instantly, the monsters began to burn. Tai Xin charged forward with her axe, swinging her weapon straight into an opponent's head. She then threw her axe, sending it flying like an arrow. It wiped out all the monsters in its path. Ling Feng smirked coldly as he grabbed a monster with his bare hands. Zhou Yi thought to himself, these silver threads are all being manipulated by a single entity. He looked directly at Su Ran. The core logic of every dungeon is to select the strong, just like the first gate. Those who lose the selection are controlled by the silver threads and turned into the stage's monsters. Although I forcibly destroyed the energy node of the second gate, Xiao Ran couldn't completely escape her mental trial. There are many silver threads around Su Ran's body, and her succubus bloodline is unstable. This gave the dungeon the perfect opportunity to exploit the situation, which is why her consciousness was controlled by the silver threads, and the one manipulating all this, sees me as the biggest threat. So it has released all the monsters to eliminate me, its final boss. The final boss of this dungeon is me. Zhou Yi summoned his power, determined to capture the mastermind pulling the strings. Asterisk. Those who manipulate things with mental power usually hide their true bodies very well. They won't reveal themselves easily. Asterisk. Asterisk. But to free Xiaoran completely, I have to force the final boss out. Asterisk. He looked at Su Ran and said, I'm sorry, Xiaoran. What I'm about to do might make you a little unhappy. A wall shot up from the ground. Then another wall appeared beside it. The walls came together to form a box, trapping Su Ran inside. Zhou Yi stood outside, looking coldly at the box. He then turned to Helan and said, Helan, use a chi-sealing talisman. Seal the energy around Xiao Ran. Got it, Helan shouted. She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to follow Zhou Yi's command. Heaven and earth have boundaries. Chi flows in measure. Repel the corrupting aura without. Seal the chaotic mind within. The 3 talismans shot out in 3 directions, surrounding Su Ran. Seal, by my decree. Restrain, Ling Shi shouted while fighting the monsters. Second brother. There are too many monsters. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold on much longer. Ling Feng also began to feel the pressure. There are more and more of them, he added. These things can devour each other to evolve. Zhou Yi thought, asterisk. They're endless. The dungeon has released all of its monsters. If we just keep fighting them, asterisk. Asterisk. They'll run out of energy in less than half an hour, and I'll have to split my focus to protect them. Asterisk. With that thought, he closed his eyes, condensing a massive amount of power in his chest. Asterisk. This is no time to hold back. Asterisk. Asterisk. To end this, I must use the most direct and powerful method. Asterisk. Zhou Yi warned the others. Everyone fall back. Use your strongest defenses to protect yourselves. No matter what you see, do not get distracted. Ling Feng, Ling Shi, Helan, and Tixin all shouted in unison. Understood, Ling Feng added. This young master gets it. You just do what you have to do. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was enveloped in a colossal aura of power. From inside the box, Su Ran looked out at the energy surrounding him. The aura expanded wider and wider. Under its immense pressure, the monsters suddenly froze and then began to disintegrate. The monsters' outer bodies dissolved, revealing the mass of threads inside. Tai Xin shouted in disbelief. What in the world is that? They're not disintegrating, they're merging into one. Asterisk. Is the dungeon trying to combine all the monsters into a single entity? Asterisk. Ling Shi said. According to my sensory magic, its energy is like a vortex located at the very center of the silver threads. Its intensity is double that of all the previous monsters combined, Zhou Yi exhaled. From the sky, a series of blinding lights suddenly appeared. God's summoning, level 1, S rank. A pair of giant white wings materialized, blanketing the sky. A figure in silver armor, holding a spear, aimed straight at the enemy. Behind Zhou Yi stood a legion of silver-armored knights. Ling Feng pointed with wide eyes. That kid, Zhou Yi, he can actually summon allies of this level? Tai Xin added, is this the ultimate skill of a holy knight? Ling Shi thought to herself. Asterisk. Such terrifying energy. Even. Asterisk. The chaotic dungeon space came to a standstill in an instant, halted by Chu Yi's ability. The giant monster roared once again. Chu Yi pressed his lips together and thought to himself, summon angel. In an instant, it drains 30% of my life force. Moreover, every second the angel exists, it consumes my mental energy. After this is over, I must upgrade the rank of God's summoning to lower its cost. He shouted, ordering the holy knights, target, eliminate all monsters immediately. A volley of arrows was fired. Those arrows headed straight for a single target. The giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows. However, under that immense power, the monster was quickly defeated. That beam of light still showed no signs of stopping. It continued to charge straight ahead. Ling Shi exclaimed, so strong! Such immense power has exceeded the dungeon's tolerance limit. Xia Lan felt worried. Brother Yi can't hold on for much longer. A summon of this level has a devastating toll on one's mental energy. After dealing with the monster, Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked towards Su Ran. Leaving those to the angel is enough. I only have one target. With that thought, he walked straight towards her. He unleashed a wave of power and commanded, I'll count to 3. Come out. Be 1 second late, and I'll destroy this place. Su Ran pressed her lips together, looking at him coldly. Chu Yi began to count. 1, 2. As he reached the final number, a giant shadow appeared behind Su Ran. 3, Chu Yi stated firmly. The dungeon boss. So you've finally decided to show your face, have you? The Heart Devourer observed and sized up Chu Yi. Quite interesting, it said. In all these years, of all the powerful ones who have barged in here, you are the youngest. But your aura is even stronger than those elders. The Heart Devourer used many silver threads to manipulate Su Ran. Sure enough, seeing the dungeon boss's body tainted black, Chu Yi understood. It's been corrupted by a shadow creature. Corrupted Heart Devourer, level 54. Quality, legendary skills, unknown. Chu Yi looked coldly at the dungeon boss. Hearing this, Chu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him as many treasures appeared at once. Crystal of Purification, contains pure, purifying energy, capable of removing all curse-type statuses. Knight of Serene Mind, suppresses the violent factors within one's bloodline power. Stabilizes abnormal constitutions. Crimson Dragon Crystal, contains Berserk Flame-type energy that can be directly infused into a weapon, to add 50% fire damage to attacks. Mystic Iron Core, a high-density metal ore that contains spatial waves. Can be crafted into boots or shields, reducing skill cooldown time by 15%. Breath of Life Jade, Contains the breath of life. When inlaid into a defensive item, it automatically restores life force. For healing-type classes, the effect is doubled. Mass Shield Wall. Upon use, summons a protective energy shield within a 10-meter radius. Lasts for 10 seconds. Know thy weakness. For 1 hour, you can see the level and weaknesses of your enemies. Ling Si was excited. The Dragon Crystal. If I embed that on my Dragon Scale gauntlets, I could blow those monsters to bits with one punch. Xialan was also overjoyed to see the items she wanted. Healing and defense types. What a grand gesture, Zhou Yi thought coldly. The Chu family's eternal curse. This crystal of purification, before that item, even he wavered a little, and the Knight of Serene Mind is practically tailor-made for Su Ran. The Heart Devourer put its arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder. Tempted, aren't you? Look how much pain she's in. A single drop of the Knight of Serene Mind could let her sleep soundly for nights. She wouldn't have to fear her bloodline exploding anymore. It tried to persuade him. These are just appetizers. By approaching me, you prove that you have passed the dungeon's trial. This is your reward. Take it and leave. Faced with these temptations, Zhou Yi realized, it's trying to tempt me. If I choose to stop here, I can indeed obtain generous benefits immediately. But he remembered the life and death battles with his teammates and the limited-time quest to expose the secrets of the Mormed Merchant Guild with his teammates. Zhou Yi said to the Heart Devourer, these things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you've misunderstood one thing. He swung his sword at the enemy. I came to Blackwind Valley, not for the rewards. He continued speaking as he attacked. Whether it's the system's quest, my comrade's revenge, or even the Chu family's curse, none of these can be solved by your charity. The Heart Devourer spoke in surprise. You want to give up a reward that's so easily within your grasp? Zhou Yi stated firmly. You're familiar with everything around me. You even know about the Chu family's curse. It's hard not to suspect this is a trap aimed at me. Zhou Yi's body began to transform as he muttered, Crystal of Purification, Knight of Serene Mind, I want you both. He coldly declared, You must die, Dragon God's physique. After speaking, Zhou Yi charged forward with his sword and sliced the Heart Devourer in two. The ground below suddenly crumbled. The Heart Devourer spread its arms, merging with the earth. A giant stone monster appeared before Zhou Yi. Without a second word, the Heart Devourer slammed a powerful fist into the ground. Instantly, the earth began to shake. Then, it shattered. In an instant, everything seemed to be swallowed by the chaos. Zhou Yi quickly got away, avoiding the fall into the abyss. But then he saw Su Ran. She wasn't as lucky. Caught off guard, she fell. In a panic, Su Ran screamed, Brother Zhou Yi! Hearing her call, Zhou Yi lost his composure. Su Ran. He quickly rushed towards her and grabbed her, but his hand passed right through empty air. Seeing this, he knew immediately what it was. Trying to distract me with an illusion? Furious, Zhou Yi landed a direct blow on the Heart Devourer. Having been discovered, it wasn't panicked in the slightest. On the contrary, it sneered. Is that all you've got? Hearing this, Zhou Yi simply replied in a low voice, Try me and find out. The Heart Devourer began to unleash a new move. A white, lightning-like light started flashing in its eyes. I originally wanted to reward you and let you leave. You're truly beyond saving. Different faces appeared in the Heart Devourer's mind. I learned everything while deleting the sequence. Why don't you try fighting them? It stretched, and the images shattered. But suddenly, the Heart Devourer noticed something. What? Zhou Yi appeared from behind with his friends. I was never fighting you one-on-one. As soon as he said that, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Zhou Yi also began firing arrows continuously. Bonefang also charged forward powerfully to attack alongside the soldiers. All of them targeted the shadow monster, striking it until it was shrouded in dust. In an instant, its image gradually faded away. A shocking explosion followed. The surrounding rocks shattered, and the dust cloud in front of them suddenly obscured everything. For some reason, shards of glass appeared, much to Zhou Yi's surprise. These mirror shards still hadn't disappeared. Through one of the shards, Zhou Yi saw the image of a man kneeling. This image reminded him of someone. This is, Zhou Yi thought. He tried to touch it. Suddenly, a golden energy enveloped him, and the timeline began to rewind. 15 years ago, Blackwind Valley. A man was kneeling before something, covered in black tentacles. A voice echoed from it. You wish to save your daughter? Although the man was terrified, he still managed to reply. The best priest in Tianlan said that without the 1,000-year-old mystic Ice Jade, she won't live to see the spring. I heard of your deeds in the black market and came especially to ask for your blessing. Hearing this, the monster was extremely pleased. Blessing, I like that word. I can give you enough wealth to buy all the medicinal herbs in the entire city. But you must help me do 3 things. Hearing this, the man was so frightened he clenched his trembling hands. He managed to ask, what things? Countless gems suddenly fell from above, along with the monster's demand. Use this wealth to attract more people to Blackwind Valley. The life force of the weak is my nourishment. The souls of the strong can become my gatekeepers. The man's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. You want to kill them? Hearing this, the monster laughed loudly, bringing its sharp teeth right in front of his face. Don't be so tense. They'll come here of their own free will, won't they? After all, who could refuse? The temptation of getting rich overnight? And so, with no other choice, he returned and told his friend, I dug up mystic crystals in Blackwind Valley. 1 piece can be exchanged for 1,000 mid to low-grade coins. His friend heard this and was skeptical. Isn't that the place where no one who enters ever returns? Last year, old Wang V took a team there, and not even their bones were left. Hearing this, the man tried to elaborate. That's because they didn't find the right path. I found a mineral vein and I'm still short on people. You all can work for me. The profits from the mined ore will be split, with you getting 30%. And just like that, with the man's help, the number of people killed by the monster grew larger and larger. This terrified him so much that he vomited non-stop. His tears fell endlessly, filled with regret. This is a sin, a sin! It's their own greed. The monster doesn't see anything wrong with this. Why do you think they came to Blackwind Valley? To help you? They just wanted to get rich by stepping on the bones of others. It didn't stop there. He continued to lure others. Elder Feng, the price is negotiable. I just need your help to spread the word a little. Not long after, chaos erupted in his home. What's going on? The head of the North City Guild said that if we can't hand over 80% of the profits, he won't let us continue. We don't have any backing, and relying only on these thugs. They could kill us all. Hearing this, the man became furious. This incident made him even more ruthless. Ignoring the pleas of others, Boss Liu. I am a villain, I was blind! Please spare me! From now on, the North City Guild's word is law. I was wrong, Boss Liu. I'll do whatever you say from now on. He heard the screams and the fearful cries of the others. Please spare me, and gradually stopped feeling any remorse. The way he looked standing before the monster no longer showed any fear. Lord Liu Xuan stated his opinion very clearly. I want to establish a merchant guild. On the surface, we'll mine and sell ore. Secretly, we'll also use it to select qualified people to enter the valley. The monster naturally didn't refuse. All right, what should we name it? The name he came up with was Mermaid. Hearing this, the monster was a bit puzzled. Why that name? Liu Xuan answered without much thought. I once went out to sea and encountered sirens. They had the appearance of celestial beings and beautiful singing voices, but they could enchant people into jumping into the sea and cause ships to crash into reefs. That time, I was the only survivor, clinging to a piece of the ship. After he finished speaking, the monster spat something out of its mouth. It looked like a human bone. That name is quite auspicious. Not long after, his business made great progress. Boss, this is the list of ore produced and mined over the past month. We have enough cold jade essence for the tribute to the Chu family, and there are an additional 17 sets of nutrient corpses in the valley. Extremely satisfied, Liu Xuan took the list and replied, got it. He examined it carefully and then remarked, the quality of this batch of nutrients is a bit poor. Next time have Madame Hong select them more carefully. Don't submit any of this trash. The assistant replied respectfully, yes sir, but that wasn't all. Liu Xuan added, also, increase this year's prices by 2%. This was everything Zhou Yi had perceived during this period. It felt a bit strange to him. These fragments had actually recorded the cause and effect of the last 15 years so clearly. More and more glass shards fell, gradually gathering into a vortex in Zhou Yi's hand. Soon, a purple stone appeared in his palm. The blue dragon from before appeared and told him that this was the dungeon core. Possessing it was equivalent to possessing the entire dungeon. Even many mid-sized guilds don't necessarily have their own dungeon. Now you have one. The benefits of this are immense. Obtained. Core of the Mirror Prison. Unlocked 30% control over the dungeon. Can now manipulate the basic rules of this space. Chang Ya provided more useful information. From now on, you won't have to worry about resources. A dungeon is a gold mine. It's a money-making machine. Kid, you're very lucky. Now, try using your spiritual power to feel your connection with the dungeon. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately focused his mind. Energy slowly began to be absorbed by him. He was enveloped by rings of energy, a breathtaking sight. Nearby, Ling Shi was carefully supporting Su Ran, who was also affected by this energy. The ring of power grew larger and spread wider, and Zhou Yi focused even more intently. He began to see more and more. I feel like I can see every tree and blade of grass in the dungeon without even using my eyes. It feels like I can manipulate everything in this dungeon. As his power surged, a small figure appeared nearby. Zhou Yi's eyes closed tighter, as if he were lost in thought. But the next thing he saw was Zhou Yun standing before him. Why are you here? Zhou Yun turned to him and spoke softly. Brother, I was worried about you. I found a route guide online, so I came here. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was speechless with a mix of anger and helplessness. You. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Yun hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Seeing the scene, Kang Ya chimed in for fun. This little girl has a lot of nerve. Her luck is quite good too. Now that you can control the dungeon, nothing will happen if she stays here. Under the circumstances, he didn't know what to say other than to warn her. Behave yourself, or I'll send you back. As soon as he spoke, a notification appeared. Mission. With your teammates, uncover the secrets of the Murphy Merchant Guild. Mission reward. Each participating member will receive one S-rank skill book. Status. Completed. Now distributing system rewards. Zhou Yi's friends were also extremely surprised to see Zhou Yun. Why are you here? Shen Lingfeng sternly reminded her. It's very dangerous here. What are you doing following us? This is no place to play around. As he finished his sentence, Zhou Yi tossed something over while entrusting his sister to him. Shen Lingfeng, protect my sister. Shen Lingfeng nimbly caught it and agreed generously without a second's hesitation. Does that even need to be said? What's this? Before Zhou Yi could answer, all the information appeared on it. Bloodlust Fury. Level 1. S rank. Draws blood chi from an enemy's body to form a condensed blood orb. Condensed blood orbs gather to form a soul blood sphere, which can be thrown at the enemy to cause a massive blood chi explosion. Shen Lingfeng looked at it, absolutely terrified. An S-rank skillbook, He Lan, standing in the distance, was also extremely surprised to hear this. What? Zhou Yi quickly handed her another book. It's for all of you. He Lan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Is this really S-rank? Ling Shi couldn't hide her surprise either. Why are you giving us something so precious? This was exactly what He Lan wanted to ask Brother Yi. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? On the black market, a single book costs 7 million mid-tier currency, and you'd still have to fight for it. Chu Yi acted as if it was nothing special. It's the hidden reward for clearing the dungeon. They're divided by class. Shen Lingfeng dazedly asked him, and you're just giving them to us like that? Even my Shen family only owns a mere 3 S-rank skill books. He Lan felt the reward was too great and precious. We only came in here with you to do some minor tasks. How can we accept something so valuable? This thing was obviously extremely powerful. 3 Absolutes formation. Level 1, S-rank, summons the 3 Absolutes formation. All enemies within the formation will enter a cursed state, and their health will be reduced by half. Chu Yi continued to persuade her. We all braved this dungeon together. I can't take all the credit. Ling Shi still felt unworthy. But this is too valuable. Even with the class restrictions, you could sell it for a fortune. What she held was Elemental Forbidden Zone. Level 1, S-rank, creates an elemental barrier space. Summons elemental crystals to crash down, triggering a secondary explosion that deals massive damage to enemies. Hearing her, Chu Yi walked over, gently patted her head, and said with a smile, is money more important than your lives? Besides, the path ahead will only get more difficult, and I can't let you all risk your lives alongside me empty-handed. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng was gleefully accepting his gift. This is awesome. Next time, no matter who you're up against, I'll charge ahead by myself. Hearing this, Chu Yi could only let out a dry cough in response. Taixin hugged the book, overjoyed. This is my first S-rank skill book. From now on, in dungeons. I'll charge in first. On the side, He Lan was also extremely excited. I'll practice the 3 Absolutes formation until I've mastered it. I absolutely won't be a burden. Ling Shi naturally felt the same as the other two. Me too. Shen Lingfeng couldn't resist, bragging to Taixin, look at this. It absorbs the enemy's blood chi and then uses that same blood chi to create an explosion. How cool is that? Taixin couldn't help but retort, mine can instantly wipe out low-level enemies. Yours has to store up blood, it's too weak. The skill she held was Raging Wave Quake Level 1, S-rank, smashes the ground. Creates a fluctuating field that causes enemies within its range to suffer massive, continuous damage. Low-level individuals are directly vaporized. Hearing them bicker endlessly, Zhou Yi couldn't help but speak up to stop them. It's settled. First, we master our skills, then we'll go meet the big shot hiding deep inside. Hearing this, Ling Feng started to brag. Watch me. I'll learn it in 10 minutes flat. Hearing that, Taixin immediately shot back. Are you kidding me? I can master the basics in 5 minutes. Xiaolan, who was beside them, also spoke up. Let's go get ready too. We can't let them show us up. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Zhou Yi's shirt. Su Ran looked at him, smiled brightly, and praised him. It seems you always know how to get everyone on the same page. Hearing her praise, Zhou Yi laughed humbly. Maybe it's because we're teammates. I almost forgot this. What he took out was the mind-calming elixir, which suppresses violent bloodline powers. It stabilizes abnormal constitutions. He wanted to give it to Su Ran. Your bloodline issue can't be temporarily completely resolved for now. Take this, just in case you need it. But he didn't stop there. He looked into Su Ran's eyes and said firmly, Xiao Ran, I will do everything in my power to keep you out of harm's way. Hearing his words, Su Ran was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Zhou Yi was completely flustered. Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong? Hearing this, Su Ran's eyes reddened as she leaned against his chest and replied softly, No, I believe you, Brother Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Merchant Guild's headquarters, many researchers were gathered. A large stone in the center was emitting an incredibly strange energy. This energy suddenly attacked the researchers, but they seemed unaware of their own situation, still moving closer to the energy source. One of them looked towards a man and asked worriedly, Boss, look. The man replied calmly, The Crystal Stone's dungeon core and this Black Wind Valley have been linked for 15 years, and this kind of chaos has never happened before. This was the man Zhou Yi had met. He was Liu Xuan. With that great lord presiding over Black Wind Valley, it's an impenetrable fortress. An iron wall. Anyone who rushes in is merely delivering nutrients to our door, Liu Xuan thought. But now, this chaotic energy has appeared. Could an unexpected accident have happened inside? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was slammed into a wall by the energy. They were in extreme pain. Others nearby were also knocked down. The scene was utter chaos. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, This is bad! Liu Xuan, sensing trouble, ordered his subordinate. Immediately send a message to Lady Hong. Tell her to go to Black Wind Valley at once and find out what is causing this disturbance. The subordinate didn't dare waste a moment. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Lady Hong was still disheveled, her clothes and hair a mess. She clutched her wounds in pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't always been so cautious and spent a fortune on a resurrection item long ago, I would have certainly died this time. Unfortunately, the item can only reform my physical body. It can't restore me to peak condition. Right now, forget manipulating the puppet array. I can't even control more than 10 corpses. My strength is too low. For the next half year, I can only recuperate at the stronghold. No one leaves. But who would have thought? Just as she was thinking this, a message arrived. The boss orders you to immediately investigate the abnormal energy in Blackwind Valley and report your findings immediately. These words struck Lady Hong like a bolt of lightning. Go to Blackwind Valley now? This was likely beyond her current capabilities. Blackwind Valley. Abnormal energy. Could that Zhou Yi be behind this? In my current state, encountering him would be a death sentence. But if the guild finds out I'm severely injured, those vultures eyeing my position, like hounds smelling blood, will surely pounce and tear apart the power base that I've painstakingly built. I've sacrificed so much to get to where I am today. I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. However, she couldn't disobey Liu's order. Filled with anger, she could only force herself to comply with Xuan's order. My fate is not my own to decide. Prepare the car. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was still trying to absorb the power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The iron prison has always guarded the dark creatures. Their secrets must be hidden within these fragments. Finding it means knowing the enemy's weakness. But one thing, in particular, caught his attention. Zhou Yi slowly reached out his hand to touch it. Driven by intense curiosity, the moment his hand made contact, he felt as if he had fallen into a demonic realm, grabbed by countless ghostly hands. Zhou Yi's image began to appear in the crystal fragments. The scene grew hazy, with everything revolving around him. Zhou Yi's eyes were clenched shut, sweat pouring down his face. He was surrounded by a hazy aura of bones, and a brilliant orb glowed at his abdomen. A dragon's shadow coiled around him, staring intently at the orb. Zhou Yi opened his eyes, his lips pursed with worry. The information is too chaotic, and something is trying to block me. His eyes, sharp as blades, glowed jade green as he focused his will. Like trying to find a signal in a storm, he strained to listen and observe. Zhou Yi focused on filtering out the noise. An image appeared of a man lying on his back, with tentacles wrapped all over his body, even forcing their way into his mouth. Within the memory fragments, sacrificial offerings, a large fragment before him showed a gate that looked like a black hole, pulling huge boulders from the ground. Passageway. Another fragment showed monsters of all shapes and sizes, baring their fangs and roaring. Territory expansion. A barrage of fragments rushed toward him, speeding forward in a blinding flash of light. It forced Zhou Yi to shield his face with his hand. He jolted awake, eyes wide, gasping for breath as if he'd witnessed something horrific. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He held the stone, his expression thoughtful. Shuang Ya, seeing his state, asked with concern, "What did you see? Your face is so pale." Zhou Yi spoke slowly, his gaze still distant. "A passageway. I get it now." No wonder the demonic energy inside the cold marrow crystal felt so strangely familiar. "Familiar?" Shuang Ya asked, not quite understanding. "What do you mean?" He began to explain. "A few months ago, I fought against demons who infiltrated the medium-sized rift in the Kunfeng Mountains. The aura here is identical to theirs." Shuang Ya started to understand. "You mean, the demon clan is what you saw in this prison core?" An image of a gigantic mouth filled with sharp teeth and surrounded by tentacles flashed in his mind. Flashed, grinning eerily as it eyed the earth. "Yes, and it's worse than we imagined. By viewing the memories of the prison core, I discovered that the dark creature is an interdimensional gate, still in its gestation period. It's meant to transfer resources from another world to our blue star. It has the Merchant Guild willingly offer up living people, calling it supplying life force, but in reality, they are sacrifices to open the true passageway. Terrifying monsters filled the space, lying in wait. Once it absorbs enough life energy, a complete gate, capable of letting a large number of demons through, will be completely opened." Shuangya's expression grew grim, just like 100 years ago. She turned to Zhou Yi and asked, "Are you scared?" His eyes never left the orb in his hand. "Not scared. Cautious. Getting agitated won't solve the problem. Tai Sin and the others just survived a brutal fight, and they still haven't gotten used to their new powers. They aren't in peak condition." His face was resolute, his hand clenching into a fist. "To venture deeper recklessly isn't bravery, it's foolishness. It's not that the enemy is unbeatable, it's just that we all need time to become stronger than we are now." Shuang Ya agreed with his assessment, but she was still curious. Caution is the first step for a hunter's survival. So, how do you plan to help them adapt? They can't master their skills by just sitting around. Zhou Yi raised the orb to eye level, a dangerous glint in his eyes and a cryptic smile on his lips. "Of course we're not going to sit around. Don't you think this entire prison core makes for the perfect training ground?" As he spoke, various images flashed through his mind. "I can already manipulate it on a basic level. I can generate some simulated opponents, allowing everyone, in a completely safe environment, to freely experience the power and techniques of their S-rank skills." He then mentioned another possibility. "I can even apply certain restrictive pressures for testing." Hearing his plan, Shuang Ya laughed. "Interesting." Zhou Yi then walked over to his teammates and announced loudly, "Everyone, change of plans. We won't be heading deeper for now." A confused Ling Feng turned around and asked, "Why not?" Zhou Yi explained, "The thing deeper inside is powerful. More powerful than any enemy we've faced before. I don't want a single one of you. Because insufficient preparation could lead to injury or something even worse," he added, explaining his plan for the upcoming battle. "Before the final operation, you all need special training." Thiet Tam, bewildered, placed both hands behind his head. "Special training? In this godforsaken place? How are we supposed to train?" In contrast, upon hearing this, Lin Fong grew visibly excited, his eyes shining as he clenched his fists. "Special training? How will we do it?" An imaginary scene appeared. "I will manipulate the energy of this instant's dungeon," said Chun Yi, his face expressionless, his hand controlling a puppet to attack, "to create simulated opponents with strength equal to yours, or even a tier stronger. The goal is simple. In endless realistic combat, use all. of your potential to thoroughly master the power you've just obtained. The more Lin Feng listened, the more excited he became, to the point of jumping up. Grinning widely, he said, "Simulated combat? This is great. I'll be the first one." Worried, Lin Hai raised her hand to stop Thumb Lin Feng. "Your wounds have only just healed," yet he seemed very eager for the training. Lin Feng flexed his arm to show he was perfectly healthy. "A minor wound like that healed ages ago." Chung Yi then addressed Thumb Lin Feng with a serious tone. "This is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulated battle are real. I will base it on your performance. To adjust the difficulty, you might die many times, unflinching and fearless." On the contrary, Lin Feng seemed even more determined and eager. Chung Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled, satisfied to see his teammate wasn't wavering but was eagerly anticipating his plan. He activated his power. Before everyone's eyes, the orb flew up with swirling golden streams of light, which then enveloped Lin Feng's entire body. He stood there and took it without any sign of confusion or change in expression. The smoke turned purple and then dissipated, revealing Lin Feng's figure in a cave-like space. From behind him, a person completely wrapped in bandages, holding a sword, swiftly rushed at him. With his sharp senses, Lin Feng instantly noticed and spun around. A notification panel appeared. Simulated Body Shadow Hunter, vertical bar level, 35 vertical bar, aptitude, gold. Skills, Shadow Sweep, Sever, Fatal Strike. His hair turned the color of flames and his ears grew long and pointed like an elf's. Large horns sprouted from his head, giving him a demi-human appearance. Lin Feng condensed a fireball in his hand and threw a fiery punch at the figure. The fiery punch landed, but the enemy dissipated like a wisp of smoke, dodging his attack. Seeing this, a stunned look flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He launched a barrage of attacks from all directions, but the enemy dodged them all swiftly. Spinning like a top, Lin Feng realized the enemy's strength and punched angrily. "Damn shadow types." Suddenly, a blade grazed his neck, drawing blood. Lin Feng was stunned by the overwhelming speed. "How is it so fast?" Lin Feng threw another powerful punch, but the bandaged figure swiftly dodged it. Outside, Chung Yi was channeling power to maintain the formation, his eyes intently watching the reflection of Lin Feng's battle. "So, I can perceive the details of the battle like this. I can make adjustments to the simulation and the scenery. Lin Feng isn't familiar with the shadow system. First, I'll reduce the environmental interference. Once he adapts, I'll increase the difficulty." As the enemy tried to approach, Lin Feng breathed fire like a dragon, intending to incinerate it. After being scorched by the dragon's flames, the bandaged figure turned to ash. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Feng glanced contemptuously behind him. "I still have to bring them along to form a team." Outside, Chun Gi said to everyone around him as more and more power poured into the orb. "Are you ready?" Ha Lan, Lin Hai, Thiet Tam, and So Nian were enveloped by that source of power. Everyone had a determined look on their face. They were teleported away, leaving only Chu Van standing there, hugging the wolf cub. Chu Van looked around, slightly bewildered. Her eyes, along with the wolf cubs, gazed expectantly at Chung Gi. Understanding her thoughts, he told her bluntly, "Don't even dream of it." Mercilessly rejected, her face fell in disappointment and she pouted for not being teleported. So Chu Van sat down to build a snowman. Su Na, turning to the observing Chu Ne, asked, "Kid, how does it feel to control this mirror core?" From the orb in his hand, the images of everyone's battles appeared clearly before his eyes. "It's amazing. Like holding a key that is both heavy and a perfect fit," he said, looking at the object in his hand and describing how it felt to use it. "It's very faint, but I can definitely feel a connection that's growing deeper each time I create and maintain it. The connection to this space becomes clearer, and the power I can command seems to have increased a bit." Sunya was pleased, but maintained a stern tone. "I suppose you have some talent. Remember, this thing is like a newly grown limb for you. The more you use it and practice with it, the easier it will be to command. When you can finally control it 100%. Every plant and blade of grass in this entire mirror prison dungeon will move according to your will." While the two were talking, Chu Van, at their side, was playing a game of bowing to the snowman. She looked up, her eyes no longer holding their usual innocence, but filled with killing intent as she sliced off the snowman's head. The two beside her continued their conversation. "That is the true power of a dungeon master," Chu Ni confidently declared to the majestic blue dragon. "I will do it." Nearby, Chu Van was panting. As she ran to where the snowman's head had landed, she bent down and hugged the torso-sized snowball right next to an ice wall. The ice wall reflected a group of people approaching. Chu Van's eyes widened in panic as cold sweat trickled down her face. Chu Van fell backward in terror. The wolf cub next to her growled threateningly. She screamed, "Big brother!" In a flash, Chun Yi appeared before her. With a single, fluid motion, he shattered the ice wall. After breaking it to pieces, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Van stood up and clung tightly to his arm. Unable to suppress her fear, she pointed forward. "It's her! She's here! That evil woman in red! She was in the mirror!" They both looked at the block of ice in front of them as she insisted. She was in the mirror. Scene change. Entrance to Blackwind Valley. A woman draped in patterned red silk stood there, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Behind her were several muscular figures completely wrapped in red cloth. She commanded, "You six, go scout ahead. Make sure to conceal your presence and don't get spotted." The path ahead was hazy with snow. It looked perilous, as if hiding something. Perhaps sensing a strange aura, Madame Hong suddenly raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, 2 of you enter from the front. 2 of you circle around and sneak in through the crack in the back." She looked down, her expression weary and anxious. "The last 2, protect me." Zhou Yi, observing all of this, thought to himself, my power is linked to the mirror prison's core. My perception can extend all the way to Blackwind Valley, as if the entire place is covered in cameras. No matter what tricks she tries, she can't escape from the palm of my hand. His eyes turned cold. In them he saw the intruders, so she's still alive. Her breathing is incredibly chaotic. She must have used a secret technique to come back to life, but she hasn't fully recovered. He turned and patted his sister's head reassuringly. Her condition is unbelievably bad. She's walking right into a trap. Xiao Van, don't be afraid. I'll show you a little game. Hearing that, Chu Van calmed down somewhat and asked, what game? Cat and mouse, Chung Yi said thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Madame Hong was hiding and observing. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Her intuition told her something was off. Moreover, I feel eyes on me from everywhere, as if the entire valley is watching. I have to find the source of this strangeness before I can report to the boss. She ordered the two red-bandaged figures to move forward. You two go on ahead. Remember to stay hidden. The two red-bandaged men sped along the ice walls, while Madame Hong ran below, exclaiming at the first gate. It's been completely destroyed. Staring at the ice face that was split in two, she surmised, it's as if someone cut it with a single slash. There are also some faint, yet familiar, energy fluctuations remaining. A faint yellow light emanated from the tentacles. They squirmed as if pleading for help. She skidded to a halt, kicking up smoke as she saw what lay before her. Tentacles covered in a golden light erupted from the ground. Hong Ti gritted her teeth. Holy light. It's him, just as I thought. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, mulling over her options. Maybe I should report to the boss first. And let the boss handle it? No, that would reveal my current condition, and I wouldn't be able to complete the mission. I should contact the hidden surveillance point in the valley to scout the situation first. It would be best if I can find Chung-gi's location. But contrary to her expectations, her bracelet flashed red repeatedly, signaling a connection failure. Connection failed. She was in disbelief. Even the guild's highest-level encrypted communication is being blocked? Is this a spatial disturbance? Impossible! Lady Hong closed her eyes, red threads appearing from her two hands, like a puppeteer trying to control her puppets. The puppet strings are linked by soul energy and are unaffected by the unusual energy veil. Although, ever since entering the valley, there has been some kind of pressure that has significantly hindered the connection. The red threads spread out everywhere. The two figures wrapped in red bandages appeared faintly, but she could still sense them. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light made the two bandaged figures turn to look. At the same time, on her end, she suddenly coughed up blood, suspecting the connection had vanished. The two bandaged figures were still traversing mountains and cliffs when suddenly, two powerful forces struck. It made them come apart like threads, losing their stickiness. Her face darkened in fear, as did the other two people's. Could it be that Zhou Yi really possesses a spatial skill? Or is there more than one intruder? Lady Hong gritted her teeth, furious. With a clenched fist, he took out 4 combat puppets in an instant, not even giving them time to react. In my current state, I have absolutely no confidence in winning against him. From the sky, a girl with 2 pigtails looked down in surprise. Why is your face so pale, Sister Hong? Lady Hong quickly turned to question her. What are you doing here? The person beside her landed quickly, collecting the sex offerings. I was just passing by. Yingji showed a look of pity. When you were sick and bedridden before, I was the one who helped collect the sex offerings. This time, I'll be taking over your mission as well. Isn't that right, Lady Hong? Lady Hong, angry and suspicious, asked, Did you kill my puppets? Yingji, displeased, gently stroked her pigtail. What is Lady Hong saying? I don't understand. It seems you've run into some big trouble, haven't you? Hurry back and recover. Who knows? Maybe the intruder isn't alone. Don't go dying here. Lady Hong grew paler. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Yingji gave a mischievous smile. Maybe I've been following you for too long and got used to it. Lady Hong ran in the opposite direction with her puppets. Fine, you go ahead and scout. Suddenly, a sheet of ice fell right in front of Lady Hong, making her freeze. She quickly retreated in alarm. Yingji looked up at the sky, surprised and suspicious. From the sky, dozens of people who looked just like her were falling. So many replicas? As the replica attacked, she quickly dodged while shouting, You had this kind of puppet too, Lady Hong? Explain this to me! Meanwhile, Lady Hong stood stunned, looking at her own reflection in the piece of ice. She looked so haggard and weak. Screams echoed from within the ice. Her face was blank. Lady Hong. Ah, Hong, please spare me. We were best friends. Why did you push me? Lady Hong, you even killed your own people for status. On the other side, Yingji was still fighting the replicas, which were growing stronger. She roared, It's getting stronger! Unlike the dead puppets in front of Lady Hong, what kind of powerful expert was used to refine this one? The girl continuously used techniques to block the puppets' attacks, but only for a short time. They quickly learned her skills and retaliated. Enraged, a terrifying power began to radiate from around her. She glared at the puppets and growled word by word, To be defeated by you fakes. How could I still have a place in the guild? Then, she swung her arms, releasing immense power. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck and yelled, I've suffered no less than you, Lady Hong. After that, she quickly defeated the remaining puppets in a single move. On the other side, Lady Hong saw illusions of the people she had harmed. Their gloomy voices called out, Ah, Hong, don't be seduced by that gold and silver. Have you forgotten the corn cake we shared back in the slums? I beg you, spare me. I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately. and never return to Tianlan province. Your subordinate captured my fiancé. He said if I don't do it, he'll strip her naked and parade her through the streets. If you show mercy, I will definitely tell you everything I know. You can't be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If you kill me, he'll be an orphan. I beg you, for the child's sake, let me keep my life, even if I have to become a prostitute. As long as I can see him grow up, that's enough. Or could you at least leave my body intact so I can kowtow to my mother before I die? Lady Hong, you even killed your own people for status. Is the glory and wealth Lord Liu gives you more important than our 25 years of friendship? And finally, the image of a woman with a gentle smile, holding her arms out to her. Little one, you're hungry, aren't you? Wipe the blood off your face and come with me. From now on, your name will be Hong. Tears welled up in Lady Hong's eyes, her voice choked. Foster mother, but only for a moment. The woman's expression changed, her eyes filled with hatred as she lunged at Lady Hong. When you were little, I thought you were just stubborn. I saved the best food and clothes for you. I never expected you, you ungrateful wretch. To even harm me! Everything I taught you, you used against me. Lady Hong immediately raised her hand to block the attack. Get out! She shot out red cloths, tightly wrapping around a giant skull to control it. Lady Hong screamed in panic, responding to the words of the crowd from before. Now I can live in a house with gold-tiled floors. I can make others kneel and serve me bird's nest soup. The Ah Hong who shared a corn cake died long ago in the cold winds of the slums. I put in so much effort to gain control of the business in Tianlan province. How could I leave loose ends outside? If after death, your body could still be kept intact for you to fulfill your filial duties, then my reputation in Tianlan province these past years would be a joke, wouldn't it? Instead of believing your last-minute plea for mercy, it's better to let you see with your own eyes how she will pay the price for your stubbornness. That way, you'll remember that opposing me always involves those around you. Become a prostitute? Are you even worthy of saying that? My place is not a charity. You're not allowed to pay a price. You die, and he becomes an orphan. That's something you, as a mother, brought upon him with your own hands. What has it got to do with me? Lord Liu gave me glory and wealth. It wasn't just given to me. I used my wits and schemes to earn it. That's far more real than the 25 years of empty, fleeting friendship that you speak of. You call me ungrateful? That's how you raised me. If you truly saw me as important, you would have schemed with me to climb higher back then, instead of protecting that peaceful, pathetic life of yours and advising me not to have delusions. It's clear you couldn't keep up with me. And you still wanted to drag me down into the mud with you. Uttering her final words, she controlled the skull. It released a massive wave of power, shattering the crowd from the previous illusion, which seemed to be her haunting nightmares. The wave of power shot through the mirror to the outside, but at the same time, the mirror reflected that light source, causing it to bounce back. Ying Ji suddenly appeared behind her. I was almost killed by those replicas. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, right? Lady Hong wrapped her in cloth as the energy that was shot out earlier returned at this moment. A flash of light, and she entered another illusion. This place was desolate and ruined. This is my memory? How can it be here? Behind Lady Hong, a monster opened its giant mouth, as if to swallow her whole. She turned around angrily. Damn it, you still won't stop, will you? But behind her, the monster had vanished, leaving only a mirror maze, and illusion magic. It's just a trick to trap me. Red threads began to emerge from her arm. Her eyes turned cold. You want me to admit defeat? It won't be that easy. Gradually, the puppets created by Lady Hong began to appear. Guardian, manifest! It was a level 35 guardian puppet, she commanded. Smash these mirrors for me. Before the puppet could strike the mirror reflected its image, creating a black clone of the puppet that emerged from its shadow. The puppet seemed to sense something and glanced behind it. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of punches and impacts would give an onlooker goosebumps. On the other side, Lady Hong was in a panic, watching her own puppets suddenly start killing each other. Stop! Stop it! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets! Obey my command! Stop! She watched as the armor on the puppets began to shatter. She screamed, Stop! I said stop! But no matter what she said, they continued to fight frantically. They finally stopped but were covered in injuries. Lady Hong trembled and cried out, What in the world do you want? Then, a puppet suddenly looked at Lady Hong. It gave a strange smile, and finally, they all disappeared. Her nerves were stretched taut. She glanced around in fear. This wasn't an illusion. It's domination. He can even dominate his own puppets. What in the world is this power? Lady Hong broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously racking her brain. Zhou Yi's control over Black Wind Valley was completely beyond her comprehension, and now she was all alone. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was her only option. She had to get out immediately and report this intelligence to the boss. He'll figure something out. Lady Hong ran quickly back the way she came. He will definitely have a way. The ground beneath her feet cracked open. Startled, she looked down. She discovered the path from before had vanished, replaced by an ice slide. The slick surface sent Lady Hong sliding straight down. The threads she used for control snapped. After a while, she finally came to a stop. By slamming right into a solid wall, Lady Hong looked up helplessly. Her puppet strings were being interfered with. He's still toying with me. Right now, I'm just an insect caught in a spider's web, a toy in your hands. Do whatever you want, Zhou Yi. If you have any guts, come out and kill me. Stop hiding like a rat. Using his control over the illusion and seeing Lady Hong's pathetic expression, Zhou Yi's voice echoed inside for her to hear. Go on, struggle, just like those you once treated as sacrificial offerings. Feel this despair. He controlled the mirrors to show her her own current state. This hunting ground was designed especially for you. Lady Hong began to negotiate with Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, the Merchant Guild's power is far beyond your imagination. The boss still has trump cards up his sleeve. Let me go, and I can plead your case to him, he casually replied. Not interested. Losing her composure, she screamed. Zhou Yi, the Merchant Guild's legion will be here any moment. You can't keep me trapped. A bizarre doll appeared in Lady Hong's hand. This is an explosive puppet crafted by the Merchant Guild's top artifact refiner. The entire guild only has one of these. Zhou Yi, you can't control everything. Let's see you stop this. She unleashed a massive amount of power, shouting for the one outside to hear, even if I die, I'll destroy this place. The massive explosion left Lady Hong battered. Amid the smoke and dust, she felt as if she had lost something. With a dazed expression, she came to her senses and looked down. She immediately discovered her legs were completely gone. Just then, Zhou Yi's cold voice rang out. You want to die? I haven't given you permission. Lady Hong raised a hand to her head, laughing helplessly as tears streamed down her face. You're a demon! Just kill me already! He casually replied. I enjoy watching my prey struggle in despair. Isn't that what you enjoy doing most? So when it happens to you, you're just begging for death? Such double standards. Lady Hong propped herself up with her hands and spoke, her voice broken. If you can control Blackwind Valley, then you also killed that woman from before, right? She mumbled, lowering her head. You want to take my place, just like she did. Zhou Heng and Zhou Xiaobai are still at the Zhou residence, right? She unconsciously looked up at the sky. It was as if she could see the person outside, speaking with a tone of certainty. That's right. The direct affirmation made Zhou Yun flinch with unease. And your little sister? Just then, chains shimmering with blue light appeared all around and shot towards Lady Hong, making her tense up. The chains instantly hoisted Lady Hong's battered body, forming a spider web that trapped her in the center. It looked quite tight. Zhou Yi's tone softened, but his expression remained unchanged. Then, he glanced at his sister standing behind him. Xiao Yun, don't look. I'll finish this quickly. Zhou Yun turned her head, hesitating for a moment. Then, she bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, Brother, let me do it. Zhou Yi looked back, surprised. Xiao Yun? She clenched her fists. Before she wanted to kidnap me and harm you and Sister Xiao Ran, I was afraid of her. Zhou Yun's eyes filled with determination. She placed a hand on her chest and declared, But if I'm always afraid of her, she'll forever be my nightmare. I can't keep being afraid like this. Please, let me do it. Zhou Yi gently stroked Zhou Yun's hair. His gentle voice and reassuring head pat made Zhou Yun a bit shy. All right, I'll be right here with you. After he spoke, he teleported them both in front of Lady Hong, who was bound all over her body by chains. Her expression was excited, as if she had predicted this. So the little girl is here? Lady Hong sneered, looking at the two siblings in front of her. It feels nice to be protected, doesn't it? You want to kill me too? Her face twisted into a crazed smile as she screamed. Do you dare? Lady Hong struggled violently, causing the chains to tighten around her, drawing blood. The wounds where her legs used to be gushed blood from the tight chains. A few drops even splattered onto Zhou Yun's face. She wiped the blood from her face, as if also wiping away her fear. Evil woman! Zhou Yun quickly formed an ice crystal. I'm not afraid of you, she declared. Lady Hong gave a provocative smile. You're just relying on that flimsy thing? I still haven't forgotten how you hid behind Zhou Yi, crying your eyes out, and now you dare point a weapon at me? Unaffected by her words, Zhou Yun controlled the ice crystal in her hand and thrust it through the woman's body. The chains shattered along with the impact. Despite her severe injuries, she raved madly. I am Lady Hong. Zhou Yi and the Zhou family were supposed to be mine. Lady Hong laughed, holding a shard of the ice crystal in her hand. How could I possibly lose to a brat like you? Lady Hong aimed straight at Zhou Yun and threw the sharp ice crystal. Die! Zhou Yi watched in shock, yelling, Xiao Yun. A surge of power emanated from Zhou Yun. Unafraid, she compressed the incoming ice crystal. I will never allow you to appear before my brother again. As she finished speaking, Zhou Yun crushed the crystal into dust. Immediately after, countless ice crystals shot forward, piercing through Lady Hong's body. Blood splattered everywhere as her eyes rolled back into her head, but it didn't stop there. Small shards of glass followed one after another. Rushing towards Lady Hong's body, they quickly drained the blood from her. Dungeon is absorbing Lady Hong's energy. Control over the mirror prison core upgraded to 35%. Checking for new guardians. Crimson Silk Phantom has been recorded into the dungeon's databank. Cradling an ice crystal in her hands, Zhou Yun spoke softly to Zhou Yi. Brother, from now on, Xiao Yun doesn't want to be someone others can use to threaten you anymore. Sensing his sister's lingering fear, Zhou Yi gently hugged her from behind. It's all over. You did a great job, Xiao Yun. You've grown up. Hearing her brother's comforting words, tears welled up in Zhou Yun's eyes as she took his hand. Zhou Yi continued to praise his sister in a low voice while Lady Hong's body silently disintegrated. She was no longer the little girl who always needed protection. Elsewhere, a map covered in countless red dots hung on a wall. A man was sitting in a chair observing that map. Just then, a girl emerged from the shadows. She stood quietly behind Lu Xuan. His voice was indifferent. I know. Her value was gone anyway. This intruder is no ordinary person. Lu Xuan frowned, looking at the compass in his hand. The secret there has been exposed. Darkness. Compass, epic grade item, forged from demon bones and abyssal crystals. Its core is inlaid with the remnant soul of a demon lord. The wielder can use this item to fuse with the demon lord's energy, causing their own rank and dark energy to increase greatly. Looking at the dense lightning bolts on the compass, Liu Xuan called out, "Dark deer." Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee to await his command. Their eyes looked as if they would do anything he commanded. Dark deer members: Feng Xuan, level 41 Dark Elf; Gu Zhu, level 42 Necromancer; Shi Kai, level 43 Dark Warrior; Shui Ren, level 42 Dark Swordsman; Yingji, level 40 Assassin. Liu Xuan sat in his chair, his eyes cold. Resting his chin on his hand, he said, "There's a disturbance in Blackwind Valley. I need to go clean up the mess. Our master is still asleep. He must not be disturbed. Eliminate the intruder at once." Liu Xuan raised his hand. Red orbs appeared in the air, one for each person. If necessary, you may use the blood essence pills to activate your potential. A man with blonde hair stood up and clasped his hands. "Rest assured, boss. The dark stag will ensure the intruder never returns," he suddenly shouted. "Useless trash!" Liu Xuan stood up. He then waved his hand, and a stream of purple energy enveloped the group. "Go," his voice deepened. He ordered them to find the meddling rat. A faint image appeared, showing a place like a Vichy hell in the underworld. A place where flesh-burning flames flickered when a person's complaint suddenly rang out. "It's too noisy." Behind Lady Hong were dozens of other people, their hands bound tightly behind their backs, unable to move a muscle. In the next image that appeared, she was prostrating herself respectfully before a man. "This month, I have offered 177 people to the master." Afterward, the entire memory fragment shattered as if it had never existed. Zhou Yi was filled with anger. He cursed. "Damned Mormo Guild." His sharp, cold eyes emitted a faint blue glow. Killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes like a tide. That female assassin's information wasn't absorbed by the instance dungeon upon her death. Lady Hong's death. The guild must have found out. I fear Liu Xuan is already on his way here to kill me. As for the evidence of the guild using living people as sacrifices to trade with the demon race, it's best to hand it over to my teacher. He waved his hand to open his screen. Only he could mobilize forces fast enough to stop Liu Xuan and completely eliminate the guild. Wang Hui on the other end quickly answered, "Zhou Yi, for you to contact me at this hour, did something happen?" Zhou Yi didn't hold back and reported the situation. "Teacher, it's an emergency. I'm in Blackwind Valley, and I've discovered a secret at the heart of the Mormo Guild." He carefully recounted how the Mormo Guild was using living people to nurture a dark creature in Blackwind Valley, but he still secretly concealed some things, like the matter of the core prison mirror. "For now, I can't tell teacher the truth. I'll just have to attribute the information I found to Lady Hong," he thought. Then, Zhou Yi lied without batting an eye, recounting, "This is the information I got from Lady Hong. It's certain that this dark creature is an otherworldly gate that is still maturing. The purpose of the sacrifices is to accelerate this gate's formation. Once it matures, the demon race behind the gate will pour out endlessly, and Zhangxia country will once again face the crisis of 100 years ago." After listening, Wang Hui remained expressionless. He coldly folded his arms and continued to ask, "What is the current status of the otherworldly gate?" He reported honestly, "Because it absorbed too much energy, it has now entered a period of digestion and hibernation. This digestion process is our last chance. Once it's complete, the gate will be fully solidified." After grasping the entire situation, Wang Hui immediately nodded and gave them an order. "Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will move at top speed to dispatch elite troops to lock down Blackwind Valley. As for you, retreat immediately, all of you. This is an order." Zhou Yi was clearly hesitant. "Teacher, but..." Before he could finish, lightning began to flash across the sky. Streaks of crimson like fresh blood. The connection immediately encountered issues, and the communication device between him and Wang Hui was completely cut off. "Liu Xuan is here, much faster than I imagined." The other members of the party reacted quickly to this phenomenon. Soon, they appeared at Zhou Yi's summons. Su Ran looked up, a bit suspicious but still sought his confirmation. "Big brother, is this your doing?" Instead of answering her question, he turned his head and called everyone over. "Come look at the prism! All of you over here!" It's an emergency. In the prism was the image of Liu Xuan's group, approaching from the distance. Zhou Yi carefully began to arrange their escape. "Everyone, listen closely." He brought 5 subordinates, all over level 40. He himself is level 46. The gap is too large. We have no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. I'll get you all out of here first. I'll stay and wait for the army." Before he could finish speaking, Ling Feng shouted, "No, I'm not going." He scratched his head. Though very worried about Zhou Yi, he didn't know how to put it gently. "If you're sending people away, send them. I'm a man, and I wasn't trained to turn tail and run. Besides, letting you stay here and be a hero all by yourself? Dream on." Zhou Yi, far from being grateful, seriously lectured Shen Lingfeng. "This isn't the time for tantrums. The gap between level 40 and 26. But it wasn't just Ling Feng. Even Su Ran, who was usually gentle, retorted, "Zhou Yi, I'm staying too." It wasn't just her. The others also spoke up resolutely, all wanting to contribute and help. "We're a team. One person shouldn't have to face the danger alone. We want to help too. We can't just let you protect us every time. We've all acquired S-rank skills, staying here. We can definitely be of help." Yet, Zhou Yi wasn't moved at all. His deadpan face drooped as he looked at them with exasperation. This brave but low-leveled bunch was a real headache. He didn't try to stop them anymore. But before agreeing, he gave a lengthy series of instructions. "Fine. If you've all decided to stay, I'll adjust the plan. I will forcibly distort space to separate Liu Xuan and his subordinates, pulling the 5 of them into different areas. Each of you will handle one of them. Although I will be nearby to assist, you must remember. This isn't a drill, it's a real battle. You must use your full strength. The most important thing is not to fight to the death. Your primary objective is to stall until the army arrives. The moment you feel you can't hold on, immediately call for my help and I will teleport you away. Understood? Despite the long speech, it didn't discourage the party. On the contrary, their morale soared. This is how it should have been. Yes, understood! Don't worry, you can count on us. At that moment, Liu Xuan slowly walked over, his eyes scanning them. Seeing them standing there nonchalantly, he flew into a rage. A dense purple mist erupted behind him. You lot who don't know your place, get out here! Zhou Yi spread his hand and began to open his cubic space. At almost the exact same moment, Liu Xuan's group was surrounded by golden threads of light at their feet. A strange barrier pattern gradually appeared. Sensing the auras of his subordinates fading, Liu Xuan only needed a single glance to realize its nature, spatial distortion. Not long after, Yingji was teleported to a ruined space. Su Ran was already waiting, and upon seeing her enemy appear, she immediately sprang forward. She swung her great sword high, but the strike only managed to damage a senseless afterimage. Meanwhile, Yingji's real body was completely unharmed. So, this little rat is a girl, she smirked. Her face showed no worry or fear, only the pride of being level 40. A pity you're just a measly level 26. What can you do to me? Su Ran didn't say a word. The large sword in her hand spun, its tip lunging forward like a bullet, but it only struck another afterimage. Still, she showed no sign of discouragement. Instead, her pinkish-purple eyes grew even sharper. Filled with determination, Su Ran twisted her strong wrist, spun her body, and lunged with another slash. This time, she hit the real body. Yingji could only catch the blade with her bare hand, yet her tone couldn't hide a hint of praise. Impressive. You can see through my chaotic shadow steps? Just like the previous times, Su Ran didn't reply, simply twisting the hilt and then swinging the flat of the blade with both hands in a wide arc. It only managed to clip the corner of her robe, while Yingji stood safely on a patch of flat ground, causing Su Ran, despite her efforts to remain calm, to begin to lose her composure. Even if she isn't an assassin who specializes in strength, the power of a level 40 is still shockingly immense. But fighting back definitely won't be that easy. Zhou Yi observed the entire battle from afar. He closed his eyes and mentally guided her. Little Ran, don't fight her head-on. Her absolute speed and strength far surpass yours. However, you can use a succubus's sensitive perception to lock onto her position, then use a sword formation to force her out of hiding. An assassin's advantage is their stealth. Once she can't hide, her combat power will be drastically reduced. Angered by Su Ran's relentless attacks, Yingji stopped dodging and launched a direct assault. You're courting death! Faced with the sharp projectiles, Su Ran simply thrust her greatsword heavily into the ground. Everything around her seemed to slow to a crawl. The steel fragments flew in, hit her blade, and were instantly deflected. A circular sigil appeared at Su Ran's feet. As the circle expanded, a phantom in her own image emerged. She began to disrupt the entire battle. This technique is the Phantom Sword Shadow Formation. To explain a little about this sword style, Phantom Sword Shadow Formation, level 1 S rank, summons sword spirits to attack the enemy and simultaneously has a chance to inflict stiffness on the enemy, putting them into a poisoned state. When the sword spirits disappear, they will unleash a final blow. So, no matter how many illusions of her own body Shadow Strike created, they were all cleanly cut down by the phantom sword shadows, leaving none behind. Just as she was contemptuously opening her mouth to speak about a level 26 formation, a sword shadow swung and slashed down her body. Shadow Strike froze in disbelief, feeling the sharp pain in her chest. What? Only then did she begin to feel fear. As she looked at the bizarre formation before her, she realized that for every second she spent inside it, her speed would decrease. I can't maintain perfect stealth anymore, and I can feel my wound being gradually corroded. Her face instantly turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. This damned brat actually coated her sword with poison. But then, Shadow Strike suddenly burrowed into the ground, as if she could phase through any terrain. Very quickly, she emerged again with a perfect, uninjured body. Although my level is high, my assassination skills are countered. I can only fight head-on inside this formation. I'll be suppressed to death. Shadow Strike muttered to herself as her body continuously charged towards Su Ran. This formation must be centered on this damned brat. If I kill her, the formation will break on its own. She thrust her hand into her abdomen, shouting viciously as if victory was already hers. Got you! Shadow Strike still hadn't grasped the situation, still arrogantly sneering about the level difference. See, a lower level is just. But then, Su Ran grabbed her wrist and pulled it out of her own abdomen, much to Shadow Strike's horror. What are you doing? Su Ran held her tight, ignoring the blood soaking her clothes. At this moment, the sword above her head, as if grasped by dozens of hands at once, aimed its sharp tip straight upwards. Su Ran stared at her, ending this game with a final checkmate. Sword Souls' repose. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the ground was covered in long, deep craters, as if it had just been torn up. An earth-shattering bang resounded as Ling Feng's violent dragon claws were completely blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield. Yet, he wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, as if on steroids, he grew even more bloodthirsty. My flame dragon fist! I want to see just how many of these your shield can block. His two hidden states were immediately activated. Blood Frenzy, Crimson Flame Fist. Ling Feng's opponent was a man with golden brown hair who held the shield firmly with one hand. His other hand gripped a spear and thrust it forward, cursing, "Ant!" Ling Feng quickly used his dragon chi to create a barrier, blocking the spear tip. In an instant, the entire battlefield was split into two different colors, representing their different powers. But Shikai's spear tip seemed sharper than Ling Feng had thought. Even though he tried to block it, the attack didn't end but only dragged on. On the contrary, he was gradually being pushed back. The dragon shield began to show cracks where the spear tip struck. Sensing this from afar, Zhou Yi immediately sent a telepathic message to remind Ling Feng he's a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and strength are too high to fight head-on. You'll definitely lose. Use your dragon's breath to burn him, wear him down, and anger him. Your chance will be the opening he reveals after he goes berserk. Shikai, as if certain of his victory, smirked and began to act superior, feigning regret. This is the first time I've met someone with movements even more brutal than mine, powerful and decisive techniques. Yet you don't reveal any obvious openings. Plus, you're so young and have already reached level 26. What a pity. Shikai tensed his muscles and thrust his spear forward again. If we're competing in strength, I won't lose. Remembering Zhou Yi's reminder, Ling Feng changed his attack direction. As soon as he withdrew his dragon shield, he immediately slammed a fist into the ground. I'm not going to clash with you head on. Shikai was caught off guard by Ling Feng's seemingly impulsive action, which, combined with the thick dust that was kicked up, left him momentarily stunned. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, Ling Feng charged forward without hesitation. An opening! He opened his mouth to attack with dragon's breath, just as Zhou Yi had advised. Realizing how dangerous that attack was, Shikai immediately thrust his spear, forcing him to dodge. As a result, the dragon's breath dissipated. Shikai, however, grew even more frantic. He stomped the ground, then powerfully pivoted on his heel. Using his heel as a pivot, he launched himself forward, tightly gripping the gleaming spear and roaring, "Opening! I left it open on purpose. Did you think a level 43's fight would be that simple?" Sensing the danger from Ling Feng, Shikai began to hastily thrust his spear with great force. Die! Unfortunately, Ling Feng was tougher than a cockroach. His body nimbly dodged every thrust, and he even managed to curse back, "Tuh, you stubborn iron turtle. I was almost played by you." However, that was just for show. There were several times he had almost failed to dodge the spear. He was secretly worried. Over time, the absolute gap in their levels and power had become apparent. If this keeps up, I'll run out of steam sooner or later. Finally, that unfortunate moment arrived. Ling Feng was no longer agile enough and was sent flying backward by Shikai. Unexpectedly, it was Zhou Yi who had been secretly waiting for this moment. Now's the time. His power has increased, but his defense is full of holes. Hearing those words, Ling Feng staggered to his feet and wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Nice hit. Watching Shikai charge relentlessly without giving him a moment to breathe, he still laughed defiantly. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Ling Feng reached out his hand. This was the moment to return all these injuries. Didn't you say you like to crush me with your strength? Today, I'll let you taste what a blood debt is. A debt paid in blood. After entering his berserk state, Shikai no longer had the rationality to see this move coming. Instantly, the entire battlefield transformed into a pool of crimson blood. Blood seemed to pour from the sky and rise from the ground, enveloping everything. Following a shout of "Go" from Ling Feng, blood droplets as large as buns began to rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge in time, or rather, he couldn't dodge at all and was covered by these blood droplets. Feeling his strength being gradually drained, his pupils contracted in horror. "They're draining my life force and strength." Shikai crushed the blood sacs on his body, which were like leeches. His berserk state became even more frantic as he roared, "What kind of dark magic is this?" Ling Feng didn't bother to explain. He just stood there and laughed with satisfaction. "Iron turtle. Even a hard shell is useless. Have a taste of your own power." Then, he muttered the words, "Bloodlust's Wrath." To explain this power, Bloodlust's Wrath, level 1, S rank, absorbs blood chi from the enemy to form blood condensation orbs. The blood condensation orbs gather and form soul blood orbs. When thrown at an enemy, they can cause a powerful blood chi explosion. Therefore, all the soul blood orbs clinging to Shikai detonated simultaneously, creating a thick red mist that covered the entire area. Outside, in the original space, Zhou Yi was tirelessly observing through an eyepiece the situation of everyone in each separate spatial zone. The first 4 spatial fragments, with his help, were proceeding smoothly. However, something started to happen on Xialan's side. A skeleton had broken through her protective barrier and began charging forward, wanting to tear Xialan to shreds. But fortunately, Zhou Yi noticed this in time from the outside. "Xialan is in danger!" He channeled power into his polygonal orb and began to protect her from afar. "Guardian of Light!" A powerful barrier, shining with brilliant golden light, appeared around Xialan, blocking the skeleton's hideous hand. Furthermore, the power of the holy light also easily purified the skeleton, causing it to scream in pain. In the end, the unfortunate skeleton could only crumble into bone fragments beside the guardian of light that Zhou Yi had casually created. Xialan was filled with gratitude. However, she didn't want to give up and continued to fight for her friends. "Thank you, I can still hold on." Zhou Yi didn't reply. He hurriedly shifted his gaze to observe his teammates' situations in the 4 remaining dimensions. Simultaneously maintaining 5 battlefields consumed more mental energy than he had imagined. Luckily, the others were not in any life-threatening danger for the time being. In the 6th spatial zone, his younger sister, Zhou Yun, was extremely safe, playing with a puppy. That made Zhou Yi feel more at ease. It was still very safe here. Now it was time to deal with the biggest nuisance. The biggest nuisance, of course, was what was happening inside the largest mirror in front of him. There, Liu Xuan fought with increasing ferocity, cutting down thousands of troops in his path. To stop him from advancing and buy time for his allies to defeat the enemy, Zhou Yi had no choice but to summon his pets for aid. Guardians appear! From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of all sizes and races began to emerge. They stretched out their long, sinuous arms, breaking through the earth and rock, appearing like a writhing swarm of worms. The guardians appeared in ever-increasing numbers. Within a 1,000-meter radius, they were everywhere. And those guardians now had only one mission, ordered by him: stop him in the middle of that perilous land. Yet, a figure leisurely stepped forward without a hint of fear. Liu Xuan, with both hands in his pockets, looked down at the writhing tentacles with a sharp gaze. He scorned the things on the ground as mere insects, as his body began to radiate a terrifying, domineering aura. The pressure was so intense that the ground around him trembled, and the air instantly grew thick and suffocating. As the dust cloud gradually dissipated, the figure of Madame Hong slowly appeared. Her eyes flashed a deadly crimson red. She lunged forward with streams of red aura and shadowy figures behind her, known as the Crimson Silk Phantom Guardians. Liu Xuan exclaimed, "Very good, Madame Hong." He raised his hand to shoulder level, his eyes cold as he growled, not even willing to rest in peace. Strands of purple spiritual energy shot out, quickly restraining Madame Hong. He simultaneously threw her backward, slamming her body hard onto the ground. Liu Xuan continued to speak. "Stop hiding in the back and playing tricks. Come out and face your death." As he spoke, a bizarre compass appeared in his hand, and streams of blood-red spiritual energy rose before Liu Xuan's indifferent face. They gathered together, forming a giant, blood-red Dharma idol. The idol formed right behind him. As Liu Xuan's arm slowly rose to shoulder level, the Dharma idol's arm lifted in unison. Liu Xuan then swung his hand straight down, shouting, "Break!" The Dharma idol struck down with an incredibly powerful palm. A vast area in front of him was destroyed, accompanied by massive explosions. Just as everything shattered, Zhou Yi's body leaped up, hovering in midair. An attack was immediately launched at him, but a blinding golden light suddenly erupted from his forehead. A barrier then appeared in front of Zhou Yi, blocking the killing blow. Liu Xuan looked up and said, "A level 30 little mouse can actually block 50% of my power. The secrets you hold are more interesting than I imagined." The barrier in front of him slowly dissipated after instantly blocking that powerful palm strike. He also leaped into the air, appearing right in front of Zhou Yi. Just as Liu Xuan launched his attack, Zhou Yi's figure instantly teleported to a spot behind him. Liu Xuan frowned and turned his head, his voice filled with suspicion, stealing the core of the mirror prison, and using it to this extent. "Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century genius, or call you an idiot who doesn't know his place?" Zhou Yi calmly replied, "Boss Liu, you flatter me. Compared to your grand undertaking of using living people as sacrifices to nurture the otherworldly gate, this little trick of mine isn't even worth mentioning," he thought to himself. If I had known earlier that those demonic beasts couldn't stop Liu Xuan, sending them out was just a way to buy some time, Liu Xuan replied. "That useless Madame Hong, before she died, actually revealed quite a few things to you," Zhou Yi retorted. "She was on the verge of death and wanted to trade her secrets for a chance to survive. It seems he doesn't know that possessing the core of the mirror prison allows one to see past memories." Liu Xuan raised his hand to gather energy, his face excited. He threatened, "Hand it over, and I might grant you a more pleasant death. I'll even give you a chance to work for me. Talent like yours would be a waste to kill." Zhou Yi, who was now transforming, laughed loudly and replied, "You've been a dog for so long that you've forgotten what it means to be human?" Liu Xuan continued to persuade. "A wise man submits to the circumstances. If I wish, I can awaken the demon clan ahead of schedule. When that happens, all of Blackwind Valley will be conquered. You won't survive either." Zhou Yi finished his transformation and retorted, "You wouldn't dare. Everything the Merchant Guild is doing is just to spread rumors and hide the secret before your master awakens, isn't it?" Zhou Yi's voice continued, "Your master isn't ready yet. A henchman like you doesn't have the backing to come out into the open." Hearing this, Liu Xuan became so enraged that veins bulged on his face. Scowling fiercely, he waved his hand and yelled, "You sharp-tongued brat, I'll definitely rip your soul right out of your body and let you taste a fate worse than death." Just before Liu Xuan could make his move, a radiant golden formation diagram appeared above his head. Then, that blinding light shot straight down. Liu Xuan hurriedly raised his hand, trying to block it with his power. A radiant golden Dharma idol appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword. Then, the Dharma idol raised the sword high. It prepared to strike down at its target, and the tip of the giant sword was aimed precisely at Liu Xuan. He was inside a red barrier. Liu Xuan, his eyes flashing red, shouted, "Hell's crimson torrent. Skill gathers dark energy from a vast area, forming a current of destructive and corrosive energy." Zhou Yi stood and watched as a blinding speck of light appeared inside the red sphere and began to expand. Activate. Righteous Judge Level 5. Opens a holy magic circle. Blades of light rain down from the sky, ambushing enemies within the formation. Finally, an angel of justice throws a long spear of the light attribute, inflicting devastating damage. Liu Xuan's deep voice echoed, "Striking first truly shows elite combat instincts. Unfortunately, in the face of an absolute power gap, this little bit of cleverness is meaningless." Just before the attack could touch him, Zhou Yi clasped his hands in front of him. Mirror-like shards appeared, reflecting Lu Xuan's face. The shards were then shattered by the crimson spiritual energy. As the killing blow arrived, Zhou Yi was forced to leap up. He retreated some distance to evade it, finally landing a safe distance from the point of impact. Zhou Yi clutched his chest in pain as a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Liu Xuan, along with his compass, coldly declared, "Very good. A level 30 ant actually managed to injure me. It ends here." He performed a fusion, temporarily gaining the power of a demon lord and greatly increasing all his attributes. Liu Xuan, with the crimson Dharma idol behind him, remarked, "You should be proud for forcing me to use the power of the origin compass." He raised his hand and declared, "Be destroyed!" Zhou Yi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the incoming blast of energy. Liu Xuan's palm strike hit Zhou Yi's position directly, creating a powerful pressure wave and causing horrifying destruction. Zhou Yi's body was helplessly knocked back and sent flying. When the force of the palm strike dissipated and the dust settled, he was seen skidding across the ground. He bent over, propping himself up with his hands to keep from collapsing. Zhou Yi looked up, thinking, level 46, plus an epic grade item. The very nature of his power has undergone a qualitative change. Even though my class counters his dark energy, with such a large level gap, I can't be sure of victory. He frowned with determination and shouted, "Tishin!" It turned out that in her dimension, she was at a disadvantage, with a sword slashing toward her neck. Zhou Yi quickly intervened, knocking the sword away and neutralizing the threat. The image from the other dimension appeared. Along with it came Liu Xuan's voice. "So, you've been using the core of the mirror prison to maintain 5 mirror spaces this whole time." He stood there smugly. "I was wondering why my men were attacking for so long yet couldn't break through your defenses. It would take them time to get out, but with you distracted like this, how can you possibly defeat me?" Zhou Yi stood up and replied coldly, "You don't need to worry about that," he thought to himself. "Simultaneously maintaining 5 mirror spaces while fighting Lu Xuan is consuming too much of my mental energy. I have no choice but to gamble. I'll have to take a portion of the mental energy maintaining the mirror spaces and focus it all on controlling the core of the mirror prison."